Turnover here. Drop pass. Olivesson! Yeah! Throw the chapeau! He is officially Victor Olivesson! A hat trick for the first time. He makes it 8-4 Avalanche with 2:22 to go in the third period. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Sound the horn. What a wild night in the Wild West. A power play that was ice cold suddenly turns red hot. The Avalanche score 4 power play goals, and they beat the New Jersey Devils by a final score of 8-4.
Oh, we stink. No, we're great. No, we're bad. No, we're awesome. It was that kind of night, and for most of it, the Avs were really good. Except for that whatever the second period was for 4 minutes. I mean, 4 minutes almost threw away everything that you did throughout the course of that game that was going to be like, we're going to discuss this as, hey, the Avs really found a way to bounce back and get back on track. They got their power play working. They're doing everything kind of right. You know, this comes off of a really tough game against New Jersey, where it's another one of those, like, you felt like, hey, maybe you should have come away with one. And once again, end of regulation, it gets sent to OT. And whether it's overtime or the shootout, you lose. Once that went to 5, from 5-0 to 5-4, in 4 minutes, you kind of had that sinking feeling again. Now, I'll say this. For the Avs to immediately respond to that, and McKinnon, they jump back on the power play. I mean, that's the mistake for New Jersey. In a game in which the power play was really working for the Avs. 4 out of 6 on those opportunities. They make that game 5-4, and a minute later, not even a minute, a few seconds later, it felt like, they take a penalty of their own and give the Avs another opportunity on the power play in which Mac just buries another one. That's how you're going to end up losing that game, because they did lose that momentum for a minute. But I liked it. There were some changes to the power play. You've had new guys sort of mixing in with that first pairing now, and I think they found people, or it's either they found people or they found a strategy where guys are just willing to let it fly. Don't look for the perfect pass. Don't look for the perfect shot. Just get the puck on net, look for a rebound, and try and capitalize that way. It's all the stuff that we were kind of discussing in what does the power play need to do to get better. I thought Val should be part of that unit, and just like that, I think that gave them a little bit of a boost, because Val just does, it's what Val does. He does that nasty stuff. He works extra hard. He makes sure that if you're going to clear the puck of the zone, then you're going to have to do it through me. But how about Olivesson? Comes away with a 5-point night. And one of the things about guys like him, this is kind of a specialty of Chris McFarland. It's find the guy with talent, find the guy with skill that has maybe been given up on or not showcased in the proper sort of opportunity, and give him a shot with some really good players surrounding him and see what he can do then. Well, in this case, Olivesson gets bumped to the number 1 power play, and we all know about just he's got a hell of a shot. you start to feed him some opportunities and you start to get him in the mix and on the ice with guys like McKinnon, I think it's golden for people like him to go out and play next to guys with that sort of skill level and get a little bit more of an opportunity to showcase what you do best, because people are so concerned with what 29 is doing on the ice and what 88 is doing on the ice. Because McKinnon and Marty Necas are having a hell of a start to the year, and they're going to take up the marquee, and they're going to look at not just those two, but Cale Makar. You almost become the forgotten guy on the ice because you're so concerned with everyone else. And the second that happens, you come away with a 5-point night and a hat trick. God, man, it's funny. I do the show a lot of times in the middle of games. So it's like you take notes about the game, but I'm also trying to figure out what we're going to talk about for the following day. And I had like the Avs show done. And then we hit about, I don't know, 10 minutes into the second period. They score the first goal. The Devils do, and I go, yeah, it wasn't no big deal. 5-1. And then they immediately score afterwards, about a minute and a half later. And once again, Nelly, I was like, it's fine. It's 5-2. It's a big lead. The point. The nice thing about having a big lead is you can allow stuff like that. And then they give up the third goal. And I go, okay, now I'm getting a little bit nervous. Don't like this very much. And then they give up the fourth, and it's a panic. But to the F's credit, settle it down and do what you do best, which is, and I hope they're getting back to this permanently, you give us an extra man on the ice with how much talent and skill level we have, you pay for it. And last night they paid for it to the tune of 4 power play goals in 6 opportunities.
Do you know there's that GIF that everyone shares? I don't even know what it's from, but it's Drake and some other guy at a laptop. And Drake points to the laptop.
I love that one, by the way.
Drake points to the laptop, and the guy goes, oh, man. Last night, that's what I felt like with Jared Bednar, where it's like, or the Avs overall, where I'm Drake pointing at the laptop going, hey, when you have one extra guy on the ice and the other team is down a man,
score.
It's easy to score. Really? Oh, yeah. If there's 5 guys for your team and there's only 4 guys for the other team, you should be able to score there. Oh,
I think, Nelly,
great.
To your point, that little thing was you saying, just shoot it. You have more people than them. It doesn't need to be the perfect shot. Put the puck on net and look to get a rebound. The second you do that, the defense is out of sorts. If you're passing and trying to find the perfect angle for a shot, and look, you want to strive for a good look, don't get me wrong. But if you do that, the defense isn't really reacting to anything. They're playing their role. I got to cover this area of the ice. The second you put a shot on net, everybody has to turn, look towards the net, and try and actually clear the puck, which puts everybody out of position. And it's what happened to the Avs over and over again in the 4 minutes that the Devils made the comeback. They'd put a puck on net, or they get a deflection somewhere near the crease, and then there's somebody backdoor that, because you're so panicked on trying to get the puck out of the zone, you lose attention to your responsibility, and then I believe it was the Moser goal, where it's just like the puck kind of gets popped up in the air and somebody's wide open on the opposite side of the net. I don't know which one it was. They all came very quickly. But that's sort of the point, is that you get the extra man opportunity, but you got to be able to get shots on. Like, here's what's funny. The Avs have gotten better as the season has gone on at setting up on the power play. Earlier in the year, it was tough for the first unit to get set up. They'd bring it in the zone, it would get pounded out, whatever. Now they gotten set up, and then it felt like they got a little bit too cute when they were set up in the zone. But now it was just they were firing. And there was something too, I mentioned this last year with Natchez being involved in that power play over Mikko Rantanen, is that there is a movement that they have where last year it felt like it got stale because of unpredictability. Or I'm sorry, it got stale because of predictability. That everybody had their own spots. Nate was going to sit on the dot on one side. Mikko was going to sit on the dot at the other side. Kale was going to patrol the blue line. Like, you just kind of knew where everybody was going to be. Now there's a lot of movement. It's been a while since you've seen McKinnon really sort to troll around in that offensive zone as much as he does on the power play now. And I think it's set up because Marty Natchez is he is, I'm going to say, curious on the different places he can be during that power play. But it's set up from just movement. And when you get movement, you can get guys out of position. You can catch guys off guard. And then you get a puck on net. You get a rebound. A whole bunch of good things happen. So, overwhelmingly positive from the Avs yesterday, mixed in with, what the hell was that 4 minutes? Now, we'll talk to Jared Bednar at 8:45, or is it 8:40?
8:40.
8:40 this morning with the coach. I'm sure he'll have a bunch of thoughts on last night, but you think about it, you entered that game, I believe the Avs were 1 of 24 on the power play. And they exit last night 5 of 30 of their last 30. Which obviously still isn't the number you quite want to get to, but it's better than 1 of 24. And it just felt like it was a matter of time before that thing was going to start clicking because they're too good. They're too good for that not to happen. By the way, shout out to Bardakov. He got his first goal last night in the first period as he tallies up number 1 of his very young career. Pretty sick goal, too. So a lot more details to get to with the Avs as we move along today. Again, Jared Bednar at 8:40. So we'll get his thoughts on the game last night. They got a couple of intriguing younger players, though. Bardakov's one, and every time I see Brindley on the ice, I start to like it more and more. Like, he is just an all-out effort guy, I think Brindley's 21, isn't he? Yeah, he's 21. Bardakov's 24. The interesting thing about this, we've just been watching this team for so long, it feels like the Avs aren't that old, but they are an older team. They are. So a lot more to get to. I did some research last night. I put some numbers side by side. And we'll get to NFL stock up, stock down at about 6:45 this morning. But I put numbers side by side. And it's my great value knockoff dollar store brand of Pablo Torre Finds Out, where I do Brett Kane Finds Out. I'm going to make a comp for this year's Broncos team to one where you're going to say, oh, Brett, would you knock it off? You'll be shocked at how remarkably similar the 2025 Broncos are statistically to the 2015 Broncos, and we get to it next. All right, so Nelly, listen. I'm doing this show during the Avs game last night. I'm like, all right. Broncos-wise, one thing I've been thinking about for a while now that we haven't really talked about is the Broncos won 5 games in a row, but does it feel like it's a team that's won 5 straight? Does it feel like it? And I think a lot of my reaction to it is no. And not in the traditional sense. Like if you won 5 straight games in the NFL, and I don't care who you are, you win 5 straight, that is an impressive feat because it's hard to win in that league. So I started thinking about, well, why doesn't it feel that way? And I think one option is a belief in your offense. Is it going to continue to improve and maybe build on what you saw against Dallas? But what does the offense need to do better? And it feels like Bo Nix needs to be more consistent. And then that jumps into another conversation of, do you believe in Bo Nix or not? And then the other part of that discussion is, if the answer is no or maybe, can the defense be generational? Can you have the 2015 offense? So then I started doing some comparisons. I went back and looked at the numbers between the 2015 defense and the 2015 offense. Or I'm sorry, the 2015 defense and the 2025 defense. So listen to this, Nelly. The first numbers you're going to hear is the numbers of the 2025 Broncos defense. The second is going to be the 2015 defense. Copy? Following? The 2025 defense in total yards allowed per game are giving up 281.4. In 2015, that number was 283.1. Passing yards allowed. 2025 defense, 186.3. 2015 defense, 199.6. Rushing yards allowed. 2025 defense, 95.1. 2015 defense, 83.6. Points per game allowed. 2025 Broncos, 18.9. 2015 Broncos, 18.5. Takeaways per game. 2025 defense, 1. 2015 defense, 1.7. That's almost identical. Now, 8 games into the season, still a long ways to go. All of that's understood. But that's virtually identical at this juncture of the season to what the 2015 defense was doing. You know, the one that was good enough to overcome terrible offense? So Brett Kane finds out, goes further. The 2025 offense versus the 2015 offense. 2025 puts up 356.9 yards per game. You know what 2015 did, Nelly? 355.5. They're a yard apart. The really interesting thing is this. Passing yards per game, 2025 offense, 219.1. 2015 is 248.1. But what offsets that? That the Broncos rushed for 137.8 this year. And in 2015, it was 107.4. Also, points per game. This offense, 25.9. In 2015, it was 22.2. And turnovers per game, this offense puts up 1 per game where that offense put up 2. Turnover differential right now for 2015 was -4. For this Broncos team is -1. You guys tell me what you do with those numbers.
Go outside, nerd.
Where I've just laid out, again, it's the midway point of the season, essentially. But I've just laid out that the Broncos, so far this year, have a defense that's putting up virtually the exact same numbers as the 2015 defense was doing. And their offense is doing better than the 2015 offense did. So why do you not? And look, I wasn't here in 2015. So maybe this is exactly what you felt. And you guys tell me. Was there a belief in 2015 that that team could win the Super Bowl? Despite the numbers, especially the offense that was being out there. And I think it would have felt a lot different because, first of all, you've been to Super Bowls with that team. But second of all, and I think this is most important, despite what it looked like, Manning was across the nameplate under center. And that just gives you the warm and fuzzies. But Nelly, let me ask you. You were here in 2015, weren't you?
I was.
I lay out all those numbers that tell you the defense of this year's team matches what 2015 did, and in some ways was better. And the offense for this year's team, as opposed to 2015, matches what they did. In a lot of ways, they were better. What do you do with that information?
I'm kind of in the same boat as some of these other people who are drawing these comparisons. Whenever you put these numbers side by side, a lot of Broncos fans say two things. First thing is, wait for a few more games, get a bigger sample size. And the second thing is the 2015 defense overall, what they did better is they generated takeaways.
Yep.
That's the one metric where no matter what the numbers say, if we're just looking on a game-to-game basis, they got more takeaways. So
yeah, they had 1.7 to this year's team has 1 per game. Yes.
Right.
It almost doubled.
So I think that's important. If we really want this current defense, which still needs a name, by the way, I don't know if you heard DMac's quest to try and name it the ABC defense. Because
ABC.
And it was because of I'm blanking on Alan Benito Cooper defense. And then you get the ABCD.
Oh, gotcha.
Because they don't have their no-fly zone name, right? And so I don't know. I've heard also Orange Rush or something. Point is, that's what's going to get you to the next level is more takeaways. And I'll let Broncos fans on the text line and Twitch line weigh in, but I feel like in that season, every game kind of felt like, hey, let's see the offense go out there. Oh my God, what the hell was that? Oh, that's right. We have the greatest defense on the planet. Okay, never mind. We're going to be fine. Peyton Manning. Well, wasn't it the game against the Chiefs where Peyton Manning threw like 4 interceptions in the first half?
That's the thing, Nelly. You said the one thing that defense did was they got takeaways, but I'm telling you, they turned the ball over way more than this offense does. Takeaways are important because you're looking at turnover differential. 2015, they were -4. So far this year, the Broncos are -1. So they don't get as many, and I do think those are coming, by the way. You can't sack the quarterback as much as they do without that ball starting to pop out occasionally or quarterbacks making really bad decisions. But again, I'm not saying anything about the Broncos or the second coming of this 2015 team. I'm just telling you the numbers are nearly identical, which I thought was very interesting. Now, multiple different factors are at play here when you do the comping to 2015. Texture says, for one, there was no Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, etc. in the AFC.
Josh Allen.
And that's true. Now, there was a Tom Brady. It's a pretty big name to get through. But in the AFC that year, you had Tom Brady, you had Phillip Rivers. And then you started to run out of names real quick. I mean, you had Big Ben. But yeah, it was a lot of, at that time, the bigger quarterbacks were on the NFC side of the ledger. Your Drew Breeses, your Russell Wilsons, who was good at that time, your Cam Newtons, your guys like that. The landscape has changed. But I was just surprised to see the amount of things that looked exactly the same. But I think a lot of that changes when Peyton Manning is under center, even though we all know that Peyton Manning was broken down by then. Just the fact that you had him in there created an ease and a steadiness. The question for this Broncos team is, can Bo Nix get there? Can he get to that point? Because right now, when you take the field and your offense goes out there like they will this Sunday, you have no idea what version you're going to get. And the amount of variance that you have between what you did against the Cowboys and what the Jets game looked like, it's really hard to see that in a season of stretching from both ends of the earth on how your offense can look. And a lot of that has to do with Bo Nix and whether he's on his game or not. You know, I mentioned this yesterday. There could be an opportunity here where it could look like last year, midway through the season, Bo Nix and the offense overall sort of finds a little bit of a rhythm and a groove within the Sean Payton offense, like things start to click with guys. And it creates a lot more of an ease to what this offense looks like. Could be. But that has to be proven over and over again. The interesting thing about this team is that here's what makes you a contender. And this is why, regardless of the points that you score or the points you allow or how the defense looks or how the offense looks, there's a metric that is pretty tried and true throughout the history of this damn league. You can take this back to the 1950s when teams were winning NFL championships instead of Super Bowls. And you can apply it now to 2025. One concept that has always remained in the NFL. If you are good on defense and you run the ball effectively, you're a really good team that's going to compete for a title. And in this case, the Broncos defense is at minimum a top 5 and maybe the best unit in the league. And running the football, you're third in the NFL in rushing yards per game. It doesn't always look that way. It's a little bit of you eat really well one week and you don't the other. But as long as you can do that, you're in the mix for any football game on the schedule. Like, this is what's going to be so hard about the Broncos, with the exception of what the Giants game was looking like for a minute. It's going to be really, really, really hard for you to blow out the Broncos if you're an opposing team. And I don't care what team you are. Some high-flying offense that's able to keep up and continue to put pressure on them, whether that's the Colts, whether that's what we just saw with the Cowboys, whether that's the Bills, the Lions, the Chiefs, the whoever, the Rams. You have all these great offenses. You are not going to blow out the Denver Broncos. It's just impossible because they do those two things too well.
You know, it's not really a statistical metric, but another thing that the 2015 Broncos and the current Broncos have in common, I know I keep going to the meme well, but that's kind of where my head is this morning. There's that meme format that everybody likes to post with their sports teams where you show the team's logo and then you have little brackets under it. And the first bracket under the logo says, oh, wow, I'm really excited to watch the Denver Broncos play football. Then the next 90% of the bracketed part says, I'm going to kill myself. And then the last part goes, oh, hey, we won. That was what 2015 also felt like. Peyton Manning kind of, sometimes when he would go out there, he just felt like one of these 60s rock bands on a farewell tour. You were like, dude, I can run faster than this guy. And then they'd score one touchdown on offense, get a few touchdowns on defense, beat some really good team, and you go, oh, okay,
of course.
There you go. All right.
Of course.
Oh, well, don't know how that happened, but here we are.
See, but here's this is part of the issue that people have, and myself included, with really trying to hone in on who the Broncos are. and why they got this game against a Texans team that has improved over the last few weeks. Because they looked awful to start. They had no offense to speak of, and that sort of turned around. But just out of curiosity, this is going to be a game coming up this weekend that features perhaps the number 1 and number 2 defenses in the NFL. The point spread in this game is 38.5. That is incredibly low for a professional NFL football game. What that tells you is Vegas and the bettors are really thinking that the offense from last week from the Broncos was some sort of anomaly. And why wouldn't they? Go back and look at how these games have gone. If I tell you a football team has scored 77 points in the last 2 weeks, you'd be like, wow. But then I go, yeah. It's actually 77 points in the last 5 quarters. And then you go, holy bleep. And then I go, yeah, and the quarters before that, in 7 quarters before that, they scored 13 points. Pretty unique. Now, you could even go to the well of, in 10 of the 11 quarters before that, you scored 16 points. Because remember, you put up 18 in the fourth against the Eagles. You put up 33 in the fourth against the Giants. And then you had finally a full game's worth of offense against the Cowboys. But it's bizarre to try and hone in what is this team. And maybe this is who they are. Maybe they're just a team where it's a big magic 8 ball. Will our offense be good? Ask again later. All right, we'll see. But those numbers, I'm telling you, I was just curious to what they were going to look like. Because here's what I thought they'd look like. I thought the 2015 defensive numbers would be a lot better. And I thought the 2015 offensive numbers would be a lot worse. And instead, they're virtually identical to this year's team. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Hop in. If you got a thought that I haven't trod over in making the comparisons between this team and 2015, let me know. Something I didn't factor in. We're broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. NFL stock up, stock down next. Just an update here before we go stock up, stock down. Ian Rappaport says Cam Scadaboo's injury has a 4 to 6 month recovery for a dislocated ankle, a fibula fracture, and deltoid ligament rupture. I always thought your deltoids were up top. Turns out you got one in your ankle.
You what?
4 to 6 months for that? That looks gruesome. But I guess good for Scadaboo that he can be back in 4 to 6 months. I mean, I think that means his season's over. But it looked a lot worse. It looked like something that would take like a year. So good on him. Now, NFL stock up, stock down. We do it every week following the NFL weekend. We always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. I'll give it to the guy you're facing this weekend. I think C.J. Stroud has had a nice little last few weeks after a rough start to the season because he was miserable to start the year. But 7 of his 11 touchdowns have come in the last 3 games. He has a quarterback rating of over 100 in 3 of his last 4. And they need him to succeed, and he's done that. 29 points per game over the last month for this team. So it's different from the beginning. And you combine that with a defense that is very, very, very good. They're going to face a tough test, obviously, against the Broncos this weekend, but they do get that game at home. If C.J. Stroud has kind of turned a corner and found a little bit of a rhythm within that offense, that can create a few different issues for what the Broncos want to accomplish this Sunday. But when C.J. Stroud is on his game, that team is entirely different. They're really good and really, really difficult to stop because they've been really good at finding talent through the draft, especially on the defensive side of the football, whether that's Will Anderson or Derek Stingley or whoever. They've drafted really well and found talent. You combine that with good quarterback play, and you're dealing with something entirely differently. So C.J. Stroud gets a stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. So I don't want to be too harsh on this because this team has been good recently. They were just the winners of 4 straight before losing this weekend to Baltimore, and it's Caleb Williams. Here's why. First of all, the end of game sequence, and I know the game was pretty much done at that point, but there's about 50 seconds left on the clock. They're at the goal line. They have no timeouts. They're down 14 points. You need a score, an onside, and another score. It took him 20 seconds to run a play from like the 2 when you're down 14 points. And then when they do snap it on 4th down, DJ Moore is wide open to the back of the end zone, and he misses him. So that's just sort of a micro thing that happened in that game. But you look at it more holistically. They've won 4 straight previous to this weekend. But in the last 4 weeks, Caleb Williams has only 2 touchdown passes to 3 picks. They're winning. But he's a real wild card in those wins. He's got only 2 multi-touchdown passing games on the season. One of them, he threw 4 touchdowns against that Cowboys defense that's awful. And the other, he threw for 2 touchdowns. So 9 touchdowns and 4 picks on the year. We're about halfway through already. The Bears are better. But if he can't find some sort of clickiness within the offense, with Ben Johnson as his head coach and offensive coordinator, I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find success with anyone if you can't find it within a Ben Johnson offense. So he gets stock down. Let's go. Non-quarterback stock up. You guys seen this 5th-round pick in L.A.? This kid, Oronde Gadsden? There's a new thing that's happening within the league that you draft a tight end, and that tight end pops immediately. We saw it, obviously, with Brock Bowers last year. You got this with Tyler Warren in Indianapolis this year. And this little gem, this little diamond that they found late in the draft, he's got 19 catches for 309 yards in the last 3 weeks. He's been a massive part of their offense. And with that team so decimated with injuries, they've been looking for guys to step up, and they don't really care where. Obviously, Ladd McConkey is good in the pass game for them. They bring back Keenan Allen because it felt like they had to. You know, Quentin Johnston's had a lot better year He's actually catching the football, which is a prerequisite to playing wide receiver. But finding somebody like Gatson in the 5th round, he looks to be a star in the making. Big-bodied guy, super athletic, runs crisp routes, and always seems to find a way to get open. And I think that's going to continue for them. And he's going to be a big target. In the same way that, for years, the LA Chargers always had Antonio Gates that they could rely upon. I'm not saying he's going to be Antonio Gates, but just a reliable pass-catching tight end. Oronde Gadsden seems to be the guy that can do that for the Chargers now. He gets stock up. Let's go non-quarterback stock down. So the Washington Commanders had this really interesting thing that happened over the course of the offseason. They bring in Austin Eckler last year, and he has some success. They had a backup to him and a guy that shared the backfield in Brian Robinson. They traded him before the season started, which was an odd decision. But Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt had a really good preseason as a 7th-round pick and a really good training camp. And they seem to put all their faith in the idea of he's going to be our backup to Austin Eckler so we can let Brian Robinson go. But then Eckler gets hurt, and then they're looking for guys to step up and fill the role left behind by him, and he just hasn't done it. In the last 2 weeks, he's got 58 rushing yards. He is sharing the backfield a lot more. They don't really trust him in passing situations. It's sort of that thing that Sean Payton talks about where they got to earn the trust in the backfield as a pass protector, and he's got no touchdowns in the last 3 weeks. I still think he's got ability and he's got a future, but as a 7th-round pick, you only get so many opportunities to try and find your groove before they just move on. And they're still going to give him run, but he's been fumbling the ball at crucial times, which cannot happen. He's had a lot of different issues. If he doesn't figure out in a hurry, he's going to be in some trouble. He gets a stock down. Let's go NFL team stock up. Patriots are good, guys. They're back. I mean, as much as I hate it, they're back. Just won 32-12 over the Browns. And say what you want about Cleveland. Cleveland still has a good defense. And Myles Garrett is still very good at football. And you put up 32 points on him. They've now tied you in winning 5 straight games. Drake May, there's no question about what he is as a quarterback. It's pretty widely accepted now. Yeah, he's really good. He could possibly be the best quarterback out of that draft class where 6 quarterbacks were taken in the first 12 picks. But Drake May is very, very good. They have a legit shot to win over the Buffalo Bills. And coming up for them, they got a game in Buffalo. They already won in Buffalo. They've proven that they can compete with them. And now it's a matter, can you hang on to this division and give the old stiff arm to Josh Allen? And I think they can. Let's go to NFL team stock down. It depends what version I'm getting. That version of the Atlanta Falcons stinks. The other versions of the Atlanta Falcons are great and fun, but they have the ability to put up just a clunker. They had it in the 30-0 loss to Carolina earlier in the year. They now lost last week in brutal fashion, 34-10 to a terrible Dolphins team. And I know they were without Penix, but it's not like Cousins is a bum as a backup quarterback. They've lost to the Bucs, the Panthers, and the Niners and the Dolphins. But they've beaten the Vikings, the Commanders, and the Bills. You tell me what to do with that. Those are really good teams that they've beaten. And yet they lose to teams that you feel like should have been layups for them. Their unpredictability brings down their stock, so they get the stock down. MVP stock up. Jonathan Taylor should win this thing. If the season ended today, he should win. It's not just the rushing yards he's putting up. It's the touchdowns. We saw Saquon put up 2,000 yards last year. Keep in mind, I was saying that he should have won the MVP for doing that. I don't know how a running back who runs for 2,000 yards isn't even really in consideration because it was all about Josh Allen or Lamar. But he's got something going for him as well where no quarterback is really taking over this year and playing at a super high elite level, and he is doing some unthinkable things at running back. So he gets to stock up, MVP stock down. Baker. I know his team is decimated, but he was the stat sheet darling the first few weeks of the season. The last couple of weeks, only one touchdown. His team is injured, but this is a numbers game, and this is going to go against Baker because maybe he was the guy that you were saying is having an elite season. Not anymore. Best game of the week.
Oh, yes!
Jets-Bengals was awesome. As much as those two teams stink, if you're looking into throwing up a whole bunch of scores in a hurry and a running back throwing a game-winning touchdown pass, it kind of had it all for you. That's my game of the week. Worst game of the week.
No, God, please, no.
Bills-Panthers, just ridiculous. It was 40-9, and Josh Allen didn't even have to do anything. They put up 40 points, and Josh Allen didn't have a highlight. Plus, Andy Dalton was terrible. So that's the worst game of the week, and that is NFL stock up, stock down. Come watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh food, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Sound the horn. What a wild night in the Wild West. A power play that was ice cold suddenly turns red hot. The Avalanche score 4 power play goals, and they beat the New Jersey Devils by a final score of 8-4.
Hey, Moj. For 56 minutes, God, the Avs dominated. But for about 4 minutes, they almost ruined all the good that they did.
Let me see.
God, please, no!
55 minutes and 56 seconds. Because there were 4 minutes and 4 seconds that were not quite so good.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
4 minutes and 4 seconds of pure hell.
What did I ask you when
from
you
the
walked
Devils.
in? What did I ask you when you walked in? I said, did you think they were going to lose?
I didn't think they were going to lose.
But you were
But
scared.
boy, was I puckered like a mother. I was a mother pucker.
I mean,
At 5-4?
here's what happened.
Vic, at 5-0.
No. At 5-0, you're like, all right, great. I almost was sitting there. I was like, dude, I barely got to pay attention to this. I had baseball on another screen. And then they scored that first goal, and I go, whatever. It's 5-1. Good for you.
At one point, I said to Johnny Lyles, let me see if I can find the exact moment. Anyway, so it was when the Avs were on the power play in the second period. They had a 3-0 lead, and McKinnon then scores in the power play, that bomb through the 5-hole.
Yep.
I said, Johnny, if they can get it here, if they can get one here, that's pretty much going to do it. And then,
then
they had on then Parker Kelly in his hands of an angel.
Yeah.
Tack one on.
Butter my button, call me biscuit. Yeah.
My button, call me a biscuit.
Parker Kelly with a beautiful goal makes it 5-0. I'm like, well, this is easy street now.
Moj, at 5-1, I said, good for you. You guys got a little nothing
your
goal
little pat
on
on
the
the
board.
head,
It is.
yeah.
And then they scored again, and I go, whatever. Oh, you had a couple of goals in a row because the Avs fell asleep? Fine. It was 5-3, and I go, all right, this is getting a little crazy. And then at 5-4, I wanted to throw everything that was near me. Yeah.
Can you explain something to me? You know, you're watching, like, for example, the Avs and the Mammoth. And some of those games are at a snail's pace. And you're like, my God, just to get the puck through the neutral zone requires everything. And then you have what we saw last night. How does that happen?
Well, the Devils can skate. Their entire lineup, but their top 6 goes. Do you guys see what I was talking about with Jack Hughes?
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
You see how beautiful he looks when he's on the ice?
He's beautiful.
I mean, he skates beautifully. Because they like to get up and go. And that's what happens sometimes when you get up and go. I mean, the late great Peter McNabb would have LUV'd this game. He would have loved it. By the way, you know who likes a lot of goals? Joe Sakic.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was much happier when it was 5-4 than when it was 5-0, even though his team had almost blown a lead. Joe Sakic loves goals. Now, the funny part is we've done events where Chris McFarland admits this. Chris McFarland's the exact opposite. No. Don't give up anything. So it's really kind of cool, the perspective. But Peter McNabb would have loved a game like this because this is just fire wagon hockey.
Now, I don't want to make this sound like we're being negative because the Avs played really well last night. It was just 4 minutes of just suck. I mean, they completely let go of the rope for 4 minutes. But, Moj, they scored on 4 of 6 power play attempts, which thank God that started to work.
That was on.
Yeah.
I just don't recall a game where every single time down the ice, it's a scoring op. Every single time. It's like, well, here's another opportunity. Here we go again.
Yeah, and it wasn't like, hey, we snuck one by. It was just, no, somebody was wide open for an opportunity that if they missed, you're like, how the hell did you miss scoring a goal?
Markstrom, his first game back from injury last night, he gives up 8. And Johnny Lyles was absolutely correct. If not for Jacob Markstrom, the Avs score 13.
Seriously.
I mean, he made a couple of, not a couple, he made like more than a handful of brilliant saves.
Well, Wedgie had a couple too. He had that, which goal was it that
No, you got to be specific, bro.
No, it was the scrum that was in front of him where they're just banging out his pads, and Wedgie's like kicking legs out, and then that leads to a breakout. And I forget which of the 8 goals it was, but he did a little bit of that too, where it's like he bailed you out.
He certainly did. Markstrom made a couple of saves. Felt like Olivesson could have had 5 goals last night.
Yeah,
he got robbed, and McKinnon could have had 5 goals because he bombed. I mean, he was bombing at Markstrom, and Markstrom made some really, really good saves.
You know what, dude?
It's just I mean, that game was hammered.
That's I mean, we know that Olivesson has a good shot. We knew that when he came in here. But damn, is it like really, really good? You know, if he gets an opportunity, he is going. I'm telling you, Again, these are all running together now because he had a hat trick last night, but he had a wrister on one of his goals, and I can't remember which one it was. Just unreal. And that addition to the power play, having that, especially the left-handed shot, because we got that from Mikko for years, right? Where he'd sit on the opposite side of McKinnon, they'd throw it through the zone, and he'd just try and bang home a one-timer, and it worked. Now they have a lot more motion, it feels like, within their power play. A lot more guys are moving. Like, McKinnon's kind of everywhere.
They're doing it because – and, I mean, he's done that before, but it's out of necessity. You can't be predictable, and they're tired of the power play not being good. And they're busting their hump, and they're trying different things, and last night it certainly worked.
They shot the puck, though, Moj.
Yeah,
like, they just put it on net.
They shot it earlier in the power play. It wasn't hey – let's pass around the perimeter and let's go high to low and low to high, and then let's try to get one on net. They said, let's just fire the puck a little bit. And obviously, Vic, it worked out.
You know, as a fan, though, if you picked that game to attend last night, you won the lottery. Because does it get more fun than that?
Really fun.
I know it gets somewhat dramatic, and you're like, oh, what is going on when it's 5-4? But my goodness, that is fun hockey to watch.
Certainly is. And by the way, Jared Bednar today will be at 8:40. Say it. 8:40.
8:40.
How do you think the coach, how do you expect him to react?
I think he loved that game. I mean, well, let me put it this way. I'm sure he hated the 4 minutes and 4 seconds where the Devils scored 4 goals. But I think when we talk to him, my guess is he's going to like an awful lot about what his team did. He's going to like, well, what percentage is 4 minutes and 4 seconds of 60? Come on, math geeks, figure it out.
About 10%.
Okay, so I'm saying he's probably loved 90% of that game because they played really well for 90% of the game. I mean, but how natural is it when you have a 5-0 lead? Are you going to fall asleep a little bit, Vic? Yeah. Problem is the Devils, they're a good team. I mean, I think you can see that top to bottom, they're a pretty damn good team. The Avs abused them last night, but that's what the Avs can do. Devils got some serious talent, and you give them an inch, they take a mile. It's exactly what happened.
I'm fine with them falling asleep, being up 5-0. I think that's a natural human reaction. But they should have woken up after 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't like them asleep for 4 goals. I got you, yeah. Hey, Rip Van Winkle, nudge, nudge.
Right.
Waking up there, huh?
By the way, you guys want to hear an interaction between DMac and Bednar postgame?
Uh-oh.
So Bednar's just walking up to the mics.
Coach, are you guys warning? Hey, DMac, hang on. I'll call on you guys. Okay? DMac, go ahead.
Come on. You've been around a long time.
DMac just before he even sat down was trying to bark out a question. It's like, dude, relax. What are you doing?
Hey, relax.
And then Brendan just goes, wait till I call on you for a question. Okay, DMac, now you can ask your question. Yeah.
I had that happen to me last year. JB Bickerstaff, who I think it was 2 years ago when he was coaching Cleveland. I asked a question during the press conference, and the PR guy said, no. I go, what do you mean, no? He goes, no, don't answer that question, Coach. I go, what? He goes, no, we have an order here. What do you mean you have an order?
Oh, so somebody from Cleveland gets first dibs or something like
that?
that?
I was like the 4th question. I wasn't even the first question. I was like 4th or 5th in line. He goes, no, your turn, Jane.
That'll teach you.
What the hell is this? I didn't know we had like a seating order, a seating assignment now.
Come on. You've been around a long time.
Anyway, I am curious. The first thing I'm going to ask him is, does the love for the 56 minutes that you guys were 8-0 outdo the hate that you had in the 4 minutes where you were down 4-0?
I think it will, and I think it will by. This is just my guess. Knowing Coach and knowing the way he looks at the game, and I think Jared Bednar overall is a pretty optimistic guy. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, he really is, and that's not a lip service thing. That's I think the way he looks at it. He will say, there's reasons for that 4 minute and 4 second sleepy time that can be cleaned up and can be whatever. He goes, but I'm thinking that the other 90% of the game, they just did a lot of good stuff, man. They just played really well. They really did.
Blackwood, he was, if needed, he was going to go last night, right, as the backup?
Yeah. Yeah, you don't suit up unless you can play in a game.
So that's going to be interesting, too. See how they move forward. I'm sure they're going to want to give him time, first of all, to get back into a rhythm. Second of all, he's your number one, so he's going to play. Yeah.
Hey, home slice.
Yeah.
You got back-to-back day games again this week.
Yeah.
Day game in Vegas on
What's
Friday.
going on
Can
there?
you please help me explain the NHL's assignment of a Friday game on a non-holiday in the middle of the afternoon?
Yeah, I will tell you, Vic, and this is an odd thing because Vegas has a team now.
Thank you. Oh, they do?
It is an odd thing.
It's Nevada Day. Happens to fall on Halloween this year.
Oh, my God. That's the best. That's the funniest thing I've heard all week.
It's a state holiday in Nevada. Nobody works. Does anybody even work anymore?
Okay. Are you?
It's a state.
Wait.
Wait, I want you to stop what you're doing. Everyone, stop driving.
People get the day off for Nevada
Stop working.
Day?
Yes.
Everybody, stop driving, stop working, stop producing. Everybody, stop what you're doing and think about what this man just spoke into the microphone.
My sister-in-law works for the state government in the state of Nevada. I think she's just going to go to the spa all day. I think.
You just made up a day?
It's Nevada Day, and it happens to fall on Halloween this year, and the Vegas Golden Knights always play a day game on Nevada Day.
What are we doing?
I don't know what we're doing. We don't have.
Am I the old grouch here? Am I the only? Give me somebody that's young that says, "What are you doing to that? What are we doing? What is that?"
Okay, so on this holiday, all state, county, and city government offices are closed, along with most schools and libraries. Some private businesses, like banks, also closed at their discretion. A parade is held through the heart of downtown, as well as a carnival and several other events.
That might be the funniest thing. And it falls on Halloween, which it's all dress up. You've got to be kidding me.
We've done this before. It's been some years.
So it's always the last Friday in October.
Yes.
I mean, just making up holidays.
Hey, man.
It's National Radio Day. I can't believe I'm here.
We're going to make up a holiday. We're doing it. We are going to make up a holiday.
It should be September 25th.
No,
92.5.
No. This.
That's my
if
wife's
somebody
birthday,
came
by
to
the
me
way.
and said, "I got a holiday for you,"
925 Day.
925 Day?
Yeah.
No. If there's a holiday that needs to be instituted immediately, take your stupid crap Nevada Day, save it. The day after the Super Bowl should always be a national holiday where we all sort of breathe and exhale.
Completely agree.
Everybody knows this. We can all agree on that one, right?
The lack of productivity the day after the Super Bowl,
It's a useless day.
it's honestly, it would ruin most countries.
Yeah,
Most countries would be upside down, non-existent.
So you mean to tell me that what time is face-off on Friday?
It's 2
o'clock.
o'clock here, 1
You
o'clock
mean to tell me
Nevada
that the
time.
Colorado Avalanche have to face off a hockey game at 2 because a bunch of Vegas people said, we're taking the day off?
Yes, it's exactly what
a
I'm
texter
saying.
says it's like the Red Sox playing at 11 a.m. on Marathon Day. No, it's not, because baseball has day games. That's not abnormal. They play games during the day all the time. Hockey doesn't,
Well,
unless it's a holiday.
It's a day. So it's a day game Friday, but it's also a day game Saturday. Getting back to my point, hey, home slice. Blackwood's going to have to go on one of those.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what an honor to play on Nevada Day, though.
Yeah, it really is. I think I think the governor bestows a medal around your neck.
I'm very important.
Wait, so if the Avs win, do you get like a key to the city for a day?
Yeah,
do you?
Don't know, man.
I'll tell you what doesn't close on Nevada Day. Casinos. I bet those don't close.
Why?
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good.
Yeah,
so
could you
everybody,
imagine Bellagio? Imagine Bellagio locking the door.
Guys.
It's Nevada Day. Hey, buffet's closed today, huh?
Craps table is unavailable. It's Nevada Day. Do you not get that?
That is such a good point. Everybody gets the day off and gets to celebrate this made-up holiday, except the actual workers on the strip.
Correct. Yeah. Maybe they get time and a half, though. Maybe that's what they get. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Bednar's going to join us at 8:40 this morning. Hey, so I did my great value brand of Brett Kane Finds Out, where I dove into some numbers. What?
That is so good. Well, we just did our own little version of that on Nevada Day. I mean, we went deep on that.
I was looking at some numbers because I had a question about, the Broncos have won 5 in a row. Does it feel like it? And I made a comparison of the Broncos to somebody else. And I think you're going to have your mind blown when I give these numbers to you next.
Now that I'm talking about them, I see them all over the place on the road. I'm talking about the new Ford Broncos Sport. And you can get one right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield for $25,999. Wow. Or you can lease one for $299 per month. Yeah, you heard me correct. Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield. Prices are the lowest in town, whether it's cash, finance, lease, trade. They've got you covered on everything. And right now, over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles available to choose from. 5 brands right there on all the lots. They've got what you're looking for there. So do yourself a favor. Get to sthmotors.com and check it all out. sthmotors.com. Serving Denver and the Boulder area for over 65 years. That means Silterhar does something right. Greg Larson and his crew will take care of you. It's Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Everything you want out of a dealership.
All right. So here's what happened last night. I'm watching the Avs game, got the laptop open, doing some stuff for the show as the game's going on, taking notes. And I've been thinking about this for a few days. Like, the Broncos have won 5 straight games. That's hard to do in this league, win 5 straight. Why doesn't it feel like they've won 5 straight? And so I started to think about that. And I go, well, maybe it's just like you don't quite believe in the offense because they put up 77 points in 5 quarters and they put up like 13 points in 7 quarters before that or something. And so it's a matter of Bo Nix needing to be more consistent. And if he can't be, does the defense need to be like 2015 for them to have the ultimate sort of success that we want, which is winning playoff games and being in the Super Bowl mix? I was just like, hey, for bleeps and giggles, let's just look up what the numbers are. Do a little compare and contrast. In 2025, the Broncos defense is giving up 281 yards per game. 2015 gave up 283. 2025 defense gives up 186 passing yards per game. 2015 gave up 200. 2025 gives up 95 rushing yards per game. 2015, 84. Points per game, 2025, 18.9. 2015, 18.5. Takeaways per game, 2025, 1. 2015, 1.7. They're like the exact same.
Go outside, nerd.
Through 8 games,
So
they're
what
like the exact same.
what you're saying is that, hey, look, and Peyton Manning will like to hear this because I think he takes offense to that Super Bowl championship we're saying it's on the defense.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like what you're saying is that if the offense just somewhat pulls its head out on a consistent basis, this team can do some stuff.
What a great transition. Because I go, if the defense did that, what about the offense? 2025, 357 yards per game. 2015, 356. Passing yards. This one is actually interesting. 219, 2025. 2015, 248.
Ooh, Manning was ahead of the game.
Rushing yards, 138 per game this year. 107 in 2015. And points per game, 26 per game this year for the Broncos. 22.2 for 2015.
Well, we are rewriting history, but I was along for the ride in that 2015 season, as we all were, if you were around back then. And I can tell you right now, as critical as we are about these Broncos, we were every bit as critical along that ride back then.
That was my question. I wasn't here for it. Were the same conversations happening in the middle of that season?
They
Are
were.
you kidding me?
They were.
So what?
Not only critical, dramatic stuff happening. Peyton Manning getting hurt. Peyton Manning in a camera at the facility, flipping off Gary Kubiak while rehabbing. Brock Osweiler taking over a quarterback, narrowly escaping a couple games and a couple wins.
You say Brook
Osweiler.
Brock Osweiler.
Brooks Osweiler.
The point is, there was drama that season. There was twists and turns. And I can tell you, the way they were playing, especially at midpoint in the season, nobody thought that was a playoff team at the time. A lot of things turned.
Just one thing quickly.
I'm sorry, Super Bowl team, not playoff team.
Yes.
Take for you, Brock Osweiler.
The difference in the takeaways is pretty big. It's almost 2-1. If you just
that
want to round up.
That defense forced a lot of turnovers.
Yeah, you know what else was 2-1? Turnovers per game. That team, for all the takeaways that they got in 2015, they were -4 in the turnover category. You're -1 this year. Tell me what to do with these numbers.
Well,
Maybe it's nothing.
I got to get it out. I can't. I'm bursting at the seams.
Go.
And because both cars were made by GM, were both cars available in mint green paint? They were.
Okay.
Okay. I had to do it.
I'm glad you didn't burst.
No idea what that is. I have no idea what reference that is.
Some people help Vic out on exactly what I just did. Thank you.
What do I do with these numbers?
I'm not the only one. I have people saying no idea what you just said.
That's fine.
Again. Say it again. Let me see if I could recall. Please.
No, was it my cousin Vinny? Is that what it was?
You just blew it.
Oh, you said somebody helped him
Not
out.
you, Vic.
Oh.
He's the Italian.
Well, I mean, I'm not used to
Vincent
a middle-aged man delivering that line.
It's a great line.
Okay.
Hey, but I think what you're getting at. Okay, so then what are we saying?
I'm just saying.
Are we saying that this is a Super Bowl team?
Does this mean anything? When I put those numbers side by side, and I'm telling you, Moj, look at them. They're virtually identical.
Because it doesn't feel like it means jack squat, because I don't think they feel like a Super Bowl team at this point.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. Like, maybe it means nothing.
For some reason, though, in 2015, when everything seemingly was similar, I thought that team could win the Super Bowl because they'd been there and they'd lost and they'd done that. And
I'll
blah,
tell
blah,
you
blah.
why. I think there's two reasons why it doesn't feel. You don't feel like they could be the same team as 2015. Number one is what you just mentioned. They went to the Super Bowl before that. They've been there. Number two, even though he was broken down, having Manning on the back of a nameplate really makes you feel more comfortable. Just having the name there.
Oh, it certainly was like hand-holding for me, yeah.
And we all remember.
It felt like, yeah, you know what? It just felt like somebody's holding your hand, walking you through the haunted house.
He wasn't good.
Because he wasn't horrible. He just wasn't that great.
Well, I mean, I guess different definitions.
I'm never going to say that Peyton Manning was horrible.
He wasn't. He's not horrible. But for a minute there, that final season, he was pretty bad.
Well,
guys,
that's why Brock comes.
He had 9 touchdowns and 17 picks.
I understand that.
You're missing the biggest difference between the two seasons. The biggest difference was that they had a quarterback injury of the starter, and this season the quarterback remains the quarterback. That quarterback change was the biggest difference. That's why people looked at that season and said, "Wow, this came out of nowhere." Brock had to run the show for 6 games.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly when he took over the starting job. I can tell you that the Broncos started that season 7-0. Mm-hmm. So when you start 7-0, that's a pretty good team, right?
6-2 is pretty good too.
7-0 is better than 6-2 last I checked.
It is. It is. But 6-2 is pretty damn good. Again, it's weird ways on how you're winning. But Texture says the 2025 defense isn't close to as good as the 2015 defense was. They're great, but not an all-time great like 2015. I gave you every number that says statistically they're every bit as good. And despite the turnover margin or the takeaway margin being a little bit different, you could be watching a defense where nobody has sacked the quarterback the way that this defense does. Nobody.
Close is the word close is very relative, right? Very relative. I could tell you, I can also make the case that this offense is more explosive than that offense of 2015. That offense 2015, their highest scoring game? I'm looking at it right now. They had 31 against the Chiefs. They had 30 against the Patriots. We just saw 44 put on the board.
Mm-hmm. I like this from the 1-3-3-4.
Wait, what was their highest total?
31 against the Chiefs and 30 against the Patriots. Here's the other factor we need to understand. And this, all right, I called the other one the most important. This is the most important factor. Here's the big difference between 15 and 25. In 2015, the Sheriff owned the AFC West. There were no other teams in the AFC West who were like, oh, watch out for them. I mean, Chargers posed a challenge. Chiefs posed a challenge. Big deal. This year, different deal. The Chiefs still exist under Patrick Mahomes. They still exist. So your opposition, your competition within the division, whole new breed this year.
All right, so 2015, you got the no-fly zone, right? And that whole defense was awesome. Von Miller was awesome. I say, I'm going to go with the 1-3-3-4 here. We're going to name this new defense the Hammer Shark.
Yeah.
Hammer Shark defense.
Hammer Shark.
Hammer Shark.
Hammer Shark.
Hammerhead?
Yeah. Hammer Shark.
It's a hammerhead.
Yeah, whatever. Hammer, Shark, it's all the same. Yeah.
Hammer Shark defense. That's what it is. 2025 Hammer Shark.
I still don't know why that gets me to laugh every single time.
Yeah.
Hammer Shark.
Hammerhead?
Yeah. Hammer Shark.
I don't get it. So look, I'm going to defend this year's roster from I'm not accusing you guys at all of this. I think you guys are being incredibly fair. I think a lot of people are romanticizing what that season was, even when Peyton Manning was healthy.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't good, and you had to overcome that. Like, that's just the fact of it. He wasn't.
Well, good, again, relative. He wasn't his standard of good.
9 touchdowns and 17 picks isn't good by any standard.
Oh, I know, but a lot of those, you have to understand, a lot of those came in different situations. Later in the season when it's almost like he had a new body. He was injured.
Okay.
He was injured. He was injured throughout the entire season. He had a foot injury.
But I don't know what the hesitation is to not forget the offensive part or the Manning part for just a second. I don't know what the hesitation is to not believe in this defense right now. What's holding people back on that?
I have no idea. I gave you the numbers yesterday regarding, was it yesterday or the day before? Mary had a little. Dude, they're 10 clear in the sack department. They're 10 clear of the next closest team.
And that's not a fluke, Moser, because they did that last year.
Yeah, they're 10 clear of the Rams, man. They got 36. Rams are in second with 26. And then everybody else is stacked right there with them.
You just bottled
it's
up
unbelievable.
The league's number one offense where they were like immobile offensively.
Yes, correct.
And so I don't know what that is. If you want to talk about, hey, we had Peyton Manning and we don't right now, and that's the biggest difference, I'll be like, okay, fine. I don't know if you can really doubt this defense.
I can feel it coming. Right now I can feel it coming, Vic. Stay with me here. It's 2025. Stay with me.
Playoffs are coming.
If this defense continues to be this, and we get to, let's say, the end of November, okay, I'm not even talking about getting into December. Let's get to the end of November, and this defense is still this, then you know what I'm going to say? You better friggin' win some playoff games.
Sure.
If we get through the Commanders game on November 30th, so that's the next 4 games. 5 weeks, but 4 games because the bye's in there. If we get there, hell, if we get to November 14th versus the Packers and the defense is still the same it is right now, you're damn right this team better win. Because I will be saying at that point, you cannot waste a defense like this. No. You cannot waste a defense this good.
You know what's interesting is that, Vic, you were talking about this earlier, that Peyton Manning owned this division, and
I mean owned it. Like
yes.
Patrick Mahomes owns it now. Similar ownage.
So you didn't have a Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert sort of contenders in your same division. You had Phillip Rivers, and Phillip Rivers is good. Who were the other quarterbacks in the AFC at that time? It was
Alex
obviously
Smith.
It was obvious. Well, I was saying in the conference, not just the division.
Well, Tom Brady. And you know what? The Broncos that season beat Tom Brady twice.
Yeah, it was Tom Brady, Big Ben, and Phillip Rivers. Those are basically the marquee quarterback names in the AFC at that time. Beyond that, it was a lot of Alex Smith type of guys, which are good quarterbacks, but it's like, yeah.
Well, you've got, and now
you're so right.
Yeah.
The competition wasn't.
It's not Lamar and Josh Allen and Mahomes and Herbert and
But that's a dynasty, right? The New England Patriots are a dynasty.
Of course.
And the Broncos beat them twice in the same season, including the AFC Championship game. And let's not forget, you have to be lucky to win a championship. I don't care what anybody says. Luck is part of it. Do you remember how, Mark Moser, do you remember how the Denver Broncos were handed home field advantage in those playoffs? With the Patriots dropping a season finale out of nowhere.
Sure do.
Where they had it right there.
And that made a huge. I think
it made a huge difference. Everything.
Yeah, it did.
Having a win in Foxborough versus Mile High.
Hey, I wonder. I hate to even bring this up. Makes me so mad. Did you see? I saw some Patriots fan tweet it out the other day. The big win over the Browns. I mean, they punked them, right? And the Patriots
look good.
Patriots fan tweets out, "Hey man, we've had to suffer for years now. We deserve this."
I saw that too.
And I'm like,
I think he was being sarcastic.
Oh, well, he sure as hell better have been.
Yeah.
But that being said, are the Patriots the Broncos of last year? Or
meaning
like how all of a sudden they turn things around with a young quarterback, blah blah blah
and
blah.
A new coach.
Well, that quarterback's good and that coach is good.
Well, this is what I'm trying to figure out. Or are the Patriots for real with Vrabel and May? Because they feel
I
kind
think
of
that's
for real.
No, that's real. That's
they
real.
feel kind of 380 yards through the air feels kind of real to me.
I would say
so. That's a bit of a problem too.
I think it's a decent comp, Moj, because the Broncos, they were a good team last year, and you could see that they're going to be a team that's going to be good for a minute. They weren't ready last year, though. As good as they weren't ready for the big time.
I mean,
that's how New England feels
But
to
are
me.
the Patriots and the Colts ready for this year? Or is Danny Penny's, is he seriously doing this on borrowed time at 7-1, and then they're going to fall apart?
The Colts, I don't know.
Hey, did you guys see the Scadaboo injury? As ugly as it looked, is even worse. Not only a dislocated ankle, but a fibula fracture, deltoid ligament rupture. Ugh. I don't even know what the hell that is. I thought the deltoid was up by the shoulder.
That's what I thought too. I actually looked it up. It's something that's on like the outside of your ankle bone.
Hey, but if you're that busted up on the field though,
holy moly,
your foot's going the wrong way.
You've got
but some of them
are clean breaks. Some are clean, and you're like, all right.
But that's still painful. Would you not be crying on the field?
But a fracture's not that's not a break, right? Fracture's like a split, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
I'm not a doctor.
Fracture's a break of the bone.
I just call it a broken leg. I don't care if it breaks in half or it breaks.
There's a break.
But, I mean,
try
these guys
are
cool.
Try and see if you can distinguish between fracture and break. Go ahead.
Okay, hang on. Sorry.
These guys are
the
cool
proper term
about
is
it.
compound fracture is the one where it's like...
That's the one that comes outside the skin,
Yeah,
isn't
it comes through the skin. Correct. That breaks the skin.
I don't know.
Anyway, the point is this,
My
is that
God, this is
Scadaboo's head-button dart, and he's waving to the crowd and all this. I'm like, I'd be like,
Oh, dude, you know what his...
I mean, do they shoot him up right there in the
Do
field?
you know what his recovery process is?
It's going to take a year at least.
4 to 6 months is what they said.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
4 to 6 months for all of that.
I'm a month
His
in.
foot was going the wrong way.
4 to 6 months is what
No
they
way.
said. Yeah.
No.
I'm a month in with that lady right now.
Oh, dude.
I'm a month in.
Yeah.
I know what this is like.
Yeah. I mean, she was already a little bit ornery before.
It feels like 8 years.
So I don't want to.
Don't call me that.
It's really funny. She was a little bit ornery before this, too. Ornery.
You know what I mean? Junkyard dog.
It's like you're talking about a 5-year-old. Well, that kid's already ornery, and then he had a
Yeah.
Mountain Dew. It's just like, oh, boy.
I reckon.
Brett just asked if a fracture and a break are the same thing.
No, but you got to understand what I'm asking here.
I don't know how a guy's foot goes the wrong way, and you compound that with broken this and torn that, and then you say, 4 to 6 months. My butt. No way.
If I say to you, my relationship with Mark is broken. My relationship with Mark is fractured.
Fractured
mean
means
the same thing?
Fractured means repairable. Broken means irreparable.
Breaks
In
are
my
repairable,
mind.
dude.
Not in a relationship.
Well, they are in a leg.
You notice how when you stop dating somebody, you say we broke up. We didn't fracture up. Okay? There wasn't a fracture in the relationship. You broke up.
Both heal up.
They both heal in different ways. 303-504-0925. Back after this. World Series evened up last night, and the Circus Sportsbook is your home for everything, whether it's the World Series, the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, whatever you can think about in sports. They got it all, including prop bets and the best odds in the game. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. If you can't get out to Vegas on Nevada Day and check out that Circus Sportsbook, download the app. It's the next best thing. Download the app right now, Circus Sports, or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, last night, in between periods 2 and 3, McKinnon had scored a power play goal to make it 6-4 Avs. So I had to go take a whiz. And as I was whizzing, I started to rewrite The Devil Went Down to Georgia in my head.
Oh, God.
And I sang it for Connor, and it came out pretty good. I just made it up on the fly.
Great?
What's that?
I say great?
Yeah. It came out pretty good. I didn't say great. It came out pretty good.
Here's the thing, Moj.
Yeah.
When you hit me with I got something coming back here, I think it's going to be something sports-related.
It is sports-related.
I thought you were going to say in between the periods, hey, me and we were talking about McKinnon.
Ran into McKinnon, yeah.
And then yeah.
The Devils,
I did.
The Devils went to Colorado. They were looking for a game to steal. They were in the bind because they were way behind. They're willing to make a deal.
Is that it?
No.
Is that all you had?
They came across this young man shooting slap shots and shooting him hot. He jumped up on Hickory Stump and said, boy, let me tell you what.
Okay, no. I'm not doing this the whole time. I'm not. First of all, Vic looks like he's frozen in time. I mean, you haven't moved for the last 2 minutes. Secondly,
if I took time in our show just to tell you what was going through my mind when I went to go take a whiz, like Moser did, we'd never have a show.
Okay, well, hang on, because I do have a question.
No, you know what? No. Last night, I took time off to go to the bathroom, and I had some thoughts in my brain, too. And I was wondering, maybe I should have fertilized. Yeah, because my neighbors didn't. I didn't fertilize.
Here's Vic's thoughts.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
Okay, all right. I had a thought yesterday, which was this. We mentioned something that I think is very interesting, and Vic, we talked about this the other day when you were here. Mm-hmm. You know what's really funny? It's the start to this Nugget season. Jamal Murray has been in shape. He's well conditioned. He's having the best start to his career. I know it's only been 3 games, but it's the best 3-game start he's ever had. And Jokic is the one that doesn't look in shape. And Jokic is the one that looks like he's probably going to lose some weight as the season goes on, but he didn't enter the season in the pristine body type that he would typically like. And nobody cares because Jokic has dropped 3 triple-doubles.
Therein lies the difference.
That's all that matters. I think we can all admit Jokic looks a little fluffy to start the year.
Of course he does.
Yeah, a little bit, but I'm trying to think of guys in sports that I trust more than I trust Nikola Jokic and Nathan McKinnon.
Doesn't exist.
I mean, again,
in terms of hey man, they're when it matters, they're
300 pounds, 150 pounds doesn't matter. Yeah,
he could do whatever he wants.
Yep.
I mean, he could show up with a huge nose piercing that comes down to his chin.
What do they call those things? The
bull ring,
septum piercing.
Septum piercing. There you go.
Aye.
Like a big old one.
Ouch.
Would not affect his game.
I think he should. I think every day Jokic should just do something different. Cut his hair into a mohawk, septum piercing another game, sleeve tattoo another game.
What are the ones
I just realized.
The ears?
Hey, Vic, if you go back, hold on a second. If you go back to his walk-in outfit the other day, do you know who he looked just like?
Thomas Shelby?
Yes.
Well, yeah, he mentioned him in the postgame.
He had the hat and the black trench coat and the whole 9 yards, Vic.
We did an entire segment.
I understand that, but that's because he brought Shelby up during the postgame news conference.
He
he dressed like him.
If that's your mindset, like I'm trying to think what goes through his mind. If his mindset is Thomas Shelby, now you know.
Oh yeah,
what he's an
Go
assassin.
Get him.
But I bring this up just because it took me back, I don't know, 5 years ago, maybe, whenever this was, before Jokic really started taking his body seriously. He had that one training camp, Vic, I forget, was it 2021 or something, where he was like really, really big. Really big. Like, I was even like, whoa. And I remember the Spike Eskins and guys like that always said, God, he's just this tub of goo. He's a da-da-da. And I go, yeah, but what does his game look like? Because that's the only thing I care about. You know what Jokic has never looked like ever in his career? Tired in the fourth quarter, despite playing like 38 minutes a night. Never looks tired at the end of a game. And so that's why it's never a concern. And the Jamal stuff was always like, he's out of shape. He needs to be conditioned to enter the season. Yes, but also if he produced, you wouldn't care. It wouldn't matter.
You know, the Nuggets have only played 3 games, and I know they added a lot to their bench and their rotation, right? Support group. But some things never change. Through 3 games, who are the 2 players that have played the most minutes?
Jokic and Jamal.
Yep. They play.
Yep.
They play, man.
Hey,
They
Vic.
play. No matter what their bodies look like, no matter what we think, no matter what they think, they play.
They do.
They play.
They get out there on the floor, period. The Pelicans are 0 to start the year. And I don't know if Zion's going to play tonight or not.
Got a foot contusion.
A foot contusion. That just means what? That's a foot bruise. He's got a bruise on his foot?
Apparently so.
Okay. I mean, Nuggets are going to smoke him, right?
He doesn't have that cushion anymore.
I'm not going to, you know my take on that.
The Nuggets should smoke the Pelicans, right?
They are 11.5-point favorites.
Yeah. They should win this game.
I'm
win this game?
I'm not even going to do the voice.
Well, because I think you've learned your lesson.
Oh, come on, Moj. It's not the same if you don't do your tickle me Elmo voice when it comes to these predictions. Come on.
I don't think I'm in the mood.
Well, because you've been proven to be wrong.
Anything can happen, Moj.
Let's go!
By the way, David Adelman was
By the way, it hurts to do that, man.
I'm sure it does. David Adelman was on the PhD yesterday, said this.
You've played 3 games that are highly emotional games. Your opener at Golden State, highly emotional. Your home opener at home, highly emotional. A team that you've had struggles with over the last couple of years, highly emotional. And by the way, Skinny Zion's coming in tomorrow. I mean, what are you doing already this early? Are you already worried about rest and recovery and all that kind of stuff that goes on in an 82-game season?
Yes, and I do think, as you guys know, I don't know how this will all play out, but how it looks on paper, the Western Conference is going to feel like playoff games throughout the season.
Yep.
So you have to be very careful with guys' mental states. The game we lost in Golden State, could have won the game 9 times, could have lost it once, and we lost it. Mm-hmm. And I think it's going to happen to a lot of teams this year in the West. We're going to do it to somebody. The talent is what it is.
That's what we were kind of talking about, right? The leaders in minutes are Jokic and Murray. And they should be the leaders in minutes on your team. I don't have a beef with that. I don't want them playing 36 minutes a night again. Because that's been the goal. And that's the reason why you go so deep into improving your bench is so you aren't taxing them at that kind of rate. Like, there's nothing you can prove, right? There's no specific formula to, why are AG and Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal and all these guys, why did they get hurt late in the year? Why are they kind of broken down when the playoffs start? I can't say, when
it's because
Michael Porter Jr. lands on
their hump for 6 months.
Yeah, I can't make a one-to-one that, like, hey, because Michael Porter Jr. fell on the floor a little bit weird and jammed his shoulder up, that has to do with playing, a whole bunch of minutes. But I will say, like, it leaves you out there for more opportunities of it. It keeps your body less fresh.
Sure. The greatest development, in my opinion, that emerged in that Minnesota game, first of all, you got the monkey off your back. You finally beat the T-Wolves. That's fine. That's dandy. But the emergence of Tim Hardaway is, you wonder, when he was signed at a minimum contract, mind you, I think people sort of ho-hum that because it came on the heels of Bruce Brown, Jonas was out there, Cam Johnson. Oh, and by the way, Tim Hardaway Jr. I think that got the least pub out of all of them.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay? He won that game for you at the end of the night. You don't win without him coming off the bench the way he did.
He's never won, has he?
What do you mean?
He got to Dallas after the Mavs won their championship, did he not? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he was in Dallas when they got to the championship and they lost to the Celtics.
Correct.
He was on that team.
So obviously not New York, not Atlanta, not Dallas. So he's never won either. He's highly motivated too. Good. He's highly motivated.
But they didn't see that his performance in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Like that shooting performance he put on as a shooting guard. They didn't have that.
But that's such a good point. Because when was the last time we just saw a guy come off the bench and fill it up like he did?
They haven't had that.
Where are we going to find any? We just whine about long-range shoot. Where are we going to find any long-range shooting on this team off the bench? Can Julian do it on any given?
Well, the closest thing we saw was last year in Game 6 when Julian Strother came off the bench and saved the Nuggets bacon. He had 15 in the second half. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but that's few and far between, bro. Now you have options.
I'm just saying, when you get that push, that shot in the arm, look at where it takes you.
Yeah, I agree.
Oklahoma City's got 4 or 5 of those guys.
Exactly. Yep.
Texture says,
and incidentally, they're 5-0 to start the year. Yuck.
Texture says, guys, Michael Jordan averaged 38 minutes per game. I mean, that's true. But I don't. It's like in baseball. Nolan Ryan pitched 185 pitches and then pitched 3 days later. It's like they don't do that anymore. I don't know what to tell you.
I love Jordan's comments of the day, talking about load management and all that.
Yeah, but you know what? There's a flaw to his comments.
What's that?
I get it. The load management's got out of hand. But he played 15 seasons. Some of these dudes are playing beyond that. And I can understand why they're load managing.
Yeah, but he said, look, he made a very good point. You play 3 hours of basketball during the day. That's your job. What are you doing the other 21 hours?
He's playing golf.
Well, he is now, and he was then.
No, he was then, too. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Speaking of, I can't believe something I saw last night. Not just the Avs coming back and going 4 of 6 on the power play. Something else. Get to it next. All right, Bednar at 8:40 today. I do want to get to the Avs for a second, but I will say this. It shocked me last night. The Blue Jays didn't just win, kind of dominated that game in L.A. to get that series tied up 2-2. And after that, you lose a game 3 in the 18th inning. That's tough to come back from the next day and find a dub, especially with Shohei on the bump. And they found one. Credit to them.
The Blue Jays have shown, the Blue Jays have shown remarkable resiliency throughout this postseason.
They have.
Do you recall what happened in the ALCS?
Oh, yeah. The 18, was it another 18 innings?
Well, no. I mean, they dropped the first couple at home, didn't they?
Well, yeah, they did. And then came back and won the next two.
Yeah. The Dodgers seem to have this aura about them, though, where they scare teams. Somehow the Dodgers always, Vic, rise above the fray.
Well, they're loaded.
Because they are loaded and so on and so forth. But the Blue Jays seem to have this mentality of, we don't give a rat's rip. Believe me, an 18-inning loss.
That hurts.
And you got 2 more in their joints before you can try to come home. Yeah, that would hurt, man. And they played great.
You win tonight, though, if you're Toronto and you find a way to scrap one out tonight.
Oh, baby.
You got 2 shots at home to celebrate.
Yep.
It is on like what, Brett?
Donkey Kong, Break It On, something.
It's on like Donkey Kong until the break of dawn.
You know, Shohei, as much as we've made him, he's clearly one of the legends of the game. Vlad tattooed him last night.
Yeah, he's also good. I don't know if you guys know that. He's just like his daddy. Pretty damn good player.
We saying Vlad or we saying Vlad?
Vlad just sounds meaner.
I know Vlad sounds pretty rough.
Vlad sounds like a nerd. Vlad, the Impaler.
I think it's Vlad the Impaler, but that's me.
Anywho, the Avs power play gets back on track yesterday. 4 out of 6 opportunities they score. That was after previously going 1 of their previous 24 on power play opportunities.
That first McKinnon power play goal, the one in the second period, because he was bombing. I mean, he was absolutely bombing. And Riker was correct. That stick was tickling the rafters. I mean, he unloaded through the 5-hole. And Markstrom is a big dude. He's 6'6". He covers a lot of net. And McKinnon finds the first, well, if you go back and you watch that, he tried to go top shelf. Boom, ear high, just over the bar.
Yep.
Avs retrieve, back to McKinnon for the one-timer, low on the ice, 5-hole. That's a smart player, man. Your previous bomb, 6 seconds earlier, was over the top. This time you're like, all right, watch this. Boom, 5-hole, couldn't close it in time, power play goal.
Yeah, that's setting a guy up with 98 at the chin and then going, slider outside.
Off speed on the paint, yeah.
Yep.
It was great, man. It was great. Bardakov gets his first National Hockey League goal. That was great. But having the power play crank up, when Marty Necas got that opportunity to bomb it himself, early on, not even a minute and a half into the game, and he goes short side with a rocket, you're like, okay, this feels good. It just feels like all the tension was broken off that power play, and everybody could just take a deep breath, and you're good to go. And we'll talk more about it with Jerry Bednar coming up at 8:40.
Yeah, we said that, though. It would come in bunches, right? As soon as you start scoring, you'll find it.
Vic, they came into the game with 4 power play goals in 10 games. And they scored 4 last night because they can do that. I mean, they work on it all the time. It looked different. Why?
It's in there.
It's in there. It's fun. During the postgame, I was thinking, it's in there.
Yeah.
Just what your buddy was saying.
Uh-huh. Because it's true. We all knew, is anybody shocked that the Avs scored 4 power play goals on 6 opportunities? No, because they're really, really good.
Is anybody
really
shocked
talented.
that Victor Olivesson finally got his first goal as an Av and then tacked on 2 more?
Yeah.
The guy's a great shooter. He's a great shooter of the puck. It's in there.
It's in there.
But I mean, that's a much needed win. And now through 11 games of the year, you have 1 regulation loss. 1. After 60 minutes of hockey, you were on the wrong end of the score. 1 time in 11 games. That's pretty good. What'd you see?
Just be careful what you text to our show. I'm not going to give names here because I don't want to mess this guy up. Good morning, Rita. We've been working with Frank to roll over my pension to our account. Just received the money yesterday. Can you please send me instructions on where and how to send a check to the two of you?
Dude, let me be Rita.
I'll take a check.
I'll be Rita.
Go. Oh,
hey, come on,
you already ruined. Somebody ruined it, sir. This is a radio station. You should have just played on.
Nelly. Hey, come on, man. I'll be your Rita. I'll take your checks.
Send it
I'll be your Rita.
Send it courtesy of Mark Moser to this router number. Hey, no,
Vic, I don't like messing with Rita and her checks, but what I have done before is sometimes we get a text at like 3 a.m. where somebody texts us and goes, "Baby, I'm coming home," or "Hey, babe, sorry, I'm late today." I'm like, let's have some fun with those.
That's still, you know how good The Hangover is, that first one especially. I think about that scene all the time, where it's Mike Epps at the end of the movie. They got Doug kidnapped.
Right.
And they bring him out and they take off the bag over his head. They're like, "That's not Doug." And Mike Epps goes, "Oh, come on, man. I'll be your Doug."
Mike Epps.
And then Galifianakis goes, "Our Doug is a white."
Doug, Mike Epps is great.
Yeah.
God, Mike Epps is funny. I did yesterday, though, go to the locker room, like you suggested, and I said,
I heard you say
just
this.
try your best and have fun.
Yeah. You said it was it Wedgie?
Well, I said it to a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
The overwhelming reaction was this, Vic. You know, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good advice.
You know what? Sometimes you just need a reminder. You're playing a silly
of
little
course,
game. Have fun.
I had to explain that that's what your brother said after his 6-year-old flag football team lost, and then he went home and chugged a bottle of Jack. Okay? Because he was so distraught. But I go to Wedgwood, and he looks at me and he goes, "What are you, a motivational speaker now?" He goes, "Are you available next Tuesday?"
I love it.
Moser, I need to bring this up because you saw it mid-call. Like, Moser is amazing. He can call a hockey game and send tweets out to people in the middle of his call. He group texted us the Giannis travel last night that was not called when he took like 18 steps, huge steps, right? You guys all saw that.
Uh-huh.
If you haven't seen it, go to Twitter. It's all over Twitter. So referees, I don't even call them referees. I call them hall monitors. Well, you know those people. You know what I'm saying? Those people. Oh, you know the difference between
technically.
Yeah. So I don't know who this guy is. They're all over the place. The NBA rule is that players can continue to take steps as the ball is spinning in their hand because the dribble has not been discontinued. The gather in this case comes when the left hand touches the ball and his left foot is on the floor. He takes 2 steps after that. That is a legal play. It's a gather. Shut up.
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on.
All of you who say that, all of you who think that, shut up. Look at the play. Be a normal human being. Be normal. Don't be that guy. Be normal. Look at the play and tell me if that's a legal play. Play it behind you.
See,
Tell me.
It was right at the end of when I went to high school where the bullying campaigns came around. I'm just going to tell you, I think we need to stuff nerds in lockers again sometimes.
You will not believe how many people
makes for a better society
are going to apply the gather rule to what Giannis showed us last night. That wasn't a travel. That was, let's hop in mom and dad's station wagon and go cross country. That's what that was. It was the most blatant thing I've seen.
It was ridiculous, Vic. I don't know how anybody can look at that. And I don't even give a rat's rip if you try to go by the rule and extrapolate
this gather
out
crap.
This gather.
The new buzzword is gather. I'll tell you what you can gather. I'll tell you what you can gather.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got the lovely bunch of coconuts.
But it's just when you see it.
All right, so here you go.
As
One
a human
dribble.
being,
here's the gather.
At the 3-point line.
2.
Look at this.
At the 3-point line.
Look at this.
4.
Look at that. Look at that.
5.
He's into the key.
6. So the gather says you can do whatever you want in a gather. So why don't you just gather all the way down the court?
That's what I was saying. Why don't you just gather, just move the ball around your hand all the way down the floor?
Hang on, Moshe. I'm going to tell you what. Give me $100 real quick.
No, man.
No. Because here's Moser's 100. Okay.
No, that is not my sport. That right there. What I just saw. That is not my sport. That is not basketball. That is crap.
So Moshe, I want you to get up out of your seat. This is a $100 bill right here. This piece of paper. Hand it to me. Oh, I didn't steal it yet.
Yeah.
I don't got possession.
Yeah.
It's not as I didn't steal your money yet.
It's so it just so how does the guy gather at or just outside of the 3-point line and then make a layup without putting the ball on the floor?
It's
impossible. I don't care how tall. Even Wembanyama couldn't do that.
We are being assaulted by these geeks. That's the problem with the rule. There are too many geeks out there who look at the letter of the law, the technicalities, and want to break it down. Know the rule. The rule. I know the rule. I looked at the play. That's a walk 100 out of 100 times.
Oh, those
Shut
guys,
up.
Those guys are the worst. The absolute worst. When everybody is kind of in agreement on something, and they go, well, you guys just don't understand the rules. And they go, okay. Every once in a while in sports, this happened with Nick Wright and Jokic when he was on that Jokic is not what you guys think thing for years until he was forced to change his mind. And, one of two things is true. You could very well be right. Or everybody else can be wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it's either you're wrong or 99% of the population's got it wrong. And I will admit that once in a blue moon, that 1% is the right one.
Do you know who did the gather? You know who's responsible for that? It's James Harden. James Harden, when he was in Houston.
The step back.
So James Harden is the father of the gather. He's the one who put it into play when he would take those crab steps backwards or whatever the hell that was, gathering the ball. I'm telling you right now, NBA, please, for the love of God, take your gather and get the hell out of here with that gather.
Well, the amount of
You're ruining the game by allowing that to happen.
Vic, the amount of abuse that the NBA takes when they don't enforce the rules like this, is it even worth it?
Not only is that a travel.
It's totally avoidable.
Not only is that look at where the ball is in the palm of his hand. That's palming. Look at, it's supposed to be under your palm when you're dribbling. Watch his right hand. Watch this. Watch where it ends up as he brings it right there. No, man. No.
It's just ridiculous.
Hey,
last thing.
Quick.
Have you seen the guys coming out now saying that clutch sports, like you can't talk about LeBron at all?
Well, Moj, we've heard a story that we're not allowed to say. Well, not that we're not allowed. We just don't want to betray a trust from somebody else. We've heard stories about what LeBron and AD did to people who worked with the Lakers.
Oh, the story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to betray anybody, but
that's
you know what I mean?
Well,
but
that's one of the reasons why when I heard that, I was like, nah, man, I'm out.
They rule with an iron fist. For nothing, by the way. It's not you didn't even wrong them in any way.
But
they can tell you get the hell out of there.
It's what's crazy is more and more people are sort of willing to tell their story or at least put it out there that you know what I've
Stephen
been
A.
talking
Smith's
to.
not afraid.
He's not.
No, Stephen A. It's because LeBron showed him up, and he's trying to prove who's got the bigger joystick. As faithful, here's your chance for unique holiday gifts. If you come to Ball Arena on Sunday, November 2nd from 2 to 4, you can purchase equipment from the Colorado Avalanche. The sale features game-used and team-issued sticks, gloves, helmets, skates, breezers, equipment bags, pucks, everything. Pricing starts at $10. The proceeds will benefit Colorado Avalanche and Kroenke Sports Charities community programs in Colorado. So it's a free ticketed event, which means it's free, but you need to go online and get a ticket to get in to participate. And you just need to Google Colorado Avalanche Equipment Sale. The link will be right there. But that is Sunday from 2 to 4 in the afternoon. Jared Bednar is going to join us at 8:40. Stick around.
There's no one patience in this world. How do we exude patience when we could call up right now and get a pizza delivered right here? You could call and get a ride waiting outside for you. Everything is expeditious in this country. Everyone wants the quick fix, the quick things. You got mail order brides too, right? You get married, right away. You could get a BBL. You could come in here flat as I don't know what, and leave thick as a Snicker. So this is a different country that we live in, man. Ain't nobody got no patience no more. I understand that, and I don't either. I don't have patience as well. I want things done right now because I'm used to getting up there working, putting in the work, and you want the results from the work you put in. It don't oftentimes work like that.
Coach Prime yesterday, I got a question surrounding that comment, which was funny. This Ozempic culture that we're in. You want to lose weight? Take a shot.
He's got a certain charm about him, does he not?
Of course. Yeah. That's not even up for debate.
I can't tell you how many times I do we were in Boston the other day, and they did the tortillas, tacos, everything but the right thing. I said everything but the right thing. I love that.
He is right. And we all kind of notice we have become way more impatient as a society. I remember I said this yesterday to Nelly, this old Louis C.K. joke where he's on a plane and some guy's connecting to the Wi-Fi on the flight. And he goes, my stupid phone's not working. And he goes, how about you give it a minute, okay? You have technology in space right now. You're 30,000 feet in the air. Give it a minute. But it's true. It's like we don't have patience anymore. As a society, we don't.
That being said,
I will say this. CU's got all the patience in the world with him. He's in the unique position to where...
They just paid him. That's why.
Well, beyond that, though, Vic, there is this feeling because of the other things that happen when Deion's there. The money that they get from Deion's presence within the program. He has as much patience as like any coach in the country.
He's earned that. He's earned the university. He's earned the athletic program tons of money that they wouldn't even see if he weren't there.
Listen,
money talks here. Dude,
yeah.
Money talks both ways. Not only has he earned them money, national television appearances, sold out stadiums, merchandise beyond belief, the amount of money that they're bringing in because of his appearance, his presence, that's there. That's real. You know what else is real? $10 million a year that they've guaranteed him.
Yeah. When I ask a question, Moj, do you have an answer for this? What would it take for CU to fire Deion? And of course, I'm not saying that they should or anything like that. That's not the point. The hypothetical that I want to say is, how bad would it have to get?
Well, their defense right now is 134 out of 136.
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
Against the run.
Yeah, run defense.
Yeah, but Vic. Right.
But how many years of 4-8 would he need to go?
I'll tell you what, I don't know, but when we get there, I'll tell you. Look, it's not even just all that stuff, Vic. It's the out-of-state money for students, too. I mean, the amount of out-of-state tuition that they can charge is unbelievable.
I think you're making a bigger deal out of that.
Hold on, though. Vic, I'm sure your wife was probably – was she ever ornery when she was pregnant or whatever?
What does it have to do with my wife here?
Okay. I'm just saying. Look, if the poor woman has to go through all the labor pains, eventually you're going to want the baby. You deal with the labor. These are labor pains for Coach Prime, right? Shador's gone. Travis Hunter's gone. You're trying to find new guys. You're trying to restock. You're trying to do this. You're trying to do that, blah, 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 blah. Eventually, you're going to want to have the baby, I think. And so that has to be part of the equation at some point. I just don't know when that is, and I'll tell you what, it's not right now.
Well, for the pure football things surrounding CU and Deion's system, like here's one thing that when I hear him talk about that, and he's admitted at the end, he goes, I'm also impatient. I want things now, like right now.
Sure.
He has the patience of a Tibetan monk when it comes to Pat Shurmur because he's been there for a minute. And that thing hasn't looked good really ever. You know what I mean? And he's continued to stick with it. He has defended him at every turn. If they do have that once-in-a-blue-moon good offensive game, one of the first things he does in the press conference is go, what, no questions about Pat today? Like, indignant about it.
You know,
I think that patience should be running pretty thin now, though. It should be. Go ahead, Vic.
Prime's work up in Boulder has elicited from me every emotion in my bank. It really has. And very rarely do coaches do this. His arrival elicited excitement. It was surprise. I thought there was no chance the Buffs were going to land Deion Sanders. In fact, I thought as much that I would walk home, and I did. I placed that bet.
Mm-hmm.
Then what he did when he first got here elicited joy because he won right away. He beat TCU in the opener. Do you believe? It was amazing. Game day was here in back-to-back weeks. It was out of this world.
Yeah.
Do you believe?
Then he elicited disappointment.
You don't believe?
Like Amazon cameras following him when he went toe-to-toe with Jay Norvell. And I saw that as a let's turn it into television moment. It seemed inauthentic to me.
Now, to be fair, that was a very two-sided thing going on there.
I understand
Just
that.
Deion.
I'm
that
just
was
giving you
a lot
what
of Norvell
emotion.
thing. Yes.
And then it went to the emotion I'm feeling now. I was also, what's the emotion when they retired those jerseys way ahead of time?
Well, it felt like
dismay.
It felt like nepotism.
Okay, whatever emotion that was. All right, then I was like, come on, man. You know, that emotion. And now, I feel almost empathetic. I'm almost sympathetic.
Can I ask you guys?
And I don't know why. I mean, because I just think I look at it and I'm like, damn. Now it's like, it's hit him.
So
this ain't as easy as it looks.
I've thought about this a lot. Did the start that he had here, the TCU win, followed by game day coming, followed by the Lil Wayne concert, followed by win. What'd they start? 4-1? Or were they 4-0? Because they were 3-0, and then I think they played Oregon and got smoked.
I'd have to, yeah.
And then they went to 4-1. Did that start almost hurt him?
Let me go back.
Because you took off.
No, they were 3-0. They got smoked by Oregon.
And then won their next game, right?
No, then they lost to USC in that 48-41
right.
crazy shootout.
That's right. But that initial start to his first season, it was so much of a rocket ship taking off. And it skewed expectations, I think, so unfairly that it almost felt like that hurt. Like it hurt him.
It wasn't just the start. It was the hype that came with the start.
Yeah.
It was the talk that came with the start.
But Vic, it was one thing like they were getting plenty of attention before that season started. We all remember that. But to beat a team that was in the national title game the year before.
At their place.
Was that?
Yeah, at
no,
TCU.
Was that neutral site? I thought it was neutral
that was
site.
at TCU.
Was it neutral site?
I thought it was neutral site.
That was at TCU.
Okay. All right. Regardless, to beat them.
Yeah, it was in Fort Worth.
Okay, got it. My bad. To beat them that first week, it took on a whole new animal because if they went out and they lost to TCU, that would have died down a little bit, right? It would have died down.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick got a lot of pub at UNC, and then they lost by a lot.
Yeah.
And then that died down in a hurry.
I look back at that first year, too. I'm looking at some of these scores. Now my memory is coming back, Vic. Talk about emotions. They get
Things
pummeled
turned at that Oregon game.
Yeah, they get pummeled.
Yeah.
They get pummeled at Oregon. But then USC's number 8 in the country, and they host USC. USC's top 10 team.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 48-41 thriller.
Against what's being argued as the best quarterback in the country, Caleb Williams.
They rallied in that game. I was at that game.
Mm-hmm.
So they win at ASU. Now they're a 4-2 football team. They lose in double overtime against Sanford, and that's where the back was broken.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, remember the lead they gave up in that game?
Well,
what was the halftime score?
Travis Hunter was hurt, and yeah.
Halftime score was 29-0.
Are you kidding me?
You're right. Then they lost at UCLA.
Well, I want you to stop for a second.
Yeah.
Stop everything. You're up 29-0 at home and you lose?
to Stanford.
Don't start counting.
Bunch of nerds.
Dude, maybe we didn't give that enough respect. That's devastating.
Yeah. Shador passed for 400 yards in that game, and they lost. Double OT. Then you lose to UCLA. You lose to Oregon State. These are all one. UCLA's that's 12 points. But one score against Oregon State.
Yeah.
Field goal against Arizona.
They fell apart. I mean,
got
they did.
blown out at Wazoo.
The issue that I think they're finding now is, he brought on all these former NFL guys, right? You got Warren Sapp, you got Marshall Faulk, you got all these different dudes that are now on the sideline that have pro experience. I think one thing, though, is pretty clear. They haven't been – can you guys give me a game in where they've out-coached their opponent? I'm not saying Dion specifically, just as a coaching staff.
Yeah, Central Florida. That was a complete game. That was a great win. On the road against a team that was supposed to be okay, and they whipped them.
That was last year.
Yeah, but they did. That was a great win.
But my point is, it hasn't happened often enough. And if that's the case, that's fine, but you need to be able to be elite in talent acquisition. And that's been their problem this year, is that it just doesn't seem like they got dudes, right? They played last week, and I get it that game was a mess from the start, but you saw a talent discrepancy on the field that was vast between those two teams. So
Dude,
if you don't have that coaching advantage, you need to be able to match at least hat for hat, and they don't got that right now either.
I'm telling you, it's a weird. I have a feeling of. I feel sympathetic. His medical issues that he's gone through. He's trying to make this work. He's putting the work in. He's working his butt off. He brought all these people in, and it just ain't working right now.
Right,
it ain't working.
We can get back to this in a little bit. We got Jared Bednar joining us at 8:40 this morning. Coverage of tonight's Nuggets game against the Pelicans on 92.5. It begins at 6:30. Pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. So another game, another opportunity tonight. You said it, Vic, that the Nuggets, are they the first team in history? Is that what it was? To score 127,
No,
at least one?
No. The second team, the old, I think it was the San Francisco, some team from
the San Francisco Warriors,
the 1962 San Francisco Warriors, I believe.
Yeah, to score at least 127
it just
in
sounds
the first
like you're
three
making
games.
stuff up.
That team, I believe that team
It was the
featured,
old San Francisco Warriors.
That team featured Wilt Chamberlain.
Wilt Chamberlain was on that team. Maybe you've heard of him, Brett. They scored 123.6 points per game until the start of the season.
I don't understand the source of your...
You
got the headphones on and everything.
You start sounding all nerdy is what you did there.
Because I referenced history from a guy who knows every scene from Band of Brothers.
If you look into a book and you realize that Wilt Chamberlain had big feet,
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
That is like the perfect voice, actually.
All right.
Do it one more time on the way to break. Say something mean. Say something mean to Vic.
Okay, Coach is coming up here in just a little bit.
Breaking news from the Broncos and Shefty.
What?
The Broncos are signing 41-year-old tight end Mercedes Lewis.
No.
Why not?
No.
Why you guess this?
He's too old to do that.
41 years old. They're signing him originally. He's going to go to the practice squad with the opportunity to promote him, of course, if they show him anything. 41-year-old Mercedes Lewis.
Little known fact, Mercedes Lewis played for the San Francisco Warriors in 1962.
He was actually a power forward at the time next to Wilt Chamberlain.
Jared Bednar next.
Coach, are you more? Hey, DMac, hang on. I'll call on you guys. Okay. DMac, go ahead.
Come on. You've been around a long time.
Shout out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. How'd you feel, Coach, about DMac just trying to jump you the second you got in that press conference room?
He got a little excited there.
Yeah. Well, the first thing I wanted to ask for you, it was an exciting game with a whole bunch of things you can discuss. Did the 56 minutes of 8-0 hockey and the joy of that outweigh the 4 minutes of being outscored 4-0?
Yeah, it did. It did. It's kind of nice to see the puck going in the net on our side of it. As a coach, when you're going through that, because I didn't love what we were doing on the defensive side of things in the first period. Like, they're a really good team, a quick team, but I just felt like on our half of the ice that we were standing around a little bit, you know, and they were there was too many close calls that I thought were going to be like dangerous plays, that we were doing a good job of breaking it up with our sticks and whatnot. And so I didn't love the first period. We talked about it in the intermission. And then the second we came out and we got more assertive, and that's what I wanted us to do, to get up, get skied, and get more assertive on our half of the rink, because I thought our forecheck was rolling pretty good. And then we started making some strange decisions. I'll just say that, and both with and without the puck, and they were capitalizing on their chances. But I liked our third. I thought it was a disciplined third, and we did a good job hanging on to the lead and securing that game.
Coach, how does a game open up like that, where every offensive possession turns into a goal or a near goal? How does that happen?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to explain, you know, like, because I don't think it was a lack of try defensively from our team, but it was, you know, like I said, it was strange decisions. I think on our side of it last night, like, I'm not so sure there wasn't some, like, fatigue. Like, guys were ready to work. They knew it was a big game. We wanted to get back on track, but coming off the road trip, like yesterday, the day off prior to the game in Jersey seemed like it just flew by after the back-to-back, and we're back at the rink and getting ready to go. And so we gave our guys off the day off today because, like, some of those decisions weren't normal. We'll go through it as a team tomorrow morning, and we're going to talk about our first 10-game segment and what we liked and what we didn't and what we need to improve on, and then we'll go have a good skeet and get ready for the back-to-back this weekend. But I'm hoping it was fatigue. I know there's some things we're going to teach and revisit that we haven't touched on enough probably since training camp. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to explain.
Coach, I'm a law of averages guy, and I knew it was only a matter of time before that power play did some good things, and obviously it did last night. Same kind of story with Victor Olivesson, only a matter of time before that shot goes in the back of the net, and it did 3 times. So how much does a night like last night, even that 4 minutes and 4 seconds aside, sort of give everybody an opportunity to take a deep breath and go, okay, this is who we are. Let's rock and roll.
Yeah, I think that can help us in a bunch of ways. You know, like I look at the power play last night, and everyone wanted to shoot it. You know, I said last night in the press conference, everyone wanted the puck, everyone wanted to shoot the puck, and we were blasting away. And we go get a bunch of goals. And Ole's been shooting the puck. He's been doing some good things, and he's a big part of the power play, and then also 5-on-5, and he can rip it. And he finds the back of the net to gain some confidence. And that can work for you, and that can carry over going into this weekend. You know, you just keep the same mentality. Well, the coaching staff will try and stress the right things to our group, and, you know, they'll be able to see it on video tomorrow, and you're thinking, well, it's been ice cold, and last night it was red hot. So hopefully we take a little bit about what we did last night and start carrying it over as part of the identity of the group.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, with us as he is every Wednesday, and they're always brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. This is a veteran-laden team, but you do have some young guys on the roster, Bardakov, Brindley, even Drury's only 25 years old. What do you think about the play of some of the younger guys in the group?
I thought those guys were outstanding last night. Yeah, like they've been kind of, depending on the night, we've been trailing here a little bit lately, so they've been getting a few less minutes than what I would like, and trying to use them as much as possible. And their line, Parker, Kelly, Bartikoff, and Brindley had a meeting with Hackstall yesterday in the morning, and Dave went through a bunch of things with them and trying to get them all on the same page and where they can spend some more time in the offensive zone. And they felt good about the meeting when they walked out, and then they played amazing last night, and they helped get it started for us offensively. And like the bulk of their time on the ice was in the offensive zone, creating chaos at the net front of the opposition. And I love seeing that out of that line, because I think they'll go through that game with them again to show them what they did so well. And I think it's repeatable from that line. They're all three really hard-working guys, never going to cheat you on their effort, and they all have enough skill to help make things happen offensively. And they're responsible guys on the defensive side too. So I thought those two guys especially were really good last night.
No offense to guys who have been called up before, guys who have made the team before, and so on. But I feel like I notice those guys almost every night, Coach. And I'll focus specifically on Brindley, where he's making some really heady veteran plays to spring a guy, or to do this, or to do that, or to read the play and make the pickoff and then get a chance at scoring. I mean, it feels like his game is really coming. Bartikoff, obviously, with a goal last night, but his physical game is starting to be there as well. That these guys are not just sort of plug-ins; these guys are doers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no question. And that's what, like, there may come a time where everyone's healthy, and we see, maybe they're in or out of the lineup. Who knows? Time will tell. But they're on our roster because they made our team, not because of injuries. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
It's different than losing a bunch of guys and calling guys up, and you need that kind of depth too, and we have it. But these two guys were impressive in training camp, and they won roster spots, and they're showing you why. Like, I think if I play Brins more, he's going to do more. It's just hard when you have lines structured and got good depth. Like everyone on our team, and I hope everyone on our team is sitting there going, "Geez, I wish I had just a couple more minutes of ice time." That's a good thing. I don't want one or two guys feeling that way. I'd rather have the whole team feeling that way, So they stay hungry, but you're right. They're making things happen. Like Brindley, I think, power play, penalty kill, he can do all of it. And Barty's still getting used to the details on the penalty kill. He can pick up more minutes there. So there's strengths to these guys' game, and they're starting to show. And it might not be every night where they're on highlight reels, but they're chipping in. Otherwise, we wouldn't be winning.
You're among the league leaders in points. I don't need to tell you that. There are 5 teams with 16 points. I couldn't imagine where you'd be if maybe you took a couple of those points in overtime. Is the overtime and the fact that you've got 4 of them and you've yet to win one of those overtimes, is it just luck? Is it just we got to regather ourselves? What is it?
Yeah, I know everyone freaks out over this all the time, and we've gone in ebbs and flows with it, but so we have 2 overtimes and 2 shootouts. So shootout, I mean, you can flip a coin. We're not a very good scoring shootout team, and that's why we have 2 shootout losses. Like, I don't care who I shoot, who they are, what their record is. It's like we're not really a great scoring team in the shootout. So we have 2 losses there, which is, again, for a coach, it's a flip of a coin. When you go to overtime, we have 1 bad decision up ice that gave up an odd man rush almost immediately in the Utah game, and they scored on it. And then we talked about it, and then we came back the next overtime game and kind of did everything right, and we had a breakout that we, put up in the air to one of our guys, and it hit him, and then it bounced into the middle of the rink, and we recovered, and they shot it off our stick in the top corner. So it's a turnover now, so it's not lack of effort. We did everything right to check it back, and then we turned it over, passing it to ourselves because it got deflected into our guy's chest. So I mean, I can't say like it's not effort, because we did have one effort play and one back checking play that cost us, and the second one was a little bit unlucky. So to me, it's too small a sample size yet to get all worked up about it. It's not like we're not paying attention to it, but I'm not getting worked up over it. It's kind of the same as the power play, just kind of finding its footing over the first 10 games.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, with us. Just curious, you're few games into the season now. How would you evaluate Landy and his return so far?
I think he's been good. I think that he's still working on the pace and quickness in the game, and on some days it looks perfectly normal. On other days, the pace seems like it's not quite there. But on all the nights, like his consistency, his detail, the heaviness that he plays with down low and net front, and offensively under the tops of the circles, I think his stick's been amazing on the forecheck and breaking plays up. There's so many things that he's been doing right, and then I'm seeing flashes, more and more of the pace and ability to pick his way through opposition in the neutral zone and create some chances off the rush. I'm seeing a little bit more of it on some nights than other nights. So I think that's perfectly normal. You miss that much time. Now you're playing every day, practicing all the time. That there's likely a little bit of fatigue, but he's feeling good when it comes to the knee. And I think you got to start getting reps in and reps in and reps in to keep getting the pace up, and that's what he's doing. So I like what he's been doing as a leader of our team. There's no question, and there's certain parts of his game that I think are really strong right now, and some that need to continue to develop here.
Caught you last night. I'm going to let you know a little secret. Maybe that camera that sits between the benches. And when Olivesson scored, I think it was his hat-trick goal, Coach Hackstall looked at you, and you kind of looked at him, and you gave, I think your mouth moved a tiny bit toward a smile.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw
did you see that too, Vic?
I saw it.
Just a tiny bit. I said, I gotcha. Johnny was talking about something, or Riker was, or whatever. I'm like, there it is right there. I mean, that had to feel good, right?
I think, yeah. I'm not going to lie to you. I gave it a couple fist pumps on the bench last
really?
night in the first two goals. Well, I was so happy for, number one, the power play to get rolling. So that was, pretty exciting. And then Olivesson and was another one. And I think the one you caught me smiling on the hat-trick goal, I'll fill you in on a little story here. Mac completely called his shot on that pass before it happened. So that's how intelligent he is and how much he cares, and he's digging in, right? He says on the bench, he'd be ass hacking. He's like, hey, when we do the tag up and I go to Ole's side and Ole passes it down to me, if that's Dylan, their defenseman, he's going to run back to the net. Do you think I can get it back to Olivesson for a good flank attack shot? And we're like, yeah. It's going to be hard righty to lefty kind of thing. You're both going to have to get outside quite a ways and then to get into a good spot of the ice without them deflecting it. And he pulls out he's a little inside, but he throws it behind his back to Olivesson, and it's in the back of the net almost immediately. And we're like, well, I guess that'll work. So we got pretty excited on that for Ole and for Mac to kind of see it and read it, and they see it on the iPad, and he knows what he's feeling, and then he executes it right away as soon as they get out there. So it's pretty impressive.
Two quick things for you, Coach. Number one, I know that Sammy G's week to week. Is there any update on that?
They're both coming this weekend on the road with not the intention to play, though. So they've been skating with the team, and now we're going. We'll have, they're both early games, so not a bunch of time on the ice with the team, but they'll go on, and we'll have a couple of healthy extra guys that will go on. And so, yeah, I don't have a firm timeline, but we're still thinking like early November here. And O'Connor's the same. Like both those two guys seem like they're trending onto the same sort of timeline here.
And then finally, because it's another day game, how do you celebrate Nevada Day when you're in Nevada?
I don't.
Coach, listen, we were talking about it, and we think it's very important. No matter what happens in Vegas and in San Jose, back-to-back day games, no matter what happens, I think it's important to pass on to your team, win or lose, it's important to have fun. And I hope
try
you
your best.
pass that on.
Hey, try your best and have fun.
I'm going to tell you, Coach, Moser said that to a few guys before the game, and then the power play got rolling. I think our advice might have worked.
I think it is important. You know, like I believe that. Like I've seen our team, like not stressed because of like expectations, but just because of the way lots of our guys are wired. That like it's just like business uptight, you know, and that's not. I mean, it's great to have a really good focus, but you also want to be loose, right? Loose is fast, and so you got to play with great detail, and you have to have great focus. But like when it comes to game time, you also got to be relaxed and feeling it to kind of hit your stride, you know. And having fun is part of that, you know. It really is, and that's why I don't mind a game like last night and everyone feeling good about scoring. Yeah, we'll go through the defensive side, and I can get on guys tomorrow. But in the moment, feel good about what you're doing. And, you know, it's especially over the course of an 82-game season, it's too long not to have fun.
Yeah, screw that. I don't care if you're miserable. Just win.
Come on, man. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every week. Coach, congrats on the win last night. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. It sounds like me and Vic's advice is what the coach would say to him. That's what it sounds like to me.
He took that to heart, that having fun thing.
Yeah.
Just try hard, or no, try your best and have fun.
Try your best and have fun. That's all that matters in sports.
I'm going to say that to you in the first tee next time. See how that works out for you.
As I
bang
duck,
bang
hook
off a Hyundai.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Oh, my God. Vic, he's singing his stupid Avalanche went to Georgia song, whatever the hell that is, over and over again to me.
No, the Devils went to Colorado. They were looking for a game to steal.
It's enough.
They were in a bind because they were way behind. They're willing to make a deal.
Mute him, Nelly. Mute him.
Shut me off.
Oh, shut him off. Shut me off. So, if you missed any of that conversation with Jared Bednar,
Yes, please stop.
you can check that on the podcast shortly. It was a fun little story that he said he had the little Mona Lisa smile going on after that hat trick from Olivesson because Nate called it. He's like, I think that if we do this, this will end up in the back of the net. And sure as hell it did. Why? McKinnon's pretty smart. I don't know if people know that, but
I love hearing that because so many times when you're watching these games, you're thinking things unfold just on the fly via reflex, instinct, right? Like, oh, I'm just going to pass it here. They thought that out.
Yeah.
And that was designed.
Mm-hmm.
That was a design play.
I've always wondered, like, when an offensive coordinator draws up, like, a trick play, or we've heard this before. It's like, you ever heard a quarterback say something like, oh, I knew when we called that in the huddle, it was going to be a touchdown. Like, well, how do you know that in the huddle? But it's got to be that same sort of feeling of, I drew something up specifically for this defense in this game plan, and it worked, and I knew it was going to work, and how cool that must feel. Like, all of the things that I thought were going to happen exactly. You have to feel like a fortune teller.
You know, I talked about McKinnon's first power play goal. He bams it high. Avs retrieve back to McKinnon, low, 5-hole. I mean, you keep Markstrom guessing, right? How about Olivesson last night? Blocker, glove. Boom, boom, boom. Keep them guessing, Vic. Always keep them guessing.
Hey,
which is why it's so crazy, though, that the Avs are not that good in the shootout. Breaking news, yes.
Some breaking news here. I don't have the number yet. So it looks like not only did the Broncos sign Mercedes Lewis that I want to get to in a second, but just coming from Adam Schefter, the Lions and Aiden Hutchinson have reached a 4-year contract extension. They haven't gotten the numbers yet. What do you think the number is per year?
One more time?
I think Hutchinson and the Lions, 4-year contract. They haven't said the number yet. What do you think it is? Because I think the top of the market's 41.
40. It's got to be, at least 40 per.
Yeah, what's Myles Garrett?
I think he's 40 even.
Yeah, I think he's 40, straight up.
Highest paid edge rushers. So remember, I'm going to bring this up to say Nick Bonito signed for 30 a year.
Mm-hmm.
30.
You got a deal.
So the highest average right now, Micah, who just got paid, is 46.5 per year. 46.5.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to see that.
I don't think so either.
I'm going to go 38.
I bet you it's 40.
Because
what they got right now is the top 3 are Micah's getting 46.5, TJ Watt's 41, and Myles Garrett is 40. And then both Daniel Hunter and Max Crosby are getting 35.5. I bet you it's 40. But I'm only saying this to tell you. Think about the wizardry of getting Nick Bonito at $30 million a year.
So, again,
You know
sometimes
what I mean?
it's best to do it early before they really pop. And he's popped again.
Popped.
It's also like we always give credit to...
But it's a risk, right? It's a risk. Sometimes you
yeah.
go early and you're like, why'd you pay him all that money?
It's a credit to George Payton for getting that done, right? It's also, you got to credit the player for being willing to take it.
And credit the player for not shutting it down after getting paid.
Nick Bonito's still one of the best in the league.
His motor's only gotten revved up even more.
Okay, so as we await the number, that'll come out shortly, I assume.
So Mercedes Lewis is here.
Why did you say no?
Well, he's 41 years old, bro.
Yeah.
And typically, unless you're Tom Brady or Aaron, guys don't play in the NFL past the age of 40.
Hey,
Moshe, how many times do I have to tell you I was at my athletic peak in my 40s?
Okay.
No. I think you're confusing something. Can I help you?
Mm-hmm.
Mercedes Lewis is here to be a tackle, not a tight end. He's a tight end playing tackle. He's here to block. Because what do the Broncos have trouble with in the bubble screen game?
Blocking it. It's not completing the pass. It's blocking it after the pass is complete.
I would be surprised. I haven't looked this up. I'm going to look it up in a second. I would be surprised if Mercedes Lewis has 10 catches in the last 3 years.
And they took their guy Palczewski and made him a guard.
Yeah. Their little extra offensive lineman deal.
Let me tell you who was in the National Football League the year that Lewis was born. He's a guy still earning a paycheck in the NFL.
When Mercedes Lewis was still playing?
And then when he was born.
When he was wait, what now?
When he was born.
I
So he's
almost
41
nailed
years
it.
of age.
I almost nailed it. In the last 3 years, Mercedes Lewis has a combined 11 catches.
Good job, Brett.
He's here to block, not to catch the football. By the way, Moshe, you know what he's also done at 41 years old? He's played in all 17 games each of the last 4 seasons. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Ken Stabler was still in the National Football League.
Wow.
Jan
a Marlboro.
Jan Stenerud was in the National Football League.
Yeah, but this is when they were born. I mean, come on.
His name was Jan.
Jim Hart was in the National Football League.
Can you tell me the team Jim Hart played for
Yeah,
there?
the Cardinals. Oh,
not you.
Crap, sorry.
I would have said Brown.
Okay, so he's in here to block. Okay, good. Sounds great.
Just keep doing oldie players. See if we can identify teams.
Who's the oldest player to ever play in the National Football League, Brett? Don't look.
I'm not. I'm.
I know this.
It's an easy one. He retired just before the age of
He was
49.
a Raider. He was a Raider.
Correct.
So it's got to be a specialist?
Well, no. He was in the league.
Oh, Blanda.
Yeah. 26 seasons George Blanda played football as a quarterback and a kicker.
Who's the second oldest? I think the second oldest is also a Raider.
Your mom.
Don't do it back. Don't do it back.
Great tackle.
That's a setup.
Comeback player of the year in 1947.
She immigrated from Villa San Miguel to play tackle in the National Football League. No, your mother's an absolute saint. I love your mother.
I don't know this to be fact, but isn't the Raiders quarterback Vince
Ferragamo?
No, he was with Rams.
Evans? Vince?
Vince Evans Vince Evans was old.
Yes.
Would he
look up Vince Evans'
Warren
age?
Moon? I mean, but these are quarterbacks playing because they can. Warren Moon played till he was 40. Quarterbacks.
Well, how old was Jerry Rice? He was in his 40s.
Yeah, but boy, when he came to the Broncos, he was nothing.
Well, he's in the league.
Nah, he didn't. He retired right away.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
Vince, you know what, Vic? Vince Evans was 40.
God,
if
it
he
felt so
played
old
today,
back then.
if he played today, he'd have another 5 years left on his career.
Was he just 40?
It's 40 when his last year.
I relay my story to you when I was a child. I was 12. My brother was 8. My
Mercedes Lewis goes.
My dad had what are those little things called that go through your kidney stones? He had kidney stones, so he's in the hospital. He's 44 years of age, and I remember turning to my brother saying, "Yeah, that's about it. It's old man.
It's about time."
Oh my God. Oh my Lord!
Because when you're that age, you think 44. You're like, it's about that time.
Better prepare. Better find.
Start making arrangements.
Yeah,
it's about that time, kid.
What are you laughing about? Brett goes to me this morning, and this happens. So I want to talk to all the youngins out there, and I want some confirmation, please.
This is bad. Yeah, this is bad.
I want some confirmation on the text line. So what's the text line number, please?
303-504-0925.
303-504-0925. I describe aging like this. When you get into your 30s, you start to have little malfunctions that you can't explain.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you hurt your wrist, Brett, putting up the shower curtain rod.
No, it was the same thing I'm feeling right now.
Okay.
But I didn't do that.
I know. I understand. So Brett goes, I don't know what is wrong. He goes, I can't make a fist. When I make a fist, my whole hand is hurting.
My knuckles hurt when I go like this.
I said, what'd you do? He said, I didn't do anything.
I did nothing. I worked out the last couple of days, but I do that occasionally enough to where that shouldn't be a problem.
But the point is, I went down the stairs the other day and my knee goes, and now it's good. But you get these little malfunctions. You wake up from sleeping and you're
That's
like,
the thing. You wake up with injuries.
What happened to me?
No, that's what it was. I felt nothing yesterday. I woke up this morning.
And how old are you?
I pushed off my bed and I go, ow.
Yeah.
How old are you?
Or no, I went,
ah. No, you went, ow. Ow.
As one of our colleagues says on a commercial, I went, ah.
How old are you?
35. I'll be 36 in December.
I'm not joking. I was, from 35 to 45, was probably my elite athletic peak.
All right. I'm just telling you right now, man, when you when you start to have these little malfunctions, you just know, dude. It's your body.
It's time.
Yes,
it's time.
It's time. The old man has kidney stones. Better put him down like a Labrador.
I'm gonna go to my wife. I'm gonna try and make it for my new baby girl's birth.
I'm not joking. My brother and I joke about it. I spoke to him in hushed tones. I was like, "Yeah, Dad's up there."
Why can't hushed tones ever be a good thing? Hushed tones are always bad. It's like this guy over here. Look at him. He can't even get out of bed.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
So
Why can't they say something like, man, this guy over here, great set of pecs on that guy. Why can't you do it?
This guy.
Oh, anyway.
Slow healer.
Listen, so Lewis is here to block. That's his
Keys fall in the car. You reach over to grab him. That's not the sound you make. What is the sound you make? What is it?
Yeah, we go,
Ow! Like when a hillbilly gets hit with a golf. When a hillbilly gets hit with a golf ball. Ow! So he's here to block. Okay, great. Block. The running game. The running game's already third in the National Football League, Brett. So this is specifically for the. Is this Sean Payton's defiance on the bubble screen game?
I think this is like it can help your screen game. That's what I'm talking about.
All right.
Well, the mad scientist lost Kroll, right? He's gone.
Yeah.
IR. By the way, the report on PS2, if you haven't heard, they're not going to place him on IR. They're not. They're hoping not
Which
to.
is the best case scenario.
Yeah,
Best
so
case
that would
scenario.
mean, all right, so he misses this week, likely to miss next week.
But he's back for the Chiefs? Back for the Chiefs?
I doubt it, but hopeful for that. And then after that Chiefs game, ready to roll. You'd love to have him for that Chiefs game, though.
Well,
that's the
because
one that,
when I look
God,
at,
you'd love to have him.
When I look at Rice and Worthy and Brown and Kelsey and Mahomes spreading the ball all over the place, I almost feel like you have to have him because I think that is an accident waiting to happen if he cannot go against Kansas City.
So,
because you would admit, Rashee Rice, we didn't think it was going to be the case, but with Rashee Rice coming back, how much has he opened it up for everybody?
They're certainly better. Like,
well, yeah, they are.
They're definitely better than what they were earlier in the year. Now we'll get back to this in a second. I do want to get to the Nuggets tonight as well, taking on the Pelicans. But there is something like we're fortunate around here that, for the most part, everybody seems to love the ownership of these teams that we have, and the Broncos certainly got a good one. Like, they have really good owners. There's an owner in the NFL that is terrifying me. Like, horrifying me. That we'll get to in just a second. Stick around.
Dead or alive.
Hey, want to get to the Nuggets in a second. I got a couple of tidbits of NFL news. One of them is weird. But we would all agree the Broncos ownership situation is pretty damn good, right?
Very good.
One of the best in the league.
What do you say? Jimmy Haslam saying I didn't want to draft him.
No, I'm going to say this. You know who's terrifying me, and I think might be the most serious football owner in all of sports right now, is Irsay's daughter in Indianapolis.
Oh, she's not messing around, bro.
She is taking that as seriously as any owner in the NFL right now.
She's that student in class taking notes all the time.
I love it, by the way. I love seeing that. That she's taking notes on the sideline. She holds these press conferences, and I mean, she is super in tune with every aspect of what her team is doing. I think it's really cool.
Carly Irsay Gordon.
She's listening to the mics, the quarterback mic
Yeah.
during the game, the play call. I think it's, dude, that would be awesome to hear that.
How many owners do that, by the way? Is she like the only one that is that into like the actual game day stuff?
I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
I've never seen an owner on, I mean, she's on the field listening to the play call.
Yeah.
And she's got her notepad.
It's like, every other owner is in a luxury suite, right? Sucking down Bud Lights and tacos.
That's
you know what I
what I'd
mean?
be.
Like, I would too.
Tortillas? Tortillos?
I'd look around, I'd look at George Payton and be like, you got this, right? Because I'm going to go have a couple drinks. And
Crush me a tortillo.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, you're right about that. And apparently she's drawing, look, I guess her team loves her. Okay.
They should. I would love an owner that cares that
You
much.
know what I love about it? It's the first rule of leadership. I know what I don't know. And she's trying to learn.
Exactly.
Love it.
And but you know, the Penners did that too. They didn't know what they didn't know at the beginning. And now they know a hell of a lot more. They jumped in feet first, and it's awesome. But I'll say this, if you're left a football team, okay, and or if your father unexpectedly passes, unfortunately, and you're left a football team, I think if you're the one that did the passing, this is exactly what you would hope would happen with an offspring. Male or female, doesn't matter. She's kicking butt.
By the way, details are out. $45 million a year for Aiden Hutchinson.
You're
Holy
kidding
moly.
me.
Just $1 million less than what Micah made?
$15 million more per season than Nick Bonito.
That's crazy, dude.
Wow.
Now, from my perspective, whatever it takes to get that deal done, you get it done.
Well, yeah,
Aiden
because
Hutchinson's amazing.
That's your boy.
Well, he's also he leads the league in pressures. Like he's really good and deserving of an extension. But you put it side by side, $15 million more per year than Nick Bonito?
I know tomorrow on the program we're going to talk a lot of Broncos as we get ready for this Texans game, and this is not going to be easy. That line has already swung. Go ahead.
Nick Bonito,
yeah,
slated to be on our post-game show Monday night, next Monday night at Ball Arena.
Absolutely love it. That line has already swung from Broncos as a road favorite now to a road dog. The Texans have the number one defense in the National Football League, not only in yards allowed, but in scoring defense at just over 14 per, right? Not quite 15 per. That's crazy. So I know we'll get to more of that tomorrow, maybe even a little bit today too. Yeah, I couldn't help but notice this.
Hey, just one last thing really quick. Just a quick 30-second thing. Malik Neighbors had his ACL surgery yesterday. They had to wait for the swelling to go down, I guess, for all these weeks, and then they finally got it done.
Okay.
How'd you feel about this? Who does Malik Neighbors play for?
The Giants.
According to Dan Duggan of The Athletic, the surgery was performed by Cowboys team physician Dr. Dan Cooper.
HIPAA sucker.
Whoops. Accidentally cut into the wrong lane.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. How would you feel? Oh, God forbid.
To have the Avs team surgeon operate on the Vegas Golden Knights?
Yeah.
Dallas Stars?
Tell you what, Patrick Mahomes, he had an Achilles. And the Broncos team physician is doing the surgery.
I got this, guys.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, did it remain pulled pork? I thought I fixed that. My bad. I'm just saying it's weird. Go ahead, Mo.
I couldn't help but notice this. What do you guys feel about Phil Jackson?
What do you mean, what do we feel?
How do you feel about Phil Jackson? What do you think of Phil Jackson?
I think Phil was a good manager of egos. He was handed more talent than any coach in the history of basketball.
Okay.
I think it's a very accurate way to put it. I would have said the same thing.
Well, you realize Phil hates Carmelo Anthony.
Well, it's one of the reasons why Phil was forced out of the game.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
He has a new book coming out, and he said he sat down with Dolan and said, look, we both can't be here, so I'm going to go. It's probably best that I go because they didn't buy out Anthony. The crazy part is after Phil left the New York Knicks, they traded Melo 3 months later to the Oklahoma City Thunder. But Phil Jackson, who's one with Jordan, obviously, one with the Lakers, obviously, and Shaq and Kobe and all those egos over, he couldn't handle Carmelo Anthony. I just find that interesting.
You mean ego-wise?
One of the greatest coaches in the history of the game says, you know what? One of us has to go. I cannot work with this guy.
So he got...
And I don't think it's any coincidence.
So he got Kobe to buy in, Michael, obviously, Shaq, but couldn't get Melo to buy into his, the triangle offense, defense, what was it?
Yeah, I mean, look, that Lakers team wasn't without their own sort of inner turmoil within that roster. I mean, they managed it. They won championships.
All right, so that's all I'm saying.
Hey, aren't I supposed to set up this game tonight?
I don't like when you demand things. I was actually just going to do it, but now I want to wait.
Go ahead, wait. I'm trying to help you out. You're the traffic cop here. I'm trying to help you with traffic.
I don't want to give you your request.
Then I won't do it.
Request denied.
To be honest with you, I kind of want to hear what he has to say.
Don't worry, Vic. I got this.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Game tonight, 7 o'clock, Nuggets at Pelicans. Your keys to the game. Try your best and have fun.
Yeah. Accurate. Nikola Jokic has 167 career triple-doubles, third, chasing down Oscar Robertson for second. Of those 167, the most of those triple-doubles have come against which team?
I would say it's probably, since you're setting it up, the New Orleans Pelicans.
Yes, he's got 12 against the Pels, including 6 of the last 7.
Well, he hasn't played them enough. He played the Pels a lot.
12 against the Pels alone. That's one thing going into tonight's game. The other thing, too, is this. I find this very curious, and I love it because balance is what he's looking for. It's what Adelman's looking for. It's what the Nuggets need. Balance, right? Balance scoring. First time since Joker was a rookie that he has not led his team in scoring in any of the first 3 games. It's been somebody else every time.
And we look at that as a good thing.
I agree.
And
That's a great thing.
I think that on most teams with a 3-time MVP superstar player, that player would be mad that he's not leading his team in scoring. He didn't give a rat's rip.
Balance, baby. Balance. Somebody, step in and do your thing. And they've had somebody every single game.
And credit Jamal with having a great start to the year to help that out a little bit, too, after AG's 50-piece.
By the way, Jamal Murray, in games that he plays, his best winning percentage comes against?
I'm going to guess, since you set it up this way, the Pelicans.
The Magic.
Oh, mother trucker. Why'd you do that to me?
I just think we should set things up that way now.
All right, I got one
the
for
old
you.
Bait and switch. All right, there you go. Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza.
Let me pull.
Where you get,
Go ahead.
Where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
All right, I didn't get much sleep last night, so I apologize. I'm kind of scattered right now. And I'm still working out lyrics to my Devils went to Colorado looking for a game to steal.
Can we just start doing that, though? Just set somebody up for what feels like an obvious answer and then just rip the rug out from under them?
Let me pull a Vic Lombardi. Now, Vic, why do you think it is that Joker has had the most triple-doubles against New Orleans Pelicans? Now, I know, but I'm curious to see how your brain works, why you think the Joker has the most triple-doubles against the Pelicans.
My brain would tell me it's a lot coincidence. They play him more than any Eastern Conference foe. I don't know.
All right, shut him off. Shut him off. It's
Please
because
inform me.
It's because the Pelicans have sucked.
I think that's pretty.
Yeah, but he's played
accurate.
worse teams.
No, he's right. He's right. It's because the Pelicans have been terrible. I mean,
Now, I know what the answer is. I'm just curious as to how your brain works.
Coincidence? It says, I believe it's that when the equinox hits, the coincidence of the triple doubles come into play.
No, bro, they stink, and they've stunk for a long time. Every good player has forced his way out of there. They don't win a lot of games. They're winless.
That's neat.
They're winless to start the year this year. It's easy for the big fella to go feed at the trough. That's my theory.
Yeah, it's not even close, by the way. The next closest he has is 8. So he has 8 against the T-Wolves, Thunder, Warriors, Bucks, and Clippers. God, dude, he plays against Milwaukee? Jokic gets a triple-double
machine.
8. He's had 8 of those in 18 games against them.
Yeah. And he's had a couple there. He had one before half. He had 2 of them before the fourth. Yeah, he eats.
Does he have one against every team in the league now?
That's the question I was going to pose. I don't know if there's one still outstanding or not. There was one outstanding last year, and I don't know if he got that crossed off
I thought that was the Wizards. I thought that was the Wizards game.
Did he cross it off the list?
Yes, he's got one against them now. I think so. I can't see the full list here.
Dan Hyatt's going to help me out here. Here we go.
Come on, Dan.
All right, Dan, help me out. Is there a team? Here are the most 3-point triple-doubles he's had. New Orleans 12, Sacramento 10, Milwaukee 8, Golden State 8, Minnesota 8, OKC 8, the Clippers 8. And yes, according to Dan, he has a TD against all 29 NBA teams.
So he doesn't have it against the Nuggets.
Except the Nuggets.
Last step. You know what? At the end of his career for a game, we trade him to somebody else just for a game. And then they trade him back. And then he puts up the triple-double, and then he can say it. We allow him.
So, yesterday or last game is the 10-year anniversary of his debut as a Denver Nugget against
Charlotte Hornets.
I was hoping you guys would say New Orleans.
Who is it?
Houston.
Has it been 10 years already?
Yeah.
No way.
I asked this. It's funny because I asked this to Bednar.
No way.
Yeah, 10 years like that.
No way.
You don't think of it that way. The Avs they're an older team. Like, the Avs are an older team.
I think their average age is like 28.6 or something.
The fact that, like, Gavin Brindley at 21 years old is really young in comparison to the guys who are your marquee names on that roster. Same thing with the Nuggets. They are not a young team anymore, and I keep kind of thinking of them as like they're a younger team. They aren't. They aren't at all.
Well, I mean, in NBA parlances, yeah. But in human years, they're very young. I mean, Cale Makar.
Well, thanks.
Cale Makar's 20.
It's a sports show.
McKinnon's 30. I'm just like,
what an observation.
You just called Mercedes Lewis like a cadaver at 41.
Well, I mean,
and I didn't do that to you.
Okay.
Well, actually, Mose, in human years, he's
Duh.
You know what? It's so funny. Like we talk about this often. The years from like 2005 to 2015, I don't even know what they are. What? Moj,
repeat what you just said. Say it again.
The years 2005 to 2015, like that decade there.
Yeah, what happened?
For me,
what happened there?
It's like I don't remember anything in life.
It's like a Jay-Z song, a housing crisis.
Peyton Manning arrived, and that's about it. That's all I remember.
And then it was 30. And then it just happened, just like that.
My biological clock is ticking like this.
We won the DAC Monday Night League in 2014.
Shut him off. Shut me off.
Cool, Carl.
That's another one of those. Every time I hear it, it kills me. Because you were just on one that day, and then you yell, shut him off. And I go, who? You and me. Shut me off.
I was having a dumb day. You know something? Again, I'll be doing the show from Vegas tomorrow.
On Nevada Day.
No, that's Friday's Nevada Day. I'm going down a day early. But it's 6 a.m. Vegas time, right?
Yeah.
And so it's this time of year when you start to not get a whole lot of sleep like you typically did in the summertime and whatnot. And so now the season has started. You're 11 games in. Now you're getting back used to that. Okay, I've got to get up at 5, in the morning and do the show, blah, 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 and listen to you guys. So we're starting to get into that silly time for old Moj. By the time we get to like the new year, or especially February, the groove is back. Big time groove back, no problem at all. But this is the time of year where you get Moj, who's not, my brain doesn't,
All right, let me exercise your brain.
We could do what Good Morning Football is doing and playing Pictionary right now if you would like to.
I'll pass.
Let me exercise your brain a little bit. Dan just sent me this trivia question. Great trivia question. On the heels of all this Joker.
You know what, Dan? Calm down. Don't distract Vic. Okay?
On the heels of all this triple-double talk. There are 2 players in the National Basketball Association who have triple-doubles against all 30 teams. Who are they?
One of them's Russell Westbrook.
Ding.
LeBron.
Ding. Yeah, Dan, try harder next time, dude.
God, Hyatt, this is kiddie stuff. What are you doing?
Good for you, bud.
It's LeBron's 47th year in the league. He's played for 15 different teams. I think he's got a few.
You like getting nailed by the king?
Hey, just quickly, what do you guys make of these numbers? Maybe nothing. Just throwing them out there. World Series TV viewership for the first 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
In the United States, it's 12.6 million.
No way. No.
What do you mean, no way? Like, you think
that's not? Then there's more people watching. That's not. No, that's not.
Vic's saying it's too. You're saying it's too high, Vic?
That's too low. More people than 12 million watching the game. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
In a country with 350 million people, you got 12 watching the game, the World Series?
Nah, I ain't buying it.
Well, I think
go back, do your research.
I think these are averages during the game. I don't think this is like just total people through 2 games tallied up. Japan's at 10.7.
Oh, my God. There you go.
With Shohei.
Where's Canada at?
7.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
That's like a fourth of their population.
Think about that. If those numbers are true, and I think they're suspect, the viewership for a World Series game is on par with a CU football game.
Okay, well,
there were times where
the NBA Finals last year averaged 10.2.
Wow.
I don't think it's that. I actually thought it was quite a bit, to be honest with you. I thought it could have been worse.
Percentage of population-wise, though, it's embarrassing.
Just get a random college football game.
Stanley Cup final.
7? 6?
4.2.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually think it's a pretty big number.
All right, what about my DAC championship game 2014?
0. You don't count. You know what? Do they count the players in the game? Do they count that towards viewership? Like, is Shohei a viewer to the world? He kind of is. He's kind of a viewer.
Man. You know, there are so many people watching these games on their phones and stuff. I know that Nielsen came up with a new rating system. They allowed the digital and the bars and all this stuff. But you know what? I don't even care. I don't care.
About?
Ratings. I think they're just too easy to skew, to manipulate. I don't believe them. Never have.
Okay.
I don't.
All right.
That's my thought on that.
All right. Thank you.
No, don't start counting.
I'm going to start doing that all the time. You know what? Moser, I hate beats. Beats, just not good.
You and me both, brother. You know who loves beats?
It's my thought on that.
My wife does.
Last thing. My wife loves beats.
So does my wife.
And when I get home sometime, like let's say I'm home after a game, and I see like something wrapped up in tinfoil in the fridge, and I'm like, oh, I bet that's a meatball. Oh, I bet that's something that's something good. And I open it up, it's a beet. Dude, the level of disappointment, and I know they're good for you, and I know I should be eating beets, but I hate beets.
The beet business, the beets, big reason, the quick trivia, big reason why the mafia became a centerpiece in Pueblo in the early Prohibition era, because they started making alcohol with beets down there, and it turned into a mecca for organized crimesters.
Well, that's how I feel about that.
I know I've discussed this on the show before, but just quickly before we get the break, I have to let out a personal problem that I'm having. I make food on Sunday to last a few days. Big leftover guy here. And it's for one purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to grab something out of the fridge and eat it. I will eat a burger cold. I don't care. I don't even waste the time to heat things up.
What's that? Let me guess. Your pregnant wife's eating everything.
No.
I don't.
Oh. The problem is she's not. She's like not hungry. Like this child is taking her need to eat for some reason. Like nothing tastes good to her. So the things that we are eating are bland stuff that I can't just take out of the fridge and snack. And it's really bothering me. Well, why don't you make some eggs? I'm like, I know this takes 5 minutes. I don't know how to describe this to you. Don't got time for the 5 minutes. Don't want to do it. Don't got time for it. Don't know what to tell you. Anyway.
Awesome.
That's my thought on that. Fact checker.
Good thought.
Fact checker next.
Mark Moser here, and I'm going to ask you a question. If you've been thinking about a mountain property, have you thought really hard about it? Second home rental, even a dream home? I'm going to give you a phone number here in just a moment, so get ready to write it down or type it into your phone. You're going to need an absolute professional with personalized guidance and exceptional service. Well, I know the person, and her name is Anastasia Bell. She's an awesome agent. Great name, too, right? A broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge, and her market expertise and experience is impressive. You'll be blown away. And that definitely matters when you're dealing with such an important purchase like this in Summit County or really anywhere in the mountains, to be honest with you. You need to know that you can trust that agent on such a huge decision. I know that, you know that, and she is the best. So if you are thinking about a mountain property, here comes the phone number. It's got to be Anastasia Bell. Call her right now. 970-968-7646. Hear her voice. 970-968-7646. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
I know that Nielsen came up with a new rating system. They allowed the digital and the bars and all this stuff, but you know what? I don't even care. I don't care
about
ratings. I think they're just too easy to skew, to manipulate. I don't believe them. Never have.
Okay.
I don't.
All right.
That's my thought on that.
All right. Thank you.
That's all I have to say about that.
This is so stupid.
Such a weirdo. So we got the news earlier today that Pat Surtain will not be going on IR. Hopefully that means that he can get back for a game like the Chiefs in a few weeks. Again, it's that strained pec that he's dealing with right now. They lost Lucas Kroll to the injured reserve, which is why they have now signed 41-year-old Mercedes Lewis, at least to the practice squad. Don't know if he'll be active this weekend against Houston or not, but they have brought him in. And I thought with that signing, it's probably just going to be as an extra blocker up on the offensive line. But again, he's caught 11 passes in 3 years, and he's played in all 17 games over the last 4 seasons, which for a guy who's 41 is pretty crazy. But have you guys seen Mercedes Lewis? He is a gigantic individual.
He's a big dude.
He's 6'7", isn't he?
Huge.
Yeah.
By the way, injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. So, game tonight, 7 o'clock, right here, Altitude Sports Radio. The Nuggets taking on the Pelicans. As Vic, I thought you said something interesting, that Jokic has not led the team in scoring in any of the first 3 games.
Hasn't had to. Certainly didn't do it in Golden State with Aaron Gordon's 50-piece. Didn't do it in the second game where they had 7 players in double figures. He scored the fewest of any starter in that game. Didn't have to do it at Minnesota. Jamal Murray stepped up in that game. So, again, he would tell you, Nikola Jokic, Thomas Shelby, keep that up.
Yeah.
Keep it up. Let him throw some cheeseburgers to guys. Cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger. Who wants a cheeseburger? He's happy delivering cheeseburgers.
I mean, he really is. I got nothing more to add to that. Let him lead the league in assists again. I mean, let him just distribute that basketball. If you've got a plethora of guys who are going to knock it down from outside or drive to the bucket, you know, and so my specialty now when I'm warming up before my workouts, I'm a big mid-range guy.
Oh, God.
So, I mean, I love that elbow jumper.
That's because you don't get the power to make it from 3.
Okay. We're not focused on that right now. We're focusing on the jumper from the elbow. All right?
Hey, you want to know a weird stat?
Please.
Do you know that the Zion is questionable tonight? He may or may not play. We don't know.
Zion, questionable. Skinny.
When he plays, the Nuggets are 7-3 against New Orleans. When he doesn't play, the Nuggets have a worse record. They're better against the Nuggets without him.
Really? Or with him? Sorry.
I'm sorry. With him.
The Nuggets are better against the Pelicans with him than without him. Okay.
And I wonder about that a lot. Zion, as powerful he is, and he's fun to watch when he's playing the block, the offense sort of comes to a standstill because he can only do one thing. He's not shooting jumpers.
No, he goes to the bucket.
And he goes hard, and he's tough to stop.
And you know what he does when he goes to the bucket, Vic? He dunks on your head, and he scores a lot of points. Yeah, he's virtually impossible to stop. He's just a huge behemoth of a man, typically, on his way to the hole. You can't really stop that.
Remember Paul Millsap taking a charge on that guy on a fast break.
I don't think I'd do that.
Holy moly, I couldn't believe he did it.
I mean, if I took a charge from Zion, it'd be last rites given to me on the floor.
Yeah. It's like getting hit. If you just stand in the pocket and you take a hit from one of those, I don't know, James Harrison types or something like that, you're like, I think I'm dead.
It's like a Hyundai doing 25 miles an hour in the parking lot running you over. Is what
I got the official word, by the way. Nick Benito will join us on our pregame show Monday. The Nuggets will take on Russell Westbrook and the Sacramento Kings next Monday at Ball Arena. Nick Benito will be on our pregame show if you're at the arena.
First of all, that's awesome. Second of all, what do you think Russ feels about Denver?
Did you see
we
Russ
know
last night?
he hates the Lakers. We know that. But
she had 5 threes last night, and they lost. They were leading late against OKC. They were leading most of the way.
Vic, you could tell me anything about Russell Westbrook, and you would not surprise me.
I know.
You could tell me that he was 20 of 22 from the field. I'd be like, wow, he had a good night. Or
he had 18 turnovers in a game.
Or he had 18 turnovers, and he was 1 of 10 from the floor. It's like, yeah, he can do anything. By the way, this from Shams. Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups will not be paid while on leave of absences from their teams. Sources tell ESPN both their paychecks are expected to be withheld and placed in escrow pending the outcome of the FBI cases.
Oh, yeah, I'm still saddened by that. It's just a sad story.
Can I give you a piece of information that will not shock either of you? A 35-year-old man. My name is on the mortgage of our house.
Is it?
You don't know what
Still have no idea what escrow is.
I don't understand anything that you said.
I have you could give me 1,000 lifetimes to give me all these guesses of what escrow is and what that means.
Yeah.
I'm going to die.
Do you know what title insurance is?
Insurance for your title?
Do you know what mortgage insurance is?
Insurance for your mortgage. Those are pretty self-explanatory.
Look at this guy.
Escrow. My wife told me about this. She goes, "Yeah, we just did a refinance." She's talking about escrow. Do
you know what earnest money is?
I know what an earnest deposit is.
Okay, go on.
I'm like that. Yep, that sounds great. That's a lot of escrowing going on there. And then we got to check. We got to check because we were over on our escrow. I guess we got a check for 96 cents. Where I go, you know what? You can just save the paper. Think I'm going to the bank? Sir, I need this now. Need to get extra guac with my Chipotle.
It's just a third party that holds onto the cash until something is done. Paying tax.
Somebody got to get hands on my money.
They pay your taxes for you.
Wait till you tell them what a 1031 exchange does.
That'll blow
him wide open.
That'll blow his whole brain off.
It sounds like you're getting off on a highway somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I got off at the 1031 exchange. What do you mean? Had to pay a toll. It's the turnpike. Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I think we need to start a petition to officially find a new name or phrase to use in place of load management, because something happened last night on the NBA on Peacock broadcast that is just going to keep happening unless we find a better phrase. So this was an exchange between Moser's boy Carmelo Anthony and Vince Carter.
For me, I played kind of recently, right? So I understood the mentality of the load management. I understood the conversation and the dialogue.
But did you enjoy it when they tried to manage your load?
No, because I was different.
We're all different up here.
I agree. It's just, why are we saying this? There's got to be, just say you need to rest players.
Or how about chill? Go chill.
I mean,
chill pill. Tonight.
Nikola Jokic out. Parentheses. Chill.
Let's go with chill.
Anyway, yeah, I agree. I think that is a phrase that needs to be rooted out of sports vernacular. So, Nuggets tonight, 7 o'clock. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, taking on the Pelicans, who Nikola Jokic has the most triple-doubles in his career against. Why, Moj?
Because they suck.
Because Pelicans aren't good. That's why. And that remains.
You notice how Vic tried to go to some scientific.
Well, if you see the percentage of games that the Nuggets have against the Western Conference,
well, to be
fair,
fair,
he's trying to go to some sort of scientific explanation other than, you know what, they haven't been very good, man, and the big fella just gets off.
Yeah,
dude,
can I
he's
tell
had
you
Milwaukee's been good, and he gets off on Milwaukee.
I'm sure there's a formula
also
for you to
phrase
figure that out for me.
He gets off on Golden State.
He gets off on Golden State as well.
A phrase that we should be rooting out of our sports
vernacular.
vernacular.
Apparently, he likes to score against Milwaukee.
Although
and apparently, I've never been on TV before.
You're wrong, by the way. You said he tried to come up with a scientific explanation for it. Let me tell you this right now. If I went to a scientist with a problem and I said, what's your explanation for this? And the scientist looks at me and goes, coincidence? I'd feel like I'm getting gypped. I don't know how scientific that is.
It really is just stuff happens.
It's just a fancy way of saying, how the hell would I know?
And those are my thoughts on that.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
But did you enjoy it when they tried to manage your load?
No, because I was
Turnover here. Drop pass. Olivesson! Yeah! Throw the chapeau! He is officially Victor Olivesson! A hat trick for the first time. He makes it 8-4 Avalanche with 2:22 to go in the third period.
Oh, every once in a while you get one of them games, just one of those games. If you were at Ball Arena last night, let me know, because that second period was drunk. We averaged a goal every 90 seconds in the second period of that thing. That was stupid. 8 goals combined between the two teams. The Avs scored 4, the Devils scored 4. Victor Olivesson with a 5-point game. Cale Makar with a 4-point game. Nathan MacKinnon with a 3-point game. The Avs had 4 power play goals. Man, they just kicked down the door on the New Jersey Devils last night. Welcome to the Morning Sprint. I'm Mark Bertinelli, filling in for Alex Ryan. That's the head coach, Mike Sanford. I like that hoodie. I like that Valor hoodie.
Got another one?
Yeah. You just rake
Would you wear one if I get you one?
Yeah, I want a Valor hoodie, bro.
Okay.
I want one,
I got
man.
you. I got you back.
And KJ Granderson, and this is.
Did that that second period for the Avs last night feel a little bit comparable to the first half of the Denver Broncos, where it was the floodgates were waiting to be opened?
The Avs had a 5-0 lead, and then all of a sudden it was 5-4 because the Devils scored 4 goals in just over 4 minutes, and you're like, what is going on?
That's the one thing I've learned about the Devil, man. He'll do that to you. He'll get a quick 4 on you. You think things are going good, man?
Yeah, and here comes the Devil.
Not today, Satan.
Yeah,
not today,
exactly
Satan.
Right. But then I think it was that Nathan MacKinnon and power play goal. After the Devils reel out 4 in a row, the Avs go back on the power play. MacKinnon scores on the power play, and all of a sudden it's 6-4 heading to the third. You feel a whole lot better. And then Olsen goes, bam, bam, 2 goals, hat trick, game over. That thing was drunk. That was a wild game. Every once in a while, this is the gift and the curse of the NBA and the NHL seasons when you have 82 games, is a lot of these you're just like, but some of them are amazing. Like last night, you're just like, whoa, that's that juice right there, baby. How you do? How you feeling, Coach?
I'm feeling good. I like the fact that I'm pretty sure that somebody in Las Vegas or in Buffalo had come up with the name Olivesson.
Yeah.
But if not, big credit to our guy.
I'm sure. I bet you. Yeah.
Big credit to our guy, Connor McGahee,
It's probably
for
just
always
a
being Johnny
McGaheeism.
on the spot,
Yeah,
man.
I think it's a McGaheeism.
Does he just sit around at all hours and just think about, man, if Victor Olivesson just goes off with a hattie and gets 2 more assists, there's a 5-point night.
Yes.
I just got to have something ready.
Uh-huh. I'm sure that's a big portion of his day.
I'm surprised he didn't come with a let it snow, let it snow.
Yeah, hey, listen,
Olaf.
Olaf he's hit some let it snow before.
Yeah.
EJ was with us last night. That was a wild one. EJ's great at that stuff, and that second period was just crazy. But either way,
so how many total goals in the second period? Was it 5?
8 total goals. 4 from the Avs and 4 from the Devils.
Okay.
So the two teams combined for 8 in that second, which has to be the highest scoring period in the NHL this season. Although there's been some high scoring games so far. I wonder if the 8 goals by the Avs is the most scored this season. I've seen some 7-goal games. But I can't remember an 8-goal game. But
did you finally get what you wanted with the power play?
Well, 4 or 5, right? Listen,
it's pretty good.
We were complaining about complaining about the power play, and the Avs were like, "Okay, shut up, watch this, man." But I think Jared Bednar was asked this question in the post-game show about the power play, and he was saying, like he's been saying all along, that he's liked the way it looked, and it was just, they're just bad puck luck or whatever it is, and that sooner or later it'll get going. And, man, if he wasn't right, because they dropped the hammer on the Devils, and that was the hottest team in the NHL. Put a stop to that nonsense.
Did you like the high school, almost like Minnesota high school state championship celebration from Zakhar Bardakov?
Listen, man.
I loved it, man.
Listen,
Full set,
you get your first
goal.
NHL goal.
Straight Selly.
I'm trying. It was because Gavin Brindley assisted on that goal. And when he talked to us after the first period, did Brindley, and Connor asked him, like, which one was the better celebration? Your first NHL goal or Bardakov's first NHL goal? And he's like, I don't know. I think Barty's probably pretty impressive. But yeah, no, everything came up burgundy blue last night. That was great. That was a fun contest. And I mean, is there any criticisms that you have
of the Colorado Avalanche now that they've snapped their 4-game losing streak and they handled the hottest team in the NHL?
All I know is that in 11 contests, the Avs have only come up empty-handed point-wise once.
One time.
That's really good.
One time. Oh, here we go. What's up?
Here it is.
Yeah,
Here
that
comes
was
Bartikov's.
That's
Let's
Bartikov's.
go.
Yeah, see, that's
Peel it off.
That's a good
Yes.
celly, right? That's a good celly.
That looks like
And then
something
Gabe
straight
hit
out
him,
of...
hit him with the water bottle shower when he was coming by the line. But yeah, look, go get it, Bartikov. Now that was a whole lot of fun. Like the Avs are super duper impressive, and now that they got the power play going, the only thing you have to say is like, well, get me some overtime wins. Now
You ready for this one?
What? Yeah.
So I love on games like this to get drunk, right? You have to almost sometimes go back and look at the box score to say, okay, who all got a point in this one?
Yeah.
All right, let's go through the people who got points. Because this is very Oprah Winfrey-esque. You get a point. You get a point. You get a car.
Yeah.
You get a free vacation.
Victor Olivesson had never had a hat trick. That's his first career hat trick. And he had a 5.9, 3 goals and 2 assists, man.
Bartikov gets a point. Brindley gets a point. Colton gets a point. Jack Drury gets a point. Parker Kelly gets 2 points. Gabe Landeskog gets a point. McKinnon gets 3 points. Natchez gets a point. Brock Nelson, you all right, dude? Good?
Right. If you didn't get a point in this game, what the hell is wrong with you, right?
You okay, Brock? Is it because you got the same hairstyle as my man Berto here?
No, the
you
problem
the Silver Fox?
is
too
that
old?
Olivesson and Makar were just like hoarding those points, man. You know what I mean? Like Makar was part of.
Man, there was some shared.
Half of the
Natushkin
goals.
gets a point. Golofsson gets 5 points. Jack
Drury.
Jack Akkad?
Oh, Sean. Jack Sean.
There we go. Jack Sean. I don't even know you. You get a point. Bernsey, I got a point for you, buddy. Makar, you got 4 points. Basically, everybody who even considers themselves part of the Avalanche franchise got a point last night.
Right. I'm surprised Wedgwood didn't get a point last night. That was great. That was a whole lot of fun. And if you were at that game, I hope you enjoyed it because that was a party. Steve says, I was at the game. It was crazy. Devil fans, shut the hell up. Then they got their 4 goals and got right. Wait, so how many Devil fans were in that building? Because obviously we're a city that a lot of people like to flock to.
They either fly here to get their they like try to get their stashes back to where they need to be and then head back to Jersey.
Well, I
got that good from Colorado.
Usually Connor mentions it if there's a lot of the opposing fans in the building. And I don't think he was complaining too much about that last night with the Devil fans. But yeah, that was all kinds of stuff. You know what? Let me do this. I do want to continue talking about the Avs, but I want to do something we haven't done yet. I want to put out I get in my own head, and I sometimes forget the text line. And the Twitch line. What's up, Twitch? What's up, baby? So I have a question of the day. I have a question of the day for the text line. The Shop Mazda text line is one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. And it's simply this. You know, we will be past the halfway point of the NFL season this weekend. The Broncos have played 8 games. They have 9 games remaining after this weekend. It switches. You're more than halfway through with the Broncos NFL season. So I would like to crowdsource from Broncos country a couple of things. Is any questions, comments, criticisms are welcome on the text line. And it's just this. I'd like to get everybody's thoughts on where they think the Broncos are midway through the NFL season. Because now that their name is getting thrown in these trade rumors left and right with the Broncos. Broncos country, you tell me how you feel about your Denver Bronco team. You tell me if you want them to hop into all these trade discussions.
You were talking about the midway point, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't believe we're almost halfway through the NFL season, man.
We talked about Brock Nelson and his Silver Fox hair.
Brock the Rock.
Showing a little bit of age, even though he's not as old as, say, Brent Burns, who has a nice, glorious lock. He has dark locks.
Burns is like 7 years older than Nelson.
Yeah. Even though Nelson looks the elder statesman, Burns is the legitimately, how old, 40?
41?
41?
Is Burns 41?
Well, I got some news for you, man. Talking about the halfway mark.
Yeah.
Brent Burns at the halfway mark of life. Also, New Denver Bronco tight end.
Oh,
Mercedes Lewis is also at the halfway mark of life, just like me. You want to know how I know that?
How?
You ready for the ultimate, the more you know?
Yeah.
Useless FYI. The guy that you are opposite the table of right now was involved in a 1999 SoCal quarterback duel.
Oh.
With none other than Long Beach Poly sophomore quarterback Mercedes Lewis versus Mike Sanford.
Wait, really?
A battle in which Mercedes Lewis, all 6'7", 6'8" of him as a sophomore, he was gangly and skinny.
Really?
Oh, they had like 5 future NFL players on that team. Wow. Long Beach Poly. Snoop Dogg was in the building.
Yeah. I imagine.
He conducted the band at the halftime, did the whole deal. Mercedes Lewis.
Lewis is a huge MMA guy, too. That's one of those dudes you don't want to mess with. He's a 6'7" dude who played in the NFL and has been trained by professional MMA. No.
Do you think I could go play an NFL football game right now?
Sure. You can. I don't know if you're going to make it out alive, but you could.
I played against Mercedes Lewis in a high school football game.
And you lived to talk about it.
But I mean, and he's just got signed by the Denver freaking Broncos?
I know. He's 41, too. Maybe that's why I think Brent is 41, because Mercedes is 41. Yeah, just a big bad dude. But yeah, the Broncos getting involved in all these trade rumors, and I want to know if we're here for it and how Broncos country feels about this team, because it's been a wild NFL season, and I cannot believe that we're basically halfway done with it. We're halfway done with
Denver,
the season.
Colorado become the destination for 41-year-olds to play professional sports?
Maybe. We need an old dude on the Nuggets, right? And a really old dude on the Rockies, then we'll be good.
We had a chance. Al Horford.
Yeah, you could have had Al. DeAndre Jordan's in town right now because he plays for the Pelicans now. Yo, KJ, did you see what DeAndre did to his hair, brother?
I missed it.
He shaved it. It's gone.
Ooh.
It's gone.
All of it?
It's gone, man. Yeah. Yeah, he gone. So, yeah, old man but DeAndre's only like 36. We're acting like.
Who is the oldest player on the Nuggets? It's a fairly young roster now.
That's a good question. Is it Tim Hardaway? Is it because he's a super vet? You're right. I wonder who's the oldest player on the Nuggets right now. Because Joker's 30. It's got to be
Tim Hardaway Jr. 33.
Yeah, so that's
old.
nothing. That's nothing. Yeah, that's nothing. Dude still got 5 years of his career to go.
And that dude doesn't even turn 34 till March 16th, man.
Yeah. It's a young team.
Young Bucks.
Young and ready to rock and roll.
And then the next oldest player is Aaron Gordon at 30. And Nikola Jokic, 29. Bruce Brown, 29. Bruce Brown's only 29. Doesn't he feel like an old head?
Well, probably because he's played for like 4 teams now or whatever. Yeah, is that my man DeAndre?
I see Jason Tatum.
Look at it. Yeah, Tatum still just, how's that hamstring, brother? How's that Achilles? But yeah, look at DeAndre, man.
That's DeAndre?
Cut it off. Yeah, that's DeAndre right there.
Wow.
It's freaky, right? It's freaky. You can barely tell it's him.
Man, he looks like who's my guy Chestnut from back in like the 90s and early 2000s?
Morris Chestnut?
He looks like Morris Chestnut, man. Smooth looking brother.
What was the name of that movie where he's running in the alley? You know what I'm talking about? And he's getting gunned down.
Boys in the Hood.
Boys in the Hood, baby.
He does look like Morris Chestnut.
Yes, Morris Chestnut. Remember, he was getting recruited by USC. Matter of fact, in the 90s, is that your dad? Was your dad recruiting Morris Chestnut?
My dad was recruiting Morris Chestnut.
That's crazy.
Yes, sir.
That's crazy, man.
I remember when that movie came out, man. My dad watched it. He's like, man, I'm right in the middle of this thing, man. I'm living this dream right here.
Yeah,
How about my dad would go recruiting in the projects in Los Angeles?
Just South Central,
and he would have to call. He recruited a player out of Nickerson Gardens, which is one of the hardest projects in the world, but in South Central Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
And he would have to call the recruit on, landline. This is back in like 91, 92. Call the recruit on the landline and be like, hey, and they'd tell him, make sure you tell me when you pull up to the hood. Cause I gotta let everybody know.
Right.
And so he would call him and everybody would let him in.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
That's fascinating stuff. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in forever though. That's a good movie, man. What's the name of the guy who played Morpheus? His name was Furious Styles in the movie, right? Come on, man. Look
at Morris Chestnut right there, man.
Look at that.
Just looking like a young DeAndre
Morris
Jordan
right there, baby.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, Avs faithful, here's your chance for a unique holiday gift. Come to Ball Arena on Sunday, November 2nd from 2 to 4 p.m. to purchase equipment from the Colorado Avalanche. The sales features game-used and team-issued sticks, gloves, helmets, skates, breezers, equipment bags, pucks, and more. Pricing starts at $10. Proceeds benefit Colorado Avalanche and Kroenke Sports Charities, community programs in Colorado. We will talk some Broncos football next. Trying to distract Brett Kane from doing his commercial. Look at it. He is focused. BK is focused right now in the opposite studio.
I have never heard Brett Kane referred to as BK.
Oh, really?
I only think of BK as Brian Kelly, who's, by the way, just wearing it all over social media right on the chin. That dude is getting abused on social. My former boss is having a tough.
I know. There's people coming out of the woodworks to tell stories about what they're like. Brian Kelly, bad dude. Here's why. Let me tell you what he did. But welcome back to the morning sprint on this Wednesday, October 29th. Man, we're done with it. We're almost done with October. Done with it. Crazy.
Yeah, but, hey, we still got a Halloween Eve tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Valor plays who tomorrow? Who you playing tomorrow?
We play Rock Canyon High School,
Rock
the
Canyon.
Jaguars.
The Jags.
The Jaguars.
Okay.
And I'd move the game from Friday to Thursday, as I said yesterday or the day before, because I love me some Halloween and I love my seniors and I want people to come and I don't want to go head to head with. You know what's good though, man? With the Avs defeating Satan in the week of Halloween.
Get behind me, Satan.
Yeah, no, not today, Satan. Not this week.
Not this week.
Not
Satan.
this week, devil.
No, sir.
Same thing, man. Move the game away from that day.
Right.
I don't want that day.
Right. That's
that
the
day
devil's
belongs to
day.
Candy.
All right.
Stupid costumes. What are you wearing? What are you wearing for Halloween?
Brother, I'm working on Halloween. We're working we got 2 games and 2 broadcasts on Friday. Because both the Avs play in the afternoon and the Nuggets have a late night. Who do the Nuggets play Friday night? I don't even know. They're in. KJ, you know who they're playing Friday night? I haven't even looked that far yet. Because they're on the road. It's like an 8 o'clock game, 8:30 game, something like that. But I don't know where it's at. It's on the West Coast.
Man, I'm mad with
And
myself
you're
for
working
not
it
knowing.
with me, right?
I am.
They're playing the Blazers. They got Chauncey Billups.
They're gonna play Portland
Hey.
in Portland. It's in Portland.
They got Chauncey and the Blazers.
No, they ain't got Chauncey, but they got the Blazers. That's your. It's Tiago Splitter took over as the assistant.
Who is it?
Tiago Splitter, former NBA player, right? He's the new interim coach for Portland now that Chauncey's out. Okay.
What a name, Tiago Splitter.
Yeah. It sounds like a superhero name, right? That's like everybody used to make fun of Wolf Blitzer. You're like, that's the boringest, most exciting. That's the most exciting name for the most boring person on the planet. Name's Wolf Blitzer.
How does a man with a Brazilian background get the last name Splitter?
I have no idea.
It's crazy.
No clue. The Denver Broncos will be without Patrick Surtain, and we've got some reports from Ian Rappaport is saying that they're not going to throw him on IR because hopefully he can be back after 3 games. It's possible he'll only miss 3. So if you throw him on IR, he would miss 4 games, but he'd actually miss 5 weeks because it's right. It's 4 games, and you have the bye there in the middle, so it'd actually be 5 weeks. And with a player of the stature of PS2, you want him back as soon as humanly possible. So they're going to keep him off IR, and hopefully here, if you're real lucky, he'll be ready to go for the Chiefs. But probably, man, I think this is what this whole decision's about, right? Is about maybe, if things go well, he'll be ready to go against Kansas City.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
That's what I'm putting out there into the universe. Throw some particles out there of PS2 against Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
Twice this year.
Yeah.
Not just once.
Yeah.
But I didn't love the fact that it was a pec injury. A shoulder injury, non-IR, I would have been like, they're probably going to give him about 10 to 14 days to heal up and then just get that sucker harnessed up pretty good.
Yeah.
Pecs are weird, man. I don't really understand the dynamics of a pec. Meaning, like,
I was about to say, what do you mean, like
I know what a
does.
pec looks like, but the range of return to play is very, very different.
Wide, yes.
Like I know an AC sprain, which is that, it's basically when you have a separated shoulder and you get, have you ever seen those guys with those gnarly bumps on their shoulders? Oh, you got one.
Yeah, I dislocated.
How'd you get it?
I dislocated I thought I was a skater. And
I love it.
Yeah, dislocated the old right shoulder.
So Avril Lavigne sang a famous song about you.
Yeah. I
didn't know that you were a skater boy.
Yeah.
Said see you later, boy.
Biff. Yeah, that sucked. But yeah, I know. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Do you want to know what's really awesome?
What?
Is my 2 boys, especially my 8-year-old, have tapped into 8 to 14-year-old young Mike Sanford.
Oh, really?
They're skaters, man.
They're feeling the dad.
And I take them to the skate parks now.
Oh, yeah.
And there's so many of them in Littleton area. Arvada's got one of the best in the freaking world. I take them to the skate parks and I just kick it. And I bring my longboard and I kind of just OG it out.
Yeah, baby.
And then I'll just grab my kid's little skateboard and I'll bust a kick flip real quick. I can still land one.
I got to see that. We
get a little pop shove it, a little aerial action. I have a 360 flip in there somewhere. The knees are just not cooperating.
Yeah,
right now.
I'm with you. What I do now is just play Tony Hawk.
I'm gonna actually get myself
skate.
I'm gonna get myself a fat dad skateboard that I can still bust tricks on and not snap the deck.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
need to
what
get
I'm
that.
talking
I'm
about.
wearing every time I do a trick on my 8-year-olds.
You close enough to skate to Valor?
Nah. A lot of hills, brother.
Yeah, I hear that. You know what? On the text line, we've got some interesting comments about the text line question of the day. So how about this one? This one's from Navy vet Mike, and it's fairly interesting. He said, "I don't know how I feel about the Broncos. They're so schizophrenic." So, I mean, do you think a lot of fans are going to be like Mike, where you're like, I don't really know how to feel about the Broncos because they're so –
yeah.
Sometimes they look like there's nobody that can't beat. They might be the best team in the NFL, and sometimes you're like, well, they're going to get bounced in the first round of these playoffs, man.
All I can say to you is this. Would you rather have a schizophrenic 6-2 team or a really consistent 3-5 team?
Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. Schizophrenic. Let's go.
Because if you go back, like part of the schizophrenia would be attributed to losses to – the Indianapolis Colts, and you say, whoa, how did you lose to the stinking Colts?
Mm-hmm.
Colts are the best team right now in the National Football League in terms of current state and how they're performing in all three phases of the game.
Right.
They're really good. They're a 7-1 ball club.
Indiana Jones.
And you were a stupid penalty away from beating that team on a field goal. Right?
Right. No. Yeah. But
a missed field goal.
Right. There's a lot of what ifs when it comes to this Bronco team. How about this one from Alex? The Broncos are on schedule to be a good team. The defense is solid, but needs more turnovers. And I've heard that criticism mostly because people love to compare this Broncos defense to the 2015 defense. And the 2015 defense would turn you over a lot. You know what I mean? They would force turnovers on you. And that might be just, right, the one weakness of this Broncos defense outside of inside linebacker is they just don't force the turnovers that 2015 team did. But me and Vic got into this argument during the summer where he was like, the Orange Crush defense is still the best defense in Broncos history. But he said it more as like, because it set the foundations of what the Denver Broncos would become in this city. How about this, though? Alex continues, says, the offense is mid at best. They're an overrated team that's lucky to have the record that they do, could easily have 2 fewer wins. What do you think about that? So he's basically going the other way than you, where you're like, they could have more wins than they do right now. He's like, but they could also have fewer wins, and I think this offense is mid.
I don't think this offense is mid. I think it's been uneven. I think it took a little while to get going, which is on par with Sean Payton, certainly in the latter part of his career, where this month of September is not great. October, you find your footing, and then you take off and roll.
Mm-hmm.
I think what happened against the Dallas Cowboys, as bad as their defense is, you have to consider it to be real. I mean, you had played average to below average football offensively against 3 really bad defensive units: the Titans, the Bengals, I'd say 4, the Giants, and the Jets. And the Bengals game was okay. People want to say it was a great offensive performance. It wasn't. Mm-hmm. It still felt uneven. It still felt like you could have been a lot more dominant in that contest. And that's okay. Like, you still scored 28 points. You obliterated that team.
Right. But 44 points is 44 points. I don't care.
It's an NFL team.
It's NFL, right. There's NFL players on the other side of the ball, and you put 44 on them. That is impressive.
And guess what? Unfortunately, I don't like to be somebody who believes in momentum. Like, when I'm talking to my team, I tell them the word momentum is a liar. Okay. Because guess what happens if you are on the other side of momentum? You start believing that the other team is inevitably on their way towards victory.
Yeah.
You got to respond play by play, game by game, series by series, all those different things. But I will say that confidence begets more confidence. And the Broncos coming out of that contest, the first one where you see run game, yes. Pass game, Bo Nix, double yes. Quadruple yes with the 4 teeters.
Mm-hmm.
Your pass catchers are starting to come alive. Evan Ingram's coming alive. Troy Franklin has a monster game. Cortland Sutton still, at any point in time, we know that he's more than capable. If he's singled up in man coverage or he just gets normal zone looks, Bo Nix is going to find him. He's already proven that in 2 years.
Yeah.
That's his guy. That's his road dog. And then now you have this fun weapon in RJ Harvey that has shown that he can get out in the open field and find some space and find pay dirt. Everything right now is trending up for the Denver Broncos offensively, and it happened at the perfect time because you're now going to be playing in 2 of your next 3 contests against really good football teams and particularly good defenses.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs are a really good defense. You can say what you want about them. You can say they're old. Chris Jones is still a dog, man.
Right. And now after
George Karlaftis is still a dog.
Yeah. No, Kansas City, I mean, once again, Kansas City is going to always scare me as long as Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are there. But how about this one? Susie says, always rooting for our Broncos, but geez, it would be nice if we could get some more consistency. I worry every single week about which team is going to show up. Do you think Sean Payton has that same worry? Do you think he's worried about the team that's going to show up each week?
In 8 of these games, and if you take out, think about it, you're on a 5-game win streak. Let's just isolate it to the 5-game win streak. You want to know what team has shown up every single game for the last month and some change? A team that might not play perfect football, but it's going to find a way to win a game.
Yeah.
That's a great thing to have.
And in one time in
that deserves to be
miraculous
celebrated.
fashion. Yeah.
That deserves to be celebrated because you've already proven that you can play gritty, ugly, tightly contested playoff type of football and win and be on the correct side of the outcome.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that you could really have pointed to that last year. There weren't many games. Last year felt like the team I was more concerned with in a postseason run. And even going into this year, is Bo Nix the quarterback that can win a game at the end of this? If it's you're trailing in the fourth quarter,
right.
or you inherit the football, final drive of the game, can he win the game? And he proved it in the Chiefs game that they lost by way of a missed field goal, blocked field goal. But I hadn't seen it until Eagles game, Jets game, and then of course against the Giants. That was the one that you just say, boom.
The last 2 games they played might be the 2 most impressive games the Broncos have had in years, because it's the greatest comeback in franchise history against the Giants, and then you just mollywhopped the Dallas Cowboys, and you looked good in every phase doing it.
And then if you erase the survive and advance stinker that happened in London against the Jets, the game before that. That's arguably one of the most significant wins in the last decade. You beat the Super Bowl champs there that were undefeated at the time and hadn't basically lost at home in over, calendar year.
Yes.
Let's not look. And everybody kind of, after the Eagles lost to the Giants right after you beat them, you're like, oh, whatever. The Eagles are going to be just fine.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles are going to be there at the end. Trust me.
Yeah.
You beat them in their place.
The Bobot needs a firmware update. I think the Bobot's running pretty well right now.
I think the Bobot got that firmware update
this weekend.
I thought he got it right after. I think, you know where Bobot got his, it took a while. He had the spinning wheel of death, you know what I mean, when a computer is stuck there. I think the firmware update began to load against the Giants. And it was just, it had that thinking, not ready to update yet, not ready to update yet, trying to update, still contacting servers, connecting with servers.
Yeah, it's just like 54% done, and 62% done.
You know when it finally hit that 100% Bobot firmware update?
Where's that?
Right in that fourth quarter against the Giants.
Started. Yeah. And then he's like, watch. And now he's Bobot 2.0. He's Flowbot.
Bobot feeling good. Bobot has good vibes. Bobot's enjoying football. Bobot is an F1 racer for Halloween.
I think that from the 303-919, this one is probably it's a lot of people think this. It's nerve-wracking to see these so-so quarters and then a fantastic quarter. Like, do you think the Broncos have more variation in when the offense looks good compared to when it looks bad? They're, like, the consistency in the middle is just not there. It looks amazing when it's cooking, and it looks like it can't function at all when it's not. You know what I mean? There is no middle ground there, it feels like.
Agreed. But did we kind of erase that after the very first drive of the Cowboys game?
Right, after he got picked, and then they kicked the field goal, and the Broncos like, here we come.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, you score.
There wasn't a bad quarter of football for the Broncos in the game against the Cowboys.
No, I wouldn't.
But the Cowboys are terrible. It doesn't matter.
Right,
so were the Jets. They were terrible.
I don't care.
So were the Bengals, and that was just okay.
Yeah. I get
Sean Payton's starting to find his rhythm, his groove with this personnel. And it's a different batch of personnel. I'll tell you what made me feel really, really good was that Sean Payton leaned into something that he typically doesn't have the confidence to lean into, and that's his youth. His rooks.
You're right.
He leaned all the way into his youth.
You're right. Because for the longest time, he was like Coach Malone, there's a lot, like, George Karl didn't trust rookies either or young players. It's just one of those things, right? I mean, you're a coach.
I'll tell you who
well
has
do
earned
you
the right
trust these young guys who come onto your team? Like, nah, man. It's like, remember the Titans? When Sunshine just shows up, you ain't going to trust Sunshine in the first day of practice. You know what I mean? Like, how long does it take to build that trust? Or as a coach, do you just have to say, all right, man, guess what, kid? You're going out there. I don't know if I can trust you. I don't know if you can trust yourself, but we're about to find out.
When you see Pat Bryant run that route, he didn't even create that much separation, but how easy did that touchdown catch back corner of the end zone look? Great ball from Bo Nix. I mean, I'm talking chef's kiss ball. That looked like an NFL dude, a guy that at the receiver position can be a legitimate bona fide player. And then he does it in the blocking game too. And he springs the very first touchdown with a tremendous crackdown block.
And he loves to do it. He wants to do it.
Oh, and I'll tell you that, man. You block, you get that rock.
You get to rock.
And I think that's exactly what's happening with Pat Bryant. RJ Harvey, you get that dude out in the open field, he proved that he runs in the 4.4s. That's why Sean Payton loved him. He's a guy that's got juice. Yeah. He's got juice in terms of his personality. He's got juice in how he runs the football. And now you've proven to finally get that 1-2 punch that you tried so hard to manufacture in 2022 and 2023. Excuse me, 2023 and 2024. With Jaleel McLaughlin as your kind of scat back. That's the new RJ Harvey. Difference is RJ Harvey has got them thickens.
He's got an arm too, right? RJ Harvey's going to throw that ball, baby.
Oh, he's going to throw it.
I've heard from you first, but I've heard from a couple people. They're like, yeah, Sean's going to have him.
Big Red listens to the Morning Sprint, so we don't want Andy Reid to be on.
Yeah. We don't want to let him
Spags has not missed an episode of the Morning Sprint in at least 3 years.
Yeah, we can't give away those kind of secrets.
Yep.
We can't do it. All right, let's take a timeout.
Let's.
When we come back, it's time to talk about the opponent. We're going to take a look at the Houston Texans. That's next. Enjoy the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code AV7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Wednesday at the end of October. I hope your October went well. Hope you're ready to celebrate some Halloween action as we roll up on Thanksgiving. All right, Coach. You know what? I heard some family from some family in Texas.
Oh, not from Louisiana, as in your family?
No,
Brian Kelly's
my family.
Family.
None of that, man. You think is Brian? I mean, is he out of there?
Oh, he's gone. He left on a private jet.
Okay.
One of my I wouldn't say guilty pleasures because it kind of is, but watching all of the citizen paparazzi
coming for Brian Kelly.
Just like
putting
taking
his business in the streets.
Yeah, taking pictures of him at a local Creole restaurant, Cajun restaurant, and then the private jet. Like I was wondering, private jet on the way out,
right?
That's not LSU's private jet?
No.
So he just went to NetJets and said, "Hey,
they're giving you $54 million." If I'm LSU, I'm like, "No, man. No, I'm already giving you $54 million. Give me a private jet."
You got to make that 54 stretch, my man. I'm on Frontier right after that now.
No, yeah, I mean, come on, Brian Kelly. That's weird. But all right, here's what I've heard from my family in Texas, because let's talk about Houston, Texas, and one of the best defenses in the NFL. But here's something interesting that they were telling me about the Texans' defense is that, and I'm sure this is the case with a lot of defenses, but Houston just seems to be better at it. They want to hurt you. Their whole mentality is, I want to hit you so hard that you are injured. I want to run through. I want to kill you. They're a mean and nasty defense, is the Houston Texans. And I'm sure every defensive coach would love them, a nasty, angry, ugly defense like the Houston Texans. But obviously, Houston is, I prefer the Broncos defense. But statistically, the Texans have the best defense in the NFL right now.
Scoring defense. So the Texans defense, when they held the 49ers to 15 points in their Week 8 victory, this is fascinating. Houston has allowed 103 total points through its first 7 games of 2025, the fewest in the NFL. So they are number 1 in scoring defense. But this is where it's fascinating. No other team that is below 500, which the Texans are, they're a sub-500 outfit, has allowed fewer than 150 points.
Wow.
47 more points than the Texans have given up.
Wow.
Through 7 contests. And I find this really interesting, where the Texans are really good. And this is going to be good on good in terms of the Denver Broncos and how they've been able to manufacture some very, very potent run game, which a lot of people don't think the Broncos are. Statistically, the Broncos have one of the best rush offenses in pro football.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, the Broncos, they totaled 210 rushing yards this season so far, over expected. So that means after contact of the designed runs that they've called, they've gotten 210 yards total, more so than maybe what the play was designed and blocked for.
Mm-hmm.
They've averaged 1.4 yards before contact per carry on such carries, which is the 10th most in the NFL. And in Week 8 against the Cowboys, the Broncos averaged 3.2 yards per contact, before contact, per designed run, which is 11th most of any team in a game this season. And they had 15, with a minimum of 15 design runs. Now, on the flip side, the Texans, they allow just 0.4 yards before contact per carry on design runs, which is second best in the National Football League.
They just meet you right there.
They're designed to stop the run.
Wow.
And the Broncos have proven they're best when they got both things going.
Yeah.
Something's got to give.
Yeah.
And I'd say the confidence the Broncos were able to pick up, and now with Alex Palczewski cementing his spot at left guard, I think the only bad offensive performance that we've seen O-line-wise was probably that game against, I thought it was the game against the Jets, where Matthew Parrott played through an MCL.
Oh, that's right. And
but
he kept getting
frankly, just didn't look like a dude, man.
Yeah.
Alex Palczewski has solidified it in that Giants game, and I think against the Cowboys, you say, boom, you got your 5. And I hate to say this because I hate to Wally Pip somebody. I never like when somebody loses a spot to injury. But if the apple of my eye, Alex Palczewski is one of your best 5 starting offensive linemen, period. And I think that this offensive line is going to be just fine against the Houston Texans that are second in the NFL, essentially greeting the running back at the line of scrimmage.
Do you think this game is going to come down to which quarterback gets hit the most? Because we've mentioned it before. Last week, Bo got hit 0 times. Last week, C.J. Stroud got hit 0 times. Matter of fact, KJ's got it in the notes here. The most sacks Bo's ever taken is 4, and that was versus the Ravens last season. Matter of fact, KJ, do you know the most sacks a quarterback's ever taken in a game? It is a former Philadelphia Eagle quarterback. His name is Donovan McNabb. He got sacked in one game. He got sacked 12 damn times. That was 2007. He got sacked 12 times. Now, I don't think the Broncos are going to get to CJ 12 times this weekend, but is that a key to the game? Which quarterback gets hit the most? Which quarterback is the cleanest quarterback? Or, like Bo, they scored 44 points, but you're right, Coach. I mean, it was such an even distribution of run and pass. Like, Bo only threw the ball 29 times. Houston's gonna stop that run game and say, all right, Bo, guess what? You're going to have to throw it 55.
That's going to be their intent. They want to do that, and Sean Payton will gladly oblige, unfortunately, at times, right? But let's talk about the other side of this, right? The Broncos defense right now has generated a pressure on 45.9% of the dropbacks that they faced this season, which is 6% more than the second best team.
Can you keep that up without PS2, though? Because you know what I mean? A lot of that is like, man, that dude's not open. Let me check down to the other guy because I can't throw it to my number one option because PS2 is hanging all over him. But you ain't going to have Patrick this weekend.
The Texans have allowed a 31.1% pressure rate this season, which is 12th lowest in the NFL. Pretty middle.
Yeah.
Pretty middle of the pack. In week 8 against the 49ers, they allowed a pressure rate of just 21.4% of dropbacks, which is 6.7% lower than they've allowed in any other game this season. 49ers are banged up outfit. Denver Broncos have a very significant injury in Pat Surtain II. I say even more reason to pin your ears back and create pressure. Get the ball out of C.J. Stroud's hands.
I know what the negative of being hyper aggressive, like just bringing the house every single snap. Like CJ is a good enough quarterback that you're not going to be able to do that, right? If you just like, you know what, we're just going to come for you, CJ. Every single play, we're coming for you, man. And there's nothing you're going to be able to do to stop it.
Would you agree, though, that if you were just to go, not off analytics, but just off the eye test of when you have watched C.J. Stroud, he doesn't look like he is in complete control when he's under duress.
Mm-hmm.
There's certain quarterbacks historically, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, I would say even Lamar Jackson in a regular season format. When they're under pressure, they feel like they're playing one step ahead.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way with a CJ Stroud, a third-year quarterback. I feel like he does get overwhelmed physically and mentally when the pressure rate is significant.
Right.
Would you agree with that? The eye test of
CJ has some of that Bo. Remember earlier in the season where it felt like Bo's brain was going too fast and his feet were too twitchy or whatever. CJ gets that way too.
And then CJ, he can carry some bad body language. I think. Not terrible. It's not like he's, a malcontent and he's looking at the sideline and he's doing what Caden Salter did where he's like rolling his eyes after a play call comes in. I don't think that's what you're getting from C.J. Stroud, but there's times where it feels like maybe the emotion of the moment when it's not going well can snowball for him. Okay. So here's the key for the Denver Broncos. Make it snowball early and often with your pass rush. Because if you sit back and say, I'm scared to death of Chris Abrams-Drain or Jahdae Barron or Jaquan McMillan filling in for Pat Surtain II, and so we just play a ton of zone coverage, guess what? It's not going to go well because what is your identity, Vance Joseph? What is this team's identity and ethos? Pressure, man coverage, make teams earn it.
You don't think he changes a thing with Patrick out? You think they can just slap somebody in there and just be like, this is the defense, let's go?
What should he do? Even more pressure.
Yeah.
Even more pressure.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Get that ball out of that man's hands.
It's going to be great to figure out what and who and how and why and all that kind of good stuff that's happening. Is Sean Payton going to trust all those young guys again after they showed out last game? Now, is it now stuck in his brain like, yeah, these are all my options are now much more wider than they were before. Because you know what? I trust RJ and I trust Pat and I trust Barron and I trust, you know what I mean? Like, are we going to see more RJ Harvey this weekend?
Let me ask you this. Do you think that the Denver Broncos are better or worse when they have an activated RJ Harvey?
Oh, they're better. They're better. They're better.
Activated Pat Bryant.
Yeah.
And activated Jahdae Barron.
Yeah. Better.
It's the first time this season where you saw the entirety of the roster coming together. Go ahead. Let's let that play right there. Go back to that stat. This is C.J. Stroud. So C.J. Stroud's advanced numbers versus the 49ers. So he was 0.5 EPA per play, which was high. So he had his basically he had his second highest game. Now, what do I keep telling you about? What is Vic Fangio defensively, which is Robert Saleh? What is that scheme? It's zone. Zone. That's what they do. And even zone pressure. Zone pressure, guys like CJ Stroud that can find quick answers and have open players running through zones, because you can, when you blitz backers, when you blitz the nickel, when you blitz safeties, and you play zone coverage behind it, there are voids in that defense. There are easy, quick answers. Not with how Vance Joseph and the Denver Broncos play. The answer is sometimes you got to chuck the ball up. And you got to throw the ball down the field and throw 50-50 balls, which is, guess what does come out of that? Sometimes you get the penalties.
Yeah.
So if anybody's ever mad at Riley Moss for getting penalties called on him, what's the alternative? You can be a zone team, just get shredded like you did against Lamar Jackson a year ago.
Long bombs.
Or you just get nickel and dime to death, and it's death by 10,000 paper cuts.
KJ, play that again, because CJ had this ball for how long was this ball in his hand after the snap? A second and a half. Yeah, hit play on that bad boy. He got this ball out immediately on this play. Like, right? Let's see. Unless I'm drunk, which is, not outside the realm of possibility. Just like, oh, no. He had some time. He had some time on that.
That one's against man right there. Second one. Watch. It's the second clip that we're watching. Look at that. That's zone. See that? See the voids in the zone right there?
Yeah, he didn't. That was seconds. Bam.
Yep. It's all you need, though.
And you converted 3rd and 11 on a play that was just. Oh, he's going to step up and, oh, no, this is just a screen.
But the reason I wanted to play this is because this is exactly what Coach is talking about when CJ gets time.
Yep.
That he can do this kind of stuff. Yep. He can find his guy and pick you apart.
You got to make him feel uncomfortable. You got to make him feel like he's under duress. And right now, the San Francisco 49ers aren't the pass rushing unit that they've been historically. I mean, look at this. This dude's getting hemmed up. CJ Stroud was shredding.
Yeah. Do you see this Texans offense doing that against the Broncos defense, though? Although, I mean, it's not like even banged up the Niners.
How do you prevent it? How do you prevent it?
Yeah,
Berto, how do you prevent it?
You hit him.
Hit him, and you send.
You hit him.
You send the dogs. You unleash the hounds. Vance Joseph, unleash the hounds.
All right, we gonna unleash the hounds after a quick timeout. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on his Monday. Monday. Damn. It's not even close to Monday, is it? I'm losing track of all time and space. It's a Wednesday. It's hump day in Mile High City as we get you ready for all kinds of. We got a Nugget game tonight. You can hear it obviously right here on the station as the Nuggets take on the New Orleans Pelicans. We will have an NFL game tomorrow that you can hear right on station as the Ravens and the Dolphins go at it in Miami with the return of Lamar Jackson. And then Friday, both the Avs and the Nuggets play. And we got some high school football too, don't we, KJ, on Friday night, I think?
We do.
But we'll figure it out here coming up here. But all right, here's what we're going to do, Coach. Sports Illustrated put out their NFL power rankings this week. Just yesterday, and your Denver Broncos are fourth. They think they're the fourth best team in the NFL right now. The only problem is the team they think is the best team in the NFL is in your division, and they have the Kansas City Chiefs at number 1. After that, would you put the Kansas City Chiefs as the best team in the NFL right now, just as a power ranking? I mean, obviously, they don't have a whole lot of respect for the. Well, actually, it's the Colts are number 2, and the Seahawks are number 3, and then the Broncos are number 4. So. How does that make you feel in your heart of hearts?
Sounds like it's going to be an enjoyable January and February.
We got that's 2 weeks away, right? No, 3 weeks away. My bad. Because you got Houston this week, then a short week, a Thursday night game against
the Raiders.
And then the Chiefs come up.
Off an extra couple days of rest.
Yeah, because they get that bye. The Chiefs get a bye week and you get the early game, so you get like 3 days extra.
Sean
to get
Payton
it going.
would say, all good. All good.
You know what? I should look up Andy Reid's record, the game after a bye, because it's probably absolutely stupid, right? I'll do it right now, because it's those are the kind of coaches that they just feast on the bye week, right? They just like give me extra days. Oh, I'm gonna kill you. Let's see. Let's see what old Andy Reid is after. He's 21-4. Oh, no. After a bye week, over the course in the regular season, Andy Reid is 21-4 after a bye. That is the best in NFL history.
Are you scared?
When you include postseason games, which means Kansas City got the first round bye, he is 28-4.
Birdo?
20. Yeah, that scares me, man.
Stop it.
Okay, my bad.
Can I be a coach for a second?
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
Can we just focus on finding a way to get to Houston and beat the
You're
Texans?
Right, my bad. I'm looking 3 weeks.
I mean, gosh, dang
28-4 after a bye week.
I'll tell you who would be your personal hell is if you were coached by Nick Saban.
Oh, is he the don't you look ahead?
He doesn't want you to look ahead to like the next period of practice, let alone three games from now.
Yeah. No, I'm absolutely the kind of dude that Saban would hate, right? Like,
you and Saban wouldn't jive.
No, with a burning passion, man. Just a burning passion. Okay, so forget about how Andy Reid doesn't lose after a bye week. I wonder what those 4 losses were. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We'll focus. Let's focus on Houston.
We're on to Houston.
Let's talk about the Denver Broncos offense against this Texans defense, because now it's strength against weakness. Although, do we still consider it a weakness? Do we consider the Broncos offense?
They're a top 10 NFL offense right now.
Yeah, so it's
Denver
not a weakness,
Broncos are
right?
a top 10 offense in the National Football League.
Not a weakness anymore. It's
not a weakness.
It's a
top
mid-level
third,
strength.
You're top third. You're good.
Yeah. So what you got, Houston? What you got for this offense? Here's what KJ would like to know. Should you get a healthy dose of J.K. Dobbins? I mean, listen, he rushed for over 100 yards. He didn't get a touchdown, but he rushed for over 100 yards and looked good doing it. Matter of fact, J.K. has that like veteran running back thing where these young backs where they're going 100 million miles an hour. They hit the hole 100 million miles an hour. They're running 100 million miles an hour. J.K. has got that veteran thing that you see some of those great backs do where they will slow their roll a little bit. You know what? Waiting for the hole to clear, waiting for something to clear up, or waiting for a lane to get open. And it takes a lot of confidence and a lot of time carrying the rock to get to that point where you're okay, like slow. Like hitting, just slowing down a little bit, and then hitting the hole. You know what I mean? Like, and you don't like you see that in truly great running backs.
Slow to, fast through.
Slow to, fast through.
Yep. Slow to the line of scrimmage, under control, allowing your blocks and your double teams and your second level come off the second level blocks to develop, and then
gas. And JK's great at it. JK's great at it. But the Houston Texans, they're going to key on JK, and they're going to key on RJ, and they're going to meet him at the line of scrimmage because that's what Houston does.
So what might be the solution?
And they not only that, they want to, once again, the Houston Texans defense wants to hurt you. They want to injure you. They are mean, man. They are mean. So what's the offense got? What if you're playing against a defense that's mean? How do you get mean on offense? How do you get mean on offense? Like, all right, you want to play some real football? Let's go.
You want to get a little bit mean?
Yeah.
You use something that you haven't used a whole bunch yet.
What's that?
The designed runs that involve bow necks.
Ooh.
Because then all of a sudden your numbers get right.
Okay.
Then all of a sudden there's something more for you to have to deal with if you're the Houston Texans defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right?
No, absolutely. Let's go. I mean,
let's bow.
Let's bow.
We got to get.
You want to do this? I mean, you've been screaming about this forever. Like, get Bo fully involved in the offense.
I want to have my bow-legged quarterback involved. Get them bow legs going.
Yeah. Just cut Bobot 2.0 loose and let him see what he can do against. Because you're right. Once again, the Texans want to hit you, but it almost feels like Bo feels better once he gets hit.
How good would 3 first quarter quarterback design runs be?
I'm here for it.
I think it opens everything up, though, man. And then you have to now soften up your edges a little bit, and you can't key on, J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey as primary ball carriers. I love the shotgun zone read, the Q draw out of empty. Bo's shown so much proficiency as an empty thrower of the football. His touchdown to Pat Bryant was an empty formation again. So now, what do you think that teams need to start cluing in on as they prepare for Bo Nix? They got to prepare for empty as a passing down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, utilize his legs in those situations.
How many points does the Broncos offense need to put up so the defense? How many points? Because the Texans have a great defense, and none of that, they don't allow a lot of points. Right? They're one of those low score. Broncos have a great defense. So how many points is going to win this game? Is this going to be like that? The Jets game is like 13-11 or some nonsense like that?
24.
That's it. That's all you need. 24.
Bo, give me 24. Sean, give me 24, and don't turn the football over, and you win.
All right, because the Broncos are currently, what are they at? Hold on, I got it right here. They are averaging 25.9. So if they can hit the average.
Essentially hit your average against the number one scoring defense in the NFL, that would be the ultimate. That would be the ultimate feather in the cap of Sean Payton and Bo Nix.
Okay.
On the road.
Because the Texans are averaging basically 22 points a game is what Houston is putting up.
And they play in the AFC South.
Yeah.
Which is not great.
We'd like to call that buns. Well, they do have dun 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 dun, right? Isn't that
Indiana? Indiana Jones.
We're going to mess that name up bad one of these times. I'm just telling you. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Indiana Jones. Who the hell are the Colts? Do they have a bye this week? Who are the Colts playing? I have no idea. Now let me look for my own personal enjoyment. Who are the Colts playing?
Let's do a little.
They're at Pittsburgh to take on the Steelers.
Oh, this could be game set match for old Aaron Rodgers. Could be all she wrote.
Colts might be 8-1 after the game is over, and the Steelers might be at 400. We'll see. I mean, if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, how do you slow down Jonathan Taylor, man? That dude's going crazy this season. Just absolutely crazy this season. But either way, all right. So we mentioned how Sports Illustrated had the Broncos ranked at number 4 in their power rankings. But here's what they said after that ranking: the Bronchies. Rookie class is soaring. R.J. Harvey, 3 touchdown game. Cleaning up the grunt work from J.K. Dobbins. RJ's impact on the field reminds this writer of a Lions team that moved more towards Jahmyr Gibbs after the, Gibbs, David Montgomery, when they were platooning those two good. Although David Montgomery's a great back too. So is Sports Illustrated, KJR, is Sports Illustrated suggesting that they make RJ the
they're saying that the Broncos are slowly but surely after this game going to start to morph RJ Harvey into the RB1 role.
Because JK is great. Am I wrong or am I right when I say that JK is a great back? Like the only thing that's
did JK not just have the second 100-yard rushing performance in the last 3 years for this Broncos franchise?
Is JK in the top? He's in the top 10 in rushing. He might be in the top 5. But I mean, listen, I like new, shiny, sparkly things too, and RJ is new and shiny and sparkling. But
yeah, but JK is a dog, man. He should change his name.
He's never gotten hurt, man.
That man, JK, he should change his name to JK Doggins. Because that dude is a dog.
He is great. Not only that, that's one of those dudes who's going to go into media because you put a microphone in his front of his face, and he's great, right? Right? He just answers those questions so openly and honestly.
J.K. Dobbins is third in the NFL in
yes,
in yards rushing off 7th amount of carries.
So, right, you're not going to hand more carries to RJ. I mean, I'm more than happy to let RJ do his thing, but yeah, you don't sideline JK just because RJ had a 3-touchdown game.
I mean, RJ Harvey is averaging 4.5 yards per carry, which is less than JK Dobbins' 5.3, and that includes RJ Harvey's just how long was the? Let's see here. He had the long of 50 yards. So he had a 50-yarder last week.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? Why do you think the Broncos offense looks so much better this week than it did in weeks past? I mean, and let's once again forget about the Cowboys and how much they're big bag of suck and a garbage fire. Forget it. Why though? Why is this offense look so much better this weekend than it has in the past?
Because I think it sharpened itself in practice. Like, actually, like the old, all the media and fan bases hate when a team that's losing or not playing well on a side of the ball, and the head coach at the press conference says, well, I mean, we had a really good practice on Wednesday.
We hate that. We came for Vance Joseph for saying that when he was the head coach.
Well, guess what? Sean Payton actually applied that mentality to the offensive practice schedule with how he went about practicing for the Cowboys week. And so the way that he got his offense to perform and play at a higher level is he took some of the scout team reps out and he added some good on good. His first string offense versus his first string defense, probably not tackle live to the ground, but at least competitive, intense. I'm guessing that there was some 9-on-7, which is the inside run drill component, good on good. And that's where I felt like I heard Dave Logan talking about this on a podcast, I think Logan's Pod. Recently, it was this week that he saw, and it's exactly what I've saw, is when the Dre Greenlaws and the Nick Bonitos and the Zach Allens and the Malcolm Roaches were chirping at the Broncos offense during training camp and basically calling them soft, we own you, you guys are a bunch of whoop whoop. The guy that barked back was J.K. Doggins, the ultimate dog. And I think when you recreate that competitive atmosphere during the doldrums of a regular season, and you're starting to get into those doldrums.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't believe we're halfway through the NFL season, Coach. Halfway. We're going to be more than halfway.
I'm coaching my last regular season game tomorrow night.
Is that really? Is the high school season? Man, when's the playoffs start? When's that thing
The
happen?
following week for 5A, and then 2 weeks from now for 4A and below.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're into it now.
We in it.
Man, yeah, it goes by quick. Football goes by quick. Yeah, I can't believe we're halfway done with the season. This is blowing my mind. But let's do this. It is time. Well, let's take a break. When we come back, it's time for KJ's NFL Notes.
What's good, Colorado? Coach Sanford here, and football is at a peak. Major League Baseball playoffs are in the World Series 2-2. Are you kidding me? The Dodgers could go down, the evil empire. Well, all of the sports betting action, we all know it's heating up right now. And the place for you to go, the one-stop shop, is Circa Sports Colorado, where it's not just sports betting, it's sports betting the way that it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like the VIP that you are. If you're out there looking for all of the gimmicks of this free bet, that free bet, all that's doing is driving up your money line odds, your betting odds for other bets, and you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Not at Circus Sports. CircusSports.com is the spot for you to find all of the fairest and tightest odds that are going to be fair to the bettor. So whether you're looking for futures in college football playoffs, Major League Baseball, World Series champions next year, or any NHL or NBA postseason awards, Circus Sports is going to be the place that's got you covered. So download the Circus Sports Colorado app. Fortunate enough in this state to have Circa, one of 4 states outside of Nevada, or visit circusports.com today. And as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
He knows things that you don't know. He knows things that you just wish that you knew. It is KJ Granderson and his NFL news.
Award-winning
NFL
notes.
Award-winning.
World-renowned.
Yeah.
NFL notes.
Yeah.
Take it away, my friend.
Do it.
Oh, yeah.
In case you missed it earlier, Ian Rappaport of NFL Network reported that the Broncos are not going to put Patrick Surtain on IR. They do believe that between their next 3 games and then that following bye week, there is a high chance Surtain could return. So there's good news there. The Denver Broncos also signed 41-year-old tight end Mercedes Lewis to their practice squad this morning. If they promote him to the active roster at any point this season, he will become the oldest tight end to play in a game in NFL history. In the Super Bowl era, no tight end has ever appeared in an NFL game at age 41 or older, which obviously that means he will become the Broncos' oldest player in Broncos history to ever be on the active roster. Previous guys who currently held or hold the oldest player title for the Broncos, Craig Morton, he was 39. Peyton Manning was also 39. And if you get into the days, by the Super Bowl 50, Peyton was actually number 1. Tobin Rote, Jim Turner, and Stephen Berlin.
Really?
Say it again?
No, go ahead.
No,
Sorry,
I'm saying,
I didn't mean to jump on you there.
No, you're good. I'm saying say the name again. Because I want to make sure I get it right.
Say it. You say it one more time.
Is it Berlin?
Yeah.
All I could say is all this talk about Arizona and Florida being retirement communities, I say that's a bunch of horse hooey.
No.
It's right here in Denver, Colorado.
We got all the old athletes.
Peyton Manning, old when he was playing as a Bronco.
Yeah.
Brent Burns.
He's old.
Old playing as an Avalanche.
Yeah, he's the oldest player in hockey,
Mercedes
right?
Lewis. I competed against him in a high school football game. This guy, this old guy that can barely walk around because his meniscus is blown the heck out. And no, by the way, I forgot to mention, Jamie Moyer.
Oh, yeah.
Who won a baseball game as a Colorado Rocky, pitching at 49 years and 150 days old.
Wow.
Welcome to the beautiful Rocky Mountain High, where you get that fountain of youth.
That's right. That's right.
Right
You get
here
a little
in Denver,
older,
Colorado.
You get a little older, a little bolder. Come on down.
Come on,
to,
man.
To the Mile High City.
Hey, something's bothering you, something hurts, we got something for that.
Who's the oldest player in baseball? Come play for the Rockies. Come on, let's do it. Who's the oldest player in baseball right now? Where's Satchel Paige when you need him, right? Like Satchel Paige played when he was late 50s.
Clayton Kershaw, we'd take you for another 15 years over
Yeah.
here.
Bring it, baby. Bring it. All right, KJ, what's up? Or you know what? We just completely interrupted whatever you were saying there.
where
We're on
were
our
we?
little
No, you're good because that
Justin Verlander, 42-year-old, oldest current player at the start of the 2025 season. Sounds like he's got a good sign him to a 7-year deal, Monfort family.
Lock
him down. You got Moyer to 49 years old in 150 days. Why not go for Verlander at 51?
Sorry, KJ. We promise we won't.
I digress.
Do that again.
No, you're good because that was a great question because it had me looking it up, and I think I trust coach's stat over whatever AI Gemini is telling me from Google. They're saying Rich Hill of the Kansas City Royals at 45 years old is actually
Rich.
the oldest
I see you,
active
Rich.
player. So
really,
I'm going to actually go with coach's stat. I don't believe this, but we'll go with that. Nonetheless, the question I had for you guys was, like, what do we expect from Mercedes Lewis in regards to his role with the Broncos, knowing that Lucas Kroll and Nate Atkins have kind of been up and down with injuries?
At 41, LeBron was putting up all-pro numbers. I'm looking for some all-pro action, baby. If you know what I mean?
I'm adding Mercedes Lewis to my fantasy team. He's gonna replace the Malik Neighbors slot
That's
for me.
right, man. Although LeBron's not 41. He's just 40, right? He's 40 this year. He's going to turn 41 sometime middle of the season or something like that. So, yeah. So he's not quite as old as Mercedes Lewis. But he's right there. That's what kind of production I'm looking for from
I'm
a
good,
40-year-old. That's exactly what I'm looking for. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, Aaron's 41, right? I want that kind of production. I want, Pro Bowl production.
Want to hear something wild? When Mercedes Lewis was playing for the Jacksonville Jaguars, he competed in a game against the Denver Broncos. You want to know who the starting receiver was for the Denver Broncos? None other than Rod Smith.
Oh, yeah. So He's been around a while. Lewis has been doing it a while. He was the first round pick in 2006. I think I saw right 2006. He was in man. In football years, that's ancient. Like in football years, he's 72. Right? Like that's
football years, he's probably 103.
Right. That's great.
He's going to be honored on the Today Show. And Al Roker is probably going to read out his name on the Smuckers.
I don't want to do another Skip Bayless thing. But is Al still? You know what? Let's move on. KJ, what's next?
Al's still alive.
Okay, good.
Al's kicking it, bro.
I'm so bad at this.
Al lost like 200 pounds, man. He's doing great.
I'm so Ozempic. No,
he got that. He got that lap band.
Oh, okay.
He got that. He's getting right. He got that that GI, that gastric bypass, though.
All right, KJ, what's next?
I'd sport an orange slack if it was the right color.
You know
So
what?
would
I would too. I love a good orange slack there, coach. Let's head to the top story in football today. Lions edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson signed a 4-year, $180 million contract extension that includes a non-quarterback record, $141 million guaranteed. That $45 million a year is trailing none other than Green Bay Packers' Micah Parsons, who's at $46.5 million per season. Currently, he has 6 sacks and he has 29 quarterback pressures, which ranks second to Parsons at 33 this season. Could the growing number of new pass rushing deals come back to haunt the Broncos in 2 to 3 years?
Yeah, they locked you signed Benito, right? You're good, man. Maybe if you hadn't signed him before this season, right? But, I mean, this is kind of Benito and Hutchinson, like Aiden Hutchinson, this is the kind of guy you give these contracts to, right? Like he's 25. He's a massive part of what you do, and you want him to be a Lion for life, man. So you give him $141 million guaranteed, and right, these are the guys that you hand those kind of contracts to. And you don't even ask the question. You're just like, what you need, what you want.
What's the question?
Yeah, what's the question? You just give them that cash,
Next
right?
question.
Like, what do you think about Aiden Hutchinson as a player? Like,
he's a
amazing.
dog.
Yeah,
he
amazing.
is awesome. He is a ballistic pass rusher that happens to be a major issue against the run as well. I mean, I think that Aiden Hutchinson's in that Max Crosby, J.J. Watt, Micah Parson. He's in that tier where Nick Benito is in it as a pass rusher. I don't know that he has yet arrived as the full skill set defensive end.
Because Hutchinson plays, hold on, it's 93% of their defensive snaps Aiden plays. Like
and we know Benito's snap count's much lower.
Like Hutchinson plays every down. He's there. He's causing problems every single down.
I'd sport an orange slack if it was the right color.
Orange? Is that the right color?
Well, that's what he said. That's what he tells us. I don't know if I believe him, but let's head to Cleveland because Adam Schefter recently just put out, when I say recently, I mean within the last 30 minutes.
Ooh.
For those wondering if the Browns would consider trading Myles Garrett by Tuesday's deadline, the answer is, in words of one source, no chance. Source also adds, people have a better chance of winning the lottery, end quote.
Yeah. Listen, man. And no, I mean, Myles Garrett is great. Myles Garrett is great, but you don't get to complain about nothing, man. You don't get to complain about nothing. You took that, like, you could have gone anywhere. You could have gone anywhere.
Want that bread.
Yeah, but you wanted to get paid, and you got paid, and now this is what you got to deal with. This is what you got to deal with. You got to deal with like, you're going to end your career as a Hall of Famer winning 0
How close
Super
are
Bowls.
we to Myles Garrett going into ownership's office, Jimmy Haslam, and saying, Shedeur Sanders needs to start at quarterback. Because I can't watch this 5'7" Hawaiian kid run around and stink.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Dylan Gabriel's awful. He's awful.
You think he's bad?
Yes, he's awful. He's never been an NFL starting quarterback.
I get it, and I just don't know why they won't go with Shedeur. Matter of fact, me and KJ were just talking about, we saw some reports yesterday that teams are calling Cleveland and say, what you want for Shedeur? And Cleveland's saying, what, KJ? Second round pick.
Then why not play him?
Yeah, if you're if you think he's that valuable, if you think he's as valuable enough as a second round pick, play him, man. Like, play him out of this bye. You've got a bye this week. You're not, hold on, I'll tell you who they're playing next week. So the Cleveland Browns have a bye, and then they come out and they play the Jets. You've got a 1-17. Like, let Shedeur go out there and cook, man. And if it doesn't, I don't know. Matter of fact, if he plays well enough, maybe you get it first. But if he plays well enough, then he's your franchise quarterback, and you just go with it. I don't know. I don't know. KJ, what's next?
I'd sport an orange slack if it was the right color.
Well, a new poll has come out in regards to NFL fans, and they're saying the league is doing enough, just enough, to protect players from serious injuries. So most fans, and that being in the 60 percentile, they support expanding the season, even if that includes players potentially running the risk of more injuries because the salary would increase, so that would balance out. So more salary, even if they get injured more, it would have a balance in the end. So fans believe that more regular season games would be better. But a contrast to that is, if you look thus far, and maybe this works in somebody's favor, maybe somebody believes this isn't that much that big of a deal. Tyreek Hill, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Malik Neighbors, Cam Scatterboo. Season-ending injuries already thus far this season.
Welcome to the NFL.
Exactly. But based on what we know today, I want you guys' opinions. Would the juice be worth the squeeze if they do move to an 18-game season?
Yes. Not only that, let me say this. This is going to sound like some caveman logic. But after years and years and years of doing this, I've realized fans don't give a damn about player safety. The NFL doesn't give a damn about player safety. And guess what? The players don't give a damn about player safety. And so what, you know what? I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I know it sounds crazy. I'm done with it, man. Do what you want to do. It doesn't matter to me. These players are trading decades of their lives for fame and fortune, and I think all of us would probably take that bargain. But I'm not here to protect you from yourself, man. Not anymore. Not anymore. It's your players' union that keeps doing stupid thing after stupid decision after dumb decision, and I'm done with it, man. I don't care. Make it a 20-game regular season schedule. I don't care anymore. I'm done with player safety because nobody, except for these idiot chuckleheads screaming into microphones, seems to care about it. KJ, do you care about it?
I do care.
You care. You actually you care, man. Because it doesn't feel like the league of the players do. So why should I?
I agree, but let me add a contrasting argument here. So let's say a top quarterback. I won't use Mahomes or anybody like that. I'll use
Joe Burrow.
Yeah, let's say Joe Burrow gets a career-ending concussion.
Well, that's
right?
Tough, brother.
Oh, you call it tough, but it would absolutely reconstruct how we think about everything in regards to football. And all I'm saying is...
Are you talking about Joe Burrow, Vangavaloa?
Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, that guy.
I'm done with. Matter of fact, I want it. Like I was thinking this weekend when I was seeing all these quarterbacks with these runs and these slides. I'm done protecting quarterbacks too, man. I'm done. You don't get to slide anymore. No more of that stuff. You either get down or I get to hit you. I am done with this nonsense that nobody seems to care about. It's like it's CYA. That's all the NFL is doing this stuff for, right? They're like, please don't sue us. Please don't. We don't want another lawsuit. We're going to act like we care about this stuff, but nobody does, and especially the players. So why should I care if the players don't care? Although, I mean, I'm sure Coach has a different take on that.
I mean, the most important aspect of the National Football League are the quarterbacks, and you can look at what Cincinnati's turned into in the absence of Joe Burrow. You can even see that Tua Tagovailoa, a lot of that was self-inflicted, some of the stuff that he did. But the Dolphins franchise, since he very unfortunately turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex on his back with his arms up.
Yeah,
and
just like...
Yep, not good. That team has fallen on really, really bad times. This league is only as good as the quarterback play is, man. I mean, the Vikings right now. Ugh.
Yeah, although, right, JJ's coming back. I mean, Carson's having surgery on that shoulder. Just like, yeah, they're in a tough place. But it's not my responsibility to care for something that the players don't even care about, right? They just don't care. They don't care. They don't think long term. They never have. And it's why and so until they do, I'm not jumping on that bandwagon. All right, KJ. I don't know why I'm upset about. Go ahead. What's next, man?
I'd sport an orange slack if it was the right color.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. They are your most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. So let's do a follow-up story from last week. So the Ravens obviously are 1-6, and there was a rumor that came out that the toys between ping pong tables and things of that nature were removed from the locker room.
Yeah.
And it was rumored that the coaching staff was the driving force behind that.
Wait, the Ravens are 2-5.
2-5?
2-5 now.
They were 1-5 going into last week when this was all going up. They won this weekend.
They won, and now they take on the 2 and what was it, the Dolphins? 2-5, 2-6, something like that. Is Miami?
Yeah,
so they
not
both
good.
just sitting on 2
They're
wins.
not great. Go ahead.
But who was it?
Thank you for that correction, Coach.
No, you're
2-5,
good, man.
2-5, 2-5. Lamar Jackson actually wanted to correct what actually went down in the locker room.
I told Kaneko, our head equipment guy, I told him to take all the games and ping pong, turn the TVs off. If we could have took the TVs out, they would have been out too. But I appreciate Mr. Steve for putting that in there for us, But yeah, we had to focus. I wouldn't say people don't take the job serious. Don't get me wrong, but like I didn't feel like it was the time for that. We got a lot of work to do.
All right, so it's Lamar when he wasn't playing was like get rid of all this good stuff.
Good for Lamar. Good job showing some leadership, and even when you're not out there on the field competing. And as we all know, Lamar Jackson's going to come back and he's going to be healthy. And the Ravens are going to turn this thing around because they're in a division right now that's being led by old balls Aaron Rodgers at 4-3, the Bengals that are at 3-5.
Yeah, I think their record.
That division's right there for the
I was going to
taking,
say,
man.
I don't think the Ravens schedule, we were looking at it yesterday, is not that. It's not murderer's row their next couple of games, or the next 4 games, actually. I think it's some chumps coming up, including Miami and Cleveland and the Jets. So, they could get.
And Lamar's back to practice, I guess, right?
Yeah,
he's playing.
Back.
He's playing.
He's trending towards playing. One last question before we get out of here, and I want both of you guys to answer this. If the Broncos were ever in this position, do you think Bo Nix has the cachet to be able to pull this type of move?
Ooh.
I do.
You think he did?
I do. I think once he won that fourth quarter game against the Eagles and then backed it up with the heroics against the Giants, he became that guy.
Okay.
And I saw it. I saw it in the eyes of Pat Surtain II when the Broncos were in the middle of that come-from-behind victory against the Giants, and then they go for it on that 2-point conversion, get it. Pat Surtain was a giddy defensive player saying, I got my guy on the other side of the football.
Yeah,
and I think the defense wants Bo Nix to be that guy.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you don't need a couple of MVPs in your pocket to do that kind of stuff. It probably helps, but yeah, no. I mean, your quarterback has to be one of your more vocal leaders, right? No matter what, right?
I was just chastised by the Sean Mazza text line. Somebody asked me
what?
very politely, please don't call Aaron Rodgers, quote, old balls Aaron.
Balls, buns, and cheeks, man. Those are your 3 words.
Cheeks,
Coach.
baby. They cheeks.
What does that tell me about me?
Yeah, hanging out with way too many high school kids?
No. I'm a product of the 90s.
Yeah, I hear you, Coach. I hear you. Let's you know what? Let's wrap things. Let's take a break. We'll come back, and when we do, we'll talk about this Nugget game tonight. And take a look at what else is happening in the world of sports. That is next.
One of these days, the Nuggets are going to figure out how to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't know when. One of these days.
Tonight.
Might be tonight.
Yeah, tell them, Katie, tonight. The Denver Nuggets will host the 0-3 New Orleans Pelicans this evening as Denver looks to improve to 3-1 on the season. Coverage of tonight's Nugget game against the Pelicans on 92.5 will begin at 6:30 tonight with KJ Granderson. It's presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, visit ramoslaw.com. Welcome back to the final segment of the morning sprint. PhD is just around the corner. Coach, your Nugget, listen, Pelicans are bad. Pelicans are one of the worst teams in the Western Conference.
Zion's already hurt again.
Is he already hurt again? Listen.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yep, he is.
I know he wasn't. Well, I guess I could check because I don't think he didn't play in the. Did he get it? Did he hurt himself in the loss against Boston? Because Boston smashed them.
Pelicans rule out Zion Williamson with a bone contusion.
Yeah, he didn't play in that game either. Wow, man. I mean, I'm one of those people who always wish that Zion, could stay healthy and stay slim and trim, and because I used to. It was fun watching him play basketball at Duke. It was fun watching him his rookie season, but I guess he never turned into the player we thought he was going to turn into. But, Coach, what are you looking for tonight as the Nuggets play their fourth game of the regular season as they host the Pelicans?
I'm just looking for another continuation of 9+ individuals contributing to double-digit minutes, 7+ players contributing to double-digit point scoring. I mean, this is good stuff right now.
What would
and I want to continue to develop that depth. I want to continue to develop the identity of the different units that are coming off that bench because it is fun to watch. You know what I want to see a little bit more of is a little bit more Jonas.
Okay, yeah, I mean, he's averaging like 12 minutes a game, something like that.
Yeah.
10, 12 minutes a game.
Not
so
a lot.
Right, but then again, I mean, I don't know if they like playing Joker and Jonas together for extended minutes, at least right now, because I haven't seen him do it yet. So maybe, so if you're not going to play JV with Joker, then he can't have a lot of minutes because you got to play Joker. You can't just be like, all right, Joker, you get 22 minutes tonight or something. You know what I mean? So they might have to find a way to get both of them on the court at the same time. If you want more minutes from man, I would be more than happy.
Speaking of the pronunciation of Jonas,
yeah,
another similarly pronounced European name, Giannis, as in Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah.
Did you see his travel?
Me and Dan Tanner
6
were
steps?
just hanging out. Yeah. And then it was Mike Tirico trying to explain how you got the video. That is stupid. It looks like he starts walking. He picked that ball up outside the 3-point line and just walked all the way into the lane and put that ball up. And you're like,
nothing.
They never called the travel. And then then Tirico was trying to defend the refs. He's like, well, you got to have a chance to gather the ball. You got to gather the ball. And you're like, you don't get 4 steps to gather.
I understand this whole Euro step thing, and thank the Lord for it here in Denver because Nikola Jokic is pretty good at that deal. But the Euro step plus the Oceania step plus the Antarctica step.
That's crazy.
Plus the Asia step, plus the Africa step, and the South American step. He did it. He covered all 7 continent steps.
He went all the way. It was basically from half court on. He was
the
just
Euro
holding
step
the
gives
ball.
you the Euro step gives you 1 extra continent that you can step on.
It's dumb. It's
Giannis,
dumb.
he hit everyone.
Yeah, don't let that's not something you could just let fly. All right, what do you think the basketball equivalent? What would the Nuggets have to do tonight to equal what the Avalanche did last night? Where the Avs just you guys want to see a dead body? You want to see 8 goals? Here we go. And they just went nuts. And just milestone after milestone and goal after goal and all kinds of crazy. What's the basketball equivalent of that? What would they have to do tonight?
I would love for Cam Johnson to be tonight's Olivesson.
Ooh. Is Cam going to go with that shoulder, though? I haven't even looked. You know what? I haven't looked at the injury report. Do we know? I mean, he's listed as day-to-day.
He's day-to-day.
He could go if he wanted, or
he could. But if I'm gonna be honest with you, knowing that we start the Cup on Friday, they may hold him out.
You know what? Go short. Go with the shorter lineup. Throw Tim in there. Throw Tim in the starting lineup after what he did last week.
Are we coming up on the NBA UEFA?
Yeah. We're going
the Champions
League.
NBA
Cup, man. It's Friday. We're starting it in Portland.
Is this the year that we go for it?
No, I don't know. Actually,
you know what? David Alman might have some Euro Cup vibes.
I have no idea.
Because Malone hated the Cup. He hated it. And you know what? I want to have fun with the dang Cup. Is that okay?
Yeah, I do too.
I want to hoist a European-esque type of American Professional Midseason Tournament Cup?
I'm trying to figure out what teams are in the Nuggets bracket. I have no idea. Is it? Ooh. Although, because the one thing I will say about the NBA Cup, you get to break out the NBA Cup floor. Remember, they made all the NBA teams come with their own unique floor for the NBA Cup, and so I want to see what the Nuggets NBA Cup court looks like. You're not going to see it this Friday because that'll obviously be in Portland. But KJ, was it me and you talking about the Minnesota Timberwolves third jerseys in their court? Man, with that print.
The Nuggets, they got the Rockets.
That's a tough one.
In the West C pool.
Okay. Portland, obviously.
Warriors, Blazers, Spurs. Those are some hot basketball teams.
You know what? Yeah, that's a nasty little thing. Yeah, I'm not sure you're going to come out of that one, especially the way San Antonio is playing right now. But the Minnesota Timberwolves have a Prince court. Like, yeah, bring it up. Have you seen this, Coach?
No,
the
sir.
Minnesota Timberwolves are going to rock a purple throwback jersey.
Rain.
Yeah, for Prince. And they have a purple court that they're going to play on, and it's actually pretty dope. Like, I think Minnesota is a frozen wasteland. And
You ever been to Paisley Park?
No, I'm never going to go to that state. No, why would I go to that state? I don't need to be anywhere near Minnesota. But they do have really a dope court and some those purple, purple ain't my favorite color. Shout out the Rockies, but those uniforms do look pretty dope.
God, Paisley Park was so weird. It's where Prince's like headquarters were.
Man, Prince loved hoops, right? That dude would play ball at the drop of a hat. Just like, let's go. Let's play some basketball, man. So, yeah, that's about all I know about the NBA. See, there's their court. No. Oh, yeah.
Is that for real? That says Reddit on it.
No, it's that court, but it has the Prince symbol in the middle instead of
There's
the Minnesota.
no way.
No, that's what their court's.
So what are the Nuggets going to have? A big flowery
No,
logo
I
in the
think
middle?
it's supposed to
What
be
do
a
we got going on?
surprise, right? It's supposed to be a surprise, whatever the Nugget court is, or have they already broken it out? I have no idea, no clue. But yeah, that symbol, the Prince symbol. Yeah, it's basically this is almost the exact copy of it, except the symbol's a little up. Yeah, so I don't know what we accomplished with that discussion at all. But
Talking about the NBA UEFA Cup.
But we do have the Denver Nuggets taking on the Pelicans.
Crispy unis, though.
Yeah, those
the
purple
Wolves.
ones. See, yeah. And
They
normally
got like sequins on their shoulders, bro.
Get crazy,
my
man.
Goodness.
Get wild. But either way, we got that for you tonight starting at 6:30, presented by Ramos Law. And for the head coach, Mike Sanford, for KJ Grandis, for Alex Ryan, I'm Mark Bertolini, saying thanks a lot for listening. We'll be back at it tomorrow. PhD is next.
Well, the Broncos have signed a new tight end. I saw Sean Keeler had a fun pun, but I think it misrepresents what's going on. He goes, why buy an old beat-up Mercedes when you need a new Cadillac? And I think that's just a case of a writer thinking, oh, I'm funny. But that's not what the Broncos are doing at all. It totally misrepresents what's happening here. It's a solid signing. They try to get 2 blocking tight ends. They lost out of them on the waiver wire, and they get a 41-year-old jacked up dude, Tyler, same age as you, a little bit older actually.
Yeah.
Maybe, right? A little bit older. And he's here to block for a little bit. We'll see how it goes.
Pretty wild, pretty freaking wild. There's only been 2 other receivers in the history of the NFL to catch a pass at 41 years old. Jerry Rice and, gosh dang it, who was the other one? I'm drawing a blank on who the other one was.
Another receiver.
Yeah.
Bill?
Well, I mean,
Blitnikoff or
Bill,
2 players, I should say, whether that's tight end, wide receiver. It was Jerry Rice and Jerry caught a bunch.
I don't know.
Jerry caught a bunch.
Yeah, Jerry technically.
Oh, you know who it was? It was Tom Brady. Tom Brady caught a pass.
Oh, I'm rolling my eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that don't count. Yeah, Jerry Rice, if you don't remember, actually made the Broncos. He did make the team, but then said, I'm not really about being the 5th wide receiver here. He was 42 going on 43 when that happened. Then he hung it up. But I remember that training camp.
Did you ever see his highlights when he was with the Seahawks? He's got some legit highlights playing for the Seahawks at 40 years old. Like it was a pretty impressive season.
I'm old enough to remember Jerry Rice and Broncos training camp when we covered that, and it was cool. But he was whatever.
He was a step slow, but Shanahan was going to keep him on the roster.
He was going to keep him on the roster.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, it was kind of a pity party at that
But
point.
it was exciting for us that
was
we're
fun.
there, right?
Get to look at Jerry Rice for like 6 weeks. It's kind of fun, no doubt about it. But all right, Mercedes Lewis, what will his role be? What's the point here?
I don't really know. I mean, you've got an issue at tight end. That's the point. The point is that you've got 2 guys that are down, and you don't have enough bodies at the moment. What is Mercedes Lewis going to provide for this team? I wouldn't imagine a lot. He provides you an option to rest Evan Ingram and just make sure that you keep your personnel groupings going. That's the main thing that it does, right, is that it assures you the ability to keep guys fresh. But at 41 years old, Mercedes Lewis has been doing this a long time, man, and continues to get jobs year after year. Obviously, well-respected in league circles. I believe we came in the same class together, if I remember correctly. He was out of UCLA, I think.
There you go.
And he's still rolling, and I'm talking to you, Putzes.
Well, he's a gym bro, just like you, obviously. He probably just loves working out and kept himself in enough shape and has enough of an itch. I don't know anything about his personal life. Wife, kids, that sort of thing. But if he does have a family, they're pretty generous, right? Letting their guy pursue a dream. Or keep going. What the hell? If he doesn't have a family, I guess it's not that hard. If he doesn't have a wife and a kid or the whole thing, I guess you just, keep working out, right? You just stay in shape because you like staying in shape. And there's some bottom lines here. Big is big. Strong is strong. Blocking is blocking. We're not looking for Mercedes Lewis to be, running down the field with a ball or anything. You got Troutman, for whatever that's worth. And you got Ingram. Those are your guys that you're going to throw the ball to. I'm not saying you'll never throw the ball to Lewis. That'd be kind of fun. But he's here to hit people. Kroll's having surgery. Atkins is out for a minute. So there's one reason why he's here, and that's just to hammer fools. Pretty simple. And why not? They were going to do it anyways. He was their 3rd choice.
If he's your 5th lineman type, and that's your presence how to use him, he's only got 11 catches in his last 3 seasons in 25 games.
How big is he?
Yeah.
6'7", 260?
He's a big – but again, I think we're talking about target. They got him at 6'6", 267.
Okay.
So
it's a big fella.
Big fella. But if he's a 5th lineman, I mean, there's been plenty of tackles and linemen that played well into their 40s. So
yeah, stay in shape, man. If you're that size and you got that kind of motivation.
And then who knows? You're blocking tight end, blocking tight end, blocking tight out. A 3rd and 2 on a big crunch game.
You never
and all
know.
of a sudden, boom, here he is, 3 yards, first down.
It wouldn't be the first pass he caught in the NFL, would it?
No.
So it's not like he hasn't been there.
Got 40 touchdowns in his career.
I like the signing on the surface. Fine. This is what you needed. I don't know if this opens the Broncos up, Tyler, to trade for somebody who could be possibly a little bit more dynamic. You got about a week or so to figure that one out.
Yeah, it's interesting following all the trade rumors. Adam Schefter yesterday or the day beforehand brought up the Broncos are in the business of making phone calls on wide receivers right now. Jeremy Fowler put it out there today that they could potentially be interested in a left guard. But what seems to make more sense to Jeremy was saying that they'd be looking at a field-stretching wide receiver. They are looking at tight ends as well. So, I mean, they tried to claim 2 tight ends yesterday. They didn't get either one of them because they weren't high enough at the waiver wire. Now they just signed Mercedes Lewis. So logic would say throw tight end into that conversation.
It's can I say something kind of mean critical?
Of course.
We listen to all these national expert guys and give them validity. And you're like, and we talked about yesterday, they need a starting left guard. Sure looks like Palczewski's picked that spot up to the point where, is he Wally Pippin somebody?
No, he's not Wally Pippin, but I don't think you're in the business for left guard primarily because you're still committed to Ben Powers in the long run, right? So you might have another year or 2 of service on that contract. And if you trade for a left guard, well, now you're going to have 2 high-priced left guards, and you're going to eat a lot of dead cap if you want to move on from Ben Powers.
Yeah, so
I don't think it's Wally Pipp's situation, but I do think he's doing a very good job.
The point being he's doing a good job, and yet the first thing the Fowler says, they'd be looking for a starting left guard. Really, know the stuff. Know what's going on.
Gotcha. Jeremy Fowler.
You don't want to.
What are you doing?
Now, you say offensive line depth? Okay, because I think Tyler agree with that. You can always use offensive line depth, especially the deeper you go into the season.
Don't be ripping on 63 is eligible. Like, the crowd loves that. Don't do that.
Yeah, but don't tell me we need a left guard. Right now,
I don't know. The Broncos' offensive line seems to be doing more than
Coach
fine.
talked about it the show for us earlier in his show. Pert, as we found out, basically played an entire game with torn MCLs and stuff like that. But maybe the last time you had any questions of the offensive line was that game.
Yeah, and I feel bad that we were kind of tough on him when he was playing really banged up the entire game. So, hey, showed a lot of courage and did the best he could. I'm not really worried about the Broncos' offensive line. I'm not really worried about the wide receiver depth. But if they feel there's areas to get better in, even if it's just depth, cool. I am a little curious to see what they're going to do with Chris Abrams-Drain and Jahdae Barron now that Surtain's out. But I think we got some good news yesterday, fellas. Surtain and Atkins, by the way, were not put on IR unless something changes, which tells me they think they can be available by Washington after the bye week. So I think, Tyler, that's good news.
Yeah.
They feel that way.
And again, the reason why you make that decision is because if you put him on the IR, it's a minimum of 4 games the guy has to miss, but that is games, not weeks. And because you've got the bye week that is now involved in this situation, you can, in theory, if 4 weeks is the magic number, you can, in theory, miss 3 games instead of 4 because of that bye week by keeping him on the 53.
Okay, and now we play the Houston Texans. Spent a bunch of time looking at the Texans, looking at them by the numbers today. They are a bit of a confused team. They don't know who they are yet. And C.J. Stroud he's okay. He's all right. He's not bad, but he's just kind of okay. But they've got a new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, who spent most of his life with the Patriots, although he was with the Rams last year. He's calling the plays there because DeMeco Ryans is more of a defensive guy, right? Mm-hmm. And they're +4, which is really good in giveaway takeaway. But they actually lost a game to Seattle 2 weeks ago on a Monday night where they were +3 and they still lost the game. And you're like, how did they lose the game? Tyler, Scott, they can't finish in the red zone. They're one of the worst NFL teams in the red zone. They're a field goal palooza. So that is a weird one where they're just kind of an okay offense, but they're terrible in the red zone. So it's field goals, not touchdowns for them. So offensively, it's kind of like, they're missing a couple of receivers with Christian Kirk and Nico Collins. At least they've been hurt. They have 3 wide receivers from Iowa State. So if you're a Cyclones fan, you're going to love them. But really what gets your attention is their defense. And Will Anderson Jr. and Stingley and Petrie, these guys are no joke at all. But I think you can get to them. I'm not that impressed with the Texans guys, and I'm looking forward to this game a little bit more than I was before. I think this is a extremely gettable game for the Broncos.
Well, the Texans have been another roller coaster team. They've been strong at home. They're 2-1 at home. They struggle on the road. They've been plagued by significant offensive line injuries, issues, just offensive line woes.
Do you see
all
what
of
they're
the
doing
above.
at left guard? They're rotating 2 guys at left guard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're not injured. They just haven't made their minds up between Juice Scruggs and Laken Tomlinson. They're rotating them between series.
Hey, we did that the Super Bowl year. I rotated a tackle, and Max Garcia rotated a guard, and we just went about every 2 or 3 series for almost the entirety of the season.
Wild, huh?
So it does happen. It is unusual. You're right, but it does happen, and it happens a lot with situations where you've got woes that are going on. Look, their offensive line, they've given up 15 sacks, where we've got a really great defensive line. So that should be a matchup that should be good for the Denver Broncos. C.J. Stroud, I think he's better than people are giving him credit for. He in a struggling offense, he's still averaging about 215 yards passing per game, and that's explosive enough to be dangerous.
Yeah,
I think they're only averaging 40 yards less a game than Denver, which is 4 first downs, 4 possessions.
I mean, they're middle of the road. So offensively, they're totally middle of the road.
They're
17th in the NFL and total offense. They average about 328 yards per game, and they score 21.9. So that's respectable. That's not it's not a terrible offense.
Nah, it's like Stroud. It's okay. But he struggles with, like, out of the blue, like, accuracy issues. Even on, like, short passes, it's like, whoa. And usually it's like overthrows. So my guess is there's something with his mechanics that are just not dialed in. We'd have to talk to some sort of QB guru, I suppose, to figure that out. But you just got to watch a game, and you can see, like, whoa, where's that going?
So a quarterback, you're saying a quarterback that overthrows wide open receivers has some technical issues?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hey, there's a lot of Bo Nix, C.J. Stroud comparisons if you want to go there. A lot. So, and the style of offense and trying to figure out your identity. If you want to draw comparisons between these 2 dudes, go for it.
I think, and Tyler just said it before. Remember, Denver just put up 44. That changes a whole lot of numbers when you're talking about your offensive stuff, right?
44, but 77 in 2 weekends. I mean, it's 5 quarters.
I get you. But if you look at their numbers, they're almost identical to Houston's before the 4th quarter against the Giants in last game. I mean, a lot of comparability.
Very similar.
These are going to be 2 similar teams. You got a great rushing a defense that stops the rush in Houston. You got a team that's been exploding and doing great running the football. There's your power A versus power A, going to be head to head, and who can win that matchup?
Yeah, the problem. What the Broncos have done all year pretty well, and the Texans haven't, is finish in the red zone. So even when the Broncos offense has been struggling for the better part of the year, they've been pretty decent, more than decent, top 10, and the Texans are next to last.
Good news for a week in which you're not going to have Pat Surtain out there. Both of the starting wide receivers for the Texans are questionable right now. Nico Collins had a concussion. I know that. I'm drawing a blank on what happened to Christian Kirk at the moment.
Hamstring.
Yeah. Okay, but they're both listed as questionable, which certainly helps without Pat.
Yeah, and they got Braxton Berrios as the prototypical slot receiver and small guy. White dude, just slant guy, one of those dudes.
Edelman type.
Yeah, Edelman, Brandon Stokely, Welker. I mean, just he's there. That guy.
He's more of a rotational guy, though. He's not a starter. Jaden Higgins is the starter.
Higgins is like they got a couple of rookies, both from Iowa State. How about that? So they went receiver, Iowa State in the 2nd and 3rd round last draft. And they got another guy, Hutchinson, I believe his name. He's from Iowa State as well. He was drafted a couple years ago. So I don't know, man. There's just nothing like insane about these guys. Listen, if you blow coverage and you make mistakes, they'll beat you.
They still are NFL players.
Yeah, I mean their rotation at running back. They actually have 5 running backs on the roster, which is kind of funny, including a guy named British Brooks, which has to be one of the funnest. My name is British. What should we name our kid, hun?
Sweden.
So
Nepal. I was going to name my son Nepal.
Yeah. Hey, how's a little Norway doing? Nick Chubb, who we like, and Woody Marks is pretty good too out of USC. Those are the running backs. And listen, it's a good, solid sort of team, but they're not scary. Their defense can be scary. The game that I watched, they got Willie Anderson going over right tackle, so I don't know if he stays over there. I haven't watched their whole season, but at least he was picking on the right tackle of the Niners last weekend.
There has been 4 teams that figured him out this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they lost the first 3 games. So are they the team that lost the first 3 games of the season, or are they the team that's won 3 of their last 4? Who are they? And we'll spend some time figuring out. We got great news for the Nuggets tonight. Great news for the Nuggets.
Great news.
Great news for the Nuggets.
Okay.
And one of the craziest Avs games, insane game last night for the Avalanche. Connor McGahey knew a fact that would have been disturbing if the Avs had actually reached that, and they got damn close. Details coming up.
Welcome back.
Up top for McCarr. No shot yet. Now Nate just lets it go. He scores! It's a Marty party! For Marty Natchez, since his 7th goal of the season. And power up! The power play strikes for Colorado. McKinnon tries one more time. They score! The Mac attack is back, Jack! Goals in back-to-back games for the Nate Dog. The Avalanche cash in on the 5-on-3 for the first time this season. 2 power play goals in the hockey game. 1:30 to go in the power play. McKinnon! He did it again! It's a one-timer from the dot! It couldn't be any more picture perfect! Let the dog eat! 3 power play goals for the Avalanche. Nichushkin playing the bumper. He let the one-timer go. McKinnon drop feed. Here's Olivesson looking for 2. He scores! 4 power play goals on the night. 2 from McKinnon. And now Olivesson. No goals all season. He has 2 on the evening. 3:10 into the third period. The touchdown is good. So is the extra point. It's 7-4 Avalanche.
Welcome back.
There were only 2 players on the Avalanche that didn't collect at least a point last night in terms of forwards. And there are a couple defensemen, so we don't count them. But there were only 2 forwards that didn't get a point last night. Can you guess who those 2 players are?
Who didn't get a point?
2 forwards that didn't get a point.
Landeskog?
Nope, he had 1.
Ooh. Netches?
Netches had, he was on the scoreboard. He had 1. He had a goal.
Oh, no.
Brock Nelson and Arturi Lehkonen. Other than that, every single player on the Avalanche had at least a point. Golofsson, nice nickname by Connor, 5 points. You had 3 from McKinnon. You had 4 assists by Cale Makar. Why? Because you had 4 power play goals. So, in a season where they only had 4 power play goals, you got 4 last night.
That was a drunk hockey game, man. I mean, that was freaking wild. I mean, that had been the most bipolar period of hockey I've ever seen in my entire life.
The second period, for 4 minutes and 4 seconds, you lost your mind.
Yeah.
You're up 5 goals. There's like 12 minutes to go, something like that. And it's like, this thing is over. I mean, give me a break. And it's just, they stopped playing hockey. The Devils scored 1. You're like, yeah, okay, that's cute. 2, okay. When they scored their 3rd goal, it was like, what is going on here? And then 4 followed it shortly thereafter, and you started freaking out. And you're having some high anxiety. Connor, after the game, goes to me, hey, DMac, you realize in NHL history, no team has ever blown a 5-0 lead?
Ooh.
I go, what? Never?
Well, still hasn't, have they?
It still hasn't, because you got on the power play again, then you put the foot on the gas, and you got a couple more after that. And Olivesson, who does have a dagger for a shot. We haven't seen it yet, but we keep hearing about it.
Right.
Well, there it is. I mean, that was something else.
I was told a handful of years ago, Dan might have been part about it, about the plus-minus in hockey, because that used to be a gold standard stat that you follow, and everybody's nowadays, don't worry about it. Cale Makar, the 3rd star of the game, 4 assists, as you just mentioned. He was even, 0 on the plus-minus.
That's tricky.
Nathan McKinnon, the 2nd star of the game, 2 goals and assist, -1.
Which, given the context of the game, Nathan McKinnon's 2 goals felt relatively quiet, actually.
It seems like, right?
Yeah.
So then you got Olivesson, the 1st star of the game last night, 3 goals, 2 assists, 5 points, -1.
Crazy game.
Is that not just show you what the plus-minus kind of means in a hockey game?
Yeah, but it was a crazy game. I mean, you're sitting there, and there's 8 goals in the second period with the 2 teams. 8. And it's just you
10 through the game.
You're rattling your head like, what just happened
What's the most in a period in NHL history? I mean,
total goals. That's a great question. I'm sure it's more than 8, but that's a good question.
8 seems like a lot.
Oh, 8 is a ton. And the horn was just going off, but then the horn wasn't going off. It was just, the 25 Devils fans in the crowd were, having a good time. But at the end of the day,
and it was like in the last 10 minutes of that period too. Both teams scored all their goals. Like in the first 10 minutes was nothing.
Yeah, and then it settled down in the third, but the second period was insane. However, Bedsy did say, are you more frustrated with that or happy with the win? He goes, I'm more happy with the win. Yeah. We just take the wins, the power play. He said the guys are more aggressive on the power play, shooting quicker.
Which is a key.
Val is now up. They moved Gabe Landeskog to the third line to move him in with Olivesson to get things going, and Colton up on the second line. So you may see a different role for Gabe Landeskog, by the way, moving forward. But it worked. I mean, it worked for that line, that's for sure. And there's a lot of young guys who are contributing as well. I'm going to be happy to get Blackwood back in the mix, to be honest with you. I like Wedgwood. I do. But
he's been great, but he's also, when's the last time in his career he's played like 10 straight games?
Like never.
Right.
And Blackwood was on the bench, and there was a moment, which would have been insane in a 5-0 game, where I bet you Bedsy was pretty close to taking Wedgwood out of the game.
So I'm at a soccer game last night, and I'm following it online, right? 1-0. Oh, 2-0. Oh, we got this wrong. First period. Good. 3-0. Then I look down next time, because I'm watching the soccer game. 5-0.
5-0 was like they're showing off now.
I don't even pay attention.
Of course not. Why would you?
I get home, it's 5-4. I went, what? What?
Yeah, because it was all in 4 minutes and 4 seconds. It was insane.
Yeah, that was crazy, man.
It was crazy.
But you know what?
You
got to win close games. Every season, good teams have to do two things. You got to win close games, and you got to win crazy games, right? Because there's going to be 2 or 3 more crazy games. You're going to be up 3-0, give up a lead.
No doubt about it.
5 you don't see, as Connor pointed out. But you're going to have those games where you get outshot by 15, shots or 10 shots, and somehow the 2 or 3 you did shoot fall in the net. So you got to win close games, and you got to win these crazy games once in a while.
I did get ripped by Bedsy a little bit, teased, not really ripped.
Oh, dude, I bet we have the question.
We do, but I don't have to play it.
I think we have to play it.
No, guys, I don't really want to play it.
No.
I wanted to let you know that. Could you ask me about it?
Did you get in there?
Don't worry about it.
Get the question.
It's okay.
Go ahead, let's hear it, Dan.
It's not.
I just want to hear the answer because that's what we do with every other report.
It's not necessary. Don't need to play it.
Hey, listen.
Please don't. Please don't.
If you're a brown noser, you won't play it. If you're a team player, you'll play it.
Coach, are you more? Hey, DMac, hang on. I'll call on you guys. Okay. DMac, go ahead.
Come on. You've been around a long time.
They instituted a rule in the morning skate that I was there for, that Brendan, who's great, is going to call on reporters.
Why?
Do they call on reporters for the Nuggets during regular season?
No.
Do they call on reporters during the playoffs?
No. Do the Broncos, do the Broncos, when we used to have the scrums out at Dove Valley, call on reporters?
Not in the regular season, no.
Sometimes they would. Yeah. I mean, not in the D-Mac's right, like not the regular season, but when they would have like the big ones that are in the team room, they'd walk around with the mic and decide who's going to pick.
Yeah, in the NBA, once you get in the playoffs, you got somebody actually from the NBA that goes around and points who's going to be next and whatever.
This is game 11.
Yeah.
In October.
On Zoom, they got to pick.
Yeah, on Zoom is fun. So I missed the memo about you got to wait. You got to raise your hand.
So is Brandon.
Brendan.
Brendan is the guy
who's great.
But he's the one who stopped you first, right?
Yeah, but that's pretty funny because he goes, wait, I'm going to call on people. Goes, okay, go ahead. I had already started talking.
Yeah. You know what? It's kind of like in the NBA when a sub comes in and they go, no, you can't come in. You got to be back in. Get this guy to bed. And meanwhile, you've just wasted 45 seconds, and if you just let the guy in, you don't lose any time.
Well, Bedsy had a good laugh.
Coach, are you more? Hey, DMac, hang on. I'll call on you guys. Okay. DMac, go ahead.
Come on. You've been around a long time.
That was like you've been around a long time. Is that a good thing or a bad thing to hear somebody say you've been around a long time?
Well, it's good on one hand. It's when you look and talk about your personal life, there's probably some major, deeper issues that we could probably get into. if we're being real honest.
Anyways.
Because everybody else in that room are like in their 27 or 20-something muggles, right? 20-something or 30 muggles.
Yes.
And here's some 60-year-old that's coming in there
Hey.
going, hey, coach, hey, Vinny Barbarino.
What was your question?
My question was, Dan, I don't know if you have the whole answer to the actual question.
Hey, what happened to
But
Washington?
You're going with Welcome Back, Connor. See what Horseshack's up to. The question was, are you more happy, which is an interesting sports question, with the things that went wrong, or are you happy with the things that went right? Because you did have an epic failure.
It's like the Broncos Giants.
Yeah, and do you have the answer there, Dan? I don't know if you. Oh, go ahead, play what he said.
It's definitely not frustrating. I think you got to celebrate the wins. They're hard to get in this league, and we did a lot of really good things tonight. A lot of really good things. It looked to me like we were standing around a little bit in the first period on our half of the rink. Like our forecheck was up and running, and looked like we had a good shot mentality and seeing some things offensively. Learned a little bit from our first game against them. At the same time, then the second period, I thought we really got skating and started to play some hockey, but some of our decision making, like without the puck, was just not good.
Okay, so he's happy.
Somewhere Sean Payton is telling him, nah, you need to start scolding the guys after a game like that.
I know.
You are not allowed to have fun.
And you know what?
That is so different than what Sean Payton would say.
But
You're
but
right.
it's also the difference of I got 7 days to break down and build up.
Yeah.
NHL,
That's
NBA,
true.
Major League Baseball.
We got to carry on.
You got hours, maybe.
Right.
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 And not to hammer Mike, because I thought Mike was a great coach, but I think towards the end, he was still holding that Sean Payton kind of
Right. Couldn't let it go.
And in 82 games, I think that just after a while, teams go, really.
We won.
We
Next.
won. Let's go. I mean, listen.
I don't think you have that luxury, though, in football.
Could David Adam and I go, man, our defense is sucking right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're averaging 130 points a game.
Yeah, you're doing things that haven't happened since 1962.
Yeah, I mean, but did he seem sad yesterday, being 2-1?
No, I think no, of course not. I think you can recognize when you have bad moments, but I think you're right in football. These coaches, I think Tyler grind on it longer than anybody. I think Sean. Well, I think to the Broncos' benefit against the Cowboys, Sean's approach to what happened with the Giants was the right way to go.
Listen, I think someday they should write a book, and I know I'm boys with Sean, and we hang out and have conversations. Right there, proof. But his handling of Philly, Jets, Giants, Cowboy, that month-long pattern, right, Tyler? Because that's 4 games, that's a month. I think he was a psychology major in those 4 weeks.
Yeah, I did a good job with it, from prepping for the double road trip, going over to London and, trying to, just keep it in context of what the game's going to be. We're going to pack one bag. We'll pack a second one after that, right? Preparing for what comes after an emotional win like you have against the Giants. Football's unique. It's probably the only sport that you've got as much time as you have, a full week to digest every single game, watch film, move on to the next game, but you've got 2 full days to process what previously happened. Whereas every other sport, it's like, gosh, we just got to start with the scouting report on the next team.
Let's go.
But I do think that there's a balance to be had there. And Scott, you hit the nail on the head. In football, you've got the luxury of time. You've got the luxury of being good cop, bad cop. A little bit of Jekyll and Hyde situation. Let's get ticked off for a moment about the bad. We'll come back to the good later. And you don't necessarily have that luxury with other sports.
Well, how many times in football did you have kind of happy post game, or at least real positive, and all of a sudden you come in on Monday or whenever you watch film, Monday, Wednesday, and it's like, oh crap, we suck.
Well, you want to know what the most true statement in the entire world is? It's never as good as you think it is. It's never as bad as you think it is. You win a big game. You walk in. You're on cloud 9. You feel like everything's great, and all of a sudden you come into film session. You get humbled. Coach is all over your ass. You got a bad game. You think you're going to walk in. Coach is going to be dogging you. Hey, Polumbus, you played pretty good, man. You played pretty well.
Well, that's got to be
But
good.
I think that's also the psychology of football.
It is.
More so than that. You can't in any sport, pro especially, but I take it all the way down to high school. I take it down even the level you were coaching baseball. Once you steal a kid's confidence, and we've seen it happen from coaches, right, a lot. Once you steal that confidence, sometimes you're lucky if you do build it back up. I mean, how many guys you probably seen in your career, basically once they got broken like that, never bounced back? I saw it all the time.
Yeah, good coaches won't take you to the breaking point. They'll take you to the verge. So sometimes
They'll let you look at it.
Sometimes they'll take you right down to the verge of it and they'll build you back. But bad coaches will break you. Bad coaches will take you to the breaking point and they'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
We had a moment from Prime that we just didn't get to yesterday. We'll get to that after 1 o'clock, but he made one of the most weird metaphors yet. So it's like following the bouncing ball with thinking. We'll get to that.
I love Brazilian butt lifts.
Okay, there you go. You know where we're going.
Is that FT? That's CK.
I'm sorry?
I don't even get it.
I didn't get it
I was
either.
better with the Horseshack stuff.
He said I like butt lifts.
Okay.
I said, did you say FT or CK?
Still don't get it.
I'll laugh just to go along. I'm not sure where you're going. I'm sorry. I'm usually pretty good with your references.
How do you spell lift?
L-I-F-T.
How do you spell lick?
L-I-C-K.
And so I asked him that word. He said, was it with an FT or a CK?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because he said, I like.
You're saying like butt lick. I gotcha.
I was going to say, who doesn't?
Okay, we'll get to the... You got to the funny eventually. We'll get to the Nuggets coming up next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, oh man, who wants to deal with that? That sucks. You know, you're not feeling yourself and you're not doing great in the bedroom and your partner is looking at you like, anybody else here? Well, listen, research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life, so let's not make this a bigger issue than it needs to be. You can get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When the pills or herbals fail, they are there for you with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They're there, man. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's $99. You get the consults with a licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised, a test does. Hey, man, if it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Incredible location in Castle Rock, but they're also located in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and the Springs. So hit them up today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hey, way to go to Kendall Bueller. Kendall is our second chance Avs ticket drawing winner. We'll do the same for the Nuggets as well. So we have these great Ticket Tuesdays and Nuggets Thursdays, but you can also text. Well, you can always text to get in. And you can go online to sign up at altitudesportsradio.com. We have second chance winners for both, and way to go, Kendall. It's a name. That can go either way, right? Male, female.
Anyone.
Bueller. So way to go. That's awesome. Tonight, the Nuggets take on the Pelicans right here on 92.5. Coverage begins at 6:30. Pre-game is presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. I wasn't aware until this morning when I heard the boys talking about it. Nikola Jokic has more triple-doubles against the Pelicans than any other team, which is wild. The Pelicans haven't won a game this year, and Zion Williamson is day to day with a foot injury. Never mind the fact they don't have Looney and Murray. DeJounte Murray's been out. They've both been out. They haven't played yet this year. But Zion is... So if you're a 8-year-old girl from Erie who spent all day making a sign because you love Zion, and I don't want to hear about you crying on the sideline, holding up your little sign about wanting to see Zion play. Just know that.
He might be here, though.
All right, but I'm just saying, he may be here.
Yeah.
But if your whole world is based on, watching him play, as we've seen with 8-year-old girls with inattentive parents, it's never the 8-year-old girl's fault. It's the parents' fault for not understanding, injury reports.
Listed the last NBA injury report as questionable.
They are 12.5-point favorites, the Nuggets, that is. Zion ain't 100%. Don't know if he's even going to play. They haven't won a game all year. Cam Johnson's dealing with a shoulder injury.
Big DeAndre Jordan night.
DeAndre Jordan's here.
Tribute time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I would be shocked if they don't do a little something.
I believe they're going to do something.
Usually that's the first time out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope they do. I definitely hope they do something for DJ.
I think they will.
I think they should. I hope they do. DJ's awesome. Who doesn't love DJ?
Right.
DJ's a good one. Ain't no doubt about it. Trey Alexander's on the Pelicans. But I think they just sent him down to the G League. All right, that being said, I don't know, Scott. There's nothing that's a guarantee in life. But boy, oh boy, oh boy.
No, listen, it's just like football. You still got to play the games. But if you're a good team, you're supposed to win the games. You need to win the games you're supposed to.
If the Nuggets are
supposed to.
If they are who we think they are this year, can you believe we lost to the Wizards twice last year?
Well, I know.
Dude. There were some moments last year. That were just they went on that run, and we know that run basically saved Michael Malone's job right before the All-Star game. And by the way, that's when Michael Porter Jr. went crazy. He had 3 straight games scoring 30 or more points. Yeah. And that kind of saved, how ironic is that? That kind of saved Michael Malone's job at that point. But there really are no excuses for tonight. You're a much better team than the Pelicans. The game's at home. You're rested fine.
Got to win the game. Got to win the game. You know, Portland's playing better. They had a big win against somebody the other day. You got to go and win that game on Friday.
Well, especially because that's a cup game.
Oh, well, yeah, whatever.
You know.
And then
it's already here.
You play against them.
You got to be kidding me.
Our first game's on Friday.
You've got to be kidding me.
In our bracket.
The in-season tournament is already beginning.
Bracket game on Friday.
Because you got.
I thought this was supposed to be like a mid-season thing.
It's a
the
November
second
thing.
week. The second week of December, you have the real tournament games. These are all the qualifying bracket games.
It's a November thing. It's a thing for November to generate interest after they open. There's opening, which is supposed to be interesting.
Yeah.
How many more attempts at this do they get before they give up on it?
Oh, this dude. Do you know the sponsor of this?
Emirates.
Yeah, you think this is going anywhere?
Should.
What do you think they're paying for this?
Oh, I know.
How much are they paying for this? $1 billion? Yeah. You think it's going anywhere? Get out those special courts.
No freaking way. $1 billion? $1 billion? Wow.
You get special courts. You get sponsorship. You get a championship game in Vegas. Is it still going to be in Vegas?
Yeah. How about that? Yeah, it has been.
By the way, the bracket for the Nuggets is pretty tight. Portland's Portland, which actually they're not bad. Houston.
Pretty good.
San Antonio.
Pretty good.
Forget who else is in there, but I know Houston, San Antonio, and Portland are in. There's probably one more. But those two are in, which are pretty good.
Isn't it 4 per bracket?
I thought it was 5. I don't know, Dan. Check my math, maybe. I know, well, obviously Portland because it starts Friday, and I know Houston and San Antonio. There's probably one,
I thought they were in with Golden State.
They might be. I thought there might be. Well, 5 would make more sense.
So it might be Golden State then. That's a heck of a bracket.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm pumped for the new court. Can't wait to see what the new court is this
You
year.
think they changed it from last year?
They got to. They spend $1 billion on this thing. You should have new courts all the time. Who's our bracket, baby? Golden State. You got it. Nice job, Scott. So there you go. There's the bracket for Group C. Starts on Friday.
Is there a tougher bracket in all of basketball?
See, that's the right question, Tyler. That's the right question to get us fired up for the Cup.
Yeah, there's not a tougher bracket.
There's Scott Hastings. Markey, make this a promo. There's not another bracket. There's not a tougher. What'd you say?
Third time's charm.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up. Scott Hastings. There's not a tougher bracket than Group C. UEFA. What is it? Not UEFA. Emirates Cup. Yeah, baby. Catch the excitement.
So that starts Friday. Wow.
Yeah, it's you.
Yeah.
Your next game.
So, yeah.
Your next game gets to be a Cup game, Scott.
My first road game this year.
Your first road
it's
game
good
is
that
a
you
Cup
let him know
game.
about that today.
Yeah. Oh, I found out in the meeting.
Can I be honest? I had no idea until I was listening to the morning sprint with Coach. He loves soccer. So anything that's like soccer, he's into. Anyways, Nuggets are probably going to win and win relatively easily and go from there. The game's on Altitude tonight and also on Altitude.
Yep.
Sports Radio, 92.5. Anything else you want to throw in there about the Nuggies? Anything else that's cooking?
No, great opportunity.
Concerned about Cam Johnson? Oh, by the way, we're seeing the side-by-side numbers of Cam Johnson and Michael Porter Jr. You want to make a comment about that? I mean, it's heavily slanted towards MPJ in terms of numbers.
Yeah. I told you I had a coach one time, was sitting there busted chops. We were playing horse, doing something. We had 3 or 4 guys with Atlanta, and all he's doing is bragging. I said, man, that's what you get. You don't lead an NBA team in scoring. If you ain't got game, you ain't got game. You got to lead a team in scoring. And this before we had internet. But they used to have these big, giant encyclopedias, the Bible of the NBA, basically. And up, and every guy who's ever played in the NBA was in this encyclopedia. Pick it up, look up Fred Carter. Sure enough, left the Philadelphia 76ers in scoring with 17-something a game 1 year. And I go, Fred, you guys set a record for only winning 9 games that year. And you're bragging about being the leading scorer on the worst team in the history of basketball?
That's
how many guys could say they were the leading scorer?
Well, that's what he is.
Go.
And like I said, it was before Google, so, he wasn't getting fact-checked very often. He wasn't had a lot of people well, Porter's leading. Well, he's not even the leading scorer with Golden State. The other guy, they had a side-by-side. I can't even remember the guy's name. The both dudes just taking how many bad shots they're taking, never passing the ball to anybody.
Okay.
But he's averaging 19 on a 0-14.
Cam Johnson, 8.3 per game. Michael Porter Jr., 19.3. 5.5 rebounds for Mr. Porter. Cam Johnson, 3. 3-point percentage, 40.9. Pretty good there for MPJ. 25% for Cam Johnson. I don't think have the Nets won a game yet?
No, they're 0-4.
Okay. And the Nuggets have set scoring records since 1962 for 127 points in their first 3 games. And Nikola Jokic is amongst 3 players in NBA history to start the season with a triple-double in his first 3 games.
Did we find out if that streak goes to 4 with those same 3 guys?
Oh, I don't know. That's a great question because there's no doubt there's going to be a triple-double tonight. It might be a weird triple-double, though. It could be like 14, 14, and 10, and he doesn't play in the fourth quarter. It could be something like that. It could be along those lines because that's how bad the Pelicans actually are.
Well, he's already sent highlight reels to the 4-letter network on a couple of games. You got a 360 lob pass in the middle of the lane to Gordon. You got the behind the back pass, with defense not even facing the basket. You go wrap around behind the back right to Cam Johnson for a layup. So he's already done some Sports Center stuff.
If you can believe it or not, there are already odds or percentages of MVP votes right now.
He ain't gonna win it.
He is trailing Shea by a million in terms of percentage. It's like 35% Shea, 28% Wemby, and like 19% Joker. Like he literally has no chance to win the MVP this season. None.
No.
But they might have one of their better regular seasons ever and are contenders for a championship.
Now, here's the funny thing. I'll look it up and you guys tell me a little bit. To me, if Joker got the same brush calls that Shea Gilgeous gets, that Steph Curry gets, that Harden's got most of his career, all guards, by the way, it's amazing what I think he would be doing.
How long do we have to wait for the stat?
Do you know in the last 2 games how many free throws Shea Gilgeous has shot?
Oh,
just in the last 2 games.
40?
40.
Oh, wow.
26 and 14.
That is a total guess.
Well, we can look up how many Joker has on the year. What do you want to guess?
On the year, 3 games, Joker. He's probably 3 games.
25.
I bet it's a little bit more than that. I'll put it at 35. I'll put it under 40 if that's where you're going.
Well, let's see.
Because he hasn't really. Okay. Maybe we can find out.
Well, he's averaging 5 a game, so he's 15.
Not many.
He shot 15. Shea Gilgeous 40 just in the last 2.
Yeah, that's pretty
in
wild
3
disparity.
games, 15 for Joker.
Okay.
And go back to even last year where I think Shea Gilgeous averaged 13, 12 something free throws a game. Joker had a high year at 5 something.
Yeah, that being said, Oklahoma City's off to a great start, too.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, they're really good. Okay, let's get to the Broncos and Mercedes Lewis. What does he bring to the table? Details next. Today, the Broncos get back to work. Let's check the injury report, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. The injury report is we don't know the official one for today, but we can garner that the injuries to Nate Atkins and, more importantly, in terms of our concern, Pat Surtain, are not as bad as could have been maybe or would have been a nightmare. Why? Because not yet, I don't think, and I think it would have happened already, Tyler. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but neither player were put on the IR, meaning that if you did put them on the IR, because of the bye week, you would miss like 5 weeks.
Yeah, well, 4 game weeks, right? That's the big deal, and it is a significant deal. I'm a little bit surprised you don't just stash Atkins on the IR. Because he's not as important of a football player. You can get away with not having him on the team. You just signed Mercedes Lewis. Probably not that big of a deal. But losing Pat Surtain's a huge deal. So when you've got a guy of the caliber of Pat Surtain, you'll see guys, sometimes you'll get carried on the active roster 5-6 weeks because you're hoping to get him back after 3 weeks. Doesn't work out. You miss the original window for the IR, and then it ends up going 5 or 6. So that's what you got to hope does not happen here with Pat Surtain. But it's worth the gamble that you get him back after 3 games rather than after 4.
Technically, Mercedes Lewis is actually being signed to the practice squad. So that decision hasn't been completely made what they're going to do to the active roster. So this gives them a little wiggle room. By the way, how do you love those rules? You're going to be a 20-year vet and just sign up to the practice squad.
It used to be, wasn't it like the first 2 years that you played? It's keeping people in the league longer.
You couldn't play more than 3 games. If you played 3 games, you were no longer eligible for the practice squad.
Now you can be a 20-year vet. We'll just put you on.
That would have been, I look back on it, that would have been such a cool way to finish off your career. No stress. Go to work for 2 days a week. Make $100,000-$200,000 a year.
Yeah.
Just being a practice body. I would have freaking loved that. I really would, and I guarantee you what would have happened. I probably still would have retired when I retired, and then I would have been like, man, you know what? Let's go ride this thing out for another couple of years as a practice squad.
But I don't know if they were doing it as much when you retired, though.
No, it didn't exist. This did not. The new rules didn't exist until COVID. COVID changed things forever.
Yeah, that'd be a way to go because
but there's no guarantees. Your whole life is week to week.
But
literally,
I understand that, but we're talking about an older vet.
Your stress is so low; it is insanely low.
And we're also talking about a veteran, maybe who hopefully doesn't need all the money, but also the stress is down. You make a couple $100,000. You're probably gonna get 1 or 2 game active. So now you're gonna get those 2 weeks of NFL paychecks back. So you're probably gonna make $500,000 close or $400,000. No, it's pretty good.
Well, the only reason you put Mercedes Lewis on the practice squad right now, the intention is not to have him on the practice squad. The intention will be to put him on the 53. But this is a 41-year-old that has not been playing football this year. So you might need to give him a week or 2 to get into football shape here, bang the body up a little bit, see how it responds. If it responds well enough, I would expect their goal would be to have him active this weekend.
Hey, if he can go, he can go. If he needs a little time, fine. We're not in emergency time here. You've got a Houston team that's going to be a challenge, but they're not world beaters. It's tough, though. I mean, it's not an easy game, but it's. Geez, I don't even know if they're favored or not in this one. What do you think they are? You think the Broncos are favored?
I thought Coach said today they were favored, and then it flipped today, and that Houston was favored.
It's even, huh?
No way.
That's what I thought Coach said.
Well, we'll see. We'll check it out right here, right now. Texans are Houston's favored by 1.5.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he said that Denver was favored a day or 2 ago by 3.
A point and a half at home. That's like a push. I mean, you get points.
Well,
just for being at home.
Well, it's really less than a push. You get 3 points just for being the home team. Basically, is the way it works out. So what they're really telling you is you are not the favorite team, but we're giving you 3 extra points because you're at home.
So I think that's the way the game's going to shape. I think it's 20-16. I was bored watching the Houston offense. Frankly, it was boring because they're nervous Nellies about everything. And Kyle was. It was a crazy game, man, because San Fran didn't get a first down until there were 50 seconds left to go in the game in the first half. They didn't get a first down. It was a good defense, but then guess what happened? Then Kyle stepped on the pedal. The defense got a little tired, and San Francisco just plowed down the field and got a touchdown in the last 50 seconds of the first half. Everybody gets tired. They're all human. People, get tuckered out. And I think that's probably the way this game's going to go, too. It's going to be frustrating for Houston to not get to Bo.
How did it feel after playing in Denver, altitude, and then you went down to a sea level team?
Oh.
Did your energy feel like it was tenfold?
I don't know. I didn't really experience that on a personal level. Maybe it's because I was a native and this is just what I always knew. I just didn't get rattled when I got back here. So I would say for me personally, no. I didn't notice a huge tangible difference.
Well, I knew when I played like the first time I got to play here I was in New York. So we've been training camp sea level, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Came here, man, and you couldn't breathe. Then after playing here for a couple of years, whenever we went to like Houston or Dallas, dude, you never got tired.
Mm-hmm.
Coming from here to there, I felt like you never got tired. That could be a benefit.
You liking the Broncos right off the bat as we just dip our toes in the pool?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Star Wars. I think they're going to win this thing.
Star Wars?
Yeah, I think Denver's going to win this thing 32-17. 31-17.
You realize Houston does have the best scoring defense in the league. Star Wars.
31-17.
Against the Texans defense.
31-17.
You want to know something crazy? As I sit here and I look at the Broncos schedule moving forward, and you guys know me, I'm not necessarily the overly optimistic guy. If anything, as an offensive lineman, I live with the glass half empty more days than not. But you look at this schedule, I can't really find any games that I would say, yeah, the Broncos are going to lose. Now, I could give you 3 games that are going to be tough. I could give you 3 games that they could lose, right? I could give you both Chiefs games. They could lose those. That Packers game, that's going to be a tough game. But honestly, you look at this schedule, and it's kind of hard to not get really excited about this season.
Yeah, the at Chiefs on Christmas kind of looks like a dog. Well, I don't know. You guys probably both played on Christmas. Is it harder for the home team or the away team on Christmas?
Away team.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I never did play on Christmas. I played on Christmas Eve a couple times, but I don't think I actually ever played on Christmas Day.
Well, and that's going to be I think that's going to be a major game if things go the way they are going with both teams.
This is why you got to win that first one.
For sure.
You're playing at
No
home
doubt.
in
No doubt.
2 weeks,
No doubt.
or three more games, and it's November 16th game. It's still kind of middle of the year. You're at home. If you just win that one, you've done enough to win the AFC West, as long as you handle your business. I mean, I don't mean like it's the cat's in the bag. Like, you got to keep working, but you've done enough as long as you split with the Chiefs to win the AFC West. You do not want to go into Kansas City on December 25th having to win that game in order to split against the Chiefs.
Okay. So how are we feeling about Surtain being out right now? And Mercedes Lewis. I mean, they're not one for one there, but those are the
You
developments.
seem pretty excited about Mercedes Lewis. I'm like, yeah, it's a body.
It's a name.
No, I'm not that. I mean, I'm the one that said downplay from the get-go. I'm not over the moon about Mercedes Lewis.
Okay. It's a body. It's a name. It's the 3rd tight end that you went after in 48 hours.
Yeah.
You tried to claim 2 other tight ends. You didn't get them because you weren't high enough on the waiver wire. So you brought in a body that hopefully can block for you. I said this yesterday. I'll stand by it. You never want to lose a guy like Pat Surtain, but this stretch is a reasonable stretch to lose him. Hopefully, cross your fingers. He's got Russell Wilson Wolverine blood, and you can get him back for that Chiefs game. If you get him back for that Chiefs game, that would be incredible.
I think the first game you're going to really need him is that Chiefs game.
Well,
I think you can get by this week.
You can get by against Texans. You can get by against the Raiders.
Yeah.
Probably. It could be the difference between beating the Chiefs and not beating the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So.
I think it's going to be a stretch.
Because look what the Chiefs have done once they got their 2 receivers back.
Oh, I get it. I think it's going to hey, I hope that's the case. And maybe that is. Maybe the reason why they're not put on IR is for that game. It's not the Commanders. It's really about the Chiefs game. Okay, cool. I hope that is the case. I don't know what that injury, fellas. You tell me. A pec strain, what are we talking about? Not surgery, thank God. But, what's the recovery for some sort of pec strain?
Well, I think the bigger concern is not rushing it back because what you don't want to do is turn a pec strain into a pec tear. And
Like you did to Elvis Dumervil.
Like I did to Elvis Dumervil.
All right.
Sorry, couldn't handle this kind of strength. It's not for everyone now. It's not.
Well, you know what? That ain't free.
Yeah, that ain't free. Yeah, I had to work at this. Elvis, I was getting paid too, buddy.
I gotcha.
Yeah, you don't want to turn it into a pec tear, though.
So it can get worse. It's an injury that's bad, and it can get worse. You
Well,
always hear that. Oh,
yeah.
you're hurt, but it can't get worse, so go ahead. But this could.
I think so, yeah.
I think it's just like a calf strain. Once you do a calf, I mean, if you come back too soon on that.
Is it lingering like a calf strain, meaning like you get it, it's better, but it's always there?
There is a major but, and I think it's a pretty big caveat that should be on the optimistic side. Every injury depends on the position that you play on how impactful it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
How impactful is a pec strain for a corner? Shouldn't be that much.
Yeah,
okay, you jam a guy at the line of scrimmage a couple times a game.
Mm-hmm.
Pat in a big game might make 4 tackles. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's not like that's a body part that's going to get strained throughout the game outside of a few moments of contact.
It might be sore, it might be painful or whatever, but hey, you'd rather have something like that than something with your lower body, right? That's for sure. Never mind something with your head. You don't want anything like that. So it'll probably be okay.
Yeah, like I said, I think you're fortunate because you got for sure 2 weeks of complete rest and rehab for 2 solid weeks. And then I think they'll evaluate it 3 Tuesdays, or what is today? Today's Wednesday?
Today is Wednesday.
3 Wednesdays from today, they'll reevaluate and see, well, what do you think? And if not, then he misses 3. I think he'll miss, obviously, the bye. And then you got another 7 days. You got 5 weeks between playing
the
games.
Commanders game.
Yeah.
All right, on the way, we have Michael Jordan talking about load management. That's fun. We'll let you know what's going on with the World Series. That was, wasn't as exciting as the night before, that's
Your boy
for sure.
get a loss on that one?
It was interesting. We'll give you whatever Broncos news we got as the afternoon goes on, as they get back to work. No dumb question. I'll give you a preview for no dumb question. Did you guys see Russell Wilson celebrating with Jameis Winston and Malik Neighbors on Sierra's 41st birthday?
I did. Malik dancing the day before he's getting surgery.
Is that right?
He had surgery today.
Well, ACLs are weird injuries, man. ACLs are super strange injuries. Sometimes it's not really that painful. It's just unstable. And, a lot of people walk around with ACL tears their whole lives. Plus, you get a couple cocktails in you, Scott, The hell?
Yeah.
You're about to, have to go to rehab and do all that stuff. Why not have a drink and celebrate Sierra's 41st birthday? Or 40th birthday?
40 for him. Oh.
40 for Sierra.
40's the new 30.
So, Tyler, all these people are the
That's
same
what
age
I'm
as
saying.
you. Sierra's the same age as you.
Doesn't sell better.
Mercedes Lewis the same age. Yeah, 40. What's 40? What's 40? 40 ain't nothing.
Well, unless you're an offensive lineman, and that means I'm 3/4 of the way through.
So why don't you go back and play tight end?
I could probably block better than Mercedes Lewis.
Yeah.
Wow, there you go. There you go.
You want to block you tight end? I'm looking pretty good these days, boys.
What would it take for you to get out there on a Tuesday and try out as a
What would it take? I would be drooling at league minimum. What would it take? An opportunity?
No, I'm okay. So you would do that in a heartbeat.
Are you kidding me?
Are you being a little serious here?
Why don't you text GP?
There's people I know. There's people you know. What are you talking about? I don't have to. Are you being serious or are you just joking around now?
Am I being serious about what?
Would you go for a Tuesday tryout to be a blocking tight end for the Denver Broncos?
If I had an opportunity, hell yeah, I would.
And you really do think you'd be better than Mercedes Lewis?
I don't know. Probably.
How good do you think you'd be?
I bet I'm stronger than him.
Okay.
I guarantee you I'm stronger than him.
You think you could do it?
For how many snaps?
Well, let's think about it.
Do I have to run a route?
No.
I don't ever have to run a route?
No. Not worried about that.
All I got to do is play O-line, but I'm at the tight end position?
I mean, it's 3rd and 2 or you're on the goal line and maybe you drift out, something like that. But no. I mean, you're never getting more than 5 yards away from the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I got 10 or less plays in me.
Do you have to pull as a blocking tight end or not?
No.
That's too far away, right? You don't have to bother with that.
No.
So what are your responsibilities as a blocking tight end? Just on the edge?
Yeah, but you got to run routes too.
You do?
Yeah.
If you were the blocking tight end, that's the last one on this one. You got
Hey, Toradol's a wonderful drug now.
all right. You got Will Anderson, and what I saw, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I saw him coming off the right side like McGlinchey. If you were teamed up with McGlinchey, do you think you could do a job on Will Anderson?
With help?
It's you and McGlinchey.
Yeah.
You can take care of business.
Who's helping who more, though?
I don't know.
Oh, no. I want Mike's help. Yeah, for sure I want Mike's help.
But Anderson was making whoever that right tackle of the Niners, he was making him look like a fool. So I
2-on-1? Sure.
2-on-1. Will you and Mike against Will Anderson?
Yeah. You want me to do some kick steps during the break? I mean, I still got it. I keep those shoulders square now.
Dude, I love it, man.
Dude,
You are in great shape. I'm not going to lie.
Revamp to a tight end.
Yeah, and if the Broncos are looking for a blocking tight end, you think you're stronger than, I don't know, man. Are they crazy? You're actually younger than him.
I bet I'm stronger than every tight end on the roster.
Dan, or are you just going to make this a pro? We're just going to drop this off at Dove Valley. Wouldn't that be insane if you actually got a Tuesday tryout to do that?
All I need is an opportunity.
Wouldn't that be unbelievable? That would be freaking amazing.
We gotta have.
I mean, this is not lightly. Tyler has been working out like a maniac for the past year.
Next Tuesday, if it happens next Tuesday, he's got to be mic'd up. We got to have some
Oh
recording
my
device
God.
somewhere.
I can't even imagine. It would be kind of awesome.
You got to just have a tryout, even if they won't even let him make the
They're
team.
only looking for a guy for a few games.
Guys,
You know?
like what would it take? I would go do practice squad if I had an opportunity to do that. Are you kidding me?
Do you really seriously feel like you're in that type of shape that you could pull that off right now?
As a blocking tight end.
As a blocking tight end.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to make some
And
calls.
I'm not even going to call him delusional.
I'm not either.
I'm not calling him. That's why I suggested it, by the way. I said,
I mean, I think I could do that.
You're in the best shape. I mean, you're in the best shape since you stopped playing, no doubt about it. You're actually in a totally different body now. They're looking for a blocking tight end for a short period of time.
Yeah, but
I'm sure there is a 33-year-old that is going to be more effective than me.
Maybe, but they're on the waiver wire and they're getting snatched up. I mean, they just went to Mercedes Lewis, who's older than you.
Hey, George, hit me up. 303-91. Never mind, I'm not DMac.
All right, we got to take a break, but what a fascinating world that would be. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. My friends at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I've been going there since my rookie year because relationships matter. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. They take care of me every single time, and that's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer that walks in the doors at Phil Long Ford. You don't have to drive all over the state. Just go to the best dealership because there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking new, you're looking pre-owned, you're already going to find the best vehicle in the state with the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Why go anywhere else? Guys, they've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, remember to keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we got a bunch of stuff here for No Dumb Questions. Jeff Legwall coming up at 1:45. So we got Michael Jordan to get to. We got, as part of No Dumb Questions, as well as Prime. Like, what the hell was Prime saying? I sent a note to Patrick Tyler. It was just like, our guy's good. Our guy's good to go. So we'll see.
Well, I appreciate that.
I mean, just to get a tryout on Tuesday, I think would be fun no matter what. I have no idea what to even do. Do you know even what they do on tryouts?
Yeah, I've done it. I mean, you go through positional drills. You go through a full-on workout. Every now and then they'll make you run. They'll make you do some weight room stuff.
Well, that would be great, right?
Well, weight room would be great.
Yeah.
The running, you know.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. But Big Rob came in here. First thing he said when he came in was, you got to do this.
You got to get it done.
You got to do it. I mean, this is.
You guys are putting a lot of faith in me actually getting a tryout, which the odds of that between 1 and 10 is a 0. But do I think I can do it? Yeah.
See,
and I don't. And right now, you said you could play tackle in the NFL. Delusional. You saying you could be a practice squad tight end?
Yeah.
Play maybe 2 games, 3, maybe. I think possibility.
Yeah, that's all you're really needed for. I mean, snaps, I don't know, 10, 12?
I don't want to change my number, though.
That's the make or break thing. That would be hysterical.
Calvin Throckmorton's going to have to hand that thing over.
Well, you can offer him a Rolex or something. Yeah.
Tyler's going to offer him a Rolex.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking standard, low price. Or you could just think of a new number that you've always wanted and you didn't have. What was your basketball number in high school?
44.
You know, listen.
I never even thought about that, but I think it was. Yeah.
This isn't like Tyler is Mark Wahlberg in Invincible. You're a former Bronco. You're a longtime pro athlete. You're a Super Bowl champion. This is not crazy.
And if some way, somehow, you could get active for 4 games, now you got another year on the pension.
Let's go. I mean, it would take me 10 years to make what I could make in half a season in the NFL.
It's really kind of cool. Who knew that their year would kind of boil down to this kind of need where they're signing 41-year-old Mercedes Lewis's? All right,
what's
we'll
a bigger story? Had they signed 41-year-old Mercedes Lewis to the practice squad, or 40-year-old former tackle and a Super Bowl champion Tyler Polumbus?
Dude, what a story that would be.
As a backup tight end on the practice squad. Which is a bigger story?
I legitimately do regret. We've talked about this before, but I legitimately do regret not staying in football shape for the first 2 or 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, get called in for the last 6-7 weeks of the season, do that for an extra couple of years. Why the heck did I do that?
Right. Like, you're not a full-time player.
Because you got comfortable.
I did.
Yeah, but keep yourself in shape to be a part-time player, not a full-time player.
I mean, I had full-time job offers at the time, but that didn't mean I had to accept it.
Right.
I still could have said no to those and then been like, hit me up in week 10.
All right. Well, listen, it wouldn't be the first time somebody in radio has been called to the Broncos.
No, it might be the first time somebody came out of retirement after 10 years. That literally might be the first time.
10 years, wow.
Yeah. I don't.
That's a good one.
I'd be shocked if anybody's come out of retirement after 6 years.
Yeah, because David Diaz-Infante wasn't retired that long. He was doing some radio stuff when he got called back to be a long snapper. That did happen, though. He was, kind of retired.
Well.
But he was working part-time at KOA and doing whatever, and then he was on the Broncos for like half the season or something.
Yeah.
It wasn't the whole season. It was kind of just like this. It was like some sort of emergency. We need a guy. Do we know a guy? Let's get a guy. That sort of deal.
How do you snap? Have you ever tried that?
Oh, I can't. I've tried so many times. That is a skill set that I do not own. It's a very unique skill set. It really is. It's not easy to learn.
All right. That's no dumb questions. We have some audio for a couple of these. You want to hear Michael Jordan on load management or Deion Sanders talking about?
I think I'm going to be over the Michael Jordan stuff, but in like one more week.
All right, let's.
No. I wasn't saying like I don't want to hear this. I'm just saying I can tell by the way these things are going. It is going to be uninteresting within a week or two.
Okay, I'm not going to disagree with you. Like,
it's one interview that they're going to stretch out for 40 weeks.
I find Michael Jordan as a personality, he doesn't connect, in my opinion. I think he comes off as arrogant and not like a real person, and people just kiss his ass. And I like my guy Mike Tirico, of course, but what's he gonna do? He's just genuflecting at the altar of Michael Jordan.
Right.
But Michael Jordan's not a humble guy either, and he's not funny. So there's nothing funny about him. There's nothing genuine about him, and there's nothing likable about him. So aside from that, he's great on TV.
I think he's genuine in what he feels.
Well, I think he's genuinely kind of a jerk. I think that's who I think that type of personality is what has propelled him to be as good as he is. I don't think Tiger Woods comes off as a great person when you sit down and interview him. I don't think he's like that either.
No, but then when you see him going out and hitting balls with Scotty Scheffler or the guys, he's like an entirely different dude.
Yeah, he's a dude. He's like a dude on the court, but he's like a shizzle talking guy.
Yeah.
And so is Michael Jordan. And I think they're both kind of cut from that same. They're not bad guys. They're just, they're not great when you listen to them on TV. They're not funny.
They've been on that mountain a long time.
A long time. Okay. Let's get to the Prime stuff first, though, because this is crazy. This is Prime talking about patience. See if you can follow what he's talking about here. And it involves pizza and mail-order brides from Eastern Europe. Go ahead.
Brazilian butt lifts.
Okay.
Well, there's no one patience in this world. How do we exude patience when we could call up right now and get a pizza delivered right here? That you could call and get a ride waiting outside for you. Everything is expeditious in this country. Everyone wants the quick fix, the quick things. You got mail order brides too, right? You get married, right away. You could get a BBL. You could come in here flat as I don't know what, and leave thick as a Snicker. So this is a different country that we live in, man. Ain't nobody got no patience no more. I understand that, and I don't either. I don't have patience as well. I want things done right now because I'm used to getting up there working, putting in the work, and you want the results from the work you put in. It don't oftentimes work like that. That's a great question. I appreciate that.
Tyler, thank you. When he said BBL, I had no idea what he was talking about.
Oh.
But you know what BBLs are.
I sure do.
Brazilian butt lifts.
Yeah.
How are you so schooled?
Well, I got one 5 or 6 years ago.
How's that going for you?
How would that be if someone dogpiles you on your practice squad?
Well, it might burst, but you know what? It'll give me a little bit of cushion.
Why do you think Prime used Brazilian butt lifts, mail order brides, and
I think it makes sense.
You probably have to.
You go in with a flat butt, you come out with a big butt. That makes a lot of sense.
You have to go and check Prime's server history.
Thick as a Snicker is hysterical, by the way. You come out as thick as a Snicker. That is fantastic. Now, I thought it was really funny, and it made sense. Like, nobody has patience in this world. Look at our world and what's going on. But then he says, well, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I don't have any patience either. So he's being critical that nobody has any patience, meaning it takes time to develop things, I think.
Yeah,
but then he admits, I don't have any patience.
I think he was saying that, hey, fans, nobody has patience. I understand. You all don't have patience. The whole country doesn't have patience. You guys aren't having patience right now.
But that doesn't make it right.
And I'm with you. But he should turn around and said, but that's not how this works all the time.
Yeah, he
did say that at the very end. It was like the last 3 words that he played. He pretty much did say that.
I don't know, Dan. Can you get to that very end there quick? It's up to Dan. He's got the controls on that bad boy.
Getting up there working, putting in the work, and you want the results from the work you put in. It don't oftentimes work like that. That's a great question.
Don't oftentimes work like that.
Right, but he also says, I don't have patience either. He's actually kind of saying to himself, I need to have more patience in this process, and I really don't. And I get it. I understand why a great athlete like Deion Sanders actually doesn't have patience. And maybe this is him basically saying, boy, do I need more patience here in this process. I thought this was going to happen a little quicker than it did. Maybe that's a little like affirmation there. Like maybe.
Well, let me ask this: we just talked about Michael Jordan. You think Michael and Prime are a lot the same?
Yeah.
Did Jordan not take over?
I do.
Take over the Hornets, thinking, "Oh, because what I did, I'm gonna turn this thing around in a day," and it never happened.
I get it too. If the world comes to you athletically so easy, like it does to these guys, I actually understand it. It must be a frustrating world to live in when everything to you came so easily, and now you're in a different world where things are so difficult, and it doesn't make sense. That's my guess on it. But I have no idea why he was thinking about Brazilian butt lifts at the same time.
Just an honest dude.
Yeah, but like of all the things you think about being patient.
I can't believe you guys didn't know what a BBL was.
I had no idea what it was referencing.
Yeah. I just thought they were BLs.
No, Tyler's totally right. But because he followed that up with being thick as a Snicker.
That's right.
So he's got to be talking about the hiney.
I had a friend that had an SLBL.
What's that?
St. Louis.
What's a St. Louis butt lift?
Same thing as Brazil.
It is?
Yeah.
I'm setting you up for the joke if you're going to come through with it.
The joke was more soggy.
There's got to be. It's St. Louis, so it's got to be.
Yeah.
Full of barbecue.
Right.
Full of barbecue sauce.
Right. It's got to be a joke there.
Yeah. No. Sometimes you don't even just let your mind get created.
You want to hear the Michael Jordan stuff? We talked all about it. Go ahead, play Michael Jordan on what was he talking about? Being
load management.
Right, okay.
The term load management has become such a hot button in the NBA.
How I know you were going to talk about that one?
Because you played 80 games a lot. You played 82. What do you think of when you hear the term load management thrown around?
It shouldn't be needed, first and foremost. I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. It was something that I felt like, the fans are there to watch me play. I want to impress that guy way up on top who probably worked his ass off to get a ticket or to get money to buy the ticket.
You really cared about the guy who sat in the top deck at the Palace in Auburn Hills to watch you when you came to Detroit?
Yeah, because I know he's probably yelling at me, and I want to shut him up. He's calling me all kinds of names. I definitely want to shut him up.
Right.
You have a duty that if they're wanting to see you, and as an entertainer, I want to show, right? So if the guys are coming to watch me play, I don't want to miss that opportunity. Now, physically, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. But physically, if I can do it, and I just don't feel like doing it, that's a whole different lens.
I got breaking news. Old head thinks young head is soft.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Maybe I should try that.
Talk about load management.
I'm out of control today.
I think you had that in reverse.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah, Michael Jordan. Are we done with the interview?
Chuck said something
I'm telling
similar.
you, he's going to be boring. What are we going to get out of Michael Jordan?
Nothing.
But
Tyler,
Chuck said something
like
similar on one of their broadcasts that you're playing $60 million a year and you can't play back-to-back games. You use the money thing that you like to do.
That's fine by me. I agree.
But is Michael wrong right there?
No, but everything's relative. At the end of the day, are we talking about 5 games in 7 days, a back-to-back on a road trip? What are we talking about? And who are we talking about?
Can I just call him a liar? Can I call him a liar that he cared about little Jimmy up in Section 328?
No, well, the truth for Michael Jordan is that he wanted to prove a guy wrong. Nobody got insulted by the least amount of things in Michael Jordan. One of the funniest things I've ever heard about Michael Jordan is that George Karl didn't say hi to him in a restaurant because George didn't see him.
And they're North Carolina guys.
Yeah, and so Michael Jordan was out to get George Karl. He had a Hall of Fame acceptance speech where it was like a roast on everybody else. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody as petty as Michael Jordan about life and I want to make the guy who's booing me in the 10th row, I want to shove it to him. What?
Do you not hear
it's
a little
so
bit?
Weird.
Do you not hear a little bit every once in a while? I know we hear more and more of it, but I've seen a lot of interviews with Tom Brady lately and little bitty podcasts. He can come out like that
Oh,
once in a while,
no doubt about it.
Yeah, he comes out there
and
like
the
that,
high,
too.
the high horse of, like, if you really cared, you'd do what I did, and I worked harder than everybody else. And all Tom Brady goes down that road all the time. Really, it's kind of like, hey, shut up, dude. Like, if you had to walk a mile in my foot as just a regular person with a regular job on a regular 9 to 5, let's see how you really do with all your work ethics and all that sort of stuff. That's what I feel about it. Listen, I get it. You were a hard worker and you were a great athlete, the whole thing. But I got more the truck driver out there who's for 35 years woken up at 5 o'clock in the morning to take care of his family, making $50,000 to $70,000 a year.
Andy Lindahl.
I don't know, man. I actually disagree. I do. I think you put Tom Brady in a normal workforce environment, he would have freaking risen to the top because of the work ethic. I'm serious,
Based on
dude.
what?
Based on what? There's a drive that certain human beings just possess, and other human beings do not. There is a willingness to sacrifice, and Tom Brady's talked about this. I forget who he was talking about. He called out somebody recently, and it was stupid, but he did call out somebody recently because they cared too much about their family. I forget what quarterback that was. You guys know what I'm talking about, though, right?
I remember something like that.
Yeah, and he's like, you know what? Sometimes your family's got to sacrifice. Well, there are just people like that are so freaking devoted to their work that it is impossible for them to not rise to the top. And I really do believe that would have happened to Tom Brady anywhere he went in life.
Or Michael Jordan, or Tiger Woods, or
I think you're dead wrong on it.
or John Elway, or Peyton Manning, or look at the success Peyton Manning's having right now. You think he's grinding?
No.
Oh, I do.
I
absolutely think he's grinding his butt off.
I think
he's doing a chocolate chip Toll House commercials.
You
now.
think doing commercials is grinding?
No, but I think he's out there beating the windows and doors, and he's got agents to do it, but he's taking meetings.
I guarantee you that dude is 10 times busier than any man in this room.
All right. I mean, I don't know what you're defining as busy, but I mean, we can go through schedules if everybody wants to. I bet Dan Tanner's busier than Tom.
No freaking way.
Peyton Manning.
No freaking way.
I guarantee
no freaking way.
Guarantee you, Peyton Manning last night did not spend 8 hours on mushrooms with a PlayStation.
Call of Duty's not going to play itself.
Well, that's for damn sure. But Dan got up. He's on working starting at 9 a.m. He's going to be doing In the Paint tonight. What time's that game get over? 10:30. So he'll be putting in a 14-hour day today. What's Tom Brady doing? What's Peyton Manning? Are they putting in 14-hour days? Dan is today. Correct, Dan?
Yes.
Dan has another job, too, besides this? He works at the Colorado Media School. He teaches. Poor kids. But he teaches on time.
Yeah, but you're making a false assumption here that if those guys were put in the same situations, that they wouldn't be doing every single thing that they would have to do. And that's why I believe they would rise to the top.
All right, I don't need
because,
to get in a big
because I do not think that every human being possesses that kind of mindset.
I don't mean to get in a big angry debate here, but I'll just point out in life in general, when you hit your 40s, you still in general have 20 more years of grinding it out for work.
Yeah, but
these guys are in their 40s and they're retired. Or more. These guys get to their 40s, they're done. They're done with the hard work.
But they're not. And those guys don't.
But then they're in a world where they get to choose
and
what
I
they
bet
want
you
to
the
do.
amount of work that those guys put in those 20 years, pretty equivalent to a lot of things.
But there's a difference in life when you can choose to work and you have to work. And the average guy listening to us right now has to work.
Yeah.
And that is the truth.
Hey,
so
that's because you got three guys they're listening to right now. Has to work.
Speaking of that, having to work, let's talk to Jeff Legwall coming up next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone causes all sorts of issues. Oh, man, you're foggy, the sex drive ain't there, you put on the weight, I don't know. What happened? What happened? Maybe it's just the low T. It could be. Well, I'll tell you what. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple of minutes. You schedule your consult. You draw your blood. They'll have your results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review your results and discuss your options, and you'll make the decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment, it's only $99. You get the medical consult, the T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Most guys wait a year or longer. You don't need to wait. With 5 locations to serve you. There's one near you, I promise. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, Colorado Springs, and Castle Rock. Man, put a new fresh coat of paint on that joint. Looks fantastic. Call today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and end with a career. Jeff, Mercedes Lewis, what is the latest information about Mercedes Lewis here today?
He might be the oldest addition to the practice squad, one of the oldest in league history, I don't know, but 41-year-old Mercedes Lewis, now a Broncos practice squad member.
Oh gosh, I guess you're not supposed to say, because I'm just, you know what I want to say, was he on the field, but what is the right way to answer that question and even ask it?
Well, I mean, I think his chances of getting elevated Sunday are very good. Let's just leave it at that. How about
Okay,
that?
that's good. That's very fair. And we'll hear more details when Sean speaks, right?
Yeah, no, and it just shows you where they're at, DMac. I mean, he's always been one of the best blocking tight ends at the position, and they obviously need that. And you know, they made some waiver claims on some tight ends, but were beaten to them. I think Cleveland got one instead because of the waiver claim order. So they've been trying to add a blocker at the position, and this is what they could put together. He worked out yesterday, and they liked what they saw.
Jeff, it feels like there are a lot of national guys insinuating that the Broncos are in the market. Matter of fact, perhaps even already making phone calls. Schefter said this call's been made for the Broncos in terms of looking for another wide receiver out there. Do you buy into that? Anything you can tell us on it?
I buy that there's some cursory interest, Tyler, but, you know, how much they're willing to give up. And frankly, I have a hard time understanding what they would do with a rotation that already seems out of sorts with who they have. But they're certainly going to take a look because I think they feel like they're in the mix now. And, if you can make a move, you're going to. But, do I believe they'll give up a lot of draft capital or other players? That's not the indication I've been given yet. But, there's always a chance you're getting lied to at this time of year. So, but I do know other GMs have told me they're out there kicking the tires. I haven't had anybody use the word aggressive with me yet.
Hey, going and getting ready for this game, the strength of Houston is stopping the run, and what's been one of the big strengths for Denver this season is running the ball. Who do you see with an advantage in that area of the game?
Yeah, Scotty, this is probably the best defense they've played to this point, I think, and I think it will be a good test of both Sean Payton's willingness to hang in with the run game, even though it may not look good on a few carries. But, the only way they're going to manage the Texans' pass rush is if they have some kind of play action impact and some kind of run game. I don't think you can leave Bo Nix in the shotgun for this whole game and be very effective on offense.
Hey, Jeff, when you look at the other positions that the Broncos might need to address in the trade market, or I mean, I guess they've been scoured the waiver wires as well. They tried to claim 2 tight ends. Does wide receiver make the most sense, assuming that you were going to make a trade?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, Tyler. But again, I watch them, and I understand if you get a proven player at wide receiver, it's going to impact your rotation and all of that. But I see a team that has sort of an odd rotation at wide receiver, and the head coach has repeatedly said we got to find our identity and have to find some snaps for these guys. And you want to impede the development of Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant. Yeah, get another veteran wide receiver in here, and when that guy's gone at the end of the year, if you didn't win the Super Bowl, all you did was impede the young players you're going to be counting on moving forward. So I have no doubt they're looking around and would add somebody they thought could get them over the, win them a game or two or something this year. But I think the long-term thing to me outweighs the short-term gain. I don't know that you're going to get a player that's going to have a significant impact at that position over the last 9 weeks of the season without giving up too much for him.
Hey, we saw last year when Moss went down, the Broncos pass game defensively really struggled a little bit. What's it going to mean now for them playing without Surtain for a few weeks?
Yeah, I think, Scotty, the biggest thing I'm intrigued to see is nobody plays more man defense than the Broncos, and we're talking by a wide margin. They're the only team with over 60% of their coverage snaps in man this year, the only team in the league. And, that's a significant thing, and they're able to do that because they have Pat Surtain. So I think it may take a little adjustment for them, but I think they might be, you're never equipped to play without a guy like Surtain. I'm not saying that, but with Jahdae Barron and Abram Strain's progress, I think they're a little better equipped to deal with things than they were last year when Moss got injured. So I think they have more depth at corner, and I think it will show some. But it's going to be awfully hard to play defense the way they've been playing it schematically without him. So I'm intrigued to see what kind of adjustments are coming in the weeks to come here.
What do you see from the Texans?
It is the best defense they're going to play. Their offensive line has struggled immensely. You're talking about a team with a 50% pass block win rate, which is not real good. So, both defenses will dictate the day, and it's going to be whichever offense can grind a little something out and make something happen.
Yeah, what do you think of offensive lines, Jeff, in the National Football League that rotate guards?
You're I think anytime you rotate a lot of players in the modern era in the offensive line, you're basically saying we're not sure what we should do.
Right.
So.
All right. And we'll find out more. How's the health of everybody else out there? Well, what should we take in consideration, because Atkins and Surtain did not. We're speculating that they didn't go on IR. Maybe you could tell us the timeline too. Could they still go on IR, or are we past that point? And if they're not,
it's just the clock starts whenever you put them on. So you don't put them on IR initially because maybe the information you have is it'll be less than 4 weeks. Now, the wild card in this is the Broncos have their bye week in there. And I think, I've heard multiple times on Surtain, the hopeful thing would be he's back after the bye. So, but he went for he asked for a second opinion, and I think the Broncos are sifting through that information. But the longer they don't put him on IR, like over the next 2 weeks, means they think the clock is going to work in their favor. It did not happen earlier this year when they tried it with a player or two, and ended up putting Greenlaw on IR after waiting.
we were not joking, right, Tyler? Are we joking or not joking about a Tuesday tryout for you?
I would be there in a heartbeat if somebody was dumb enough to give me the opportunity.
Yes. As a tight end.
Tight end, blocking tight end. And if you don't know, Jeff, when was the last time you saw Tyler?
I saw him within the past couple of weeks, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tyler's a monster these days. I mean, I'm not trying to speak in front of you here, Tyler, but
I think I'm a pretty good human being, but
a physical, imposing in the gym monster, not a monster in terms of a bad human. Is it crazy that a pro like Tyler gets a shot if they need a blocking tight end for?
Here's the important part, Jeff. I've only been retired for 10 years.
Right.
Yeah.
But
I will say they just signed a 41-year-old.
Right.
So let's not take anything off the table.
Right. And it's not like Tyler hasn't played in the NFL. And I don't know what it takes. All right, maybe you could clue us in. What are these Tuesday tryouts all about? Like, how does one go about getting a tryout on a Tuesday for an NFL team?
Well, they call your agent and they put you on a plane. It's pretty simple, Do
you have to have an agent?
They can send a car for you, Tyler.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll drive
I think,
myself.
Tyler,
They
you
don't
would
even have to.
Have you officially turned in your retirement? Would you have to stop the clock on all that, or?
I never filed any papers.
Is that right?
Oh,
No.
you're good then.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
good.
Yeah, I'm still out there.
So wait, are there specific papers you have to retire that would get in the way of coming back? Are you being serious? See, I can't tell if you're joking or not.
When you put in papers retirement, that starts your clock to Hall of. In fact, he's not even
Pension and
eligible
all
for
that.
Hall of Fame
Right.
because he hasn't put his papers in.
Yeah, the main reason was I just didn't want them to have to debate too hard on the Hall.
Okay. All right. See, now I feel you're just joking. All right. We should let you go, Jeff, because you have something better to do.
right.
It's got to be better than this. Thank you, Jeff.
I don't
Yeah,
think there
Tyler.
are papers, by the way.
There is in the NBA.
No, I really don't think there are. I don't think there's anything that you file that says I'm officially retired.
So
you just
okay.
The NBA, you have to send an email in the league office saying I've officially retired.
I do think your agent, like in the system, somehow can like remove you from the list, right? But there's no paperwork you have to file.
Does it not impact you on some sort of post-playing benefits or something along those lines?
No, I mean, what would impact me is if I had another year of service. Yeah, that would impact me.
So declaring that I'm not playing anymore in the NFL doesn't matter. You don't have to do that. So why would Jeff even bring that up then?
No, but listen, maybe I'm wrong on this, but
Maybe this is the paperwork?
I'm fairly certain there's no official paperwork you have to file. Now, sometimes guys will sign that one-day contract or do something like that just so they can retire.
This story, Tyler, with you gets better and better and better because part of the story could be you should have filed paperwork because there's some sort of benefit, but you just forgot to do it.
Yeah.
Which makes you eligible to play right now. That's actually pretty funny.
Well, anybody can come out of retirement at any point.
Yeah. What wouldn't be funny is that if you had signed the right papers, you would have got like $500,000 or something over the past, 10 years.
No,
Like
trust me, I would have signed that paper.
Okay. All right. Big question of the day is coming up next. All right, we'll get to the big story here in just a second, but Denver Jayhawk on Twitch. Thank you, Denver Jayhawk. And either he knows this or he's really good with Google. There's no specific retirement paperwork to file with the NFL. Instead, a player is considered officially retired once they have been without a contract for 1 full year from the termination of their last one.
Yeah.
At which point they become eligible for pension benefits. Before that year is up, players may sign a 1-day contract to retire as a member of a specific team, and they must file beneficiary and tax forms with the NFL Player Benefits Office for their retirement account. So have you done that?
What?
I can just read it again. I'm just reading here. Players may sign a 1-day contract to retire as a member of a specific team, and they must file beneficiary and tax forms with the NFL.
Yes.
Player Benefits Office for their retirement accounts.
Yeah, I mean, that's all part of our NFL benefits that you have to update those anytime you got a kid, if you want to split the percentages of who gets what if you die, which I've had to update.
Good for you.
And yeah. Yeah, that's wonderful.
It's great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. What a fun thing to do.
I'm actually well versed on that part of it.
Yeah, so much, so great.
Yeah.
All right, anyways, there you go. And thank you, Denver Jayhawk. And
you guys didn't want to believe me. I already told you didn't need to file paperwork.
I believed you. You would know.
I also don't, by the way, you don't really have to sign a 1-day contract to retire as somebody. You just retire. And then you say, I was a Denver Bronco. Or then you say, I was a Seattle Seahawk.
I think that's all
it's pretty simple.
Very ceremonial, right?
You do not need a 1-day contract to retire as such and such.
Yeah. I think
You're just retired from the NFL. And I played for X amount of teams.
Don't you think when players are doing that, the sheet of paper in front of them is just a blank piece of paper?
It's just another opportunity to go slobber over a guy.
Right. It's really unnecessary.
Like Aaron Rodgers, you want to go sign a 1-day contract with Green Bay when it's all said and done? Cool. You can go have one last ceremony if that's what you want to do.
The Broncos
you don't need to do that.
The Broncos actually do not do that. What they do instead, and they have in the past, they do not have the players sign some sort of phony 1-day contract. But they have brought guys in and just announced they're retired for a press conference. They've done that several times over the years.
With guys that retired, for technically speaking, their previous team was somewhere else.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So they've done that. That seems like the more appropriate thing to do, right? Like legendary Broncos, they've been here for a long time. They may go somewhere else.
You know what I always wondered, though? The one thing that I never knew is how long do you have to be out before they stop drug testing you? Because they did hit me up for a while.
Really?
They did hit me up for a while, and I was just like, hey, I'm retired. Fail me.
I don't know the answer to that one. Are you going to go in the Tour de France or something? Or what would the point be?
I'm just curious. I mean, if a guy was retired for 3 years and he could in theory go out there.
I guarantee you, you'd be urinating in a cup if you made.
Oh, you do it like the day you got back, in all likelihood.
How'd you be doing on that PED drug test these days?
I'm passing.
You're good.
Well, testosterone might be a little high. Give me a week or two.
Just to dilute it a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Revitalized Health has got me optimized.
What is scale of 1 to 10 with Marcedes Lewis, and we can seriously move on from this. And listening to Leggy reading between the lines, it does sound like, he's out there. He's going to practice. And we'll hear from Sean Payne if we can before the end of the show. Where are you at with this edition of Marcedes Lewis?
It doesn't move my needle.
0. You're at a 0 out of 10.
If it was 7 years ago, it'd move my needle.
All right. So we got a 0 from Scott. Tyler?
Yeah, I'm right there. I'm not expecting anything out of Marcedes Lewis.
Okay.
In all likelihood, you're looking at 10 to 12 snaps type of deal. And
maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it probably catches, if he plays every game, probably catches 5 passes from here to the end of the season if he were on the team for the rest of the year.
All right, so our care meter on Marcedes is a 0.
Yeah.
No, it's a body.
But you were pretty fired up about him as a blocker.
It's just the news of the day.
He's not a jag, but he's a jab.
Actually, he was a jag.
Yeah, but now he's a jab.
What's a jab?
Just a body.
Just a body. Okay. Hey, man, 41, just a body, collecting some sort of paycheck, having some fun.
Yep.
Sounds good to me.
Good for him.
That's why
I
we made it 8 years as a Jag. I was a proud Jag.
Yeah, man. I think it's cool when when all teams, there's really important things that you got to figure out, and then there's a lot of small little things that go towards the course of a season. So this feels like one of the smaller little things going towards the course of the season.
Can you get him to be beneficial in helping your offense in the next 9 games twice?
If you do, money well spent. The Avs power play coming alive last night in a crazy game where the Avs led 5-0, gave up 4 straight goals in 4 minutes, but then kind of pulled away. 4 power play goals, 4 out of 6 on the power play. How big of a deal is that? Where's that on the meter, 0 to 10?
Well, for a team that was 4 for 44, right, going into last night, something like that, that's monster. I mean, they were like at 10%. And to have a 4 of 6, it makes you think a couple things. One, had you had maybe not a 4 of 6 games, but a 2 of 6, 2 of 5, you probably have 2 less ties, losses with a point than you have right now. But no, it was good to see, man. It was fantastic.
Well, it was a fun game, right? And
a really fun game.
It was a bipolar game. I mean, that second period was absolutely nuts. I don't know if there's in my memory bank anything quite like it. But to see them explode on the power play the way that it was 4, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they got 4 of them things out the power play. And Nate got 1. And you're at a point now that you can take a deep breath and be like, "Haha, we told you."
Yeah,
all you fans out there that were like, "Hey, you're everybody's panicking about the power play." Ha, we told you from day one that we were getting good opportunities.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad team they were playing either. I mean, the Devils were 8-1-0 going in that game, and had just beaten the Avs a couple days ago in Jersey in overtime. And the Avs, out of they're 6-1-4, so out of 11 games, they've had points in 10 of their 11 games.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Really good. They take an entire day off. Bedsy did say last night, we're a little wiped here. I mean, you had some weird games there. Boston, middle of the day. Then Jersey in the middle of the day. A travel day, and then you're playing at night. So I think that's what happened too. Like, they put out a lot of energy. They changed things up line-wise a little bit. It really worked. The power play worked. Everything worked. And then it's 5-0, and then they just sort of,
took a deep breath.
It does go to show you, man. Like in the NBA, 25-point lead in the middle of the third. We're still playing. Like when does that 25-point lead, 20-point lead feel safe in the NBA?
3 minutes.
Right. Exactly. Like, you can see why the coaches are nervous Nellies. 11-point lead with 3 minutes to go. We're come on.
Oh no, it's a game.
Let's go.
Yeah.
That's kind of what last night felt like to me. Like, because it's hard to come all the way back. And Connor McGahey said no team had ever dropped a 5-0 lead to actually lose a game.
Did you imagine the show today had they lost that 6-5?
Dude.
Right.
Okay, Nuggets tonight. Games at 7 o'clock, 6:30 pregame against Zion, maybe not. I don't know. It's questionable. We'll see. But they're a 12.5-point favorite. This is one the Nuggets just cruise through, right?
Well, I don't know if they cruise through, but you got to win it. I don't know. It's still early. Let's get 10, 20 games in and figure out, is this just going to be a whatever it takes to get a W? Is there going to be easy games? Your last game against Phoenix turned into an easy game in the fourth quarter. I don't know what this season's going to be yet. May not get a Cam Johnson. I think he's questionable also.
Does that matter?
Well, no. You always want
starting. Does the way the Nuggets play offensive basketball so often, heavy on the two-man game, does it make it difficult for guys like Michael Porter Jr. and Cam Johnson to get involved in the offense?
And especially new. Michael kind of figured out the last year or two, regular season-wise. And I think Cam talked to Kaz and said, yeah, it's you got to find what people like, where they go, what they're going to do. Are they coming off? Are they curling more? Are they back cutting on this one? Do I pop back? And so there's a lot more reading. And I think that's why David, said on this show, give him 10 days to kind of figure out, what everybody wants to do and where they're going to be. So, yeah, I think it takes a lot of time. Plus, you got listen.
Can I say something crazy?
you're coming in with a hardcore right now. You got 4 guys that are hardcore guys.
I love seeing Jamal Murray be on fire. I love watching Nikola Jokic. Sometimes watching the Nuggets offense is boring.
What?
Yeah. It's
Why?
fun. It's boring. It's Scott nods his head. He knows what I'm talking about. It's the same thing over and over. 2-man game, spread it out. It's just it's predictable. You know what's going to happen. It's good. It's effective. It's all those things, and it can be boring.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I
All
call
right.
it boring. It shows you when you do things the right way and you're unselfish that good things happen. And when guys make shots, watch out. You know, I like the pace they played with in that third quarter the other day.
I mean, in all honesty, the most boring game I've seen the Nuggets play in the past 5 years was last year against the Cavaliers, where the score was like 148 to 136.
Yeah.
That, to me, was boring. Because how many three-pointers did the Cavs put up?
And then
50?
Then take the Phoenix game. They scored 133, 37, and they made 9 threes.
Yeah, see, I kind of just blanch at boring because the Nuggets aren't scoring with three-pointers. I think three-pointers, listen, man, a clutch three-pointer in a meaningful moment is really, really exciting. Yeah. But an entire game, we're just going to go up and down from the three-point line.
They shot 62 or 60. Denver shot 52.
To me, that's, first of all, there's no defense because we don't care. Because we're going to take 50 three-pointers. So we're barely going to play defense. We really don't care. And then we're only going to go to the three-point line anyway. So we're not even pushing the ball down the court. The Nuggets score in the paint and on fast breaks. That's how they score their points. So to me, that's...
That's not what I'm referring to as the offense, though.
I don't know, man. These 3-point teams, to me, that is freaking boring. That's why I do wonder, talk about a radical NBA rule. You like home runs in men's league softball, like you cap the amount of attempts you get. Whatever's a fair amount, Scott. I don't know. 35? I mean, what is a reasonable amount of 3-pointers to be able to take? And every 3-pointer you take after that is worth 2. How about something like that? I mean, we and thank God that I actually think, I know Adelman wants to shoot more 3-pointers, but I'm glad they're not just a team like that. Those are the most boring teams to me. The teams like the Cavs or these other teams that just have nothing but Celtics sometimes are like that.
Yeah, well, they're big time. Like they average 60 or trying to average 60. But what if you took the 3-point line from the free throw line extended down? Take the line out.
I would be a huge fan of that. Like the corner 3 is the easiest shot in the world. Make that a 2. Why do we even have a corner 3? Seriously.
That'd be interesting to play with next year.
Yes.
Preseason, kind of go through it and see.
Get rid of the corner 3. That's like a layup for some of these guys. I'd be fine with something like that. It would put more emphasis on points in the paint, would make the game more physical. I think that's a more fun basketball to kind of watch. I love fast break basketball, but watching teams hurl up 3-pointers?
Yeah, you get 112 shots and you shoot 55 threes.
Snooze-a-rama, seriously. You know who's not boring either is Wembanyama. That guy is not boring. That dude, I'd watch that guy, read the phone book. That dude is something else.
No, a healthy Zion's not boring either.
No.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what we get tonight. Don't forget, at 7 o'clock, we got the call for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. At 2:45, I got to give credit to the morning show. They figured out one of the most bizarre things that's going on this week in sports. Really seriously weird. And it impacts one of our teams. Coming up next, Let's Football Go, Dan Buds Quince Tanner.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, first off, know you're not alone. It happens to the best of us. And second off, know that all you need to do is call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxing environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. Entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. Guys, they are so talented and they're so good at what they do that they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
That is outstanding. What's more remarkable, that Prime used that as a metaphor, or that Tyler instantly knew what he was talking about with the BBL?
Listen, sorry, I got a good ass.
Okay, let's go. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, guys, let's hear from Aqib Talib. He's on a new podcast with...
He's got a podcast?
Well, it's not
I can't believe it.
Well, I don't know what it is exactly. It's some sort of internet show.
It's Skip Bayless' show.
Skip Bayless. They've got Jay Gruden on there. So here's Aqib and Jay going back and forth about who's been the better quarterback so far in their young careers, Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix.
Bo dominated them boys in his class. All he did was get to the league, take his team to the playoffs, and now his team looking like one of the best teams in the AFC.
Jaden was in the NFC Championship last year.
Where is he now? He's sophomore slumping.
No, he had his little hamstring.
Injuries is part of sophomore slumping. Where's Bo? Bo's available. Bo's starting every game. Bo take care of his body in the offseason, so that's why he's available.
Injuries happen, you know that.
Yeah, they do.
You're not taking Bo over Jaden Daniels.
I'm taking the guy who got the best numbers out of his draft class. And who is that?
Jaden.
No, it's not. Bo got more everything. I'm taking Bo.
He plays like he drinks Red Bull and takes Adderall before every snap, doesn't he? Like, calm down, dude.
He's the best quarterback of his draft class. Keep drinking Red Bull and keep doing what you're doing, baby.
Aqib's right, by the way. He is absolutely right in terms of the numbers. Not to down talk Jaden Daniels, but the numbers for Bo are better.
He's got the best numbers so far of the class. Now, obviously, J.J. McCarthy, Penix didn't play last year, so it's kind of hard to put them in there. But as far as the guys who have been playing, he's got the best numbers so far this year, guys. Bo Nix's stats.
All right, hold on. Pause. Okay, you can have Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix. Who you want?
Today, Bo Nix.
Scott?
Which is weird because I took Jaden Daniels on my fantasy team.
Yeah, you did kind of.
I did. I'm seeing how.
No, that was during your overcompensation period when you gave up on Bo Nix.
Oh, okay, fine. But I see what Jaden Daniels is not doing this year. Trust me. Every week I see it.
Well, it's like they figured him out a little bit, and plus
he's not playing football.
He wasn't doing great
when
he wasn't hurt. He wasn't doing that great. It has not been a great season period for Jaden Daniels.
Did he get hurt?
2 weeks ago.
Well, he got hurt in the Cowboys game.
Dan's about to hit us with some numbers before we hit pause. Dan, I could tell you're on the verge of number
Well,
talking.
I mean, I've got Bo's stats so far just this season, guys. He's his completion percentage is down a little bit from last year. It's down from 66.3% last year to 62.8% this year. But he's already got 1,803 passing yards, 15 passing touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. So we're about halfway through the season. How would you guys evaluate Bo Nix's play so far in year 2?
Overall, great, because we're taking everything into consideration right now, and it's hard to snooze on the last 5 quarters of play where they piled up 77 points. Passing yards to C.J. Stroud, he's got 1,803. Stroud's got 1,623. Remember when Stroud was the hot thing in town?
His rookie year.
I mean, Bo's outpacing C.J. Stroud, who everybody thought was a stud. Never mind his own class. Drake May probably has better numbers compared to Bo Nix than Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels has played 5 games.
Okay.
His percentage is down at just 61%, but you know what his touchdown to turnover ratio is?
What?
8-1.
Okay.
So he's not throwing a lot of picks.
You know what? Aqib Talib is insinuating his comment that there's something to staying in shape, and he's actually dogging on Jaden Daniels a little bit.
That's the way I took.
Did you pick that up?
Yeah, that's what I took.
So that sounds like Aqib's hearing something about how Jaden prepares in the offseason.
He's sitting there saying Jaden smelled his own coffee from last year.
That's what he's saying. Good for Aqib, man. He's right.
He does keep it real, whether you like it or not.
I love Aqib.
You know what? He's not doing the broadcast anymore, but he was actually a pretty talented broadcaster. And he was probably the last dude I would have thought would have been able to fit in, but he wasn't trying to fit in. He was just being himself.
Do you think he gets I know the reason why, because of the problems with his brother and all that. Do you think he gets a second shot at that life, or do you think he has to
probably
live on the fringe a little bit here?
No, I think he probably gets another crack at it.
Well, Aqib's great, man. I mean, he's smart. He's funny. He's great on games. Like, he does keep it real. So I hope he does bounce back.
Has he ever been on a Manning cast?
Don't know.
That would be a fun guest.
It feels like he has.
If he hadn't, he should be.
He'd be great on it.
That would be a perfect
He'd be
venue.
better than friggin' Jared Goff and Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Boring. Saquon Barkley, boring. They get a lot of, like, boring guys. Like, they're big names, but they're just boring on that thing. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, guys, the New Orleans Saints have made a change at quarterback. They have promoted rookie Tyler Shuck to start over Spencer Rattler. He will make his first career start this Sunday against the LA Rams. Rattler heads to the bench with a 1-13 record as a starting quarterback, which is tied for the second worst record by a quarterback in their first 14 career starts since 1950. So any hope for Tyler Shuck to get it going for New Orleans, second round pick of the Saints in this year's draft class?
No, he can't play either.
Tyler Shuck? Yeah. No, I listen, it seemed obvious to me the Saints were trying to death spiral into the first overall pick of the draft based on what they were doing. So they don't have anything. What round was Tyler Shuck even taken?
Second.
He went much higher than anybody predicted he was going to.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's a dumb organization too. It's a dumb place to take a quarterback. They're not a smart man, Jenny. The New Orleans Saints. They're getting what they deserve because they don't understand the value of a quarterback. This is what happens when you have a dumb organization and bad ownership. You do stupid things. And that's what the Broncos were doing for basically 8 years until the Walton Penner Group and Sean Payton came around. Trust me, George Payton was part of like doing dumb things too with the Broncos. But they figured out Bo Nix, man. You figure out a rookie quarterback, you have more money to spend in free agency, you took the hit on Russell Wilson, you paid the piper. But what's great in the NFL, if you do the right things, you can turn things around. I don't think that's true in the NBA, by the way. I think it takes, I don't know how you do it in the NBA, dude.
Problem is with the NBA, you're not taking the guy with the ball in his hand who has more games played in college than anybody in their history. You're taking a guy that played 30 games in college and say, hey, now go lead an NBA franchise. Yeah. And that's what's tough in the NBA. And look at Detroit. Detroit's finally starting to become a little bit of a tough out. But what's his name? Cade Cunningham's fourth year now.
Yeah, I know. It could go quickly, right?
But he comes out at 18.5, 19, and now all of a sudden at 22, hey, this guy looks like he could be something. And you're like, he's still a boy.
Well,
he's
listen,
still a kid.
Back to the original question. This is why Rashid Shaheed's available. This is why maybe Olave is available.
Right.
They've got multiple wide receivers. Sure, you want to go back and get your guy Tim Patrick? I'm sure they'd give him to you for free. He's got 5 catches on the year. But those guys are available because they're dealing in a situation like this.
Devon Vele.
What did I say?
Tim Patrick. He's on the Lions.
Yeah.
Tim. No, he's not with the Lions anymore.
You're right. I meant to say Devon Vele.
Devon Vele. Yeah. Sorry. Don't mean to be correction
Tim
police.
Patrick is with somebody.
I think he's with the Jags.
Is that who it is?
Okay,
yeah,
fine.
I think so.
But I know you were talking about Vele. That's all.
Yep.
Yeah, but Tyler's right. Vele's gone. That's a great thing. Like, you got value for some. That's fine. You did the right thing. All right, next story there, Dan.
All right, guys, Aiden Hutchinson and the Lions have agreed to a 4-year, $180 million contract extension, $141 million guaranteed. Hutchinson's $45 million per is only behind Micah Parsons, who's at $46.5. This Nick Bonito contract extension is looking better and better with all these deals coming out. So Bonito signed a $106 million extension in the offseason, $26.5 per. Aiden Hutchinson's getting basically double that. Thoughts on Aiden Hutchinson's extension and how smart were the Broncos to extend Nick Bonito when they did?
The morning news is saying bald guy from Nebraska who's not bald anymore has got a really nice set of ginger. That he's making over $15 million more per year.
Freaking wild.
Than Nick Bonito.
Nick Bonito is got to just be sick with himself for signing that deal. I mean, obviously he got a lot of money. This is why the Broncos got ahead of it, though, because they did have him, right? They had him. They said, listen, do you want a bag right now or do you want to risk it? And he chose the bag right now.
And listen,
but listen, here's
still
my,
a good bag now.
Here's my prediction with
generational wealth.
He's got one more season. He'll play this year, next year, and then he'll hold out again. I'm serious.
Listen, if he's
Because as soon as you get out of the annual average range, when you're no longer within $5 or $6 million of the top players,
Sure.
And let's assume Nick Bonito is still being Nick Bonito in 2 seasons.
Sure.
Well, he could be out of the range by $15 to $20 million.
Sure.
You know?
Hey, we should all hope, Tyler, that's the case, right? I mean, if we're having that conversation with Nick Bonito, the Broncos are in at least the AFC Championship game, if not the Super Bowl.
And let me correct
That's what you're
myself.
talking
He
about.
wouldn't be holding out again. That would be his first holdout. He actually handled it very classy. He did not hold out during training camp at all.
No, he did not. We had a
even though DMac was a dum-dum.
We had some speculations about things, but no, there wasn't.
You.
There wasn't a holdout. I wasn't the only one. We had a meeting. We had a club. We all felt the same way. I had the tinfoil.
You and Mike.
Next story, Dan.
All right, we'll end on a fun one here. I heard Nate and Andy talking about this yesterday. So this is the Fox NFL crew before they were talking about the Chiefs-Commanders game. It had yet to be played. How do you know when it's time for a guy to retire from television? Here, listen to this story from Terry Bradshaw breaking down Monday Night Football.
Okay. The other day, I text Andy Reid, and I got a text back, and I thought it was Andy Reid, but it was some guy selling pigs. But it sounded good. I should have told y'all that, so y'all would have thought I actually talked to Andy Reid, but I didn't really talk to Andy Reid.
I wish you could see the people behind the cameras because they're like.
The point is that they have continuity now with their.
I'm going to say that is the point.
Yes, there is the point.
Behind the cameras, what about the people at the desk?
Hey, cut his mic.
We're all like, where the heck is he going right now? I have no idea what's going on.
Just read the prompter.
Yes, sir. The prompter says Gronk's not with us at the desk this week.
What is he talking about?
Well, this is a tricky one because
He's talking about sticking your head up a pig's.
on one hand, they're having fun with Terry, but on another hand, Terry's out to lunch. So it's not really funny. You know what I'm saying? Like he's
Yeah, but we don't know the context. We don't know if they've been talking about pigs in the 2 previous sessions or whatever.
It sounds like they were not, Scott.
I got it.
Well, we
but
try
Terry,
to discern that in 30 seconds.
I don't know, bro. I've seen other things with Terry. He's having a hard time putting some thoughts together. I mean, if that's the story, because Terry Bradshaw's old, I mean, that's the story.
I want to know why he has a pig salesman's phone number.
That's
He's got
funny,
a hog
though.
farm.
I thought that was funny as hell.
Andy Reid was selling him a hog.
Okay,
I thought
you're
Andy
right.
Reid was calling me. It turned out it was some pig selling.
You're right. That is funny. But they're trying to do a TV show where they're getting to a break in like 30 seconds. And Terry's, hey, all right, fine.
Have you ever let a break get in the way of a good joke?
Dude, I'm not a TV guy. I don't know what you guys do on TV. You tell me.
Well, if you go minute long here, you go a minute short the next segment.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Radio's TV to me feels a lot of times fake, artificial, stiff. I think radio overall, to me, we're having real conversations here left and right. I don't know what you're doing on TV. Terry sounds terrible. Is that where we're going, Dan? I mean, in my opinion, he sounds terrible.
Is it time for him to
I think
hang
so.
up the microphone?
Well, I don't know, man. If they're willing to pay you, you keep working. That's what do you think he is? Digging dirt over there. He's just talking about football on TV. I mean, you do
buying a pig,
and buying pigs and doing whatever he's doing.
Here's the setup. Bradshaw was discussing the Kansas City Chiefs earlier and stated that he started the story by saying I was texting Andy. And then he went, well, I really wasn't texting. We got a text back. It turns out it was some pig farmer.
We're laughing because it's funny.
That's
but
a funny story.
I got you, but it's funny because it's funny, or is it funny because we're making fun of
If he's got
him?
good setup guys, he goes, well, did you ask him what they're doing in the 3-2?
Well, you're right about that. Like, he didn't have great partners on that one.
No.
You're
they just
right
want
about
to bust
that.
him.
They do.
Well, did you ask the pig farmer what's the key beating the 4-3?
Now, that's a fair point. In a moment where they could have had fun with it and rolled with Terry, they made fun of him.
Yeah. Which is kind of what his role is on that show now.
Well, he's just...
Get off Terry.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Terry Bradshaw is an incredible quarterback. He has 4 championships. He's been a core part of that show. So now he's a laughing stock? We're just going to laugh at Terry? That's the whole role?
Yeah.
I think that's sad. I think that kind of sucks.
Have you seen that movie where he's the dad of some bride and he basically comes in to meet the son-in-law and he's butt naked?
Yeah.
That's funny.
That was like 20 years ago
What
when
was
he was
that?
doing movies.
Yeah.
I think the movie was a Matthew McConaughey movie where he wouldn't like leave the house. He was like 40 years old and he wouldn't leave. It was something like that.
Yeah,
It was
and he
something
came in
along
and talked
those
to his
lines.
dad or something. Yeah,
Yeah, Terry was like the dad, and Matthew McConaughey just wouldn't. It was like a romantic comedy where he wouldn't leave the house. All right, I got a story where Connor McGahey was wrong about something. In a good way, though. Not bad. Not making fun of
But we're going to
Connor.
roll with him.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's bust on our Terry Bradshaw. See, that's a good setup.
All right, so stick around for that. And one of the stupidest things in sports, and the Avs are involved with it. So it's a little hockey, not hockey sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It's funny, I think. We'll see. Next. All right, all credit to the boys in the morning. Do you know the Avs play Friday at 1 p.m.?
Why?
Good question. Do you know why?
I just asked.
Scott, you know why the Avs are playing at 1 p.m. on Halloween in Vegas?
Halloween special.
Nope.
Because the Nuggets play at 7.
It's Nevada Day.
Oh.
Nevada Day, however you want to say Nevada, originated in 1864 to celebrate the state of Nevada being part of the Union.
Statehood?
They celebrate it, for whatever reason, on Halloween. To the degree, until the year 2000, Carson City, Douglas County, Lyon County, Stony County, and Washoe County celebrated Halloween on October 30th. Like, we're not doing Halloween in these counties up to the year 2000. We're going to do it on October 30th because October 31st ain't Halloween. It's Nevada Day. So it is a state holiday to celebrate everything great about the state. Now, it's not the only state that does it. The Boston Marathon is run at 11 a.m. on a Monday. So the Avs are getting caught up in one of these quirky local state holidays as the entertainment.
Two things. Number one, I'm going to need you to say Nevada. Okay. Here in Colorado, we say Nevada. Okay.
Oh, my Lord.
Nevada's not working for
All
me.
right, correction, please. What else you got?
Number two, you did not explain anything about what Nevada Day is that makes them have to play the game at 1 o'clock.
It's a holiday. Like
what does that mean? Because it's a holiday, you have to be done by 5 o'clock?
No. It's just we do things in the middle of the day because the kids are off school. Like Patriots Day, that is exactly what happens.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm tracking you.
They run the Boston Marathon on Patriots Day, which is always a Monday, and you have a Red Sox game that starts at 11 a.m. because
people are home.
It times out. Yeah, people are home, and the end of the baseball game times out with theoretically the finish of the Boston Marathon. So for years as a kid, that's what we would do. We would go to the game, we'd walk out, and we watch the finish of the Boston Marathon because it's right down the street. So who knew this existed in Nevada?
Thank you.
That is why they're playing at 1 o'clock, because it's a state holiday, Nevada Day.
Oh, that's kind of interesting.
Hey, you're coachable, though. I'll give you credit for that.
Sure.
I think that's some neat information.
There you go. You want to hear about Connor McGahey being wrong?
Yes, DMac, I want to hear about what Connor did wrong.
It goes to the game last night. Why are you putting your sunglasses on?
Because they're on my head and I need to put them down.
You're like Dan Tanner who forgets his regular glasses
Right.
and wears sunglasses. To me, that is still the funniest thing, that I would just forget my glasses, so I'm wearing prescription sunglasses all day, which Dan has done
multiple times.
Like many times. Yeah.
Hundreds. You did it one time for like an entire week.
Forgot my glasses that week.
Until you found your grandpa
Wait,
glasses.
you guys are
put them
buying
back
this?
on.
You guys are buying, he forgot his glasses?
Yeah, it's hard for me to buy that.
You know he was just high as a kite, and he was just trying to hide that.
It feels, Tyler, more along those lines.
Yeah.
Like, the first thing I do is somebody who's a glasses wearer, and you wear contacts every day. The concept...
I actually don't wear contacts. Somebody blamed me
I
for
thought
contacts.
you did wear contacts.
I don't. No.
Oh, then, okay.
He refuses to have sight during his days.
Yeah, I prefer to not have to see you.
You wear glasses, though, sometimes.
I do.
So you choose when to wear glasses and not?
Yeah, I gotta. Sometimes my left eye is just, it goes bad. It's just like bad.
Okay, that's probably not a good sign.
Technically,
sometimes.
Technically speaking, I should probably be wearing my glasses, but I prefer not to see your face.
Hey, speaking of that, I'll give you a warden story with glasses, right? So the warden finally got some glasses she likes, and so she wears them now all the time.
Okay.
First day she puts them on, we're driving, she goes, "Oh my God, the trees are beautiful."
Oh my God, my Lord.
I go, "What are you talking about?" She goes, "I can see the trees clearly. I can see." I said, "What do you usually see?" She goes, "Just a dark green mass."
I did that the other day too.
And I went, "You're driving?"
I put my glasses on while I was driving, and I could read the license plate 2 cars up, and I was like, "This is amazing.
This is crazy. I should do this more often." Yeah, I don't have that luxury. I literally cannot see anything without my glasses. So
I had LASIK when I was like 20 years old, and my left eye has gone bad. My right eye is literally beyond perfect. Like it's better. It's better than perfect.
Sounds like
2010.
a great endorsement opportunity.
There you go.
Well, there
but
you
so
go.
my right eye is good enough that it kind of makes up for the sins of the left eye.
All right, left eye. Call you Left Eye Lopez. Stay away from humanitarian trips in Central America.
Maybe he goes in for this tryout as Tyler Lopez.
Tyler Lopez. Tyler Left Eye. Should we just start calling Tyler Left
Call
Eye?
me Left Eye.
Hey,
Left
Left
Eye
Eye.
Lopez,
Left
yeah.
Eye. Left Eye Polumbus. What's up, Left Eye?
Really, it should not be right eye because that's the only eye that works.
Yeah, I have no idea. The Connor story really quick. And it's not a bad thing. But Connor was looking up, have any teams blown a 5-0 lead? And he couldn't find any. And it was just a quick research, so I'm not trying to call Connor out. Well, it turns out one of our viewers, listeners on Twitch, found a game that a team was down 5-0 and came back and won, and it was the Avalanche.
Oh, wow.
It was in March 3rd, 1999 against the Florida Panthers, and Peter Forsberg had a hat trick in that game. They were down 5-0, and they won the game 7-5.
Well, the real guy
How
should
about
be
that?
calling out is Connor's stat guy.
Yeah.
He's just repeating information.
Again, I'm
Stat
not
guy
trying
does.
to
tell his wife's a dummy.
Yeah, I'm not trying to throw Tyler or Connor under the bus, but it is amazing that actually it has happened before.
It's only happened once.
Well, now I don't know that for a fact. Dan, are you looking that up? Yeah, look at that. 7-5. They were down 5-0, and away they go. They scored 6 goals, the Avalanche did in the third period, to beat the Florida Panthers March 3rd, 1999, 7-5. How's that for a crazy story?
6 goals in a period.
How about that? Crazy.
Wow.
So there you go. It has been done before. And we were on the verge of it last night, and thank God the Avalanche threw the brakes on that incredible skid. And, it was dicey territory if Wedgwood was going to get – can you imagine if Bednar pulled him?
For Blackwood, too, because it would have been Blackwood.
It would have been Blackwood making his debut where you gave up a 5-0 lead and you get pulled. Bednar showed a little courage by not pulling him right then and there because it was 4 minutes of like the worst thing you'd ever seen in your life. After it was so exciting to be up 5-0. And the Avs came in, they just beat the crap out of, By the way, Nuggets tonight. What is the code if you're a fan with the last game before Halloween in terms of dressing up?
I will be shocked if you don't have people dressed up in Halloween costumes at the game tonight because it's your last time to show out at the game.
Bernie, the mascot for the Avalanche, dressed up as Brent Burns last night. Did you see his outfit? He was wearing camo gear with a backpack and a big, huge, scraggly beard and like a hat that you'd see like an Amish person wear.
Nice.
I didn't know what he was. Like somebody had to tell me, oh, he's dressed up like Brent Burns. I thought it was like Pioneer Night for the Avalanche. I was totally lost why Bernie was in that costume.
Well, it couldn't have been Pioneer Night because then the game would have been at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. But he was costume-wise dressed up as Brent Burns. Will you be dressing up tonight, Scott, in some sort of costume? You're pretty good on those themes.
Well, no, because we're actually going to be calling the game on Halloween.
Yeah, but that's in Portland.
Yeah.
All right, I guess that makes more sense because you're still on TV. So are you going to dress up that night? It seems to me to make more sense, though, to be at home when you're Do you guys do goofy stuff when you're on the road for road games?
Cos one time on a Christmas wore a Santa uniform.
For a road game?
Yeah, we played on a Christmas day, I think in Portland. And
Okay.
He wore his, I think he had a green Santa Claus outfit.
You dressing up then?
Well, I was told I can't dress up like an ice agent in Portland, so I'm probably not going to do that.
Wow! Wow!
So I lost that opportunity.
Did you run that one up the flagpole?
No, that
night you'd be a...
Yeah, that I don't even think that would have gotten to the flagpole.
Oh, that's funny.
It would have been funny, but I think there'd been too many people who didn't think it's funny, so why play with it? No, I don't think so.
Should we dress up on Halloween?
Yeah, Bro Tank
for
Friday.
the show.
Bro Tank Friday. Just send me a text as a reminder. My bad. Left you out to dry it the last couple of weeks.
But Scott's not going to be here.
I mean, my favorite Halloween costume that I might try to recycle if I can find it in a box somewhere. I got a poop
that was
inflatable
hysterical.
poop emoji.
That was absolutely hysterical when you wore that.
Yeah. I've got that somewhere. I got to find the right box.
It came with its own fan.
Yeah.
They all do.
Inflatable poop
What
emoji.
do you mean they all do? What does that mean?
The inflatable ones
have
all
their
come
own
with a
fan.
fan.
So
How do
that's-
you think they get inflated?
Oh, I have no idea, and I don't know why Scott knew that so easily.
Because my daughter was trying on. You ever seen those big giant air guys that stand out in front of it that says "sell" and they're like,
Yeah.
She got a costume. She goes, yeah, you turn the fan on, and the head thing goes way up.
There's part of me, because we're not out somewhere. We're not at a rest. We're not out at a bar or anything like that. We're just here. I really hate the dressing up. I'm not a
You
fan.
got to just wear your bicycle stuff.
Is that really dressing up? I mean, I could.
Well, I mean, not to us or you, but everybody else. Like, oh, look, he looks like a cyclist. Go as Lance Armstrong, and so wear your cycling gear with a bunch of needles all over your body.
Wow.
Too soon?
By the way, I found
soon?
out, no, not for me, but I found out how Lance Armstrong rebounded financially. I don't know if you guys know this story. This is a true story. He had a buddy of his who recommended an investment firm that got in on Uber. And so Lance somehow he had $3 million to throw at Uber in the early days, and they couldn't touch the money, the UCI and everything else, because it was money that was made away from the sport of cycling. So he literally lost all of his money because he lost all of his endorsements. But the money they couldn't touch was investment money, and he made millions and millions and millions of dollars because he threw some millions. You needed money to start money, right? Through an investment for Uber and an investment company. How about that?
Wow.
And he said if it wasn't for that, if he didn't do that, his family would be broke right now. And said he's got hundreds of millions of dollars because of it.
Oh, there you go.
Do you hear a story like that about?
I actually was looking at a hog farm once. But I could never get the guy to call me back.
Okay. Are you having your Terry Bradshaw moment right now?
I think he called Terry and not me.
Do you guys like the fact, and Nate Kreckman's rolling in here real quick, do you like the fact that Shohei Ohtani did not have a magnificent game, that he was somewhat human yesterday?
No.
You don't like that?
I mean, are you asking me which one I'd prefer, him doing insane things or him being boring? Yeah, I'd prefer the insane things.
So last night's disappointing then for you that he just was he was okay as a pitcher. He was okay, and he was okay at the plate. Not great, just kind of okay.
Tyler got so frustrated he stopped watching the game.
Yeah. You know what? I actually have been, believe it or not, you probably don't believe it. Believe it or not, I don't. I have been watching some of the World Series. It's been fun.
Well, I thought it was incredibly compelling last night. And then Vlad Guerrero, who's an incredible player too, hits a 2-run homer, and they couldn't shut off the floodgates after that. Nate, do you like the fact that Shohei had a human moment? And it's better for the World Series for sure. The Blue Jays win. It's going to go to at least to 6 games. It's going to go back to Toronto. It makes the series way more interesting.
Yeah, he wasn't superhuman last night, but he pitched well.
Yeah.
Like he made one mistake on a high breaking ball to Vlad, and Vlad's going to get you. But 6 innings, a 2-run ball. The issue is Roberts runs him back out for the 7th because he hates his bullpen, as well he should. And then, he lets 2 men on, and then Roberts gets him out of there, and then Bonda and Trinan just get rocked, and boom, suddenly it's 6. Here's what's funny about last night's game. It's just a 6-2 9-inning baseball game. Last night was just a baseball game.
It was.
Yeah. Like the night before was an all-time epic.
Right.
But but last night's was just like, oh yeah, this is what baseball looks like most of the time.
Most of the time. Like, it was pretty back and forth, and Bieber hadn't pitched much for Toronto either. So even
coming off Tommy John.
Yeah, to even get 5 innings out of him was pretty cool. But you're right about that. They're, a really talented player hit a 2-run homer. Other teams struggled. They got in trouble. They gave up 4 runs in an inning, and the game was over.
Yep.
It's like, I've seen that baseball game, I don't know, 10 million times.
The Dodgers threatened a little bit late, but yeah, there wasn't much to that game. I was really happy with the outcome. I'm glad we're going to get a Game 6 back in Toronto. I mean, guys, you think about like the history of Game 6s in World Series lore. Buckner was a Game 6. Like we will see you tomorrow night
I think a lot of people don't realize
Kirby Puckett, David Freese, those were all Game 6s.
Not only was Buckner a Game 6, but the Red Sox actually led in Game 7 against the Mets. And then, I think a lot of people think, oh, that was it. That was the end of it.
No, legendary things that turn unforgettable World Series. A lot of times they happen in Game 6s. So I'm very happy to get that. Good thing, get it back to Canada for a Game 6. I'm excited about it. I've enjoyed this. I think this is a really well-played World Series. It's two really good teams. Obviously, I'd like it if Toronto was a little bit healthier. But in general, it's been a memorable World Series so far. In Game 3, DMac, we'll never forget that baseball game,
We'll never forget it. It's going to define this World Series no matter who wins. So it'll be odd if the Blue Jays do win the World Series.
Yeah.
Because the World Series will be remembered for that game. As is the World Series with Kirk Gibson. People may forget that was game one of the series.
Yep.
With the dramatic home run and the Dennis Eckersley thing and all that stuff.
And if I'm not mistaken, Gibson didn't have another at-bat the rest of the series.
I don't know that, but it wouldn't surprise me because it was a miracle he even played in that game.
Yeah, he couldn't move.
He was that version of Clayton Kershaw, who was somehow still on the roster even though there was nothing left whatsoever. Kershaw is not capable apparently of pitching to more than one batter, but he's still on the active roster.
What did he get? What did he throw? 3 pitches or whatever it was?
It was like the most dramatic thing of all time. It was very much like a Kirk Gibson moment for a pitcher.
Right.
It would have been better if it decided the game ultimately.
Yeah, you forget it because it happened in the 12th.
But you want to talk about boutique and championship moments, a player who comes in for one moment.
Yeah.
And they're on the roster for the entire series, but they're only good for one moment, and that's it.
We were, by the way, and we were talking about this at the very end of our show yesterday. And it's a moment that I'd kind of forgotten about. And somebody had mentioned it in regards to Yamamoto warming up to potentially go in the game the other night. And I was reminded in the 2005 World Series, it was the White Sox. It was when the White Sox were playing Houston. Houston was still in the NL, and Mark Burley threw I don't think it was a complete game, but it was 8 shutout innings or whatever it was in Game 2. Game 3, which is a day and a half later, Burley he's off. So it was hinted at, and then he later, just a couple of years ago, he confirmed this in a Players Tribune piece. He was out in the bullpen drinking beer all night.
That's fantastic.
And it went to the 14th inning. And
here we go.
They needed somebody to go get an out, and they went to Burley, and he went in, and I think it was a 2-pitch save, and he got a pop out, and he got out of there. But yeah, he confirmed. He claims he was like, I only had 3 beers, but. And what he said was he repeatedly went to the staff, went to the pitching coach, and was just like, "You gonna need me tonight?" And they were like, "No, you're good, you're good."
So what? He's got a Pepsi cup, but really he's got
I'm sure, yeah,
some Bud Light in there or whatever.
And then the stupid game goes 14 innings, and it's like, all right, man, I know you're loosened up. Go pitch.
You get to the wild world of messed up baseball players. David Wells hungover, perfect game. How many? Well, Dwight Gooden was. Well, the real famous one. Oh my gosh,
Doc Ellis.
Yes,
Doc Ellis on LSD. Yeah, threw a perfect
Pirates.
Game. Yep,
Pirates, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, LSD.
Yeah. Now the rumor on that one is that it wasn't like he dropped acid that day. It was that he had taken acid the day prior, and I think it was he wasn't supposed to pitch.
I think there's a story of Ferguson Jenkins coked out of his brain.
Oh, without a doubt.
Throwing unbelievable.
God, baseball used to be so cool.
Well, you remember Max McGee, the first Super Bowl the Packers tied in, talking about how he went out and tied one on. Didn't think he was going to play.
Yep.
And he tells the story. He's getting hit, trying not to puke every time he got tackled. Did Daniel Schlereth ever tell you his story?
No.
His is the all-timer. And I remember this because CU was playing Ohio State. The only time I've been to Ohio State.
Cool
and
place,
I just get into my hotel.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, it's the Tigers. Who was it? The Tigers and the Rangers. And I'm like, I'm going to watch a little of this before we go to dinner because Mark Johnson has to work out 9 times every day. It's unbelievable. So I knew we had time, and I sit down. It's the 4th inning, and I was like, I wonder if Daniel will pitch this game. Well, it turns out Daniel ended up going in because Scherzer sucked. And so Daniel, he He's in the men's room. He thought he had time for the
That's
old.
hysterical.
Nature called. He had to sit down and read a paper, if you know what I'm saying.
I got you.
And
two doesn't mean curveball.
Yeah, he's like, I got plenty of time. It's Scherzer. And I guess the pitching coach bursts into the bathroom.
Yeah.
They're running all over trying to find him.
Wasn't the only
He's
thing
banging
bursting.
on the stall. He's like, pull him up. You got to heat up. He's going down. We need you in. And Daniel said he got like half his warm-up and had to go trotting out there.
Get that turtle out of there. Let's go.
Because Scherzer couldn't keep his act together. And not only did they send him out there, I remember I was never so stressed. It was like, I guess this is what it's like if your kid's in a big situation. I grew up around all his kids, or his kids grew up around me. And I'm like, there's two guys on. What are you doing to this guy? What do you mean?
God.
He's got to shut it down. Of course, there's a hit, and Leland comes out and he tells a great story of Leland just dog cussing. He's like, I barely got a warm up, dude. What do you want me to do?
Let me ask you this one. Carl Mecklenburg told me, and I think he's said this publicly, so I don't think I'm betraying anything. He says the Broncos lost the Super Bowl because there was a dude on the team who was on cocaine. And but I don't know who the guy is.
I would have thought the guy would have played better.
Have you heard that story? Has Mech told you that story before? Have you heard that?
I could give you some theories.
Okay.
Isn't that a performance-enhancing drug, though, for a football player?
Mech says we don't need any names because I don't know the names.
Too many false
anyways.
starts, though, too jittery.
Well, he said it was the reason they lost the Super Bowl because of this one player.
Which one?
I'm not
Mech was
sure.
part of all, sadly, 3 of them.
Yeah, I mean, you talk.
Hey,
Mech talked about
listen.
this on the air again. It's not a secret, but I don't know who the player was. But how messed up is that you get out to play and you realize one of your teammates is, out of their brains on something and it's costing you? That's got to be unbelievable. That is a theory.
Listen, I had a few teammates that were better when they were on some.
I was going to say, I've heard tales of very good football players that there's an altered state of mind they had to find themselves to in order to be able to go out and do the thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Which, I get it.
I get it.
Whatever it takes, man.
I did an audition show. This is the dark days of trying to just survive in this business in Colorado Springs. And there was a prominent guy. I'll tell you guys off the air, but he was a pretty prominent Denver radio personality, music radio.
Mm-hmm.
He was down on his luck, so he was trying out. The guy was trying out with me. I already had the job, but he was trying out. He was so clearly on meth. It was unbelievable. Have you guys really seriously ever been around somebody who's like on meth?
He wouldn't let you get another word in edgewise. We got another song coming up right here at the top of the hour. It's going to be fantastic. Then we'll go to news and traffic right after that.
It was everything like that, with his eyes blinking and scratching his skin and
sweating profusely.
Every time we went to a commercial break, it was like torture because what do I do?
Dude,
it was a trip. And so my program director comes and goes, how'd it go? I go, well, aside from the guy being on meth, and then we found out he ripped up and destroyed his hotel room that they were, he was hanging out at, trying out with us.
He went full rock star.
He was like it was an episode out of Breaking Bad on the radio.
We're Market 78. Don't go paying. We're not paying for that right now, okay?
I wish it was 78.
I bartended with a dude that he would go to the bathroom, and I'm like, all right. And he had the
sniffing
listen,
accountant.
bro, I'm out. I'm good. You can just have it. He's like, yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. Just throwing drinks around. Like, I am gone, and I'm not responsible for that drawer. That's all I got to say.
All right, everybody. Darren McKee, PhD, every day, noon to 3, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got Nuggets Pelicans this evening. Coverage of tonight's Nuggets game against the Pels on 92.5 begins at 6:30. Pre-game presented by Ramos Law. A car accident? You need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Plus, we got all kinds of Broncos stuff to get to. We're going to hear from Sean Payton today. Andy, we got a tight end. There's a tight end. Are you pumped or what, man? Mercedes. You don't have Mercedes enthusiasm?
Well, no, it was kind of funny because.
Are you telling me the Broncos got a lemon for a Mercedes?
No, well, listen, there's various years of Mercedes.
He's got a lot of them.
Do you want the 90s or do you want the 2000s? Do you want the most recent that drives it for you? Or
check this out. Luke Evans had this in the Post. If Mercedes Lewis suits up against the Texans on Sunday, he will be going up against DeMeco Ryans, the head coach of the Texans, who was drafted 5 picks after Mercedes Lewis back in 2006.
Same draft.
Same draft.
That the Broncos traded up to get Jay Cutler.
Oh, good call. 2006.
I saw that tweet, too. I can't remember who had that nugget of information. It might have been our buddy from the Post.
One more. Luca Evans of the Post, who I think you just referred to as our buddy.
Is it not Bennett Durando? Who's it? Parker Gabriel?
There you go.
I think it was Parker that had that.
You landed it. 70% of Lewis's snaps for the Bears last year came as a run blocker, according to Pro Football Focus.
Yeah, see, that's what blew my mind.
That's what he's here to do.
I sent you guys the Ian Rappaport tweet as we did the old, here's the news we all know about.
At the age of 41, he knows how to get in people's way.
Sure. Here's what's interesting. I listened to a little of Coach and Berto this morning. Coach played against Mercedes Lewis in high school.
That's great. That's going old school right there.
So,
and he's still going strong.
Who's
at the
had
age
more
of
stops with teams, Mercedes Lewis or Coach?
Oh, great. Well,
we might need to find that out before we see Coach again.
No, Mercedes Lewis actually.
Yeah, you're right. He generally stayed in places for a while. He was a Jag for 12 years. That's pretty good because he was a really good player. He was a really good player for a long time.
Let's see, his career high, 58 catches, 700 yards, and 10 tutties back in 2010.
He's a fantasy guy you'd like to have.
I was going to say, I legit think I had him that year.
Oh, we all want.
Yeah.
He was a high. He was one of the top tight ends off the board.
He was with the Packers for 5 years and then 2 years with the Bears. Last 2 seasons he's been with Chicago, and now he's on the Broncos practice squad. So he hasn't moved around a lot. He's just been around forever.
Another ageism note I've noticed. Someone had the tweet yesterday. It might have been Kliss, that if he does play Sunday, then Aaron Rodgers is only. He's now the second oldest player to Aaron Rodgers in the league.
That makes sense.
And Rodgers apparently has like 6 months on him.
Andy, I'm looking at his career right now.
Pretty good career. You take it.
Remarkably durable. Basically, he has three seasons out of 17 in which he has played fewer than 15 games.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, especially at that position.
Yeah.
Taking a lot of hits.
Good for him,
And he was back
man.
in the day where they weren't quite, he was pre- Don't hit anybody.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, great text here. It's a steel-bodied Mercedes that you get.
Right.
That's how old this one is.
He does have a body made of steel, and he's a Broncos practice squatter now. I did read today, we got the Dan Graziano, Jeremy Fowler, ESPN notebook, and while they talk tight end, and they do point out that Denver is also potentially sniffing around on the guard market, that this is, once again, the name Rashid Shaheed just keeps getting brought up in connection to the Broncos.
Well, I sent you over a little Albert Breer-worthy tweet.
Okay.
And unless they trade a salary with it, this team's working with $5 million cap space.
Yeah.
So we can't – there's always that darn checkbook, like in life, that comes in, and so they got to figure – well, you could redo some contracts.
Yeah.
You might have to. But just know that they're probably not in the – uber high ticket market.
Right. Yes.
Like again, if Rashid, here's what probably happens: you allow New Orleans to buy, instead of giving them their 5th back.
Yeah.
You allow them to buy a 4th out of you, and they take half the salary or something.
I mean, his base is 4.2 this year. The
so
cap
you
hit
down
is
to $2 million? Would you say
4.5? Yeah, you're probably
somehow you tell them we're only taking $2 million of the hit.
Yeah.
And then we'll give you a 4th rounder.
I don't think the contract would preclude you from getting Rashid Shaheed.
Well, and that's another reason. I know a lot of people, we got some text yesterday. I'd rather have Olave. You and I already talked about this. Olave is he's adjacent to Cortland Sutton.
Yeah.
Shaheed's more the toolbox, or the tool you don't have in the toolbox.
Speedy. He's speedy. He's a pop the top. Somebody compared it to when Kansas City got Kadarius Toney a couple of years ago. That's what you would want him to be able to do.
We're getting better hands in that deal, aren't we?
I sure hope.
I don't know if I love that comp.
Maybe it would be tougher although Kadarius Toney, if I'm not mistaken, scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl that year. So at least give him that. But no, to your point, it's maybe Bo would have a harder time overthrowing Rashid Shaheed on a deep ball.
Are you? Well, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Are you? You a little surprised about the guard note? I like what Palczewski's done. Do they feel like they got no other?
Yeah.
Are they worried about the depth? When Throckmorton got the illegal formation, did that take him out of the mix?
Yeah, my guess is it's a depth thing. And it's, again, you probably just sniff around on that and you find out, okay, what can we give up for next to nothing to get somebody's, warm body to come in here and
the Mercedes Lewis of the guard market.
Well put.
Not to be a jerk to the great, because Mercedes has had a great career.
Yeah, I'm
to be
sure,
honest,
sure there's a guard named BMW somewhere out there that they can go and get. Nick Kosmider coming up at 4 o'clock today here on the show. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We have so much to do today with you on the program. We do have the Nuggets and the Pelicans. We had just a drunk Avalanche game last night that I want to dive into a little bit. Game of runs.
Gave me the runs, frankly, in mid-second period.
I definitely, as I was watching it, I was like, I bet you Andy's just being totally cool about this right now.
I deleted quite a few tweets.
So
I wanted everybody fired.
Oh,
I started firing the broadcast crew. That's how deep down the firing was going.
You know what?
Everyone's out.
You know what else we got today, Andy? We have more insights to excellence.
By the way, not JML, but
oh, he's fantastic.
Moser and Riker, you guys hit the curb. I'm sorry.
Insights to excellence today here on the show.
Hey, you know what else I want to do?
Our guy is back, and he's mad about something in the NBA.
Oh, I can't wait.
I know.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot that's what it's called. I got a little.
Stay with me.
I took a little teaser of things. had a little hors d'oeuvre of the anger today.
Okay.
I might have to do that because, again, the cuts. NBC's already getting their money. Just 30 seconds of his cuts. There's going to be like 5 teasers every week, even if he only talks for 3 minutes. It's going to be unreal. Because he's got, again, every week is going to be his Hall of Fame speech. He's just got problems with everybody.
Nobody.
It's Festivus all year round.
Has a better gig in the world than Michael Jordan.
Tirico just needs to go, hey, what are you sick of today? What bothers you about the league? Well, let me tell you.
We paid a fortune to get the NBA rights. Why don't you take a dump all over the product? Can you do that?
Product sucks.
Yeah.
I also want to slip in. I want old athletes ranked.
Old athletes
ranked?
ranked?
Well, you realize we've added Brett Burns and Mercedes Lewis in the last couple of months.
Those are some good old
athletes. That's some 40-year-old guys.
Yeah.
We may have to go down to 38 to fit some dudes in. But
DeAndre Jordan's gone.
Well, he's back.
Where
he's
is he
in town
now?
tonight.
Oh, that's true.
He's a Pelican.
You're right about that. Yes, I forgot about that. Spending all my time paying attention to like Zion Williamson and Jordan Poole.
Right. Yeah, you were worried about the guys that you were worried about scoring.
Yeah.
How old was Ish Smith?
30. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was
wasn't
up
in
there.
the 4s yet, though.
I don't think so.
But neither's DeAndre Jordan, right? Isn't DeAndre only like 36 or 37?
He just moves like he's 75.
Yeah. Boy, that tells you how rough the game of basketball is.
It'll beat the body down a little bit. But we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, we had a great anniversary in Denver sports yesterday.
We did.
That you and I were too dumb to celebrate. I will tell you what that is when we come back. Has something to do with number 15, who you'll hear tonight as his team takes on the Pelicans on the home for the Denver Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Enjoy the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code AV7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com and then download the app and start streaming today. Andy, yesterday, which was the 28th of October, the 10th anniversary of the NBA debut of Nikola Jokic.
Really?
Yes. We now have a full decade of the Joker.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to find a goddamn Joker.
Yeah, well, the Nuggets have one.
They found him.
You can't borrow theirs.
And that guy's pretty good.
It would be pretty sweet if you found one that level. We'd all be for it.
Yeah. What do you think Nikola Jokic would look like as an NFL tight end?
Oh, like
let's just fully scrape the bottom
like
of the barrel
DeAndre
on
Tillman?
Sports radio topics.
Doing that diving catch on his sweet thick six.
Yeah. He I tell you what Joker could do. He could run a good route into the flat. He could box out a DB or a linebacker or any human being on the face of the earth, basically, and he could make a catch. Here's the thing. He would catch everything.
He absolutely would.
Yeah. Best hands you've ever seen.
Boy, I wonder how fast he is now. I'm really curious. How fast is he, do you think, compared to some NFL tight ends? Because, again, I know looking out there against a bunch of elite NBA athletes, he doesn't look the fastest.
I think on the slower end.
Okay.
I'll go with on the slower end.
Let me ask you this. Do you think he's as fast as older Travis Kelce? Travis Kelce? Doesn't look like Travis Kelce's hitting the top speed anymore. Could you not see Joker kind of giving you the shiftiness? And like Kelce had that route the other night where basically you got the DB to go one way and then just turned and got the other way before the DB figured it out.
Yeah, I think it's a very different athletic skill set. If you're asking me like straight line speed, who's faster, Nikola Jokic or Travis Kelce, I'll say Travis Kelce. But also like shiftiness.
Right. Nicola's cutting all over the place.
He is without a doubt. And wouldn't he look funny in football pads?
Boy.
Just the head bobbing as he's running.
Would he look like that Fox robot?
Here's what you do. Okay, you know the Joker move where they show him after a bucket. I was like, this is a very specific shot, but you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, they go to that end of the camera or end of the court camera shot, right? And it's Joker running back on defense, and his head's bobbing to both sides as he's running, and then he does like the turn so he can turn around and play defense. That's what I want every one of Nikola Jokic's routes to be. Just him running with his head bobbing and then just turning like he's skipping back to take his position just on the outskirt of the paint defensively. And then it's just like, yeah, throw the ball to that guy.
Now, hold on. Because Levi just triggered a thought here.
All right.
Are we profiling our guy?
Jokic?
Yeah.
I think we're talking about exactly what he is.
What if?
Mm-hmm.
Look out, Bo Nix. The Joker's not the Joker in football.
Yeah.
But he's the quarterback.
I mean, he does complete more deep balls than Bo Nix does.
Listen, how about that big rump? You think you're coming in as a rusher and he's just going to high hump you there?
Yeah.
Whap! You're on your rear end.
Mm-hmm.
He's delivering dimes all over. I mean, he's a pretty good water polo. Now, listen, I don't know if he's got anything for 10 yards. He may not want to give you one. He's just simple. He is, we always talk about the mid-range is what you're looking at. He's nothing but 30 and beyond. That's all he's doing.
He would be very difficult to sack.
Yeah.
Like, they talk about Ben Roethlisberger like that.
And I'd seen it. Dante Culpepper was no fun either. I saw Dante Culpepper. That was a big dude. He was as big as Elvis Dumervil. A couple of dudes Elvis tried to sack were literally like, Ben was bigger than Elvis.
By the way, was it Malcolm Roach that got the roughing the passer against Dak Prescott the other day?
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
I mean, what are we doing?
I know by the letter of the law, the weight fell on the quarterback. Ugh. Do you know how big Dak Prescott is?
Yeah. Do you also realize how big Malcolm Roach is? There is something that once the weight is going, what do you want the guy to do?
But like,
he's a little top heavy.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, Malcolm Roach is not going to tackle Dak Prescott unless he form tackles him and drives him from the front. Like, Dak is not one of those quarterbacks that you can like swipe to the side and take down. He's a giant human. You have to run into that guy and really drive him if you're going to tackle him. And so, poor Malcolm Roach gets the penalty, and I'm just like, what do you want him to do? Otherwise, he's going to miss the tackle. He's got to hit the guy. He's huge.
There's times I wonder if that's what they want.
I don't think that's it. Yeah. They would prefer the quarterback not be sacked.
Would Jokic go full thigh pads as a football player? Would he go back to the old school?
Yes.
Cover everything. What kind of shoulder pads would you have to give him?
Give him
He'd
like
have to go back to like the Carl Mecklenburg.
I was going to say
that
like
you
the
could
old
land a copter on.
The old Sammy Winders. Give him those things.
I want to see this so bad.
I know.
How much money just to get him? First off, where are you getting the pads from? I mean, that's got to be the most custom set of pads ever, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got that Chinese shoe company.
We've never
slap
had a
something together.
7-foot football player, have we?
No. Who's the tallest player in NFL history?
I think 6'10" is tops.
Brock Osweiler?
God, was he 6'8"? I want to say
Richard Sly.
Okay.
Defensive tackle, drafted in 1967, listed at 7 foot. So that's your tallest football player ever. Apparently, it was not Ed Too Tall Jones.
Yeah. Well, Ed Too Tall. You know what's
Although
funny?
it was right there in the name. He was too tall.
He was too tall, but that was a different time. I feel like people were as tall during the too tall days.
Jonathan Ogden was 6'9".
Holy cow.
Well, what's
okay.
Tyler? 6'8"?
6'8", yeah. Tyler's a big dude.
Yeah. Yeah, he's freakishly tall. Dan Skipper, 6'10".
6'10"?
6'10", Colorado's own. But yeah, Richard Sly.
Ooh, Will claims Phil Loadholt is 6'10". What, you got Loadholt on there?
Loadholt
I know he was huge.
He is a load, but he's not on the list I'm looking at, but that's not to say that this is all encompassing. This is something that Yahoo put on the internet just last February. So there you go.
Could we see someone wants Joker in a neck roll? Could you have a neck roll quarterback?
One of those boards.
What about the Brian Cox brace for the back of the head?
Yes.
Huh? Now we're talking.
All of
now
the
we're getting
oldest
somewhere.
school pads you have ever seen.
He could get his brother. Is it
Strahenia?
Strahenia, is he the bigger one?
Stromboli? No, Strahenia. Sorry, I shouldn't put that in your head.
Do that to me. Stromboli Jokic? Because you know that's what I'm going to do now.
I know.
Could he play guard? Could they be a package deal?
Yeah, get the two get the brothers and tackle.
Yeah.
Joker. The only problem is,
hold on.
If anybody hits Nicola, Nemanja and Strahenia are gonna go choke him out
now,
afterwards.
Who's the biggest?
I think
is it Nemanja?
Strahinja's the bigger one, isn't he?
So Strahinja's at the guard.
Yeah.
And you've solved the problem with anybody coming up the front porch.
Uh-huh.
And then Nemanja can be fullback. They all got a job.
Yeah, Strahinja's the one that looks like Zangief from Street Fighter 2. He's very large.
Yeah, you better be careful with your companion. All I know is I don't need any Jokic Brothers Twitter handles popping up in my timeline. That's all I got to say.
But he does. He looks exactly like Zangief.
Okay.
Yeah.
I trust you.
Do you not remember the character?
Not totally. I was more a Mortal Kombat than a Street Fighter.
Okay, Street Fighter, you had you had Ryu and Ken. They were like the same dude. You had Chun-Li. She had the quick kick thing. You had Blanca, who was the Brazilian guy. He was like, I don't know. He was like some kind of like mutant animal thing. E. Honda was the sumo wrestler. Who else did you have? Obviously, you had Zangief in there. He was like the big Russian dude. He looked like he was roided out of his mind. Trying to think if I can remember any. Oh, Guile.
Can you get sued by a video game character?
Van Damme played the part of Guile in the Street Fighter movie.
Did that movie do all right?
It existed, and I saw it when I was 13.
Was there a Mortal Kombat movie,
There
too?
sure was.
Isn't there like 2 or 3?
There was. Christopher Lambert from The Highlander. He was in that movie. That's the only actor I remember from that movie.
Probably for good reason.
Yeah, deep cut, I know, but that's the only name actor I recall from that film.
All right, so
Nikola Jokic.
And I'm sorry I switched sports genres for Nicola, but now I may go and make Nicola a character on Madden tonight.
This is probably your fault.
It's all my fault. I'll take it. It's fine. When the rails are this far off the track, then we're good. I'll be the one. So he debuted 10 years ago.
10 years
when
ago.
did we get the Joker game? Isn't it in December where we got like the first real Joker game where they're like, all right, let's go ahead and trade the other guy?
Oh, no, I believe it's December 15th. It was December 15th of his second season when Malone officially made the move to put Nurkic on the bench and start Jokic. I believe December 15th
soon after, right?
is Jokic. But yeah, they tried because Nurk started his rookie year and Joker made all rookie team, and he was quite good with the second unit. Came back the following year. Malone tried to play them both on the court at the same time, and he was essentially trying to use Joker as the 4, and it wasn't working. The spacing was off. Jokic eventually went to Malone and was just like, bring me off the bench. This combination isn't working as hard as you're trying to make it work. And eventually I think Malone and his staff looked at it and went, what are we doing here? And they moved Jokic into the starting lineup, and that's when he started on the path to become this.
All right, well, interesting. So do you think, here's why I find that interesting. Do you feel like, because we're all dying, I part of the reason why first off, I'm excited for this Nuggets team. Another reason why I was locked in on that Nuggets T-Wolves game the other night is I thought it was our first opportunity to maybe see, Jonas and Joker together.
Yeah, you're really into this.
I really am. I really want to see it.
You're invested.
But do you think, is Joker, like, which one of them is going to have to go to 4 if Gordon slides to 3? I want all 3 of them in there. I want nothing but size and fear.
I got to be honest with you.
You're not that excited.
Number one, I'm not. And
number 2, you're wrong.
Number 2, I don't think they're ever going to do it.
Do you think nobody can play the 4 of those two? Is it just not going to work with either trying to be the 4?
It's like, yeah, there's if you wanted to run it out there for like odd defensive possession or something like at the end of a quarter, sure. Or put one of them on the floor to defend the inbound and the other one occupy the paint like in a lob situation. But just like as an offensive set, it doesn't really work because if you move Jonas away from the paint, he's ineffective. And if you move Joker away from the paint, or at least not give him all of the real estate on the floor to go to wherever he's going to go, then you've hamstrung him. Again, I think it, to your point, Andy, I think it can get deployed in tiny samples.
What are you talking, 2-3 minutes tops?
That even feels like too much to me. Yeah. But I think it's a very specific matchup dependent thing, but like as an offensive set, and I could see it. Here's the thing. I could see this coaching staff, and especially David Adelman right now, who's, as we've seen, he's thrown a lot of stuff at the wall, which I'm appreciating about him. He's kind of playing fast and loose with his rotations, but he's also, one thing about it is he's very set on his 9 guys right now. Spencer Jones, like he'll get, again, the occasional go get a rebound and then get the hell off the floor kind of possession. But right now he's really got his 9 guys. Maybe early on in the season they roll to it. I just call me a skeptic.
No, it's fine. I get it.
Yeah.
Because again, I don't know. Like you could try Jokic a point, I guess, and really get creative. But like you said, that's still, you make a great point about him not being able to occupy whatever space on the floor that he wants to, which is again what makes him special. Here's my biggest reason. The reason why I'm pushing this more than anything is you
want them to beat up Rudy Gobert.
Well, that I do want. You're absolutely right. But meathead hockey fan Andy aside, trying to assert that into the basketball, I really like Jonas as a backup, and I really want him to be happy with his role here. I do not want him to be motivated to go back to Lithuania or wherever the hell, Greece, wherever he thinks he's going to go after this year. Because Nate, and I realize we're 3 games in, I really like watching the guy come off the bench. Yeah. I really like, for the first time ever, this is the closest thing you're going to have to keeping It's like it's like what Snoop Hunley is for the Baltimore Ravens. It's the closest thing you got to keeping your system together when the main guy's out.
And the entire and you see that when he and Jamal are on the floor together. It's just
well, even he and Gordon had some nice stuff going on last night.
They do, and it's comfortable. Like again, I feel like I always fall into this trap of it just sounds like I'm always just killing DeAndre Jordan, but watching Valanciunas as a screener, watching Valanciunas
as a rebounder
move on the floor, watching him and dribble handoff kind of stuff. Like DJ just wasn't good at that stuff.
Well,
and Valanciunas is competent with the basketball in his hands at that part of the floor where DJ is an all-time great lob guy, is an all-time, good rebounder, but not elite with the ball in his hands 15, 16 feet away from the court. And the way that the Nuggets like to operate with the two-man game and opening up the court for Jamal and getting him those angles to find his shots, Valanciunas just does that job so much better.
Look, and he was dead in the middle of a very physical game the other night, getting rebounds, battling Gobert, battling Naz Reid, influencing. He wasn't the classic rim protector, but guys weren't excited to go in there on him as easily as they were last year. And DeAndre had some moments. Like you said, we're not looking to crap all over the guy. He had his moments. But you know what I'm not worried about? Every time DeAndre went in there for 10 or 12, 15 minutes, I was like, all right, how long does he need to be out to rest his body back up? I ain't worried about that with Jonas.
Jokic, by the way, first 3 games of the season, he has played 6.5 fewer minutes so far than he did last year.
Love it.
Not on a per game, but just in general.
Yeah, let's keep it going.
Yeah, this is this is better right now, I think, for everybody. By the way, Jokic, only NBA big ever, 16,000 points, 8,000 rebounds, 5,000 assists in his first decade as a basketball player in the NBA.
Boy.
Pretty good.
Wait, I can't wait for, what's the name of the Jordan segment?
Insights to excellence.
How long before Jokic comes up, and then how long before all of Denver hates Jordan?
It's going to be so good. It's going to, I'm so excited about today's Insights to Excellence. We'll get to it coming up at 4:20 today here on the show. Cosmiter coming up at 4 o'clock. Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, Avalanche faithful, here's your chance for unique holiday gifts. Come to Ball Arena on Sunday from 2 to 4 p.m. That's this Sunday, and purchase equipment from the Colorado Avalanche. The sale features game-used and team-issued sticks, gloves, helmets, skates, breezers, equipment bags, pucks, and more. Pricing starts at $10. Proceeds benefit Colorado Avalanche and Kroenke Sports Charities community programs in Colorado. All right, so the Broncos got a new tight end. He's on the practice squad. He is 41-year-old Mercedes Lewis. I really feel like I have to over-enunciate the Mar part of it because it's M-A-R. Sadies.
Yeah.
Do I have to do that?
I don't think you have to, but
Okay.
you're welcome to.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to?
How would Chris Cuthbert say his name?
I don't know. Mercedes. He would, but see, he would really, it'd really roll. He'd like stall out on the Mer. Now I got to kind of hear it.
I know, right? Can we get somebody get Spring call Cuthbert?
Get him on. Tell him, hey, we need a favor. Tell him do us a solid. Just say Mercedes Lewis.
So let him know we just need him to come on the show for 14 seconds, read one name, and then he can go.
I want to hear that interview.
Hey man, how do you say the name of the tight end of the Broncos? Just guy used to play for the Jags and the Packers. How you say that name?
Mercedes Lewis. Well, thanks for coming by. We appreciate you.
Well, thanks, Cuthbert.
We've done quicker interviews.
By the way, Nathan McKinnon, goals number 375 and 376 last night. Andy is now fourth in franchise history, past Milan Hajduk last night.
Oh, I saw Milan during the playoffs. I wonder how he feels about it.
Peter Stastny, 380.
If you're on any list of note in the Colorado/Quebec franchise, you just know that guy's coming for your records, right?
McKinnon's going to pass Peter Stastny. He needs 250 more to catch Sakic. Well, to pass Sakic, 250 more in the career for big number 29.
Does Sakic pull the ultimate salty move?
Get him traded.
It is let him get to 249 and then trade him.
Ship him out of here.
It's been a great run, Nate. We appreciate all Nate's done for us. But that record's mine.
Also, speaking of Cale Makar,
Makar,
first defenseman in franchise history to have 3 4-assist games. He had 4 helpers last night. For the third time of his career, first defenseman in franchise history to have done that.
That game could have made it out of a DUI checkpoint.
8-4.
That thing, I don't know what was going on.
It was, the Devils scored 4 goals in, by my count, 21 seconds.
So it was all roll. Yeah, it was all runs.
Yeah, it was all runs.
Got up 5-0.
5-0, 4-0.
Then to your point
3-0.
And the time it took to microwave a pot pie, then they'd made it 5-4. Like that.
A nice Marie calendar.
My son didn't want to wait an hour for the thing to cook a couple weeks ago, so I was like, I'll just nuke it for you. I threw it away. I was like, you're not eating this. I don't know what the microwave turned this thing into, but it ain't a pot pie no more.
It texturally.
Yeah, it changed.
There's a lot of variety in there when you microwave it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yes.
But the problem with baking them is like that gravy on the inside just becomes molten lava.
Oh, it does. It's like the inside of a pizza roll.
Right.
You ever just got too excited for a pizza roll like back in the day when you were young before you knew better? And the next thing you know, you don't feel your mouth for 3 days?
Or within the last couple of years and you've had enough drinks and you're just like, oh yeah, no, it's out of the microwave. It's good to eat.
See, I don't do the pizza rolls.
That's
I do that's when I'm at the Taco Bell going, hey, I want all the Taco Bell. All of it. Bag it up and give it to me.
Mark Springer already ate it.
Oh, how are you doing, by the way?
He's great, man. Look at him.
I pooped.
No, I know. But I mean, just as far as, because let's be honest, part of the reason why you decided to do this was
Hold on.
You thought you liked some Taco Bell, right?
Yeah, I had my first Taco Bell
since the race
on Sunday night.
Had a hit.
It was good.
What'd you order?
Box deal on the app. It's like $7. It's amazing.
Did you get a CU cup with it?
No.
Julian Lewis.
But a cup.
Have they already dropped?
Yeah,
that?
I got a Seton. I did get a Seton a month or two ago.
Seton? Well, that's worth keeping.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Hey, did you know
He's going to be a really good tackle for somebody.
Victor Olivesson had a hat trick last night.
How about that?
That was fun.
And wasn't Nate one away too? Like,
he sure was.
Nate
He had 2
passed
goals.
up the chance to give good old Ole.
Yep.
Did you see Ole's? Ole kind of had speaking of drunk, Ole's stat line was, do you realize he was -1? You scored 3 goals
No
and you
kidding.
were -1? What?
I didn't realize that.
Someone tweeted that out today.
You know who else scored last night?
Mark's like, quit looking at me. I didn't do it.
Did you see him on the post-game show?
Who?
Another good Cuthbert name? Parker Kelly.
Oh, no. I saw him in intermission.
Yeah, he was fun. He was good. He did well. That post-game deal with Lyles and him and Kyle Keefe, that's a good time.
I like JML.
Yeah.
How about Zakar Bardakov?
Zakar Bardakov
with his first goal.
First NHL goal for the young man, Bardakov.
Hey, everybody was talking about Bo Nix for good reason going and getting the first touchdown ball for Pat Bryant. Did you see Nate skated over to the official and got the first hat-trick puck for Olivesson?
That's what a good veteran's supposed to do. Nice job. So Sean Payton was asked today what Mercedes Lewis brings to the team. Let's hear Sean Payton pontificate about a guy that is 3 years younger than he is.
Sean, with Mercedes, just given how long he's played.
Mercedes.
Yeah.
Hold on, what? Well, he's someone you kind of follow his career, and I knew he'd been training. I know he's in great shape, and he's a tremendous blocker. I think you don't want to get caught where, man, it's got to be jumbo. And so we brought him in for a workout, brought him onto our practice squad. I'm glad he's here. He's a tremendous leader. I'm anxious for you guys to be around him. So good first day.
Hold on. Can we get the pronunciation? I thought he switched it to Murr. Did he say Mar?
No, he switched it to Murr. He said it like the car, did Sean Payton. Let's get that correction in there, Spring.
Mercedes.
I don't think that's correct.
And you schlubs can't afford him anyway. Payton.
I have two middle fingers.
Payton on Lewis's first year in the NFL. Let's listen to this one. So Lewis was drafted in 2006. So that was his rookie year. That was the first year that Sean Payton was the head coach of the Saints. That was the post-Katrina season there in New Orleans. Let's talk about Sean talking about that little fun bit of symmetry.
Streif was a rookie. He was a rookie. D'Amico Ryans was a rookie. That was that draft class. And I was a rookie as well. UCLA, so George is a little partial. But his consistent, I think when he's 55, he's going to be able to block the D gap. You know, we used to say that about Vinny Testaverde. Like when he's 60, he's still going to throw a pretty ball. And I just think that all the other things that come with him are assets for our team.
Here's a fun trivia question for you, Andy. Do you recall who the number one pick was in the 2006 NFL draft in which Mercedes Lewis was picked 28th in the first round by the
I've heard
Jaguars?
Kevin Harlan call him Mercedes Lewis.
Mar.
I'm going with Mar. Hold on. 2000, the number one pick was the Jaguars?
2006. No, Lewis went 28th to the Jaguars.
To the Jaguars. Yeah, that was Reggie Bush with our guy Peyton, wasn't it?
He was the number 2 pick.
Oh, that means it was the Houston Texans D-end.
Mario Williams.
Who I understand, I got a buddy, I'll just say who it is, Jeb Putzer, played with him played with him in Houston.
Yeah.
Guy loves him a car collector. Hey, speaking of Mercedes?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently he loves him some cars.
Well, he's named for it. Vince Young went number 3 to the Titans. The great DeBrickashaw Ferguson, 4th.
Top level name.
To the Jets. Broncos legend Vernon Davis, 6th to the Niners.
Sure.
Matt Leinart, 10 to Arizona.
You know that was the guy they said Shanny really wanted.
And number 11, the Denver Broncos selected quarterback out of Vanderbilt, Jay Cutler.
What happened to like 6, 7, 8, 9?
Nah.
They suck and you didn't want to tell me who they are.
They were notable. Yeah,
give me some of the names. Just give me a flavor.
You want them?
Yeah, why not?
Here we go. Well, Vernon Davis was 6, like I said. Michael Huff, the safety by the Raiders, at 7.
Yeah, he was all right. He's a good player.
Dante Whitner,
again, good player.
Safety to the Bills. Ernie Sims, linebacker to Detroit at number 9, and then Leinart at 10.
All those guys are like, you know what those guys are? if you pick them in the third round, you're satisfied with the career. You take them number one, you hate who they were.
You know what those guys are? Guys that I chose to skip over.
Guys that don't make the Kreckman list.
We'll talk to Nick Kosmider about the signing of Don't Call Me Mercedes Lewis next. Let's dive right into it. Nick Kosmider of theathletic.com out there covering the Broncos today. Big day. Not every day you get to cover an NFL team that signed a 41-year-old tight end. Joining us right now, Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Nick, what was the buzz about Mercedes Lewis?
Well, it was interesting because I got multiple texts today and yesterday when it was reported that he was trying out from people that had covered him in different spots, saying that he was kind of an all-time dude in terms of the locker room and covering him. And then within about 30 seconds of talking to him, you're like, oh, yeah, that's why. Oh, when he's talking about doing his trip to Joshua Tree that he takes every 6 weeks and then coming back from that, and then while sitting in the sauna getting a call and basically being like, all right, let's go play our 20th season in the NFL. It's easy to see why this guy is stuck around because you don't have to – you have to be good. Obviously, you have to be able to do the job. Sean Payton said today, I think he could block the D gap until he's 55 years old. But you also, to last in this business that long, you have to be likable. You really do because that's sort of the end of the roster type guy, number 3 tight end, and he is certainly that. And I think he made that quick impression here today.
What's the likelihood he suits up and plays on Sunday against Houston?
I think it's relatively high. Just because if you look at the roster. You always have 3 tight ends on game day, and so for them, he would make the third. They have 2 other guys on the practice squad. Caleb Lawner, the 7th round pick, being one of those, and then Patrick Murtaugh. Those guys haven't played in the NFL. It would be kind of a big ask coming up. So the real just question is, is he in shape enough? That was part of the tryout. And all indications are that he's going to be ready to go. I would imagine the role would be pretty small here in week 1 as they do some other things, probably some more jumbo stuff. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see Lewis up there on Sunday.
Cannot say Murtaugh and not get me thinking about Lethal Weapon. But anyway,
you and me both, my friend.
Yeah, we'll pull away from that. All right,
Roger Murtaugh.
The Murtaugh list was in an How I Met Your Mother episode of things you can't do anymore over the age of 30.
By the way, much like Danny Glover, Mercedes Lewis, he's getting too old for this, Bleep.
He really, well, apparently not. Apparently not, because guess what? They keep pulling him back
Still out
in.
there.
All right, what did you like the best about the Sunday performance, Nick?
The balance. It's a couple things. I think the balance when you have 29 passes, 28 runs, you average 7.5 yards a play. You do it through the air and on the ground. You run well on early downs. I just think the complementary nature of their offense was like, that's how you would draw it up. And, Cowboys defense caveat and all that, like the way that you impress against a defense like that is to have a season high scoring and to make it look easy. It's one thing to like put up points like they did, but you're supposed to dominate that kind of a defense if you want to kind of be worth anything offensively, and that's what they did. So I think just kind of the way that they handled it, the way they got different guys involved, particularly the young players, getting them more action, because those are going to be guys you depend on going down the stretch. I think just the general balance of it all was what I liked.
All right. Well, after seeing the balance that we saw, and look, Troy Franklin, heck of a game for him. Obviously, heck of a game for Harvey, but great job, I thought, by Troy Franklin in particular. We'll wait and see how the week progresses with Mims, but I think all of us would be maybe a little surprised if he's able to clear and get ready to go after what looked like a pretty serious couple of shots there coming up on Sunday. If you were in the Broncos GM room, if you were in George Payton's office and he said, hey, Nick, you're around this team every day. We've heard rumors about a guard, a tight end, although maybe that was taken care of today, or a receiver. Which position are you focusing on, knowing this team has about $5 million in cap room, according to Albert Breer, to work with?
Yeah, I think I would probably be looking for, another receiver that can just give you a little bit of depth, maybe give you a little bit more of a deep threat. Injuries could play a role down the stretch, and I think having somebody that you could rely on in that way would be important. This is a team that I think a couple weeks ago you would have said, man, they need to go out and they need to get a new left guard. Alex Palczewski has played well enough the last 2 weeks to kind of put some of that, to bed. He's capable of being their starter there and filling in, for as long as they need him to. That doesn't mean they might not explore some more veteran depth to have on the roster. You still are obviously down two guards that are on the injured reserve right now. But in terms of like needing to make a splash to get somebody else in that starting lineup, I think they're more comfortable with having somebody who's learned this offense for the last 3 years, even though he has now moved into a different position on the opposite side. He said to me today, I was asking him about that move. He goes, it's kind of like you're wiping with your left hand, is sort of the analogy that he used to change sides. But he's done a good job with it. So I don't know. I ultimately think this team is going to stand pat. I really do. I think they like what this young receiving group has to offer. And part of that was taking a big step. Now, this is an important data point on Sunday. You go from playing a defense that doesn't look like it can be competitive in any way to the best defense statistically in the NFL this season in the Houston Texans. So an important final evaluation point because obviously this game occurs just a couple days before the deadline.
It's our buddy Nick Kosmider. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. So while the Broncos may stand pat at the trade deadline, the defense must withstand the absence of pat. Professional radio segue. And Patrick Surtain probably out the next 3 games, they're hoping, according to the reports that are out there, Nick, and you can certainly, weigh in with your own reporting here, but hoping to get him back for the Manders game, which would be after the bye. But you broke down some of the differences between what they were doing, man versus zone second half the other day against Dallas, which that's, there's also game situation to take into account there. What do you think is going to be the biggest differences game plan wise for Vance Joseph in a world without the best cornerback in the world?
Yeah, I think you're going to probably see more too high looks. One of the things they've done really well lately, Vance Joseph has, is like they're moving Talanoa Hufanga all over the place, and he's playing at the line of scrimmage a lot. And a big part of the reason you're able to do that is because, again, Pat Surtain, can cover a guy without having to worry about him. And so then you can just sort of use that one other high safety to shade or give help either in the middle of the field or on the other outside, on the other outside part of the field. And have Talanoa Hufanga sort of ranging as that guy that can create havoc around the line of scrimmage. I just don't see them being able to do enough of or as much of that without Pat Surtain, because you're going to need those safeties, I think, to kind of help ease some of the vulnerabilities that you have on the outside. Because it's not just that Chris Abrams-Drain is in there, and obviously, like, Riley Moss is a capable outside corner, but now he is the guy that becomes the one guarding the opponent's top receiver, and that requires some help too. The Texans should probably get Nico Collins back after he missed last week. That's a tough matchup. He cooked the Broncos in 2023 in that game in Houston. They know what kind of talent he is. So I think that's kind of maybe the big difference is you see the safeties back a little bit more. This is going to be a game where they really have to win in the red zone. They've been the league's best this year in terms of red zone rate. And so that's where they're going to have to thrive. They're going to give up some big plays. I think fans should probably, get ready for that. The big thing is you can't give up big touchdown plays. You're going to have to be able to, come up with some stands in the red zone, kind of like they did against the Colts, right? They gave up the big run to Jonathan Taylor, but Hufanga tracked him down, and then they were able to get that stop in the red zone. It's going to come down to a couple of those situations where, you can give up big plays in this game, but you're going to have to steel yourself in the red zone if you're gonna come out of there with a win.
Nick, what's the greatest explanation you can come up with, or that you've been able to derive from talking to people about Riley Moss and his penalty problem?
Yeah, it is kind of confounding, because it almost seems like reputational at this point.
Yeah.
I think there is kind of some of that thought out there of like, he's a guy that for whatever reason that the style of play, he's an aggressive kind of physical corner. But you see, you guys are basketball heads too, and you see some of this stuff where certain guys get reputations, and for whatever reason, I think he's fighting some of that right now. Now, as to whether that can be something that he changes by virtue of his play, we'll see. But again, I think a lot of the times he's been in good position. Certainly that was the case, I thought, in the Giants game. And then the second of these two calls against the Cowboys, I just didn't think there was a lot there. So yeah, it's a really good question. I think it's one that confounds him. He kind of, obviously wasn't going to say anything after the game. He doesn't have a Pat Surtain contract to draw fines from, so he's going to be, I think, a little bit more careful with it. But yeah, it's one of those situations where he has to continue to work on his technique, be able to catch up and be physical without necessarily putting your hands on late, where they're really kind of looking for that sort of thing. But yeah, it's a great question, Nate. I wish I had a perfect answer for you, but it's something that they're certainly trying to figure out.
Yeah, it's something that a lot of us have a raised eyebrow at right now because some of those flags, and again, you mentioned the two specific ones, the end of the Giants game and the second one against Dallas, where it was just like, what the hell are we doing right here?
Yeah. Giants one was unacceptable, period.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're living in a world where the Broncos play the Houston Texans on Sunday without the services of Pat Surtain. Nick Kosmider has got some excellent breakdowns on that, including, hey, nice job, man. You chased down the orthopedic surgeon. You got the breakdown on the pectoral. We gave it all yesterday on the show. So Nick Kosmider, as always, your content makes us better at our job. So thank you.
Yeah, I like doing those kind of interviews. I always have to resist asking about all my own personal aches and pains, and remember that he's not on the clock for me. He's like, you're gonna have to go figure that out somewhere else. But yeah, hopefully we got a little bit of insight there.
What if a football player gets a clicking sound in their jaw? Then what should they do, Doc?
Yeah.
What would you recommend?
Really weird. He was talking to me in an interview the other day.
Yeah, totally not related to my own situation, but just out of pure curiosity, in case it comes up with a player I cover. Yeah.
What happens if a football player gets carpal tunnel? Nick Kosmider, everybody. Nick, good job, man. Thank you.
All right, fellas. Thanks a lot. Take care.
All right, that's our buddy Nick Kosmider with us right there. Yeah, the plan in the secondary. We'll get to some of Sean Payton's responses to that coming up here on the other side. Plus, Michael Jordan has insights to excellence this week. And surprise, surprise. I don't know if you could have predicted this or not, Andy. Michael Jordan doesn't think they should be managing the loads the way they are in the NBA.
What I love, he talks about an example in Detroit.
Yeah.
And it's almost two different answers.
Well, we're going to break down MJ and Tirico when we come back, coming up next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, it's, that time of year. That time of year is going to soon be the holiday season. And so that's sometimes a time where you look for new love. Maybe you're spicing things up with the old love. But if you're dealing with ED, maybe you're not interested in any of this. There's no reason to live with erectile dysfunction because there are folks that can help you. And those folks are located right at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you've been dealing with this for a while and it's affecting your self-confidence, maybe it's affecting your mood, period. Just get on in there, have a conversation with them, see what they can do for you. If you've tried other things and they failed in the past, again, don't let that deter you, especially if you've tried the pills or the herbals, because the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they proudly proclaim that they have treatments that'll work when the pills and the herbals fail. So go have a chat with them about it. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So go on in there, have a conversation. Don't let this affect you anymore. The first visit's real easy. It's $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. If the test dose does not work in the office, and you'll know if it's working or not, then that office visit is free. They have an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to feeling your old self the next day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including in Fort Collins in the Springs, one in North Denver and Central Denver. But they also have a great revamped location in Castle Rock they'd love for you to check out. Real easy to get a hold of these folks. Give them a call at 720-440-7900. That number will get you to any of the locations throughout Colorado. Again, 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
K&L getting the lead out right now. We have got 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here, top of the hour. We have a pass rusher getting paid today in the NFL. Plus, the Broncos got a really, really, really old tight end. Mercedes Lewis is now here. We will hear Sean Payton's thoughts on that, plus how they will deal with the absence of Patrick Surtain II. We'll get to all of that coming up here, top of the hour at 5 o'clock. But, Andy, it's a Wednesday, meaning last night on NBC, the NBA on NBC gave us part 2, or episode 2, I suppose, of Insights to Excellence. Now, I don't know if you noticed this or not, Andy, but Mike Tirico and Michael Jordan were wearing the same clothes.
I was about to say, do you think they did like a 2-hour interview that they're just going to feed us in 3-minute chunks?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, if it was even 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
If Mike was just like, let's crank this out because I'm not letting you in my house ever again.
Yeah, this will be it.
Yeah. So I'm assuming at least for 2 episodes, it's clearly come from the same interview. Michael has his gigantic pile of money that NBC gave him to do this, and it seems as though, at least so far, he let him know you get one afternoon, and that's it.
Right. Right. Tirico's not exactly sitting around doing nothing.
He's pretty busy this time of year.
Yeah, he's got a few things going on.
So I wonder, how long they can get out of it. Also, just a thought, would have been a little bit more timely if they were like, hey, Michael, you gambled a lot.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Michael, about this whole poker game thing.
You've been in some poker games.
You've been, yeah, right.
They didn't cover that. No, they got to load management. Yes, they decided they wanted to talk about load management. Adam Silver's favorite topic out there, and so here we go. Let's roll this. This is from Insights to Excellence with Mike Tirico and Michael Jordan last night on NBC. And Andy, it's gonna stun you to find out. MJ thinks these bleeping bleepers these days are soft. Roll it.
The term load management has become such a hot button in the NBA.
How I know you were going to talk about that one?
Because you played 80 games a lot.
Because you guys talked about it before the year.
And because you were going to be the most
What do
angry
you
guy
think
about
of
it.
when you hear the term load management thrown around?
It shouldn't be needed, first and foremost. I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. It was something that I felt like, the fans are there to watch me play. I want to impress that guy way up on top who probably worked his ass off to get a ticket or to get money to buy the ticket.
You really cared about the guy who sat in the top deck at the Palace in Auburn Hills to watch you when you came to Detroit?
Yeah, because I know he's probably yelling at me, and I want to shut him up. He's calling me all kinds of names. I definitely want to shut him up.
Right.
You have a duty that if they're wanting to see you, and as an entertainer, I want to show, right? So if the guys are coming to watch me play, I don't want to miss that opportunity. Now, physically, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. But physically, if I can do it, and I just don't feel like doing it, that's a whole different lens.
Dude, I love how he went from the nice sentiment of the old, hey, that guy might be watching me play for the first time. I want to leave him with a good memory.
Really worked hard to buy that ticket.
Yeah, really in Detroit. Well, that guy wanted to shut up because he's probably a loudmouth jerk, and I heard him at the bus. Oh, all right. We kind of pivoted on that thought real quick.
Also, hey, Mike, I think there was a lot of bowl season ticket holders that showed up for the 93-94 season going, hey, where the hell did Michael Jordan go? Oh, he's on a minor league baseball team.
Why are you playing for the White Sox, bro?
The Birmingham Barons and the Scottsdale Scorpions. Where's that Michael Jordan? But he felt a duty to show up for those people, Andy.
And again, listen, I love Mike. He was a great athlete. He could play in any era. Any era, he'd be fun to watch again, okay? And I'd be curious. Honestly, let's be honest, Nate. How much would his game change currently? He never wants to take into account how much his game would have changed if the coach was literally saying, give me some threes, don't go to the hoop so often.
So the first thing that he said that was blatantly wrong in there was, I didn't want to miss games because I didn't feel like playing. That's not what's happening.
Exactly. It's unfair to say these guys are going, hey, can I sit out tonight? That's not what they're asking.
These teams have sports science departments, massive medical staffs that track the biometrics of every player that's on the floor to try and minimize the likelihood of injury. And that is why they make guys take nights off. To the point where when Nikola Jokic is told to take a night off, he would want to go and fight Michael Malone over it. But to act like, it's whenever they feel like it, that's not what's happening here, bro. That is not what's happening currently in the NBA. But sure, you're Mike, so you got to frame it like they're a bunch of sissies. I get it.
Well, we're all seeing where this is going.
Yes.
This is going to set up to where he's going to let us know that nobody from this era can challenge me.
Right.
Because this is a soft era.
Yes.
And that's going to be his take.
And also, Mike would have considered every era in the history of the game soft except the one that he played in.
Yeah, and again, what we're hearing, this relentless competitor that you're not going to tell me anybody was ever better.
Yeah.
It's what made him great.
Like Andy, because people, he can bag on the current game, but remember, Mike's a part of his personal story is that as a rookie, when he showed up and they were on road trips and they were in the hotel and it was like, hey, young fella, let's go out, let's meet girls, it was the NBA in the 80s. Let's do blow all night and do whatever we're up to. And Michael's whole thing was, oh my God, he was so offended by that, and you guys don't take the game seriously enough, and I got to change the culture of this team. So Mike hated the NBA before he showed up, and Mike has hated the NBA from the second he left it. In the world of Michael Jordan, the NBA peaked with Michael Jordan. And he's not completely wrong in that thought, but that's how he views it all. All right, let's get more insights to excellence with MJ as he takes a hot steaming dump all over the NBA on NBC.
So give me the first time that you came to that fork in the road in your career where you could have sat down and missed a game, but you fought through.
Started my career.
Okay.
I twist my ankle. And I had a teammate. He says, you twist your ankle, young fella. Come over and sit with me. This is you need to. I said, no, man. I'm trying to make a name for myself. There's no way I can sit. I need to get out there and show what I'm capable of. I want to play. I want to win. I want to make an impact. And I twisted my ankle. I taped it up, and I went back out, and I played. I always felt that. I always felt the necessary need that I could never leave my comrades out if I could perform, right? Even if I couldn't. Utah, great example. Everybody said the flu game. It's game 5, which is a very pivotal game. I was going to find a way to get out there, even if I was a decoy. Well, once I got out there, you never know how, pushing yourself, you never know what happens, right?
So, couple of things. Number one, I never wanted to leave my comrades out. Andy, nobody ever hated their teammates more than Michael Jordan did.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've heard about the practices.
Now he's like, I got to do it for the guys. Secondly, I do like the part of oh, man, I was feeling under the weather, and I still played in a finals game. You know who else does that? Every other player in the history of basketball. That's what they do in the playoffs. They will their broken bodies. That's why Aaron Gordon played Game 7 on one leg last year against Oklahoma City, even though he had no business being out there, because that's what basketball players do. That's what they do. Also, Game 5, pivotal game in the NBA Finals. Is it more pivotal than games 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7? I think they're all pivotal.
Here's the other thing too, though. Everyone's mad saying we're MJ haters. Guys, we've said it 1,000 times. He's still my favorite player ever.
I'm going to raise my hand, and I'm going to tell you guys, I grew up in Chicago. He's literally my favorite athlete ever.
But again, you're giving him a forum to crap all over today's game on a network that just paid a ton of money.
Uh-huh.
And this is what we're going to get every week where nobody was ever good enough. Yeah. I still love the guy.
Oh, I
still love the guy. He'll sit down and take in full MJ highlights daily.
I want to reiterate this, and I made this point last week as we talked about insights to excellence. I don't want any different version of this
No,
guy.
but we're going to laugh at it because it's going to be full of vitriol.
I want him to say all of these things, but you also have to remember that a big part of being Michael Jordan is that he's full of crap.
Well, and guys, here's the other problem with this conversation. He's saying these things about like it's all for my teammates. And if the Last Dance did not come out, then fine, I'm taking it at your word. The problem is we all saw the Last Dance.
Yeah.
Pippen still hates him for things he said in the Last Dance. And Pippen said it wasn't true, but he didn't get to sit there with them the whole time with the crew in his house.
Michael Jordan, it was the old SI photographer, Walter Use. Am I saying his name correctly? But he had an anecdote in his book when it was MJ before practice, and Walter was out there to shoot a bunch of photos of MJ for an SI piece, and Michael was lacing up his shoes, and he looks over at the photographer, and he kind of points points with his eyes towards Luke Longley, Bill Wennington, and Joe Klein, and he says, "You see what they give me to play with? 21 feet of bleep."
That's a pretty good line.
It's an amazing line.
Yeah. Well, and again, remember, Horace Grant was excited to get out of Chicago and go to Orlando.
Also, none of them can stand him anymore.
Yeah. I mean, so again,
Yeah. Oh, guys, you will find nobody that loves Michael Jordan more than I do, but also, like, I'm not here to worship Michael Jordan. All right? He is the greatest basketball player that ever lived, and he's also a deeply flawed and cynical human being that's got bizarre views on the world.
It does.
And some of it is not reconciling who he actually was in his playing days, but he's here to serve the game of basketball. Let's get one more. We got thoughts on the flu game. Here we go. The flu game when Michael Jordan was really taking care of his body. Let's get it, Spring.
So that night you got out there and you found you could do more than you thought you were going to be able to.
Next thing you know, the emotions, the situation, the need of the team, all those things catapulted me to, I'm going to gut this thing out. Back to your point of what load management is, you play basketball 2.5 hours a day, 3 hours a day, right? That's your job. That's what you get paid to do as an NBA player. What are you doing the other 21 hours? I mean, to me, that's when you should be preparing for your next day of work or your next, challenge. Now, I'm the worst. Maybe I'm not one of the guys that you would probably model that, or
I was going to say, did you do that every time?
But you should think about that in retrospect of what load management really is. I always felt like one, it was a sense of pride for the fans that are paying.
Right.
Two is a sense of making sure that I stay sharp. I'm not going to lose it. And three, I want our rhythm as a team to always be there. It can disrupt that synergy that's happening.
Once again, great consummate teammate, Michael Jordan. I do appreciate that he pointed out I'm not the best example right there. Yeah, the thing about it, Mike, is NBA players today, they don't spend all their time off golfing, gambling, and drinking and smoking cigars the way that you did.
You open yourself up where someone's going to ask, why did you go to the White Sox for 2 years? So,
Andy, okay. Michael Jordan's last full healthy season in Chicago was the 97-98 year. He was 34. That's his last year in the NBA. I know he took 3 years off, and then he bought the Wizards, and he came back, and we had Fat MJ playing for Washington for a couple of years. That crap doesn't count, okay? He was done at 35, all right? Larry Bird was done at 35. Isaiah Thomas was done at 33. Magic was done younger than that. Now, we know it was because of the HIV virus that he had attained, but still, like, these guys, outside of Karl Malone, basically, the players of that generation, they didn't play forever. Like, MJ was done at 35. Andy, LeBron is 41. Kevin Durant, 37. Steph, 37. He turns 38 this year. James Harden's 36. Chris Paul is 40. Russell Westbrook is 37. Okay, these are the great players of their generation, and they're still going. What is the grand mystery as to how they did it? Some of this is like career longevity was bought through making wiser decisions with your body. And again, Michael Jordan was a guy that, disappeared for 20 months in the middle of his basketball career to go on a baseball sabbatical. So, like, I get it. Again, MJ is ruthless, and he's bitter, and he hates every basketball player that has ever played the game that isn't him, basically. But also, like, let's acknowledge for a moment that these organizations that have invested untold 9-figure deals into these players have maybe done some research on how to get fuller return on their investment than what the players of the 90s did. And again, the funniest part of all this is him just crapping on the NBA right there on the NBA telecast, which is what this thing is going to be every week. I can't wait for it. I love it.
I
want all the insights to excellence, Andy. I love it.
I'm going to be curious to see what happens. Now, when do you think? Do you think they'll do another sit-down? Because this sit-down they did, I think, probably gets us through Christmas.
Yeah.
Do you think there's like a post-Christmas and,
like at what point does he start talking about like the actual
modern players,
prescient topics of what is happening in the game today?
Listen, I want to hear what he's got to say about Jokic. I really do.
Yeah.
Because if there's one guy I would think could change his mind about the modern player, it would be Nikola Jokic.
What do you think eventually they've got to do the what do you think of LeBron?
Well, yeah, and that I can't wait for.
That one's going to be awesome.
And by the way, I am way Team MJ over Team LeBron.
What do you think of the what do you think of analytic ball, the threes and layups game? You were famously a mid-range player. What do you think of the modern game? I bet you he's going to hate current shot selection. Again, these are all things that,
What do you think? But see, again,
very intelligent people have studied, and they've figured out how to be more efficient offensively. But sure, MJ.
This guy, now listen, I would never want him to change his game. I loved his above-the-rim game.
Of course.
I loved it. Built a whole brand for a reason. But I do wonder what modern MJ would look like, knowing this is the game. Listen, another reason why he never wanted to miss a game, all these guys had clauses in their contracts saying, hey, you score this much, you do this much, you do that. It affected how he played the game. He wanted his points. He wanted this, that, the other, the extra bonuses. I'd love to see what a modern MJ would look like. I'd love to see how he would work himself into a different version of something.
His career high was 3.6 three-point attempts per game.
But don't you think
career high? He would be taking, I don't know, 2.5 times as many threes right now. More, probably.
Yeah, if he was playing in today's game, don't you think he would have worked himself in? Because I just believe that's what he could have done.
And he would have been a vastly better.
He could have been as great a three-point shooter as he wanted to be.
He would have been a vastly better three-point shooter because that's the work that he would have put in. Yeah,
but that's
absolutely.
not what they did back then. They weren't encouraging.
No,
the three.
he was a post-up guy. He lived in the mid-range, and he was an excellent mid-range shooter. But you go back and look at some of the great games in Michael's career, and you're just like, you took how many shots? Do you remember, I think it was 93 finals, Barkley, the famous clip of Barkley, and he's looking at the stat sheet. I think it was like game 3 or 4, and Phoenix got the win. And Charles Barkley's looking at the stat sheet, and he's like, Michael Jordan took 38 shots tonight? It's funny when you think about it now, how very different the game is. And Michael hates all of it. It's so good, man. It is so good. Insights to excellence. They going to change their clothes for next week?
I don't think so. Because I don't think they're done with whatever this first.
This is a single interview
thing was.
I have no idea what it is, but it's such a giant pile of money that they gave Michael to do this
in his house. Oh man.
When it was over, did he just look at Tirico and he was like, hey, you got 2 minutes until I release the hounds. Get out of here. Like it was leaving Mr. Burns' house. Michael Jordan doesn't care for load management.
No, but, I mean, again.
Can't believe it.
Yeah,
Stunned.
Yes.
Stunned.
Mike Tirico knew exactly where this was going.
Stunned by
I give Mike, listen, you know what? Tip of the cap to Mike. He wasn't afraid. Tip of the cap to Tirico. He wasn't afraid a couple times to go, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's why this is going to be a fun interview to watch.
Tirico knows. Yeah. He's, honestly, Mike Tirico, complete and total pro. He's the perfect guy to have on this gig. He's doing it well. I like it. Those are the insights to excellence. We're going to do this every week. I love the insights to excellence. I'm here for it, man.
I still love MJ.
I'm not looking at the text line. Are people's feelings hurt?
Oh, people are big mad.
Good.
Today's game sucks. Today's game's crap. Anthony said you said that today's shot selection is better. We didn't necessarily say that. We said that's what they're shooting, though, today.
Yeah, it's different today. It's more
just
efficient.
Different. We're just saying if he played in this era where everyone's shooting threes and
Yeah.
he needed it for his scoring title, he'd have been taking threes.
Guys,
I promise you.
If you like
'Cause
87,
he wanted to destroy everybody.
if you like 87 to 82 basketball games with elbows getting thrown into eyes and vastly worse shooting and less athleticism, yeah, 90s basketball was great.
Well, look, I still love it. Don't get me wrong. I still love a lot of it, man. I love it.
I do as well. This
But
is what
I
I
also
grew
love
up
the
on.
Nuggets. I love a lot of what I see out of the Nuggets. You can't tell me, even if you hate today's NBA, fine. I don't know how you hate the Nuggets.
There are more elite, great players in the game today. I mean, there's exponentially more of them today than there was in MJ's era.
And because of this cap deal, they're getting spread out again.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, remember, whether you like it or not, MJ was part of a big three.
Yeah.
Now, they drafted it. They
Right.
weren't signing free agents necessarily, but he, Pippen, and Grant, it's a great trio. Great trio. Taking on, who was it, Drexler?
Could Tarico at some point ask him about his kid dating Pippen's ex-wife?
Well,
that's what I want.
Do you think he's aware?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I think he's
All right.
extremely aware. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Yes, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here at 5 o'clock. Mercedes Lewis is a Bronco. Pat Surtain is injured. We know the storylines going into this matchup here against the Houston Texans this week. Speaking of those Houston Texans, defensively, best scoring defense in the entire league. That's right, best scoring defense in the entire league. In fact, the Houston Texans have given up an NFL low 13 touchdowns so far. Broncos have given up a whole whopping 1 more touchdown. 14 allowed so far this year. It's actually Denver, Kansas City at 14 touchdowns allowed. Atlanta, Green Bay, New England at 15 touchdowns allowed so far this season. In terms of if you want to get into some of the advanced stuff, EPA per play, Houston is the number 1 defense in the NFL. Denver at number 3, although, Andy, let's be honest, the difference is basically negligible. Here's where one of the key differences jumps out to me in what this defense is right now. And Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, absolute monsters up front for the Houston Texans. They have an excellent pass rush. And yet their pressure rate does not sniff that of the Broncos. An NFL best 46% of opposing dropbacks are getting pressured by the Broncos. Indianapolis actually number 2 on that list at 40%. You got to scroll down a ways to get to the Houston Texans on this list at 34%. Houston's got a great secondary. Houston is very well coached with DeMeco Ryans on their defense. And yet they're going up against a unit in Denver that has just eaten when it comes to the pass rush so far this season. NFL high 36 sacks through 8 games so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, again, some of that's brought on by the ability to play press man coverage. When they want to get up and not let you have that quick read, they do it. And you're going to have to change a little bit of that with Pat Surtain. Now, I will say this. Chris Abrams-Drain had shown us that he's a very physical corner in training camp.
Yep.
I don't think he's afraid of playing press coverage on guys if they want to stay there. Now, the question's going to become, are they going to trust him enough? How much do they want to maybe move the safety help over to his side and less to Riley Moss now? And Moss is now going to draw the number 1s. So, look, this gets real interesting, I think, for the Broncos. But I feel like the depth is there to get it done. I just hope they don't start, let's not have a run injury at that position.
So we had Cosminer on before. We asked him about Riley Moss and the penalty issue. Patrick Surtain hosts a weekly podcast with Terry and Arnold called Closed on Sundays. And they were talking about the play of Riley Moss, specifically against Dallas this past week. Roll it, Spring.
Pat, we was talking about your boy today, too. Riley.
I
ain't gonna lie. Go kill on the tape with Riley, boy.
Yeah, he been hooping.
Riley hard.
Nah, Riley balling, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I think they racial profiling my dog, though, man. They calling all these flags on my boy, man. I ain't gonna lie. The flags is egregious, bro. You don't understand, bro. He had a rep against CD. They ran fade. He was in perfect position, played the ball, played his hands. They called a flag on my dog. I'm like, I don't know what it is, what they got against him.
You think they profiling your boy?
Yeah, they profiling him, bro. It got to be, bro. I don't know what it is.
There have been 2.
But Monty Jones said the same thing.
Yep. There have been 2 in the past couple of games, the Giants and Dallas, and that fade that he talked about to CD. That was the second of the 2 along the goal line where, and I'm sure Vance Joseph will say it. He said it again about the Giants game. I'm sure he's going to say it again tomorrow. That's how I coach my guys to play. And yet they're kind of looking for Riley Moss on that, which also, Andy, opposing play callers, they know that. They know it as well. They're gonna go hunting Riley Moss now without Surtain out there. And Moss is gonna make plays because he's an excellent player. But they also know, like, we're gonna get a cheap 23 yards out of this occasionally. That's just gonna happen. This is one of the things that is going to make life tougher without Patrick Surtain out there.
I don't disagree. Listen, I said it before, I'll say it again. Moss has got to get his dang head turned around, though. On one of them, I don't think it should have been called PI, but when you don't turn your head to look for the ball, you give him that little sliver to say, that's what's in the rules, and I'm throwing the flag at you.
But he wasn't touching him.
Oh, there was one where he literally grabbed the pad collar.
The hand
and
was
never turned around.
That's the fade. That's the one Surtain
I know,
just talked
and that's
about.
why I'm saying you may not like it, dude, but you can't get the hand inside and not turn your head.
Come on.
You know they're going to throw the flag, Nate. I'm not saying it should be, but when you've got a history of them picking on you, you can't do little things like that, whether you like it or not.
But
is it fair? Hell no, it's not fair.
But that's just it. Like, then he has no chance.
I know. It sucks to be a DB in the modern NFL.
Well,
Welcome to it.
No, it sucks to be a white DB in the modern NFL.
Yeah, but you know what? I also think, now this is where I will be curious, okay? I think he gets the overcorrection for them letting Surtain, the DPOY, do whatever he needs to. You understand what I'm saying? We're letting him get away with everything, so we're not letting you get away with anything.
There's probably some truth to that.
They don't even let Surtain get away with everything, but do you know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
Like at some point they're doing the old, it's like the NBA. Oh, you're not PS2, so there's a flag.
Exactly. Yeah, it's when you're across from that dude, life is going to be tougher on you. They just superstar calls. It exists across sports. Superstars always get calls.
And you know OCs have been smart to this since the Legion of Boom era.
Sure.
You get a handsy secondary, you got to complain about it early and often, and sooner or later it seems to yield results. Because you know Schottenheimer was over there going, our guys are getting grabbed.
Yeah.
And again,
Pete Carroll's response to it was, we'll interfere on every play. You can't throw a flag every time.
Here's the other thing, though, too. It is unreal, the duo of receivers this team has faced.
Yeah.
Like, when you really go back and look at that's what makes these defensive numbers so impressive. They haven't been playing a bunch of slouches. You had the Surtain numbers about who he's not allowed touchdowns against. Well, they've had a lot of quality number twos, whether it's been the Chargers, the Colts. They've had a lot.
Opposing number one receivers are averaging 5 catches for 45 yards and no touchdowns against the Broncos this year. That's their average. That's nothing.
And what's great, and I disagree, yesterday you had the list as CD was the number one, but George Pickens has been playing like their one was CD out.
Yep. It's T. Higgins didn't have a monster game against Denver. I guess Keenan Allen and Quentin Johnston, they put up numbers in that game against Denver. But yeah, in general, nobody. Devontae Smith put up numbers against Denver. Riley Moss has to cover somebody.
Yeah, but A.J. Brown didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, A.J. Brown was quiet as hell. So,
but see, now Moss is probably getting some of these number ones.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have to step it up a little bit. I think he's played great. I think he gets an unfair rap in this town. But we saw last year when he was the guy. Remember, one PS2, was he dinged against the Bengals, or were they just finding a way to get? I guess he was dealing with T. Higgins last year.
Yeah, he was going up against T. Higgins.
But listen,
and
T. Higgins is the quality of a lot of teams' number one receivers. So you better buckle the chin strap.
Nico Collins pretty damn good. Yeah, life's going to get more difficult for Riley Moss out there, and he's going to get targeted even more now, which is kind of wild. Got the Broncos injury report coming up here in just a moment. Plus, Mercedes Lewis is
Come on now.
Lewis.
We're going to go to Mars. We're not going to Myrrh.
Myrrh?
It's not the Murtaugh list. It's Mar.
Danny Glover from Lethal
You're
Weapon.
eating a Mars bar, not a Murs bar.
There was a restaurant in my hometown called Murs.
Murs Cafeteria?
It was yellow. It was right on the lake.
You didn't sound like you enjoyed a trip there.
I think I ate at Murs once in my life.
That's enough?
We didn't go there often. I think it had a bit of a reputation.
for giving you the MRSA?
I got a case of the Murs from eating over at Murs. Oh, I remember the sign to this day, too. It's like a little cartoon fish, like waving people in.
Oh, gross. I'd go to your cartoon fish restaurant. That's all right. It's already out. Is it because it was by the lake?
It was. Yeah. It's your finest local bass.
Yeah. I don't need it that fresh. Please fly some in from a different lake.
Have some fried bluegill, everybody. You'll enjoy it.
This fish had 3 heads, but we're only serving you the body.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's do it. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, what have you today?
Let's start by checking out the Broncos injury report. It is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. For Denver today on their injury report, Dre Greenlaw listed with the quad injury, but he was a full participant. Safety PJ Locke was limited with a neck injury. Nate Atkins did not practice with a knee injury. Doesn't look like he's going to play. Marvin Mims did not practice with a concussion. And Pat Surtain did not practice with his pec injury. He has not been placed on IR. Let's actually go ahead and hit this audio here. I'll edit the high five on the fly. Sean Payton today on if he considers Pat Surtain a candidate for IR.
Yeah, we've discussed, obviously, we've had all those discussions.
And we have follow-ups, sir. That's why we're asking you. We have assumed
he ain't gonna tell you.
You have discussed it. Andy, I think they're going to end up, and based on the reporting that Rappaport put out there today, kind of what I theorized yesterday, he misses the next 3. He misses Houston, the Raiders, and Kansas City, and then he's back for after the bye. It's kind of weird with the bye being in there, but that would be exactly 4 weeks if he would be able to come back and play in the Manders game. And the thing about this is, Andy, is there's basically and they're kind of, there's a deadline on this. They got to decide now.
No, I'm with you.
If they're going to do this.
I said it to you
Don't
yesterday.
do the Dre Greenlaw thing again.
That's exactly it. I don't mind if you keep him around. I love you trying to get him back. Now, listen, Terry McLaurin had a setback yesterday, too. Sorry, Spring, if I'm stealing that story.
Lauren McLaurin?
We'll get Lauren McLaurin. We'll get more into that in a second.
No, you're not. You can go ahead.
But he had a setback, so it didn't look like he's going to play this game. But again, that game's still a month away.
Yeah.
If you're going to face Jaden Daniels, who I believe returned to practice, and that Commanders game could be very important by that time of the year. The Broncos, it's so funny, somebody pointed it out. The Broncos are basically one, leverage call away from being one of the top seeds in the conference right now.
Yeah.
Because if you'd have won that game, you'd have had it over the Colts, and right now you're sitting behind them.
They'd be 7-1.
As like a 2 or a 3 seed.
Yeah.
So
they'd be 7-1.
You need to stack these wins, and so yes, we're all in favor of you having them available that night. But again, any setback, and then you got to wait this 4-game thing out could be really tough. So I hope that's on how this goes.
What else we got, Spring?
High five.
All right, let's stick with the cornerbacks. Let's stick there. Sean Payton today on if Jahdae Barron could play more outside cornerback instead of his inside nickel position that he's been occupying so far this season. Now that Pat Surtain is likely out.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Not going to tell you if he's playing outside or inside. Why would I do that?
All right, Bub. You got it. There's another one. By the way, we need to get your little deuce drop from earlier too. That needs to go in there. You made yourself a candidate for draft of the year.
It took a poop?
Yeah, that one.
I believe
that one.
The phraseology was, and I quote, "I pooped."
Yeah, we need that.
I did.
And now we need that. We got 2 of them today. We're on a roll.
Pooped out that line is what you
yeah.
did.
But a few listeners put it up for
it's drop of the
year. And so we're telling you, it's in.
It's strong.
Now, again, I'm not sure you're ready to take down Dempsey puking, but,
How many times? Play that for me again, Spring, because first
4.
off, that's Andy's line. It was 4? Roll it for me again.
Oh, you want the Sean Payton?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Not you talking about poop.
Spriggs, why am I? I got
okay. Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Told you.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Sean's a P1.
Swing on by. Do the show, Sean. I'll miss a day.
We can just play that over and over and over.
Well, that's
Honestly,
probably what your show would go like.
I don't even need Sean here.
It'd be you and Sean.
Okay, now this
I
one's
could just give
going
a
in
take.
the rotation.
Yeah, I could just give a take, and then Spring can play that.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
I kind of like the why would I tell you?
Listen, guy.
I thought we were tight. He sent me ice cream. Although he's never sent you or I anything.
We'll
DMac,
see.
DMac thinks he's off the ice cream list too now. Because he asked about the play calling.
Feels likely.
Really? One question and you're out of the ice cream?
I think that's all it takes.
That feels rough. That's Michael Jordan-esque.
I think that's
you're
rough,
out of the will.
It's a rough list to stay on. You bunch of softies. Why would I tell you?
Hey, Sean, are you going to send DMac some ice cream?
Yeah, I got to get this in. He's
He's like, you can't have the toy right away.
Sound clip ready for the next
You know
story.
what that is? That's our G.I. Joe toy, but Spring's got to put it together first before we can play with it.
Spring really just wants us to do the segment.
Just can we finish the segment?
He constructed
and then at break, he'll get all the new toys.
Hey, all right, here we go. Will we finish this segment?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Will there be more will sees or stories in
We'll
the
see.
high five?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Let's try it again. Are you going to give DMac his ice cream?
We'll see. We'll see.
Strawberry?
No.
No.
There's also a lone cough in there.
Yeah.
Had kind of a turn your head.
It did.
Kind of vibe to it, didn't it?
Yeah. It's probably what it felt like when
Sounded
you get
like
lectured.
Sounded like one of those fake coughs you have to give at your high school sports physical.
Exactly. Well, he said he's got the same aggressive voice of the guy that gave it to us. Here, Dad. Whoa, hello.
By the way, did your high school do what mine did, which was like, I don't know, it was like the last week of school of the summer before school started, and they called it like the annual sports physical because you always had to have a physical to be able to play sports.
No, I had to go to my doc.
Okay, so ours was done at the school. Okay, and some doctor would come, and it was from like 5 to 8 at night, and everybody would go get in line. So it was every dude from my high school that was playing sports that year. So, it's 150 kids or whatever, and we're all sitting there waiting, and you'd go back into the locker room, and you'd get your hernia checked, turn your head and cough, and then it was the same deal. Like, whoever was just in there would be walking out and then have to walk past the entire line of 15-year-old boys all laughing at them.
How can they laugh at you? Your turn's coming, pal.
Absolutely, but that's nobody. When you're 15, you don't consider that. It's more just the comedy of the moment of somebody was just touching your nuts.
All I can tell you was I was not warned when I was going in there. I didn't know what a sports physical was the first time. I'm like, what? What are we doing?
Turn your head and cough.
Yeah, why?
I believe it was after the third. Play it one more time, Spring. After the third, we'll see. This is a classic sports physical cough. Roll it.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
That was. I
also think he was like, oh, geez, we're on our third we'll see.
Yeah. Dude.
Do you have a hernia? We'll see.
How bad is Sean going to want to put PS2 on IR to simply not get he's going to get these questions every day. You know, Chris Thomason is geared up to ask every day, start of the thing. Hey, how's Patrick Surtain coming along?
I think Sean kind of enjoys it.
You think so?
I think he likes fashioning.
You and Thomason are doing a dance now?
He likes fashioning his a-hole response to it all.
Boy, he had a tone there, man.
Yeah, sure did.
That was a tone. That wasn't story time, Sean. I can tell you that. Didn't we get story time, Sean, earlier when he was talking about Mercedes Lewis?
Oh, it was story time, Sean. There, we had it earlier in the week too. Yeah, he's in a great mood. He's on a 5-game win streak, but now it's Wednesday.
But once you brought up PS2, now we're done.
Wednesday,
or I guess that
day.
was Riley Moss. Where are you going to play?
By the way, do you know
John
Riley
A. Barron? What the hell are we talking about?
Speaking of Riley Moss, he is the team's backup punt returner.
I saw that. He took a fair catch the other day.
He sure did.
Well, I guess Mimsy was hurt by that point, right?
I didn't
think much of it at the time. Now I do.
Yeah, I think he's going to be out there fair catching this week. That's kind of next up for him. R.J. Harvey and Tyler Bidet will handle the kick return duties.
Not loving that.
Not ideal. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's talk about Mercedes Lewis. He was signed to the Broncos practice squad today, but Nick Kosmider did say he thinks he's going to suit up with Nate Atkins likely out on Sunday in Houston. First question Sean was asked today was about Mercedes Lewis.
Sean, with Mercedes, just given how long he's played.
Mercedes.
Yeah.
Hey, it's literally MAR.
What do you mean to bring him in?
Well, he's someone you kind of follow his career, and I knew he'd been training. I know he's in great shape. and he's a tremendous blocker. I think you don't want to get caught where, man, it's got to be jumbo. And so we brought him in for a workout, brought him onto our practice squad. I'm glad he's here. He's a tremendous leader. I'm anxious for you guys to be around him. So good first day.
Why does he want us around him? I think Mercedes like, I want to be around them. Been doing this thing for 40 years.
Sean's like, maybe if you're around him, you leave me the hell
Yeah,
alone.
talk to him about, well, we got to go find out now. How do you say the name?
Evan Engram, Adam Troutman, and then Adkins has got the knee. It doesn't feel like he's playing this week.
No, it certainly doesn't. Is the knee new? What was he out with before? Wasn't he dealing with this before when he was on the original IR?
It was the ankle, the tightrope surgery.
Oh, that's right.
That
Good
he
call.
had.
Good
Yeah. The practice squad tight ends are Caleb Lohner. Remember that name, Andy?
I do.
Yeah, he likes to, be by himself. Patrick Murtaugh.
Yeah, on the Murtaugh list. I'm too old for this.
Danny Glover. Danny Glover was on a toilet spring.
Do you think Murtaugh goes up to Mercedes Lewis and goes, aren't you too old for this? Why are you taking my spot?
I know, right?
Now, hold on. Was Murtaugh the guy that actually had a couple touchdowns during the preseason? I think he might have.
I have no memory of this human being.
I just remember some
No,
random...
it was another guy. I took him on my fantasy team.
That's right.
I can't remember his name.
Prescott or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Caleb-
Prescorn?
Prescorn. There it is. We got there.
We got it?
Yeah, we got there. That was before you ran and ate all that Taco Bell.
Yeah, if you're Caleb Lohner and Patrick Murtaugh, you're just like, really? You had to go and get somebody my parents' age to play tight end on this team?
And Sean said he knows how to block, so yes.
Yes. You don't.
Yeah, I don't need you to pitch a shutout when I just need the guy chipped coming off the edge.
Yes. Patrick Murtaugh. Oh, Murtaugh. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, Murtaugh doesn't play. He's the international guy. He's the Australian dude.
Yeah, he's just here for giggles.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's here to grow the game.
Yes. Exactly. So
hey, he's learning how to be a punter. He's here so Crawshaw doesn't feel lonely. You know what?
They can go have Vegemite sandwiches
together. You know what else
together.
we forgot to kind of talk about? Thank God, because it's not been a storyline.
What's that?
You got your first true cross shank the other day.
Oh, yeah. Was that his only punt of the game?
Nah, he had a couple. I think one was a true cross shank.
Yeah,
where the side judge stopped at the 20 and the ref was like, nope, keep coming. And he ran up another 20 yards.
He needs to get warmed up a little bit. It was early on in the season when they were AKA basically every game except last week when they were
maybe he went bullpen
punting
pitcher
all the
and
time.
Started, calling the beer guy over.
The problem is right now he looks like the Dodgers bullpen. And finally, Spring.
High five.
The Lions have signed edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson to a 4-year extension. The deal is worth $180 million, with $141 million of that guaranteed. Hutchinson's $45 million average salary trails only the Packers' Micah Parsons among non-quarterbacks in the NFL, and the guarantee is the highest among non-quarterbacks according to roster management system.
Again, tip of the cap to the Broncos to getting the Nick Bonito deal done.
Very smart. Because if they went back and tried to negotiate right now, how do you think that would have gone?
With both the Parsons and Hutchinson.
Right.
And especially this point. Think about this point in the year. Remember, Malik Jackson talked about this. Once he got to around Thanksgiving, he's like, I'm not taking anything. I'm going to bet on my health the rest of the way.
It's a future problem. Within a couple of years, both of these players are going to go to the Broncos. That being Surtain and Benito, and being like, nope, tear it up. Look at my numbers. Look at what Micah Parsons is pulling. And that's just it. Guys are going to keep passing these guys. The contracts, they never just plateau. They always go up. That's a problem for future years. In the meantime, the Broncos payroll is pretty damn perfect. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nuggets tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans. Andy, I've got maybe the best Nuggets statistical marker that you could have hoped for here in the 25-26 season. I'll tell you what that is next.
It's definitely some emotions for sure. Spent 3 years here. It's been great. It was great. My teammates, coaches, everything. The fans were amazing. So it's definitely some stuff running through right now, coming in, seeing the locker room, and the banner again was great to see. I owe a lot to Denver and the city and the fans and my teammates. So it's definitely a lot of emotions going on right now.
DeAndre Jordan, he's a New Orleans Pelican. That's how he's making his paycheck currently, and the Nuggets will get a chance to see him tonight. The Pels come in 0-3 so far on the year. Lost by 32 against the Celtics their last time out a couple of nights ago. DJ played 11 minutes in that game and scored 7 points. He should get a nice ovation tonight. I hope they do tribute video and all that for DJ. He's deserving of it. He's an NBA champion from this town. He's, for a member of the old guys crew, him and Jeff Green and Ish Smith. Yeah, give DeAndre Jordan his due, Andy. He's a good character in the championship story of the Denver Nuggets.
Not only that, when was he ever a problem? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I would
call him more of a solution.
When Russ comes back with the Kings, it was weird, but it was still a decent time. He didn't completely derail anything.
It was, yeah.
But DeAndre doesn't deserve anything but a warm welcome, right?
Yes.
Now, Russ,
I'm trying to think
back.
back.
I'll leave it up to the individual.
How do you define the Westbrook?
You know
era?
what?
I think everybody dated that individual that had a bit of a checkered past, some questionable decision making, some perhaps erratic disposition, and the highs were high. They were quite fun. And the lows were terrifying.
Let me tell you this. As a young man,
there was moments where you thought about calling the authorities.
Here's how I'm gonna relate it to out of my life. As a young man once, I tried dating a stripper. Lasted 2 weeks. Yeah, you heard right.
Okay.
I was like, I could change you. I could change you. That was Russ.
Wait, what were you going to change?
Well, the job.
Get her to keep her clothes on?
I was like, that is a lot of money. Oh, it turns out there's a lot of other things to that lifestyle. And yeah, you were like, after 2 weeks, you're like, nah, it's not for me. But
also,
there are a lot of highs in the 2 weeks. There are a lot of lows.
There's also simply just a financial ledger right there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you could quite necessarily offer the same pay rate.
Waiting tables at the time at Bennington's. Hey, come do this. Literally make thousands less.
Do you like counting your tips and be at the end of the night in tens? Because
first time at the house, you're like, does Scarface live here? It's a lot of bills. Wow. That was Russ.
As opposed to the dude's house, which just has Scarface posters.
Yeah.
Why did everybody need a Scarface poster in the 90s?
And I think her ex-boyfriend was Scarface.
Okay.
And he was just like, hey,
Tony Montana.
We're all leaving. Good luck to all of you.
First, what was it? First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. Mm-hmm. Tony Montana.
None of it really. Not in our lives. I mean,
not really. I have no money. I have no power. I have a woman.
Shall we give you our zip code?
I have
Ain't Cherry Hills, baby.
Singular. Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it's that bad decision you make. It sounded good at the time. You gave it a go.
And
for a minute, it was all right.
You had a good time.
Yeah.
It wasn't all terrible. It was just weird. It was different. It was sketchy.
Yeah, but you weren't sure. There were just nights where you're like, I got to get out of this thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The 60-point Jokic triple-double comes to mind.
61, 10, and 10.
That's the top moment.
Yeah, that's low
no
to
going
low.
back in that relationship.
What about the...
You fouled a three-point shooter
what about
after you missed a layup.
what about a 7-game series against the Thunder when he was a minus 96?
Yeah, but by that point, I'd already decided we're breaking up. We're just trying to get through Thanksgiving.
See, but that's just he was so good in the Clippers series.
He was fair enough.
That was that one night.
But you had
that
your
that good
doubts.
time.
But by that point, you're like, yeah, but I've seen this before.
It's almost as though the Thunder were like,
I was there to see
yeah.
it.
The crazy's gonna come screaming back.
No, give him the ball. We want him to have it.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic. Listen to this, Andy. You're gonna like this. This is a Dan Hyatt special right here. Okay. Right now, the Denver Nuggets net rating with Jokic on the court plus 14.2 per 100 possessions. The Denver Nuggets net rating with Nikola Jokic off the court. The non-Jokic minutes slash NJMs. You ready?
Hit me.
Net rating, Bluto Blutarski's grade point average, 0.0. They did it. They did it. They did it.
They found a way.
They're even Steven.
Let's do it.
This is... Here's the thing. I didn't even think they would be that. I just wanted you to only be like minus like 4 because your net ratings with Jokic off the court, last 3 seasons, minus 10, minus 9, minus 9. Okay? Even Steven, again, I just needed you to go minus 3. That would have been perfect. That would have been ideal. You want to go ahead and break even without Jokic on the court? Kick ass. We did it. The Nuggets somehow found a bench. The Jamal and Jonas combination is working. Bruce Brown has been generally good. Peyton Watson has been generally good. They've worked AG in there with the second unit a little bit. Tim Hardaway has been an assassin, the perfect mercenary that you were looking for. Right now, the Nuggets are plus 14 with Jokic on, and they are a net even with Jokic off.
And
that's like Tenzer and Wallace should get executive of the year for that.
And they're not even in a groove yet. Like you said, we still have Adelman kind of tinkering with things.
Right. He doesn't even fully know what his rotation is yet. We're 3 games into this thing. But he is tinkering. He is reacting in real time. And it's working so far. It's really good. Nuggets and Pelicans tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Last I've seen, Zion Williamson questionable to play. He was out the other night for the Pels game against Boston. Questionable is all I've seen. So we don't know if Zion's going tonight. They do have Jordan Poole, and he does have a tendency to make 1,000 shots against the Nuggets. But outside of that, this is not a particularly good New Orleans Pelicans team. And if Zion doesn't go, this shapes up well for the Nuggets. I'll just say that.
How old is DJ, by the way?
DeAndre Jordan is 30. I'm going to guess 36 is my guess on DeAndre Jordan.
Because I was telling you.
Yeah.
You know, we've got a list of, how old is he?
37.
There we go. 30. He wouldn't have made the list.
All right. So Andy, break it down for me. Mercedes Lewis is 41. 41.
Which, best I can tell, might now, we'll see how much he plays. Okay?
Yeah.
And judging by the stats you gave us yesterday, was it that we found out he worked out? What'd you say? 5 receptions the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And Ian Rappaport later tweeted today after the signing, he's been a great blocking tight end the last couple of years, and that's what the Broncos were interested in.
I do believe if he sees the field, he will be the oldest Bronco ever.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
So, and I was thinking about this because Brett Burns last night with the glorious beard, he had Bernie the dog, the St. Bernard, wearing a beard and the camo too.
The ice dog.
He's 40, right?
He is.
He's 40.
You may have heard.
We've had a couple of quite elder statement athletes join the ranks for Denver. So I was curious, who are the greatest athletes that we've ever seen that played 38 or above? Now, why did I go with 38? Well, because both Elway and Manning were 38 when they got done playing in Denver. But here's the list. If you wanted to leave it out, guys that were just missing the cut at 37 were Galarraga, Hayduk, and Tanguay.
Okay.
Guys that were 40 and played in Denver, because as you said, I'm not sure we've had a 41-year-old athlete. Sakic was 40. Giambi was 40.
Giambi made it to 40, 2011.
Helton was 40.
And Helton, did he turn 40 during his last year?
I I Googled how old was he when he retired, and it said 40.
Okay. Yeah.
And same with Ray Bork.
Baseball Reference defines his 2013 season as age 39, but yeah, pretty damn close.
And I believe Ray Bork was 40 as well. So I looked that up, forgot to write him down. So that's some pretty dang good athletes that have played. But Giambi was the one that kind of shocked me. I did not realize Giambi was that old when he was here. See, I thought Galarraga was. Now, when Galarraga retired, I think he was pushing 40.
Yeah.
But he left the Rockies at age 37. How about this, too? Guys that I felt like played forever for the Denver Broncos that I also looked up.
Yeah.
Did you realize Randy Gradishar was 31 when he retired from the Broncos?
Sounds right.
Tom Jackson was 35.
Yeah.
It goes kind of back to the Jordan thing you referred to earlier. Athletes are taking care of themselves, and now everybody plays till they're 40.
Right. Exactly.
What was Brady, 44 or something?
45. 45 at the end with Tampa. He had TB12, though. He had avocado-based ice cream. So that's why he made it.
He apparently needed to get away from his family.
The age 38 or older thing.
You all right with 38? Because, again, Manning and
cutoff.
Elway, I thought were the age group to stop.
By that metric, 2014 Manning, best age 38 or older season in Denver history. Elway in 98, probably a close second. And I'm just looking at regular season. I know Elway won a Super Bowl that year. So.
He had a great year, but it'll be
Give him
overshadowed in 98, to your point, by TD's 2,000 yards.
Yes. The Nuggets only have one age 38 or older season in their history.
Who?
2001 Kevin Willis.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I should have looked him up. You know
Very
how I will
old
always remember
Kevin
that?
Willis.
Because he was Scotty's boy. They were friends. And so when he got to Denver, Scotty, was still doing the games, and I got to talk to Kevin a couple of times. Really nice guy when you have, I don't know, he was scary on the court sometimes, but really nice guy off.
Did they share some dinners together at 4:30?
Yeah.
The Nuggets, Giambi had a 1.1 WAR season in 2011 when he hit 13 home runs with 32 driven in. Helton, the numbers weren't great, but in his age 39 season, 15 bombs, 61 driven in. Best pitching, best old guy pitching season.
Yeah.
They were both Steve Reed, 03 and 04, 1.5 win seasons. Jose Mesa went for 1.3 wins above replacement in 06. Other old Rockies pitchers, LaTroy Hawkins, Jeff Facero, Rafael Betancourt, Matt Hergis, Jamie Moyer at the age of 49.
Everyone's texting in Moyer, but you guys got to remember he had like a good month. And then some Marlin, I want to say, just took his soul.
It was, at the time, Mike, later to be known as Giancarlo Stanton. Mike Stanton.
Broke the scoreboard, didn't he?
He did.
I mean, he set that thing out. If that was an open-air stadium, I don't know where that thing would have ended up.
I feel like that was pre-exit velo days.
He might have hit that back to Cuba if they were facing the right way.
Was 125 off the bat.
He crushed that thing.
I'm
telling you, minimum it had gone to Kokomo, the Virgin Islands.
Speaking of older generation athletes, John Smoltz on the World Series says things that I don't know if even he believes them. He just says them to fill time on a broadcast. Last night on the Vlad Guerrero homer, off of Shohei. It's, it's a sweeper that's up in the zone. It's a hanging breaking ball. It's a bad pitch by Shohei. And Vlad crushes it. And John Smoltz, who famously hates any modern metric in the game, so he doesn't want to hear about launch angle and exit velo and all of that.
He's got some MJ going on.
Right, exactly. And he goes into this whole explanation of just like, on a high breaking ball, you merely have to just get the barrel on it and the backspin will carry the ball out of the park. And it's just like, shut up. It's Vlad Guerrero. That's why the ball went out of the park, because a giant man mashed it into the seats.
Right.
I don't need your sports science on, the backspin of the fly ball. Thank you, John Smoltz. Thanks for adding that.
By the way, shout out to a texter. Tim Howard was 40 when he played for the Rapids. They said, look him up. And sure enough, he was 40 when he retired from the Rapids. Playing goalie at 40.
Nayland and I sat down. We did a show at the Rapids. Did like a philanthropy event out of Dick's.
Okay.
And this was fresh off the World Cup was, I don't know, a year or so earlier. And Nayland and I sat and did an interview with Tim Howard, and Nayland couldn't get a word out. He was so he was
really
both starstruck and lost in the eyes of Tim Howard.
Well,
yeah. Mm-hmm. That was a handsome fella, Andy. That was a good looking dude right there. That was one of those guys that made you feel inadequate by being in his presence.
Well, I mean, that's most of people
most of
encounter.
humanity. Jerome McGinley, 22 goals at age 38.
Yeah, see, I thought
15,
about
16.
him.
Sakic had 13 goals in 07-08.
Gimlin was fun, but man, that was not a great. Wasn't he on the bad? He was on that 48-point team, wasn't he?
They were not good.
They traded him for the sake of not wasting the rest of his time.
Yeah. Other old Broncos, Craig Morton was 38 in 81. Brian Dawkins was 38 in 2011. Steve Berline was 38 in 03. Jim Turner was 38 in 79, the legendary kicker Jim Turner. And in 1966, somebody named Tobin Rote.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Heard of him.
Tobin.
I have actually heard of him.
Old Tobin Rote.
I mean, I can't tell you much about him, but I know the name.
He was a guy that played on the Broncos. It's almost all quarterbacks and kickers, basically, except for Dawkins. So Mercedes Lewis would be some fun bit of history if we got a 41-year-old out there playing for the Broncos. I'm rooting for it now. I hope to see it. Do we know what number he's wearing?
No idea.
Looks like 89.
89. Okay. Is that because that's his next birthday? It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Sounds like Zion Williamson is a game-time decision for the Pels. Pelicans are 12-point dogs tonight against the Nuggets in Denver. And according to David Adelman, Cam Johnson is playing tonight. Shoulder injury be damned. No, Cam Johnson is not going to miss any time. He's going to be on the floor as the Nuggets kind of continue to work him into things.
But is he starting?
I would assume so, yeah.
Think so?
I would assume if
Then go to the bench, maybe
playing,
get Hardaway in there?
Yeah, I would say if playing, then starting.
Well, Hardaway looked really good the other night.
He looked fantastic.
By the way, a few more of the old athletes.
Yeah.
So great. These are all texture driven. Somebody threw Issel in there. Our guy Issel. He was only 35, but he looked older. All the dudes from the 80s look so much older than they actually were. Do you know what I mean? Like the cast of Cheers is all way younger than you would have thought they were. Do you realize Coach was like in his 50s?
No.
Yeah, go 50s or 60s. He looked like he was 70 in that
Seriously?
That show. Yeah, go look it up. Gosh, who was it? Not Ernie Pantuso. I can't remember. That was
his character's
stage name.
Yeah.
But anyway, somebody else said Jason Elam, but he left the Broncos at 31, but retired at age 40 from the Falcons. How about that? Remember, Shanahan, because of the hip injury he suffered at one point, thought he was done, and he got another 9 years out of his career after he left the Broncos. So,
Nicholas Colasanto.
How old?
Died at 61.
How about that?
You're right.
I'm telling you. George Wendt was like in his 20s or something. It was ridiculous. They all look so old, and they weren't. The other one, I'm going to get killed for this. Gary Gate was 38 when he played for the Mammoth. But I forgot a guy we've had on the show a few times, John Grant Jr., a guy I've gotten to know pretty well.
Yeah.
Retired from the Outlaws at 44.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, doing what he did?
That's a hell of a run.
That is not. They're playing flag lacrosse out there. I can tell you that. So,
speaking of old guys, I want to play a piece of audio for you last night. This is from Game 3. This is from the Vlad Guerrero home run. Okay, something cool that I learned. Check this out.
Yes.
So, in Canada, Sportsnet is the MLB rights holder. And they're also the flagship station for the Toronto Blue Jays as the only team in Canada. And so Dan Schulman and Buck Martinez, the broadcast crew for the Toronto Blue Jays, call the World Series. They get their hometown broadcast. Now, what's interesting about this World Series is Joe Davis on Fox is also the voice of the Dodgers.
Yes.
So both teams get their hometown broadcast, which, like, think about how much fun that would have been to have Marlowe and Hastings on the NBA Finals, you know?
Yes.
Moser and Peter McNabb on the Stanley Cup Finals. Like, that's both, basically, you get that. Not really with the Dodgers, because, again, you got to listen to Smoltz, but Joe Davis is doing the games, but up in Canada, they get their guys. Dan Schulman and Buck Martinez.
Come on, baby. I got to hear this. Don't put this off. You've had me ready for this for half the thing.
Buck Martinez. First off, Buck Martinez is, number one, very nice guy.
Yes.
I booked him for a radio interview years ago. Very nice guy. He also has one of my all-time favorite baseball voices. Legendary, former Major League catcher. He was managing the Blue Jays, and he's been doing Blue Jays games for years. I don't think I've heard Buck in a couple of years. This is from last night. This is Dan Schulman and Buck Martinez. This is after the Vlad Guerrero Jr. home run in the third off Shohei Ohtani. Andy, if you just want to envision somebody doing an over-the-top baseball announcer voice, it is Buck Martinez, and at age 76, he has never sounded more over-the-top. Roll it, Spring.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. lines one into the seats in left center, and the Blue Jays take the lead.
His seventh postseason home run, and that is a new Blue Jays franchise record. He broke the tie with Joe Carter and Jose Bautista. And the Blue Jays need a big night from Vladdy Guerrero Jr. Off to a good start. That's only the fourth home run Ohtani has given up this season, regular season and postseason.
All right, give us a comparison, because now that's all I can hear.
Franchise.
Hall of Famer Whitey Ford now on the field, pleading with the crowd for
for some kind of sanity.
Uh-oh, and a barrage of pretzels now knocking Whitey unconscious.
Wow, this is a black day for baseball.
You will never not be able to hear the guy anymore. You just ruined him. You just ruined him for everybody. And I've heard him a number of times. I do like him.
And the fans do not like
And
this.
the fans are upset. It's
bit.
like a Saturday Night Live skit.
It is the most, it is glorious. It is the pukiest, most over-the-top baseball voice. Bautista. Spring, give me the first 10 seconds of Buck one more time. This is so good.
His 7th postseason home run, and that is a new Blue Jays franchise record. He broke.
Franchise. Jose Bautista. I love Buck Martinez. That's a baseball voice right there. What I love too is if you ever get some minor league broadcast footage and you hear just some minor league announcer somewhere in Wichita or whatever.
Right.
And just doing the most over the top ridiculous and the 2-1. Do you talk like that every day? You all sound like Brockmeyer out there.
Yeah, no. Mark Johnson sounds like his call.
He does. Mark is so good. Mark has this gift. I've never been able to figure out how he does it. Mark can add extra syllables to words.
Yes.
Where they're not in there. 3rd and 1 at the 40-yard line, and I'm just like, where did that